An honest individual becomes entwined with the heavenly jealousy of talents system, accruing jealousy points that can be utilized for lottery draws, exchanges, and the infusion of martial arts. Thus, Yubuer is reluctantly compelled to put on an air of sophistication. Study experience? I possess none. Isn't it enough to be among the top 3 in the grade? I merely play. The campus belle wishes to make our relationship public again. Women can be so troublesome, always so clingy. You mean this around my neck? Yes, they're all opening vein pills. Do they look appealing? What? The Night Watchman is rewarding me? Please ensure he visits the school to present the award in person. What right do they have to prevent me from carrying the carcass of a demon beast to school? Which school rule prohibits it? For reasons unknown, he suddenly realizes that there are increasingly more individuals in this world who harbor a jealousy as fierce as enmity. Infusing martial arts with jealousy points, progressing from glimpsing the threshold to reaching the pinnacle, and ultimately to achieving transcendence. It turns out that becoming a master is so remarkably simple. Chapter 1. $500 to buy the campus belle. Look at you all, what sort of results are these? Only Yubuer remains consistently among the top 3 in the grade, yet our class's overall performance is at the bottom. The homeroom teacher slammed the podium with an ear-splitting sound, berating the students until he was parched, then opened his cup to sip strong tea, accidentally spitting the tea leaves back into the cup. Yubuer, please come up and share your study methods and experiences with your classmates. The teacher's gaze softened as he looked at the student who had been called upon. This was his prized pupil. The boy who ascended the podium stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, with neatly cropped hair, bright eyes, and a prominent nose, exuding an aura of cleanliness. The classmates slumped in their seats, too apathetic to even spare a glance, for every exam always culminated in such an event. It had become a routine. The content was invariably similar, revolving around topics such as effective study planning and minimizing entertainment time. Yubuer gazed at his classmates and suddenly smiled. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, school. To be honest, if I were to impart any study experience or methods, I truly possess none. At this moment, a third of the classmates lifted their heads, their expressions filled with curiosity and astonishment. This opening remark was somewhat different. Yubuer cleared his throat, his voice resonating throughout the classroom. I don't even know why I perform so well. Perhaps it's just talent? After all, I never study when I return home. As for studying, the most important thing is to enjoy it. When exams come, can't I just casually flip through the books? At this, all the students raised their heads, incredulity etched on their faces as they gazed at the boy on the podium. They could hardly believe such words were uttered by Yubuer. Has Yubuer lost his mind? What does this mean? Is he engaging in some sort of humble brag? Be more confident. This is pure pretentiousness. Meanwhile, from Yubuer's perspective, a myriad of numbers began to float above his classmates' heads. Wang Zixuan, jealousy points 60. Xu Zixuan, jealousy points 45. Zhao Ziqiang, jealousy points 80. Bai Ranran, jealousy points 8. He clenched his fist in excitement. Indeed, this approach is correct. The unfolding events aligned perfectly with his expectations, prompting Yubuer to roll up his sleeves with renewed vigor. To speak of how I improve my grades, there's little to say since I have always been among the top 3, so there's no need to discuss improvement. Xiuhu, jealousy points 88. Liu Zixuan, jealousy points 77. The homeroom teacher's expression gradually stiffened, and he promptly coughed a couple of times. All right, Yubuer, that will be all. You may take your seat. He wished he could cover Yubuer's mouth, fearful of what shocking statements might escape. He was also filled with confusion. Had this boy truly lost his mind? TCH, what's the point? No matter how good his grades are, he has only opened 8 spiritual veins, lacking the qualifications to enter the martial arts academy. A classmate scoffed. Exactly, another whispered. Xiuhu, have you forgotten? Yubuer's performance in demon research and analysis was so exceptional that he has already qualified for a recommendation to Inside Academy. Xiuhu, jealousy points 99. Amidst the envious and disdainful gazes of his classmates, Yubuer maintained a calm demeanor as he returned to his seat. As long as one is sufficiently outstanding, great scholars will defend my arguments. His deskmate Wu Yang whispered, Hey you, have you taken a wrong medicine? Yubuer smiled faintly, fully aware of what he was truly doing. Focusing his mind, a blue screen suddenly materialized in his field of vision, displaying various statistics. Name, Yubuer. Age, 18. Martial arts level, opening vein realm. Martial arts talent, mediocre. Martial arts mastery, opening vein fist, glimpsing the threshold. Current jealousy points, 650. Lucky big wheel, activated 1000/spin. Store, not activated, will open after system upgrade. Note 1. Accumulating jealousy points allows for lottery spins. Note 2. Jealousy points can be infused into acquired martial arts, starting from 1000 points. Gazing at the 650 jealousy points, Yubuer sighed inwardly. Is far too slow, still far too slow. Even with my pretentiousness, it is insufficient for a single lottery draw. His goal is the opening vein pill within the lucky big wheel. Only by opening 12 spiritual veins can he qualify for admission into the Martial Arts Academy. Although he has secured an equivalent qualification to Inside Academy's recommendation, his ambition has always been the Martial Arts Academy. As the bell rang for the end of class and the teacher departed, the classroom descended into chaos once more. I still need to accumulate more jealousy points, he mused, feeling somewhat melancholic. Just then, a shout echoed from the corridor. Wow, look, Wuxianovel has come to school. The classmates immediately sprang into action, and even Wuyang rushed out. You come quickly, see the beauty. Yubur walked outside, murmuring Wuxianovel's name. The corridor was already brimming with students, all gazing towards the playground. Wow, it really is the campus belle. She is a genius who awakened a rare spiritual vein. Wuxianovel's legs are longer than my life. Wealthy and beautiful. This is what a child from another family looks like. Hasn't Luo already been pre-admitted to the Martial Arts Academy? Why is she still coming to school? Wuyang, using his stout physique, created a space and pulled Yubu over. Gazing at the graceful figure on the playground, Wuyang rested his chin on his hand, lamenting, "That's the campus belle. What sort of man is worthy of her? If I could be your boyfriend, I would gladly become wealthy," unintentionally spoken, but with intent to be heard. Wuyang's words sparked a bold idea in Yubu Air's mind, which had been preoccupied with jealousy points. As Wuyang turned his face again, he suddenly paused. Huh, where's you? Sprinting out of the teaching building, he finally spotted that figure. Wuxianovel was indeed a prominent figure at the first high school, yet perhaps due to her exceptional prowess, few boys dared to pursue her. As it was now, most simply observed from a distance, too intimidated to approach. Yubor took a deep breath and strode towards her. For the sake of the opening vein pill, I must give it a shot. He walked while rehearsing his lines, slipping his hand into his pocket. Yet, standing before her, gazing at the face that could captivate an entire generation of boys, his palms began to sweat. With a tousled ponytail, her hair cascaded naturally with the wind, a finger gently tucking it behind her ear, her unadorned fair skin glowing like jade, her features fresh and three-dimensional. Standing at 5'9", she carried the school uniform with an elegance that elevated it 2 notches. One can be beautiful, but how can one be this stunning? Excuse me, do you need something? Wuxianovel regarded Yubu with scrutiny. Yubu inhaled deeply, embracing a mindset of all or nothing, pulling out $500 from his pocket and presenting it to Wuxianovel. Madam, here is 500. I wish to purchase your company for a day. Wuxianovel, a domineering, impoverished youth falling for me? Chapter 2. The class beauty's hands are so slippery. Were it anyone else, Wuxianovel would undoubtedly have slapped them across the face, followed by a vigorous kick. Playing the role of a rental girlfriend? Acting like a lady of high status? Yet, she had seen Yubu before, though they had never exchanged a word. Residing in a villa area, she would pass by a park on her way to and from school, where she could almost daily witness Yubu practicing his opening pulse fist. Regardless of the sweltering summer or the biting winter, he was always there. It was unexpected that their first interaction would unfold in such a manner. Her curiosity was piqued, and as she met Yubu's gaze, a subtle smile graced her lips. All right, but afterwards, you must answer me one question. Yubu's eyes suddenly widened. He had merely been taking a gamble, ready to be kicked if necessary. To his astonishment, she replied, "You truly agree?" Wuxianovel took a couple of steps closer, her natural fragrance wafting towards Yubu. What does being your girlfriend entail? Yubu suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him. Although he was somewhat at a loss, the thought of the opening pulse pill invigorated him. Can we hold hands? Wuxianovel glanced at Yubu's outstretched right hand, hesitating slightly, her ears turning a delicate shade of pink. Just as Yubu was about to retract his hand in awkwardness, Wuxianovel unexpectedly grasped his hand firmly. His mind momentarily blanked, and the word slippery sprang forth. Classmate, your palms are sweaty, Wuxianovel remarked, holding Yubu's hand and distinctly feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. Yubu scratched his head with his other hand, feeling somewhat uneasy. So what should we do next? As the question slipped from her lips, Wuxianovel felt a twinge of anxiety. She suddenly realized her rashness. What if he requested a kiss? Holding hands was already her limit. Yet, Yubu's response left her with a peculiar expression. Let us head to a more crowded place. Huh, just like that? Wuyang, who witnessed the scene from the corridor, felt as if a steel blade had pierced his chest. The previously quiet teaching building erupted with chatter once more. When did Yubu and the class beauty become acquainted? Unbelievable. Are they dating now? Wuyang, aren't you quite close with Yubu? Share your thoughts. Wuyang's face twitched. What was there to critique? If Yubu topped the college entrance examination, he would sincerely congratulate him. If he excelled in martial arts, he would cling to him for support. But now, that rascal was holding Wuxiovel's hand. He truly deserved to be cursed. What right did he have? The moment Yubu led Wuxianovel into the teaching building, he realized he had been exceptionally clever. Onlookers in the corridor paused to gawk at them. Faces pressed against classroom windows bore expressions of envy. As he perceived the rising tide of jealousy above them, Yu Buge's hand trembled slightly. Though he had spent 500 yuan, it paled in comparison to the envy he was currently garnering. Luo Feishuan glanced at Yu Buge's hand and softly remarked, "You seem quite excited?" Yu Buge's muscles tensed, and he turned to look at the beautiful classmate with a complex expression. Had no one informed her that whispering such things in a boy's ear was akin to a crime? He composed himself, slowed his pace, and continued onward. Upon reaching the third-year floor, the jealousy he received multiplied. Yu Buge once again slowed his pace, a faint smile gracing his lips, his swagger amusing Luo Feishuan. An image of Wang Yuxing from Bright Sword suddenly flashed in her mind. As she observed Yu Buge's side profile, illuminated by sunlight with sharp contours, she found him rather endearing. At that moment, a plump figure blocked their path. Old you! Old you! Hearing Wu Yang's wailing voice, Yu Buge froze momentarily. Wu Yang's jealousy value, 99. His pupils dilated, and his expression darkened. Oh, Wu Yang, I never imagined your foolishness concealed such jealousy. Wu Yang blinked, shifting his gaze between Yu Buge and Luo Feishuan, and pouted, "Shouldn't I be jealous of you?" Yu Buge smiled slightly, adjusting the collar of his school uniform. Indeed. Wu Yang's face soured with envy. He was about to confront Yu Buge for clarity when Yu Buge, still holding Luo Feishuan's hand, walked away. Time was of the essence. After walking a distance, Luo Feishuan curiously inquired, "Is he your good friend?" Yu Buge waved dismissively, "No relation, no relation." Seizing the opportunity during physical education class, he led Luo Feishuan around the school, watching the values steadily climb, his smile nearly bursting. This was no mere class beauty. She was undoubtedly his treasure trove. After 2 laps around the school, Luo Feishuan's feet began to ache. "Brother, I beg you, let us find a place to sit for a moment." "Absolutely not. We agreed that today you would follow my lead." She began to regret her impulsive agreement to Yu Buge's request. His thought process was indeed peculiar. While others attended class, she was being led around the corridors, reminiscent of a wandering spirit in a haunted building, all while dodging teachers along the way. Finally enduring until school dismissed, Yu Buge once again held her hand at the school gate, nodding and smiling at every student exiting. "Ah yes, I am indeed dating the class beauty. Haha. What can I say?" She is simply too clingy. Faced with the strange gazes of those around them, Luo Feishuan felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Once most students had departed, she finally sighed in relief. At that moment, a sleek black Maybach glided to a halt before them. The driver, clad in a black suit and white gloves, stepped out to open the door for Luo Feishuan. She turned to Yu Buge, her face radiating joy. "Shouldn't we go for dinner?" Yu Buge was taken aback, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. "Haven't I already given you money? Are you expecting me to treat you to a meal as well?" Luo Feishuan. As Yu Buge began to turn away, Luo Feishuan hurriedly called out, "Did you forget? I still have a question." Yu Buge smacked his forehead and turned back. He had sensed that Luo Feishuan's attitude towards him was somewhat unusual, but it surely had nothing to do with his looks. "What do you wish to ask?" Luo Feishuan took a moment to gather her thoughts, her expression serious. "Actually, I've noticed you practicing your punches in the park every day, specifically the most basic opening pulse fist taught at school. As far as I know, your martial arts talent is not particularly remarkable, so why not focus your energies on academic subjects? Don't you think such behavior is a waste of time?" Meeting Luo Feishuan's inquisitive gaze, Yu Buge grinned. Pursuing what one loves and striving towards one's goals can hardly be deemed a waste of time. With that, Yu Buge turned and fled, seemingly apprehensive about being asked to treat her. Luo Feishuan watched his retreating figure, extracting the crumpled 500 yuan from her pocket. A smile creeping onto her lips. "Ah, man, you are playing with fire." Taking the bus, Yu Buge returned to the tenement building he had inhabited for 18 years. Although he was an orphan, his parents had left behind a modest abode. A doctor and a university professor, their savings, when managed wisely, would sustain him until he graduated from university. As he closed the door behind him and settled onto the sofa, Yu Buwei felt an eager anticipation to check his current jealousy points. Gazing at the ever-increasing figure of 7,810, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The system had been bound to him 7 days prior, and despite his best efforts, he had only managed to accumulate 650 jealousy points. Little did he expect that merely holding Luo Feishuan's hand and meandering through the school would yield such a substantial windfall. Truly, the influence of a campus belle is unparalleled. Had it not been for his concern about the potential anomalies during the lottery, he would have acted much sooner. As he confirmed the lottery, a blue screen transformed into a rapidly spinning, colorful wheel. Watching as the wheel gradually slowed, each segment's inscription became clear. Yu Buwei held his breath, his hands tightly clenched. Chapter 3. I really don't want the opening pulse pill. When the wheel finally came to a halt, a flash of golden light appeared before him. As he beheld the red pointer indicating the words, "Opening pulse pill," excitement surged through Yu Buwei, prompting him to leap up and strike a dramatic pose. A perfect hit. A true luckster in this world. He could hardly believe his eyes. There were 8 items on the wheel, and he had actually won. Was this the turning of fate? Or perhaps, was his mental focus influencing the wheel's outcome? Observing the small, square box that had materialized on the coffee table, Yu Bui's hands trembled as he opened it. The moment the box was unlatched, the aromatic essence emanating from the round pill resting on the golden cushion was exhilarating. He cautiously lifted the pill, scrutinizing it with delight. Inhaling deeply, and revealing a look of sheer pleasure. A rare gem indeed. Noticing the remaining jealousy points on his panel, Yu Bui hesitated not a moment longer and proceeded to enter the lottery once more. This time, a martial arts technique would be splendid. When the wheel's pointer once again landed on the opening pulse pill, he was momentarily taken aback, staring at the two identical boxes on the coffee table with incredulity, before breaking into a grin. Indeed, a double fortune. Let us go again. Half a minute later, another small box appeared on the coffee table. How remarkable. A hat trick. Although one could only consume a single opening pulse pill, the cheapest would still fetch 3 to 400,000. As the fourth box materialized, Yu Bui rubbed his forehead. The good news was that throughout his lottery endeavors, jealousy points continued to flow in. In the lower left corner of the panel, notifications scrolled by. Wu Yang, jealousy points 40. Zhao Ziqiang, jealousy points 30. Wu Yang, jealousy points 50. Unbeknownst to him, his jealousy points had amassed to a whole, allowing him to complete 8 draws that day. It was indeed the support of good friends. 5 minutes later, gazing at the 8 identical boxes on the coffee table, Yu Bui could no longer muster a smile. He began to doubt whether this so-called lottery will only yielded opening pulse pills. The notion of a perfect hit seemed merely a ruse. While he was indeed desirous of the opening pulse pill, he hadn't anticipated such an abundance. The opening pulse pill was essential for martial artists to activate their spiritual veins. Only upon unlocking all 12 would they truly be qualified for cultivation. Unlocking the 12 spiritual veins was a prerequisite for passing the Martial Arts Academy's assessment. While the opening pulse pill was beneficial, one was sufficient. The rest would need to be sold. Though he was in dire need of funds, his greater need was to enhance his strength swiftly. If he could trade the surplus opening pulse pills for techniques or talismans, that would be ideal. After all, how could one person monopolize all the good fortune in this world? Greed knows no bounds. With a sigh of contemplation, Yu Bui adjusted his mindset. Retrieving one opening pulse pill and glancing at the family portrait on the bookshelf opposite the sofa. His father, mother, sister, and himself, 4 members, a picture of happiness. Beside the photo, a piece of paper was affixed, inscribed with 10 powerful characters, imbued with a fierce aura, the strokes sharp as a sword, to wield the demon-slaying blade, vanquishing all demonic entities. The Martial Arts Academy was merely a stepping stone. His ultimate aspiration was to join the demon-slaying army, and the demon-slaying blade was the standard weapon of its soldiers. Holding the opening pulse pill, warm and jade-like in his palm, Yu Bui tilted his head back and placed the pill into his mouth. Initially, he thought it too large and would need to chew it, but to his surprise, as soon as it touched his tongue, it melted swiftly, transforming into a warm, sweet liquid that slid down his throat. Silky smooth, it coursed through him. What followed was a quiet wait. Reclining against the sofa, he felt a warm current surging within him. Soon, his chest began to warm, and the sensation shifted to his lower dantian. In this state, Yu Bui could distinctly sense the rise in his body temperature. The warmth in his dantian erupted suddenly, coursing through his meridians and swiftly expanding to fill his limbs. Suddenly, accompanied by a resounding internal explosion, Yu Bui felt the velocity of his internal energy circulation accelerate significantly, becoming far more fluid. His eyes widened in astonishment. Having already activated 8 spiritual veins, he was all too familiar with this sensation. Following the methods taught in his martial arts class, he quickly attuned to his body, and as his innate energy began to flow naturally, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. 9 veins activated. Looking at the remaining opening pulse pills on the table, he couldn't help but marvel at the immediate effects. Yet, almost instantly, he sensed something was amiss. It seemed the process had not yet concluded. Approximately half an hour later, another thunderous explosion resonated within him. The 10th spiritual vein. Witnessing such a result, Yu Bui felt that his jealousy points had indeed been well earned. The value of the opening pulse pill was only increasing. He stood, stretching his limbs, feeling an intense heat radiating from his body, and retrieved a change of clothes, rushing into the bathroom. Turning the tap to cold water, the icy droplets cascaded over him, gradually calming the turbulent energy within, bringing an indescribable relief to his aching body. When he next heard the muffled explosion, Yu Bui, towel in hand, froze in disbelief. He had activated 3 additional spiritual veins. Dressed, he returned to the living room to once again sense his internal energy. One opening pulse pill had enabled him to consecutively unlock 3 spiritual veins. Truly, there is a reason for high value. Seated on the sofa, Yu Bui pondered, stroking his chin. While he had not unlocked all 12 spiritual veins, there was still time before the assessment. If he devoted more time to practicing the opening pulse fist, combined with the talent enhanced by the opening pulse pill, there was a chance. A significant chance. He reopened the system panel. His martial arts talent had transformed from mediocre to exceptional. However, What truly held his interest was not this. Mastery of martial arts, opening pulse fist, initial understanding. The system indicated that jealousy points could not only be used for the lottery, but also to enhance martial arts. If I increase my proficiency in the opening pulse fist, could it yield exponential benefits? His gaze suddenly fell upon the pile of boxes on the coffee table, and an idea sparked in his mind. Rising, Yu Buwei began to open each box in succession. Grabbing his phone, he found an angle and snapped photos before reclining back on the sofa to compose a post for his social media. Professional evaluation. The opening pulse pill has a pleasant taste. I've had it for a while, and this is my first time consuming it. Oh dear, I accidentally took too many. What a silly naif I am. After posting, he tidied up his space and prepared dinner for himself. During his meal, his previous post had already ignited a frenzy online. Not only that, but there were also numerous messages on WeChat. He first scrolled through the comments, the first being from Wu Yang. Old you posted, huh? So many Kai My Dan. Yu Bui, are these Kai My Dan genuine? I'm dying of laughter. I consumed Kai My Dan back in the 9th grade. What's the big deal? Most of these comments were from classmates at school, although the comments suggested indifference. The continuously scrolling jealousy values on the blue screen indicated that these individuals were merely speaking insincerely. He initially intended to reply to a few messages, but as video calls began to flood in, he simply switched off his phone. One must avoid the grasping hands. Gazing at the existing jealousy value of 840, Yu Bu felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have added more contacts on WeChat. However, when his gaze returned to the Kai My Dan, a sly grin crept across his face. A plan, one that could easily provoke envy, surged to mind. Chapter 4. The Kai My Dan necklace. The following day, with the sun shining brilliantly, 8 Kai My Dan were strung together with thread and hung loosely around Yu Bu's neck as he swaggered through the school gates. This ostentatious display made him the center of attention. What a delightful aroma, malt. No, it's the fragrance of Kai My Dan. Goodness, what am I seeing? Are those all Kai My Dan? What a condition. So many Kai My Dan strung around your neck. Watching the skyrocketing jealousy values, Yu Bu clenched his fists. He strode confidently toward the teaching building, surrounded by gasping and pointing peers, earning himself a taste of the school flower experience card. As he entered the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell abruptly silent. All eyes were glued to Yu Bu as if they had been magnetically drawn to him. Once he placed his books on the desk, Wu Yang, seated nearby, snapped back to reality. Leaning in, he scrutinized the items hanging around Yu Bu's neck. His nostrils flaring, the latter quickly extended his hand, pushing him away. Please, have some decorum. His primary concern was preventing any drool from landing on the Kai My Dan. Wu Yang gaped, pointing at the Kai My Dan dangling from Yu Bu's neck, stammering without managing to utter a coherent sentence. After a considerable pause, he slapped Yu Bu on the shoulder. Old you, are these really Kai My Dan? What else could they be? Didn't you see my post yesterday? Yu Bu replied with a slight smile, then glanced around. Observing the jealousy values floating above his classmates' heads, he made an intriguing discovery. His journey had accrued quite a bit of jealousy value, yet the majority came from his classmates. His mind was agile enough to realize that these jealousy values might correlate with intimacy. Just like seeing news of someone winning 10 million in the lottery, one might chuckle and feel a twinge of envy. But if that lottery winner were the idol Wang or Matzi, who had lived next door for 20 years, the reaction would be vastly different. Damn it. More and more classmates approached, their eyes fixed intently on the Kai My Dan around Yu Bu's neck. Yu Bu, have you struck it rich? How much did all those Kai My Dan cost? Yu Bu gazed at the jealousy values rising above his classmates' heads, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is it a lot? I think it's just fine. He toyed with the Kai My Dan in his hand, as if savoring the moment, while his lips continued to speak. I initially wanted to interact with you all as an ordinary person, yet all I received was mockery. Well, I'm done pretending. It's time to reveal my cards. Suhu scoffed. With so many Kai My Dan, why didn't you ever show them before? Yu Bu snapped his fingers. What a splendid question. Leaning against the back of the desk, he sighed. In the past, I believed in the principle that hard work pays off, gradually unlocking my spiritual veins. But yesterday, after being reminded by Suhu, I felt a sense of urgency, thus resorting to these Kai My Dan to alleviate my fatigue. Suhu's mouth twitched violently, his eyes reddening as he stared at Yu Bu. Suhu's jealousy value, 99. Yu Bu, are you selling all those Kai My Dan? A classmate with a face full of acne inquired tentatively. Many classmates were aware of the existence of Kai My Dan, but had been deterred by their exorbitant price. How much are you offering? Yu Bu glanced at the speaker. The individual trembled, extending a hand. 500,000. Yu Bu frowned. He believed the Kai My Dan he had acquired were of superior quality. Thus, this price merely seemed average. 50,000. The acne-faced student grinned. I'm a student. You know, do you think I'm made of money? Yu Bu's expression darkened. Suddenly, the noisy classroom fell silent, and everyone turned to look behind him. Yu Bu's heart raced, and when he turned around, he was met not by the homeroom teacher, but by a flawless face. After a brief moment of shock, he sprang to his feet, incredulous. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. The school beauty, Luo? Wu Yang's voice was like a spark igniting oil. The school beauty is in our class. Today, Luo Fei Xian's attire leaned more towards a refreshing style, losing some of her aloofness. Her eyes curved sweetly as she held a pink lunchbox. What are you talking about? Yu Bui instinctively asked, why are you here? Luo Fei Xian set the lunchbox on Yu Bui's desk, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Isn't it normal to bring breakfast for your boyfriend? She replied, winking at him. Yu Bui looked at her in confusion as gasps echoed around them. Even without glancing back, he could feel piercing gazes like steel needles on his back. Once they exited the classroom, Yu Bui finally asked, Luo, are you short on money? Luo Fei Xian paused. Then, realizing, chuckled helplessly. I didn't ask you for 500 again. Hearing this, Yu Bui breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday we agreed on a day, which is 24 hours, and hasn't that time yet arrived? Luo Fei Xian continued. Yu Bui immediately gave her a thumbs up. When the new year comes, I'll send you a prosperity blessing. Luo Fei Xian pointed at the Kai Mai Dan around his neck, her expression peculiar. What is this? A form of performance art? Does it look good? After a few seconds of silence, she offered her most honest assessment, very abstract. She had always been quite reserved at school, and Yu Bui's behavior was excessively ostentatious. Although she couldn't fathom his motives, such behavior was undeniably envy-inducing. Out of goodwill, Luo Fei Xian cautioned, aren't you afraid of attracting attention? Yu Bui certainly felt the apprehension. Yet, in pursuit of greater jealousy values, he had to take risks. You might not believe it, but I too wish to be low-key. Alas, the circumstances do not permit. Yu Bui shrugged. Exuding a sense of helplessness, Luo Fei Xian simply could not comprehend how he could use the most innocent tone to utter the most infuriating words. These Kai Mai Dan of yours are quite appealing. I suggest you sell them soon. Although Yu Bui was in need of money at this juncture, the jealousy values held greater significance, for they were vital tools. However, the plethora of opening pulse pills in his possession made him contemplate that perhaps parting with one to enhance his lifestyle wouldn't be such a transgression. With this thought in mind, he tentatively inquired, are you interested in purchasing one? Luo Fei Xian smiled lightly. I don't require one myself, but if you wish to sell, I can assist you in finding a buyer at a fair price. Wouldn't that mean I owe you a favor? He mused. Not at all. As I mentioned, your opening pulse pills are of excellent quality, and my family engages in similar business. Yu Bui felt considerably relieved, plucking a pill from his collection and presenting it to Luo Fei Xian. Then please help me sell one. I trust you. Luo Fei Xian was taken aback. You're only selling one? Yes. Yu Bui retied the string around his neck, sighing, if I sell another, it will strangle me. She understood then that her advice had fallen on deaf ears. Accepting the pill, she prepared to leave. At that moment, Yu Bui couldn't suppress his curiosity. Aren't you interested in where I acquired these opening pulse pills? Luo Fei Xian turned her head, her eyes sparkling. Everyone harbors their own secrets, I want to pressure you into fabricating a lie. Yu Bui was momentarily stunned, watching her retreating figure, and after a while, he smiled. When he turned to glance at the system panel, he found himself frozen in astonishment, exclaiming, what on earth? Chapter 5, Opening Pulse Fist, Mastery Achieved. Current Jealousy Value, 3,780. Yu Bui was utterly astonished. Prior to Luo Fei Xian's arrival, he had amassed over 2,000 jealousy points using the critical item, the opening pulse pill. Though this method was rather ostentatious, the outcome was undeniably worthwhile. Yet, the mere act of Luo Fei Xian delivering him breakfast unexpectedly garnered him an additional 1,000 jealousy points. In that moment, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Moreover, as the news spread, the number continued to rise. Numerous students congregated at the entrance of Class 3, craning their necks in anticipation to see the one who had captured the attention of the school beauty with a breakfast delivery. Upon seeing Yu Bui, they clicked their tongues in disbelief and left with a parting remark. Is this it? Infuriated, Yu Bui felt an urge to rush out. But the sight of the jealousy points hovering over their heads quelled his anger. After all, it was all in good spirit. By the end of the school day, photographs of Luo Fei Xian delivering breakfast to Yu Bui had circulated widely, practically in every hand. Current jealousy value, 6,700. With the dual blessings of Luo Fei Xian's breakfast and the opening pulse pill, Yu Bui was thoroughly content with the results. Elated, he hurried home, securing the doors and drawing the curtains. Seated on the sofa, he stretched and began his serious work. The system panel materialized in his line of sight, and he beamed at the jealousy value, which had soared to 7,045. In contrast to the lottery system utilizing jealousy points, the concept of martial arts infusion felt rather abstract. Being meticulous, he preferred to keep a reserve, especially since he was uncertain of the effects following the infusion of martial arts. As 5,000 jealousy points were infused into the opening pulse fist, a blue progress bar appeared on the system panel. Concurrently, he heard a resonance akin to the sound of a struck tuning fork. Had it begun? He inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of warmth within him, akin to ink diffusing in clear water, swirling gracefully. Suddenly, it felt as though a drop of cold rain fell upon his forehead, rippling outward. A flow of warmth coursed through his body, while his mind perceived a refreshing coolness, as if he had applied menthol balm to his temples. Drawing upon his previous experience with the opening pulse pill, Yubuer managed to maintain his composure. Beyond the progress bar, everything else became ethereal and elusive, light and shadow intertwining and distorting. He closed his eyes, and fragmented pieces of information flooded his mind, akin to bullets piercing through the constraints of the opening pulse fist. As if snow were melting in a furnace, his understanding of the opening pulse fist grew clearer, his mind experiencing a profound awakening. It was reminiscent of a melody he had long struggled to recall, suddenly escaping his lips. The exhilaration was such that words seemed inadequate to express it. When he finally opened his eyes again, the progress bar had completed its course. He remained seated on the sofa, mentally rehearsing each move of the opening pulse fist, firmly etching the crucial information into his memory. At that moment, the opening pulse fist had elevated from initial understanding to mastery achieved. Without a moment's hesitation, he infused the remaining jealousy points entirely into the opening pulse fist. A sudden stillness enveloped him, as if the entire world had narrowed down to his solitary existence. The familiar refreshing sensation re-emerging. Once the progress bar reached completion, the opening pulse fist transcended into mastery perfected. Yubuer was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned. The previous 5,000 jealousy points had propelled the opening pulse fist to the brink of mastery perfected. The additional 2,000 merely served to finalize the enhancement. It was akin to being satiated after consuming 6 buns, where one couldn't attribute all the credit to the 6th bun alone. Glancing casually at the clock, he discovered that half an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Yubuer felt a surge of gratitude for his prudence. Had he chosen to infuse at school, it could have stirred up trouble. Changing into his workout attire, he swiftly made his way to the park. He needed a spacious area to assess his results and solidify his newfound knowledge. By now, the night had fallen, and the park was populated with leisurely strolling seniors. Since Yubuer practiced his punches here almost daily, many recognized him and greeted him warmly. "Little you back again. You're quite late today. This lad looks more spirited every time." Yubuer smiled in return and soon arrived at his usual training spot. After a brief warm-up, he recalled all the nuances he had grasped. When he unleashed the opening pulse fist once more, he quickly fell into the rhythm, moving with the swiftness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Each punch, each step, was executed with impeccable precision, the rhythm perfectly attuned. Yubuer had always been an exceptionally diligent individual, with each technique of the opening pulse fist ingrained in his mind. While effort alone may not suffice against innate talent, akin to a less astute student who improves through sheer volume of practice but finds it challenging to reach the pinnacle, diligence can safeguard one's minimum capability, while talent determines the upper limits. At last, this ceiling had been shattered. Each move mobilized his vital energy flawlessly. After completing a set, he continued with another, seemingly tireless, gradually forming muscle memory. Not far away, a pair of eyes observed him through the glass of a car window. A middle-aged driver, clad in white gloves, pondered thoughtfully. "Miss, your classmate seems to have made significant progress." "Indeed," the girl replied with a slight smile. "Perhaps when a person is sufficiently dedicated, the world reciprocates in kind." She then averted her gaze, her smile fading. "Let us proceed." "Yes." When Yubuer finally came to a halt, his clothes were soaked in sweat. He couldn't recall how many times he had repeated the movements. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, he placed a hand over his rapidly beating heart, smiling. He had a premonition that with the residual potency of the opening pulse pill combined with the opening pulse fist, he would soon unlock all his internal spiritual channels. Checking the time on his phone, Yubuer was astonished. Had 2 hours truly slipped away without him noticing? Yubuer gently patted his growling stomach, hastily retrieving the coat he had previously discarded on the grass in preparation for his journey home. He slowed his pace, regulating his breath, and his steps gradually became lighter. The excessive exertion had left him feeling as though he could devour an entire cow. As he entered a dimly lit alleyway, though the illumination was poor, it offered a shortcut that could save him approximately 3 minutes. Most importantly, this path led to a noodle shop, where the proprietor was notably generous with his servings of beef. Although the route was somewhat convoluted, Yubuer was exceedingly familiar with the area, able to find his way home even with his eyes closed. The only intolerable aspect was the persistent stench of urine emanating from the depths of the alley. About 5 minutes later, Yubuer suddenly heard a dull thud. He paused momentarily, lifting his gaze towards the front, where a dim yellow light hung on the wall at the corner, illuminating a poster-adorned wall that abruptly revealed an enlarging shadow. With another resounding crash, an animal, resembling a calf and adorned with mottled patterns, smashed into half of the wall. It struggled to rise, changing direction, and charged towards Yubuer. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes gleamed ominously, and the overwhelming scent of blood jolted Yubuer back to reality. It was a beast. Chapter 6. Fist-fighting the beast. Encountering a beast in the bustling city was an exceedingly rare occurrence. The creature bore numerous scars from sharp weapons, its reddish-brown fur marred by large patches of blood. Notably, Its right hind leg appeared to be pierced by a weapon, featuring a dark, gaping hole, yet it moved swiftly despite its limp. Suddenly, two individuals emerged from the corner, one male and one female, both armed. Upon seeing Yubu-e standing before the beast, their expressions shifted dramatically. Quick, get out of the way. Yubu-e stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his typically gentle eyes now radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. The beast, he suddenly lunged forward, his internal energy surging, and instead of retreating, he charged ahead. A man and a beast, both rushing towards each other. When they were approximately 3 or 4 meters apart, the beast propelled itself into the air. Its powerful forelimbs poised to strike, claws glinting like silver blades, seemingly intent on tearing into Yubu-e's heart. Yubu-e halted abruptly, drawing a deep breath. Channeling all his strength into one point. He first evaded the attack by turning his body slightly, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. His concentrated strike landed squarely on the beast's neck. The airborne creature was propelled into the wall, emitting a whimper. Yubu-e's eyes glowed crimson, as if possessed. Watching the beast stagger as it attempted to rise, he charged forward once more, delivering a fierce blow to the creature's lower back. A howl erupted from the beast, prompting Yubu-e to roar in anger as he continued to rain down punches. His fists fell like torrential raindrops, relentlessly pounding the beast's neck and head. The two individuals who had pursued him stood momentarily dumbfounded, watching Yubu-e relentlessly pummel the beast. "This," the man murmured, his lips moving, his pupils constricted. The woman beside him tightened her grip on her weapon and moved closer. "Hey, get out of the way." Hearing the commotion, Yubu-e abruptly turned his face, his eyes glistening with rage. Blood from the beast splattered across his face, and coupled with his current expression, he appeared somewhat monstrous. Even the seasoned hunters, accustomed to dealing with such creatures, were momentarily taken aback by Yubu-e's ferocity. Redirecting his focus, Yubu-e delivered another crushing blow. "Stop hitting it. If you keep this up, you'll be performing CPR on it." The man reached out, pulling Yubu-e away from the beast. Panting heavily, Yubu-e found his athletic were stained with blood, his arms trembling. As he gazed at the motionless beast, his heart gradually calmed. It was then that he began to scrutinize the two individuals before him. They appeared quite young. The man seemed to be in his 30s, clad in a black leather jacket with slightly long hair. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26, standing at about 5 feet 7. Dressed in dark green cargo pants paired with a cropped top, her misty blue short hair neatly styled. The man checked the status of the beast, confirming its death, and visibly exhaled in relief. Turning his gaze to Yubu-e, he expressed concern. "Hey, are you injured?" Yubu-e shook his head. If one were to categorize his injuries, it would be that he had exerted himself too vigorously, resulting in a minor abrasion on his hand. After confirming that Yubu-e was unharmed, the man and woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting Yubu-e's curious gaze, the man extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Wang Chi, and this is my colleague, Qin Qin." He then produced an identification card, waving it before Yubu-e. Night Watchman? Yubu-e was taken aback, yet it seemed reasonable. The ferocious beast kin had been intercepted by the Demon Slayer army beyond the Great Wall. Yet some elusive creatures still infiltrated the corners of the city, lurking, waiting to seize the opportunity to expand their kind with human flesh and blood. Thus, the Night Watchmen roamed the city as shadows, clearing out the filth hidden within the cracks. The existence of Night Watchmen was no secret in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even kindergarten children knew to dial their number upon discovering a beast. We had been keeping an eye on this creature for quite some time, but we didn't anticipate it feigning death, allowing it to escape our encirclement. Wang Chi sighed, still shaken. Ultimately, it was our oversight. If anything had happened to you, my job would be over. Yubu-e was uncertain whether the man was exaggerating, but he knew that the selection criteria for Night Watchmen were exceedingly stringent, as were their regulations. "By the way, what should I call you? You seem quite young. Are you perhaps a student at the Martial Arts Academy?" "I am Yubu-e, a student from class 1 of the 3rd year at number 1 high school." Wang Chi was somewhat surprised. Stepping back to scrutinize Yubu-e from head to toe, his expression one of astonishment. The short-haired woman also regarded him with curiosity. At that moment, a hurried ringtone emanated from Wang Chi's jacket. He retrieved a phone and stepped aside to report the situation. Just as Yubu-e was about to leave, he was called back by Wang Chi. "Wait. Classmate Yu, don't rush off just yet." Yubu-e, bewildered, inquired, "Is there something else?" Wang Chi smiled. "You've been a tremendous help. We must properly reward you." Upon hearing this, Yubu-e's eyes lit up, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. "A reward? Is that really a thing?" Wang Chi and Qin Qin were momentarily taken aback, perhaps unaccustomed to Yubu-e's rapid shift in emotions. This is indeed genuine. Yubu-e grasped Wang Chi's hand, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. Assisting the Night Watchman is merely the duty of a citizen of the Great Xia." Wang Chi's smile became somewhat strained, nodding repeatedly. "How about this? I know you all are busy right now, so let us exchange contact information. Tomorrow or the day after, you can come to school to find me. and we can arrange a banner or something. I'm not picky. Wang Chi's lips twitched slightly, but he nodded with a smile. Of course. But why school? I'm a student. I spend most of my time at school, which is quite reasonable. Yubui shrugged. Ah, true. Wang Chi found himself momentarily at a loss, and just then, someone arrived, prompting him to exchange contact information with Yubui before watching the latter depart. The wind brushed against his face, bringing him back to his senses. He fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. In the dimly lit alley, a spark flickered intermittently. Chin, I need all the information on him in 3 minutes, he commanded. Chin shot him an exasperated glance and playfully slapped the back of his head. Let us get to work first. Stop pretending to be a domineering CEO. Wang Chi flicked the ash from his cigarette and remarked, don't you think that kid's earlier demeanor was rather terrifying? Chin recalled Yubui's frenzied state while battling the beast, her brow furrowing in thought. He radiated a lethal aura when confronting the monster. If I'm not mistaken, he's just an ordinary high school student using the open meridian fist, right? Wang Chi flicked the cigarette but against the wall, sending sparks flying. Even if he was injured, that was a dual-pattern beast. The force, angle, and reaction of his punch were executed flawlessly. To wield the open meridian fist to such an extent is no small feat. Chin cast him a sidelong glance and said, "You'd better focus on how to write the report." Wang Chi's expression shifted, irritation flashing across his face as he raked his fingers through his hair. Growing increasingly agitated, he delivered a powerful kick to the corpse of the beast lying on the ground. Half an hour later, inside a black SUV, Wang Chi was driving while Chin swiped her fingers across a screen beside him. Yubui, male, 18 years old, born in Yuqing, Jiangnan Prefecture. Currently a senior student at Yuqing No. 1 High School. 3 years ago, while on an outing with his parents and younger sister, they were attacked by a beast. His parents died on the spot, and although his sister Yu Xiaoxi's body was never found, a significant amount of her blood was present at the scene. Turning off the screen, Chin gazed out the window. No wonder. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, she gave too much. Upon returning home, Yubui rushed into the bathroom to wash away the bloodstains from his body, soaking his soiled clothes in a basin. He lifted his gaze to the mirror. Still able to see the redness in his eyes, he remained caught in the exhilaration of having killed a beast for the first time. Unable to extricate himself from the high, clenching his fists, he felt the myriad changes in his body. The upgraded open meridian fist was indeed far more formidable. Both the method of exerting force and the rhythm of attack had seen significant enhancement. Yubui practiced a few moves in the living room. Feeling the surge of chi and blood within him, he gained even more confidence in entering the martial arts academy. After deploying the open meridian fist, his muscles and meridians felt more relaxed than ever before. This was a sensation he had never experienced previously. What would the effects be if the open meridian fist were cultivated to its maximum level? The thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through him. Jealousy deserves to be rewarded with more jealousy. Once his emotions finally settled, a wave of hunger washed over him. Due to the beast's appearance, he had been unable to buy beef noodles, but fortunately, he still had some reserves at home. He boiled a pot of noodles, and during the wait, munched on 2 apples. Apples, indeed, were the most mundane food in this world, accompanied by a few packets of pickled vegetables. He finished half a pot of noodles, yet still felt unsated. Boiling water once more, he prepared another pot of noodles, adding a couple of spoonfuls of lard and a few leaves of oilseed lettuce. Once he was full and satisfied, he collapsed onto the sofa, patting his belly like a seal, marveling at his astonishing appetite. He really needed to earn more money. Otherwise, he would always feel as though he were on the brink of starvation. At that moment, his phone on the coffee table lit up. Picking it up, he glanced at the newly received message, still feeling a bit unaccustomed. It was common knowledge that the messaging function on phones was primarily used for receiving verification codes nowadays. Although the number was unfamiliar, he could infer the sender's identity from the content of the message. The open meridian pill has been sold for 600,000. Send the card number. Yubui couldn't help but marvel at Luo Feishuan's efficiency in getting the pill sold so quickly. Moreover, the price exceeded his expectations. As for how the sender had his phone number, he was not surprised in the least. Just as he had mentioned wanting to earn money, fortune had come knocking at his door. He retrieved his bank card, cross-referencing it as he input the card number, double-checking it twice while muttering to himself. Just as he was about to send it, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He hastily deleted the entered card number and composed a reply. Come find me in class tomorrow. Transfer the funds to me then. The next day, as Yubui stepped into the classroom, the bell rang for class to begin. Approximately 2 minutes later, there was a knock on the classroom door. Instantly, the noisy environment fell silent, and Wu Yang, who had been animatedly chatting with his seatmate, quickly turned around, pretending to focus on his pen. He glanced at the doorway and saw a boy in a school uniform standing there, rolling his eyes. Huh. What is this? Isn't that Cheng Ruxin from class 5? What is he doing in our class? Yubui also gazed curiously at the boy standing at the classroom door. The name Cheng Ruxin was frequently mentioned by martial arts teachers as a model student. He was known for having opened all 12 meridians in his first year and for receiving a recommendation to the Martial Arts Academy in his second year. Many envied him, not only for his outstanding martial arts talent, but also for his affluent background, as he was chauffeured to and from school, standing at around 185 meters tall. With his uniform zipper pulled halfway up, he had broad shoulders, and his meticulously styled short hair complemented his face perfectly. The silver-framed glasses perched on his nose added a scholarly air. Ahem, hello, I'm looking for you, Boer, he announced. All eyes in the classroom quickly converged on Boer, who was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name. He had only heard of Chung Ruxin before, and they had no prior interactions. Just as he stood up to step outside, Wu Yang suddenly tugged at his arm, a look of concern etched on his face. Oh no, old you, he is here for you. Chung Ruxin is the #1 suitor of the school beauty, Luo Feishuan. Perhaps Chung Ruxin had glanced over. As Wu Yang swallowed his words, this revelation cleared the confusion in Boer's mind, and he chuckled, nodding as he walked outside. The two stood in the corridor, while classmates peered through the windows to watch. Boer was about to find himself in a predicament. Oh, I was curious why both the school beauty and Boer were so high profile, yet Chung Ruxin showed no reaction. Many were entertained by the unfolding drama. Wu Yang was also somewhat anxious, bracing himself for a potential confrontation. If the two outside started fighting, he would undoubtedly rush out to help. Whether he could hold his own was another matter entirely. In the corridor, Chung Ruxin scrutinized Boer for a moment before raising his right hand, palm open, with his thumb and middle finger pressing against the sides as he adjusted his glasses, which had no lenses. A smirk played on his lips, conceiving himself to be quite aloof. You are not from the same world as Luo Feishuan. Kindly roll out of her world. Boer pondered for a moment and curiously inquired, if I'm not in the same world as her, how am I supposed to roll out of her world? Chung Ruxin's brows furrowed. Oh, that's an issue I didn't foresee. Why don't you rephrase that? Boer whispered. As Chung Ruxin turned his back and scratched his head, he resolved to bypass this segment. He spun back around, his smile lingering. Hee, how amusing. Are you testing my patience? Without waiting for a response, he turned away once more, taking a few steps as if murmuring to himself. Perhaps you find me quite affable. Yet, in truth, my heart harbors both Buddha and demon, though I have deeply sealed away the latter. I intended to face you with a compassionate heart, but you, ungrateful as you are, seek to unleash the demon within me. With that, he executed a flamboyant pivot, abruptly removing his glasses, his expression transforming into one of ferocity. I wish to inquire, when confronted with a true demon, would you still dare to gaze upon me directly? Boer stepped back, his body instinctively leaning away, revealing the visage of an elderly subway rider. Hiss. Indeed, when it comes to abstraction, one must look to a gifted individual like Chung Ruxin. Meanwhile, Chung Ruxin felt he had utterly crushed Yu's spirit with his imposing demeanor. You should concede. Luo Feishuan is beyond your reach. Before the demon within me fully awakens, it would be wise for you to depart. The classmates who had been peering through the classroom window to observe the spectacle were rendered silent, as if drained of all energy. Suddenly, the melodious notification from Boer's phone, nestled in his pocket, shattered the stillness of the moment. Wealth has arrived. 600,000. Chung Ruxin was taken aback, while Boer smiled and waved behind him. As if sensing something, he quickly turned to see Luo Feishuan approaching them. In an instant, he heard Boer's nonchalant tone. My apologies, bro. It's not that I wish to leave. It's just that she offers far too much. Chung Ruxin. Chapter 8. Such a knack for rhyming. Are you aspiring to be a rapper? Today, Luo Feishuan donned a white shirt complemented by a light blue bow tie, paired with a striped pleated skirt, white knee-high socks, and black leather shoes. Her high ponytail swayed with each step, infusing her appearance with an added touch of youthful exuberance. Chung Ruxin opened his mouth, intending to speak, but Luo Feishuan had already bypassed him to stand before Boer. Take the flowers, do not skimp on my behalf, lest I become upset. While speaking, she shot Boer a knowing glance. This statement was evidently directed at Chung Ruxin. Boer understood the implication, clearing his throat and bending his arm, while Luo Feishuan shot him a playful glare, seamlessly linking her arm with his, embodying a charmingly dependent demeanor. Humph. Are you instructing me on how to act? Boer frowned, his voice low. Luo Feishuan pinched him sharply at the waist, her face adorned with a shy smile. All right. I concede. Though aware that Luo Feishuan was merely performing, hearing her speak in such a tone still rendered Boer's resolve weak. This little girl possesses two faces. Gazing at Chung Ruxin's crimson face and the jealousy radiating from him, Boer could not suppress a grin. He turned to the classmates in the classroom, their eyes ablaze with envy, which was precisely the effect he hoped to achieve. Ah, it seems the demons within everyone are on the verge of awakening. Xianxian. Do not believe him. He is but a pretty boy. Chung Ruxin exclaimed in exasperation, pounding his chest in frustration. Boer scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being lauded so early in the day. Luo Feishuan turned to Chung Ruxin, her earlier shyness vanishing in an instant as her brow furrowed slightly. Classmate Chung, mind your address. We are not that familiar. Chung Ruxin's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you say such a thing? We are childhood friends. Luo Feixuan scoffed, not even sparing him a glance as she linked arms with Yu Buer and prepared to leave. Yu Buer, being a kind-hearted individual, felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing Cheng Ruxin's anguish. Classmate Cheng, I just received a call from QQ Farm. They said your crops have perished. Classmate Cheng, perhaps you should consider dismissing your driver since you prefer walking. As he spoke, Yu Buer was being pulled away by Luo Feixuan. Cheng Ruxin's eyes blazed with fury, and he suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. Yu Buer, you wait. I shall make you aware that beauty is meant for the strong. His voice echoed down the corridor, causing teachers in the office to peek out curiously. Luo Feixuan rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, listen to this. He pulls this stunt every so often. Yu Buer found the situation utterly delightful. As he descended the stairs, he whispered, Classmate Cheng, did you have a high fever as a child? Perhaps. But you should keep your distance from him in the future. He's bad luck. Yu Buer's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly, in truth. I believe he is not a bad person, just a bit abstract. Upon returning to the classroom, the teacher had already taken to the podium. After Yu Buer reported in, he stepped inside. The gazes of his classmates converged upon him, some even straining so hard they snapped their pens. Observing the jealousy swirling above his classmates' heads, a smile crept across his lips. In that moment, he felt the warmth of camaraderie once more. Once seated, Wu Yang stood with his book, his head bowed low. Old Yu, did Luo the flower really give you 600,000? Why not? Shouldn't it be expected? She is wealthy. So what's wrong with me helping her spend a little? Yu Buer replied with conviction. Wu Yang's jealousy level, 70. He felt a twinge of anger, pondering why Cheng Ruxin hadn't dealt with Yu Buer earlier. As the class bell rang, Yu Buer stretched and glanced at the system panel. Judging by the jealousy points accrued, the news of Luo Feixuan gifting him 600,000 had likely spread throughout the campus. After all, they were a bunch of young kids. Their efficiency was remarkable. However, the jealousy values from his classmates had slightly diminished compared to the previous days. It seemed they were gradually becoming desensitized to Luo the flower. Yu Buer resolved to contemplate alternative strategies. On the way to martial arts class, Wu Yang expressed his excitement. Old Yu, I heard we're re-evaluating the spiritual meridians today. You took the opening meridian pill, so you should see significant improvement. Yu Buer nodded, equally eager. Although he already knew he had opened 11 spiritual meridians, he still hoped to confirm this through the school's assessment. At that moment, a hostile voice rang out from behind. Last time you only had 8 spiritual meridians. What difference will the opening meridian pill make? Wu Yang turned to see who it was and rolled his eyes at Su Hu. Are you meddling too much in others' affairs? Su Hu grinned. I'm merely stating facts. The effect of the opening meridian pill also depends on one's innate talent. Wu Yang, when you took the pill, didn't you only manage to open 2 more meridians? He then turned to Yu Buer, his tone teasing. You might as well stay in the classroom and review with the other students. Academic subjects are your true calling, so don't waste the school's resources. Wu Yang cautiously glanced at Yu Buer, relieved to see he wasn't disheartened. Old Yu, ignore him. He simply can't stand to see you excel. I understand. He is just envious of me. Yu Buer replied affirmatively. Su Hu's expression darkened, and he scoffed. Jealous of you? I already opened 11 spiritual meridians during my last assessment. What reason would I have to envy you? Yu Buer halted, turning to face him with sincerity in his gaze and earnest words. You envy my academic prowess. You envy my handsome appearance. You envy my ability to hold the hand of the school bell. And you envy the multitude of spirit-opening pills I possess, which you can only find solace in through martial arts. You're talking nonsense. Yu Buer waved his hand dismissively. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. Su Hu's face flushed with anger, and he attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by 2 classmates beside him. We must not resort to violence. Su Hu, ignore him. Let us proceed to the martial arts classroom. Su Hu was dragged away, while Yu Buer wore a victorious smile. At that moment, his phone rang. It was yet another unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated in the receiver. You, it's Wang Qi. I'm coming to school this afternoon to deliver the banner. Yu Buer raised his eyebrows, ready to respond, when Wu Yang beside him urged, come on, old Yu. Let's hurry, we still have to queue. Yu Buer paused for a moment before quickly replying, a commendation ceremony? There's no need for that. It's just a trivial matter. He then leaned closer to the phone. Brother Qi, my classmate is just speaking nonsense. Please disregard him. The banner is quite sufficient. Wang Qi, Wu Yang's eyes widened. What commendation ceremony? Didn't you say we still have to queue? Old Yu, did you not hear clearly? A reward? We need a reward? Wu Yang, enough already. I'm genuinely angry. Yu Buer's tone darkened deliberately. Brother Qi, please don't mind him. This afternoon, right? I'll be waiting for you. Wu Yang. On the other end, Wang Qi chuckled. Actually, your classmate has a point. A commendation ceremony is indeed in order, and a reward should be part of it. Very well, I shall apply for it. See you this afternoon. After hanging up, his expression turned somewhat complicated. Qi Qin glanced at him. Are we really holding a commendation ceremony? We'll need to coordinate with their school. And the reward must also be applied for, but it is only right. Indeed, Yu Buer is quite remarkable. Wang Qi lit a cigarette, his gaze intricate. particularly when it came to that classmate of his, Wu Yang, who was utterly insufferable. Chapter 9. Is this what you call the spirit-opening fist? The martial arts teacher was a robust man in his 30s, standing at the entrance with a list in hand. 5 students per group. And no metallic items are to be brought into the martial arts classroom to prevent interference with the equipment. Yes, teacher. When his gaze fell upon Yubuer, he momentarily hesitated, then broke into a smile. His feelings towards this student were complex. He had witnessed all of the boy's efforts in martial arts class. He was perpetually the most earnest, executing each movement with utmost precision. Yet, alas, his talent fell short. Inside the somewhat empty martial arts classroom, operational machines were arranged, with curtains drawn for area division. Several staff members, clad in white coats and resembling doctors, busily attended to their tasks, while the students entering the classroom navigated the process with ease. The first step involved affixing precise dynamic detectors to their limbs and torso, followed by executing a set of spirit-opening fists in the spacious area. The second step entailed drawing blood, after which the staff would analyze the blood's chi and blood values using specialized instruments. Students emerging from the back door of the classroom held their test reports. Some were elated, others dejected, and some wore blank expressions. As they queued, other classes arrived in succession, creating a bustling atmosphere in the hallway. When Yubuer and Wu Yang entered the martial arts classroom, Wu Yang, observing Su-Hu ahead, muttered under his breath, "How unfortunate." Su-Hu glanced back at them with a cold smirk. "I should be the one saying that, Yubuer. There's hardly any time left. Even if you were to open 10 spiritual meridians now, you are destined to be estranged from the martial arts academy." A male classmate beside him chimed in. "Brother Hu, your last test showed 11 spiritual meridians. This time, you must surely have 12. Indeed, old Su, you're guaranteed to succeed, even with spirit-opening pills. Our academic champion is still in dire straits. Don't discourage him." Yubuer observed the trio with a shake of his head, finding their behavior childish. "We are already in our 3rd year. Must we still engage in such petty cliques? Can you not mature like I have?" He sneered, disapproving of those who, fully aware of their hopelessness, not only wasted their classmates' time, but also squandered testing resources. Wu Yang, growing impatient, remarked, "Su-Hu, that's enough. The students behind us are not anxious. Why are you wasting resources? Did you sponsor a few billion?" Su-Hu's expression darkened, about to retort when a sharp voice interrupted. "You are the ones wasting time. There are other students waiting. Hurry up, who's first?" A middle-aged man in a white coat adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his face marked by impatience. Su-Hu suppressed his arrogance, quickly donning a smile. I'll go first." He hurriedly stepped forward, assisted by the man in white to affix the dynamic detectors. Each detector gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the light. Though only the size of a coin, its internal structure was exceedingly intricate. The bespectacled man observed Su-Hu with growing annoyance, continuously urging him, "Hurry up. Aren't you the one who despises wasting others' time? Stop dawdling." But when he turned to Yubuer, his demeanor softened considerably. "Young student. Adjust your mindset. Do not let others affect you. There's no need to rush." Yubuer felt the kindness radiating from him and smiled broadly, nodding earnestly. Su-Hu, now sweating profusely, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon hearing those words. "So, are we in a rush or not?" Wu Yang and Yubuer exchanged glances of schadenfreude, while the other 2 classmates encouraged Su-Hu. "Old Su, you got this. Believe in yourself. Brother Hu, you'll definitely be fine. I preemptively congratulate you on your admission to the Martial Arts Academy." Su-Hu looked at them, his emotions settling a bit. But upon suddenly locking eyes with Yubuer's bright gaze, his heart skipped a beat. "Su-Hu," Yubuer gently waved his hand. "I truly hope you have opened all 12 spiritual meridians." Su-Hu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uneasy, and chose to ignore him. After completing a set of spirit-opening fists, Su-Hu proceeded to have his blood drawn under guidance. The wait for the report was somewhat torturous. A classmate who had also finished the spirit-opening fist sat beside him, patting his shoulder. "Brother Hu, don't worry, you'll be fine." Another chimed in cheerfully. "Old Su, remember, wealth and honor should never be forgotten." Su-Hu nodded with a smile, projecting confidence. Yet, recalling Yubuer's earlier, nonsensical remark, a sudden wave of panic enveloped him, leaving him unable to articulate his thoughts, merely casting a glance at Yubuer. Yubuer assisted Wu Yang in affixing the dynamic detectors, and once everything was set, he patted Wu Yang's back. "Do well." "Yes." Wu Yang, who had been comforting Yubuer earlier, felt a tightening in his own chest. During the last spiritual meridian test, he had been just 1 step away from 11 spiritual meridians. If he could improve this time, he could intensify his efforts in the remaining time, keeping the hope of entering the Martial Arts Academy alive. Conversely, failing would multiply the difficulty, rendering hope nearly non-existent. After finishing the spirit-opening fists, he promptly had his blood drawn, then returned to assist Yubuer with the dynamic detectors. "Old you perform well. I believe in you." "Yes, I believe in myself too." Yubuer replied with a broad smile. Numerous students in the hallway peered through the windows. The The door to the martial arts classroom remained open, allowing them to hear the commotion outside. Isn't that the top student Yubuer from class 1? Is he here for the spiritual meridian test? It seems unnecessary. Isn't he devoid of martial arts talent? As far as I know, he has only opened 8 meridians. Why waste time on martial arts? Upon hearing these discussions, Wu Yang's expression changed instantly, and he instinctively glanced at Yubuer. The latter maintained a serene smile. Rest assured, I shall remain unaffected. Wu Yang exhaled in relief and stepped aside. When the dynamic detector pressed closely against his skin, Yubuer could distinctly sense the coldness of the metal. He closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and after several deep breaths, gradually entered a meditative state. It felt as though he was the only being in existence. Stance, initiation, stepping, opening the back, swimming dragon, circulating energy. The repetitive movements, practiced countless times, had long since become muscle memory, seamlessly integrated with his vital energy. It was akin to the effortless act of using chopsticks to bring food to one's mouth, without contemplating where to grip or at what angle to apply force. A staff member clad in a white lab coat stood nearby, glancing at Yubuer before turning to the display screen on the table. The pen in his hand scratched across the paper, recording the fluctuating numbers on the screen, but suddenly his movements halted, and his expression momentarily froze. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he took a couple of steps back, his gaze firmly affixed to Yubuer as he practiced the meridian-opening fist. At first, Wu Yang paid little attention, but as Yubuer reached a higher level of proficiency, he slowly rose, mouth slightly agape. It might have been an illusion, but he felt that Yubuer's rendition of the meridian-opening fist differed somewhat from what he had learned. Su-Hu and 2 others, who had been engaged in idle chatter, suddenly heard a voice from outside the window. Huh, is Yubuer performing the meridian-opening fist? It felt like it. Yet something seemed to miss. The angle of the punches, the transitions between movements. My goodness. I've had an epiphany. Wait a moment. Isn't the third form, walking the green mountain? Incorrect. It wasn't he like this in the instructional video. Yet, undeniably, Yubuer's execution was far more fluid. Now I understand why this form is called walking the green mountain. Su-Hu turned to gaze out the window, where classmates had gathered, all on tiptoes to peer inside, almost wishing they could throw their eyes into the classroom. He stopped chuckling. Chapter 10, The Silent Counterattack. Outside the classroom, the front and back doors, along with several windows, were packed with people. Many students had taken out their phones, activated the camera mode, and aimed their lenses at Yubuer within the classroom. Immersed in his own world, Yubuer remained blissfully unaware that he had become the center of attention. He relished the sensation of his vital energy surging within him, every pore expanding, the warmth coursing through him like a fierce dragon traversing his limbs. This was the true romance of manhood. One student outside raised their arm high, attempting to capture a clearer shot, but a voice from behind interrupted. Classmate, lower it a bit. You're blocking my view. Why don't you just stand taller, principal? The youthful student, still not fully shedding their naivete, shivered slightly upon seeing the silver-haired man behind him, hastily stepping aside, though his gaze frequently darted toward the man beside the principal. That individual was tall, at least 6 feet 3, clad in a thin brown trench coat. Appearing to be in his early 30s, with sharp facial features, a prominent nose, and a faint stubble on his chin. One hand rested in his pocket, while the other dangled at his side, a large palm gripping the rim of a coffee cup, intently observing Yubuer in the classroom. The principal chuckled. Xiao Shun. This student's meridian-opening fist is quite remarkable. How many years of practice might that take? It varies by individual, Xiao Shun replied, his voice resonant. However, his execution of the meridian-opening fist has indeed reached a level of consummate skill, not merely attained through time spent. Oh, that's quite a commendation. Shall we arrange for you to meet him later? The principal jested. You, as a senior, should offer some guidance to this junior. Xiao Shun shook his head. No need. Not interested? Not at all. I've seen him before, but the timing for a reunion isn't right just yet. A hint of amusement danced across Xiao Shun's expression as he spoke. Principal, I must take my leave. With that, he turned toward the staircase. And when the principal called out to him, he merely raised a hand in farewell. This kid, grown up yet still with such a peculiar disposition. Inside the martial arts classroom, as Yubuer ceased his practice, he belatedly realized that the previously raucous environment had turned eerily quiet. He turned to glance outside, startled by the sight before him. Suffering from a mild case of camera shyness, he felt his temples throb as numerous phone cameras focused on him. Wu Yang suddenly dashed forward, gripping Yubuer's shoulders and shaking him excitedly, his round face slightly flushed. Old you, you're amazing. Where did you learn this meridian-opening fist? Su-Hu and the other 2 classmates directed similarly bewildered and astonished looks toward him. Having been classmates, they were well acquainted with one another. Previously, their martial arts instructor had often praised Yubuer for his standard execution of the meridian-opening fist. But today's performance was on an entirely different level. It was like witnessing a metamorphosis. Bravo, bravo, exclaimed the martial arts instructor, who stood at the doorway, clapping his hands vigorously, his eyes filled with approval. You've made tremendous progress. Just as Yubuer was about to respond, The staff member in the white lab coat interrupted. Young student, hurry along for your blood test. Yu Buer smacked his forehead and rushed to the table, where another staff member in a white coat snapped back to reality and picked up the syringe. Young student, had I not seen your age, I would have suspected you've practiced this meridian-opening fist for 50 years, the blood-drawing staff member joked. This was indeed a genuine compliment to Yu Buer. Thank you. Without fully opening your meridians, you cannot enter the martial arts academy. What good is mastering the meridian-opening fist if you're just going to perform in the park? Suhu interjected suddenly. Exactly. Even if Yu Buer excels at the meridian-opening fist, what use is it with only 8 meridians open? Protested a classmate beside Suhu. The martial arts instructor at the doorway displayed a complex array of emotions in his gaze and sighed softly. Outside the classroom, students began to chatter, some reveling in misfortune, others expressing regret. The bespectacled staff member glanced at the scene outside, then back at Yu Buer, whose eyes remained bright, unaffected by the disparaging remarks. This piqued his curiosity. The test report had yet to be released. It was premature to make any judgments. He recorded the data in his notebook and slowly spoke. Suhu was momentarily stung by the comments, but dared not express his ire toward Yu Buer, only bottling it up inside. Just then, a voice from near the back door called out, Suhu, your report is ready. The staff member holding the test report looked up, his expression peculiar as he regarded the approaching Suhu. Out of professional courtesy, he offered comforting words. Classmate, don't fret, your vital energy is robust. And you're just a step away from opening 12 meridians. There's still time. It's almost a certainty. Suhu's fingers, gripping the report, turned white from the pressure, and his face felt as though it had been slapped, burning with embarrassment. Oh ho ho, still only 11 meridians, huh? I thought Suhu had opened all 12. Wu Yang's voice dripped with sarcasm, relishing the opportunity to kick someone while they were down. Did you not hear? Old Su is just one step away. I reckon it'll happen in just a few days. Indeed, this is far superior to Yu Buer, who has only opened 8 meridians. Chimed in 2 members of Suhu's little clique. It cannot be said that Yu Buer is not hungry, for he has indeed consumed the opening pulse pill. I ponder, could it be that this time he has opened the 9th spirit pulse? Alas, the fellow executes the opening pulse fist with such finesse. Perhaps he has even reached the 10th? Yet, time is of the essence. Noticing the discord in the atmosphere, the martial arts instructor promptly intervenes, admonishing a few individuals, and extends a comforting hand upon Yu Buer's shoulder. In the ensuing moments, the reports of the other students are unveiled one after another. 2 classmates report in, one remaining at the 10th spirit pulse, while the other successfully opens the 11th. One is visibly crestfallen, while the other beams with joy. Yu Buer's heart races as he awaits his own results, first hearing the exclamation of Wu Yang. The 11th. Old Yu, I have opened the 11th spirit pulse. Haha. With this final push, I too may have a chance to enter the martial arts academy. Overcome with emotion, Wu Yang loses his composure. And only after uttering the words does he cautiously gauge Yu Buer's reaction. Yes, I have long proclaimed that my son Wu Yang possesses the stature of a great emperor. Observing Yu Buer's response, Wu Yang finally breathes a sigh of relief. At last, Yu Buer hears his name called. Yu Buer. Oh, not bad at all. You've opened the 11th spirit pulse. Wu Yang gazes at Yu Buer in disbelief, while the latter's face radiates with a smile of relief. Suhu, who had nearly exited the room, suddenly halts, instinctively turning back, meeting Yu Buer's bright eyes. Recalling the words spoken earlier, you better have truly opened the 12th spirit pulse. The implication being, otherwise, the only advantage you possess will dissipate entirely. As Yu Buer steps out of the martial arts classroom, a staff member beside the golden-rimmed glasses gasps at the dramatically fluctuating data on the paper. Brother Ning, there's something amiss with this kid's dynamic data. The paper recording Yu Buer's dynamic data lies flat on the table, and the martial arts classroom descends into an eerie silence. Brother Ning, what on earth is happening? Indeed, after so many years of testing spirit pulses, this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. From the data, it is evident that during the practice of the opening pulse fist, Yu Buer's vitality reached an astonishing 17, which swiftly receded afterwards. This indicates that although the final vitality report suggests he has only opened the 11th spirit pulse, during the practice of the opening pulse fist, he achieved much more. A value of 17 should be characteristic of a chi refinement realm martial artist, shouldn't it? The white-coated individuals exchange incredulous glances. Ningxiu removes his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. Let us continue with our work. There are many students awaiting. Yes. The other staff members disperse, returning to their busy tasks. 5 more students enter the martial arts classroom, and Ningxiu dons his glasses again, firmly committing Yu Buer's name to memory. Old Yu, you truly surprised me. The 11th. You too have reached the 11th. Wu Yang exclaims, nearly shouting for the whole world to hear. The earlier scene in the martial arts classroom has already spread like wildfire, with videos possibly circulating through every group in the school. Furthermore, Yu Buer notices an uptick in his jealousy value. Thus, as we both sprint towards the finish line, how splendid it would be to head to the martial arts academy together. Many classmates expressed their congratulations, their gazes towards Yu Buer filled with admiration. Yu Buer, your opening pulse pill is of remarkable quality. To have consecutively opened 3 spirit pulses, astonishing. Indeed, Yu Buer, is that opening pulse pill truly not for sale? I would even take out a loan to purchase one. Suddenly, Yu Buer finds himself the best spokesperson for the opening pulse pill hanging around his neck. After all, his lack of talent is well known, yet a single opening pulse pill has propelled him to such heights. It is hard not to invoke envy. As they stroll past the playground, they spot a group of workers constructing a temporary stage, with banners and metal supports nearby. Wu Yang inquires, "Is someone coming to give a lecture today? No notice was sent. Haven't you checked the group?" The teacher mentioned something about an award ceremony this afternoon. An award ceremony? For whom? Wu Yang is taken aback, suddenly recalling that Yu Buer had mentioned something about an award ceremony during a phone call. "Old you. Don't tell me before he can finish," a loud voice interrupts. "Who else could it be but my brother Xin?" Yu Buer and Wu Yang turn to see Chung Ruxin being surrounded as he approaches. "Chung Ruxin, are you saying this award ceremony is for him?" A curious classmate inquires. "Naturally," a boy to Cheng's left exclaims, while another on his right, fearing being overshadowed, adds, "Indeed. Just last week, our young master Chung apprehended a criminal on the street and turned him over to the enforcement team." "Ah, that explains it." Chung Ruxin is impressive. Numerous classmates gather around Chung Ruxin, showering him with compliments, likely hoping to gain some familiarity through this opportunity. Outside the crowd, Wu Yang nudges Yu Buer with his shoulder. "Old you, do you think this is for real?" "What? I mean, is this award ceremony genuinely for Chung Ruxin?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps." Wu Yang squints his eyes. Suspicion etched across his features. Chung Ruxin parts the crowd, stepping before Yu Buer, twisting his neck. "Your opening pulse fist is quite commendable, I noticed." "Oh." Chung Ruxin frowns slightly, clearly displeased with Yu Buer's reaction. He sniffs dismissively, stating, "Perhaps you cannot be my match, but I must concede. You have attained the qualification to be my backdrop." Yu Buer's expression is one of indescribable complexity. Whenever faced with Chung Ruxin, he feels an urge to dig his toes into the ground. He cannot fathom the mental fortitude required to utter such words in plain view of all. It is akin to defecating in public. "Then I wish you success." After much deliberation, he manages to utter these words. Chung Ruxin, taken aback, steps forward, their gazes colliding. "Ah, very well, you have some spirit, don't leave after school." Yu Buer swears he hasn't heard that phrase since middle school. As he ruminates on how to respond, Chung Ruxin has already turned to leave, casting a nonchalant silhouette behind him. Wu Yang lowers his voice, whispering, "Oh no, old you. It seems you've entangled yourself with a troublesome character." Yu Buer, however, remains relatively unperturbed, contemplating that perhaps engaging with Chung Ruxin might yield some inspiration. After all, such an abstract individual is a rarity. Upon returning to the classroom, a multitude of gazes converge upon him. At this juncture, few students are willing to undergo spirit pulse testing, and those remaining in the classroom have long since resigned themselves to hopelessness. When they receive the news, disbelief washes over them. "Yu Buer, did you truly open the 11th spirit pulse? Is your opening pulse pill truly that powerful?" Soon, a crowd gathers around Yu Buer, bombarding him with questions and comments. Suhu's jealousy level, 90. Suhu's jealousy level, 43. Suhu's jealousy level, 65. Yu Buer suddenly turns to look at Su, who's sitting at the back of the classroom. He finds that face, filled with envy, rather endearing. "By the way, is your opening pulse fist the genuine article? Why does it always seem somewhat different?" As soon as the question was posed, the entire classroom fell into silence. They were aware of Yu Buer's proficiency in the opening meridian's fist, frequently praised by their martial arts instructor, yet it adhered merely to conventional standards. What they witnessed today, however, was evidently of a different caliber. Yu Buer smiled slightly, and an unsettling thought crept into the minds of his peers. Is there really a difference? I feel like nothing has changed. Perhaps it's just enlightenment. After reading countless volumes, one writes as if guided by a divine hand. With enough practice in the opening meridian's fist, one inevitably gains new insights. As for any specific distinctions, I haven't noticed. It might just feel more natural. A pursuit of perfection. Beside him, Wu Yang observed the bewildered expressions of their classmates and found it peculiar. Given Yu Buer's reputation, did they not anticipate such inquiries? He mused as expected. Watching the jealousy radiating from his peers, Yu Buer cast a grateful glance at the male student who posed the question. By the end of the morning, news of Yu Buer successfully opening 3 meridians with a single opening meridian's pill swept across the campus. With mere minutes remaining before the end of school, a loud shout echoed from outside. Yuehong is here to request medicine." The teacher at the podium twitched his lips, glancing at the growing crowd of students in the hallway, and had no choice but to pick up his book and leave. Before departing, he cast a lingering gaze at Yu Buer, his eyes lingering on the necklace hanging around his neck. "Old you, it seems everyone outside is looking to buy your opening meridian's pill." Wu Yang nudged Yu Buer's elbow, prompting him to take notice. Yu Buer touched the opening meridian's pill around his neck, surveyed the bustling scene outside, and suddenly hatched a mischievous plan, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Hee hee. Chapter 12. The school belle declares her sovereignty. I know all of you are here for my opening Meridian's pill, he declared, unabashedly acknowledging their intentions. I must concede. You all possess discerning taste. My opening Meridian's pill is indeed a treasure among treasures. I trust you are all aware of my recent Meridian examination results. Standing at the classroom door, Yubuer addressed the throng of students in the corridor with a voice that resonated powerfully, ensuring his words reached every ear. As he spoke, the crowd remained silent, hanging on his every word, eager for the pivotal information. This afternoon, after school, I shall present an opening Meridian's pill and host a small auction in the classroom. Do not be late. The students erupted in a frenzy. What do you mean? Are we to bid? And just for one? Who do you think you are? Are you toying with us? Laughter and disbelief filled the air. Yubuer, have you lost your mind over money? Scattered. I refuse to be treated like a fool. A student with thick eyebrows and large eyes shouted, Zhao Hong, I'm leaving. You can play your games here. Li Ran, wait for me. I'm leaving too. I want to be made a monkey of. The crowd that had originally blocked the classroom door dispersed rapidly. Wu Yang cast a worried glance at Yubuer, about to speak when a derisive laugh interrupted. Yubuer, you thought you could pull this off, didn't you? Wu Yang turned to the speaker, Su Hu, feeling a surge of annoyance. Su Hu, if you're so bored, go hide in the greenery and jump out to scare a passing truck, would you? Su Hu shrugged. We're all classmates. I'm just offering a friendly reminder. One must take oneself seriously, but not too seriously. Yubuer maintained an air of indifference, yet inwardly contemplated how many would attend the auction after school. Surely, the news would spread swiftly. If the opening Meridian's pill could fetch a handsome price, how much jealousy would that earn him? The mere thought filled him with excitement. Of course, the real highlight awaited at the afternoon awards ceremony. During lunch in the cafeteria, he exchanged a few words with Wu Yang. As they dined, Wu Yang chuckled. Old you, you've become quite the figure of prominence at school. Yubuer surveyed the gazes directed at him, letting out a sigh. I wish to remain low-key, but circumstances do not permit. Although he feigned nonchalance, Wu Yang sensed something amiss. Their rapport was strong, and he knew Yubuer was never one for ostentation. Recent events had indeed been rather peculiar. Old you, do you remember who wrote me a love letter in our freshman year? Wu Yang suddenly lowered his voice. Yubuer gaped momentarily. Are you out of your mind? Who would write you a love letter? Wu Yang exhaled in relief. So you haven't been possessed. Just as they were eating, a box of strawberry-flavored yogurt was placed before him by a petite girl with a doll-like face. Yubuer looked up to meet the girl's sweet smile, her hands clasped behind her back, slightly leaning forward, her dimples adding a touch of charm to her youthful demeanor. Hello, senior. I'm Song Ziyu, a sophomore. May I befriend you? Wu Yang remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Initially perplexed, Yubuer suddenly realized that this Song Ziyu girl's eyes were occasionally darting toward the opening Meridian's pill around his neck. Just as he was about to respond, the yogurt was snatched away by the unexpectedly appearing Luo Feishuan. She effortlessly pierced the straw into the yogurt, her glossy lips pursing around it until she heard the satisfying slurp, then wiped the milk foam from her mouth, her amber-like eyes fixed on Song Ziyu. She gently shook the yogurt container near her ear before tossing it into the nearby trash bin, speaking softly, Classmate, if you haven't had your fill, go get another serving instead of staring at what's on someone else's plate. Her tone carried a hint of dominance. Song Ziyu's expression momentarily froze. Catching the veiled message, she awkwardly smiled and quickly turned to leave. Wu Yang hastily got up, carrying his tray to a neighboring table. Luo Feishuan's arrival captured many gazes. Is Luo the school belle staking her claim? Did I just hear something? Are the two girls competing for a man? That Song Ziyu isn't too shabby either. Yubuer is truly incorrigible. Observing the jealousy radiating from his classmates, Yubuer felt that fortune had come upon him rather abruptly. He glanced at Luo Feishuan, feeling a mix of gratitude and curiosity. Why are you looking at me like that? Luo Feishuan softly inquired. Is it because I've disrupted your little romance? Yubuer shook his head. Luo, it seems the time for that day has long passed, hasn't it? Luo Feishuan's expression shifted slightly as she furrowed her brow, suddenly extending a finger to press against Yubuer's Adam's apple. Leaning closer, Yubuer instinctively leaned back, tension coursing through him as he swallowed nervously, feeling the gentle friction between his throat and her fingertip. Man, you were the one who provoked me first. Yubuer, where on earth did this girl learn such nonsense? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Luo Feishuan retracted her hand and sat upright. I heard you're hosting an auction? Yes, that is true. I previously mentioned that if you wish to sell your opening Meridian's pill, you can come to me. Luo Feishuan narrowed her eyes. Do you think I wouldn't be able to meet your price? Yubuer shook his head. No, I have my reasons. As he had anticipated, Luo Feishuan did not press further, merely crossing her arms and smiling charmingly. You know, your elusive demeanor only piques my curiosity further. Yubuer averted his gaze, steadying his nerves before lifting his tray. I'm full now. I'll be returning to class. I'll join you. Luo Feishuan followed suit, and Yubuer found no reason to refuse. Even though the classmates gradually became desensitized, at this stage, As long as he stood alongside Luo Feishuan, he would still incessantly attract envy. Passing by the playground, he beheld the already prepared temporary stage, and an irrepressible smile adorned Yubi's face. Luo Feishuan, catching sight of his expression, was about to inquire further when an exasperating voice echoed from behind. Xianxian. With clenched fists, Luo Feishuan turned to see Cheng Ruxin striding towards them. Each encounter with her stirred an uncontrollable urge for confrontation. Just that morning, Yu Bui had seen Cheng Ruxin, only to be astonished at her transformed appearance. Cheng Ruxin had styled her hair in a more mature fashion and donned a sharp suit, complete with a flamboyant bow tie. Cheng Ruxin, are you the flower girl for your father's wedding today? Luo Feishuan's expression was one of incredulity. For a fleeting moment, Cheng Ruxin appeared embarrassed. Yet his emotional resilience kicked in, and he flashed a radiant smile the next second. Xianxian, I hope you can join me on stage to receive honors at this afternoon's award ceremony. Yu Bui was taken aback by Cheng Ruxin's resolute gaze and unwavering demeanor, prompting him to consider calling Wang Qi to confirm whether this award ceremony was indeed meant for him. Chapter 13. Is the honoree him? After extending the invitation, Cheng Ruxin adjusted his bow tie, his fervent gaze fixed on Luo Feishuan. The latter, tugging at Yu Bui, hastily circumvented the scene, hurrying away. Quickly, let's distance ourselves from the filth. Cheng Ruxin, in a state of urgency, chased after them. Xianxian, do you agree? Get lost. Luo Feishuan blurted out before immediately regretting her words, instinctively glancing at Yu Bui's expression. He merely stifled a laugh, his face contorting amusingly. Cheng Ruxin, stunned by the rejection, found a tumult of emotions surging within him. His eyes reddened as he gazed at Luo Feishuan and Yu Bui's retreating figures, suddenly shouting, Luo Feishuan, do you think you are rejecting the love of a deity? Luo Feishuan quickened her pace. Cheng Ruxin may have been free to act foolishly in public, but she could never stand idly by. Once they entered the school building, Luo Feishuan couldn't help but voice her disdain. I truly don't understand why we need such a grand award ceremony for something so trivial. Yu Bui pondered. Do you not think such award ceremonies are rather pretentious? Yu Bui found it difficult to assess. By the way, I'll also be attending the auction after school this afternoon. After all, whether you auction off the pulse elixir, it's still selling, right? Luo Feishuan blinked playfully. Yu Bui, of course, would not decline. His motive for hosting the auction was not profit, but rather the accumulation of envy points. Luo Feishuan's participation would undoubtedly enhance the event. The first class in the afternoon involved the teacher leading the students to the playground for the award ceremony, even though they were merely spectators of others' ostentation. The absence of lessons kept their spirits high. The playground was bustling with crowds, and from a distance, one could see Cheng Ruxin surrounded by layers of admirers. Cheng, you are simply amazing. Today's award ceremony is so grand. Even the principal is personally hosting it. Cheng, could you spare some time to guide me? Cheng Ruxin smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude, exhibiting a sense of pride. Oh, honestly, there's no need for such fanfare. It's merely a trivial matter. Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility. Cheng, you are too humble. Indeed, this is not something just anyone can achieve. Wu Yang observed the scene, rolling his eyes. What a show-off. One would think he saved the galaxy. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Yu Bui. Earlier, I heard you mention the award ceremony. Do you know what's going on? Previously clear, Yu Bui now felt a bit hazy. He was unsure how to explain. Could it be that Cheng Ruxin's confidence had inadvertently undermined his own? Yu Bui, no matter how you look at it, you can never become Cheng Ruxin. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals is just that vast. Following the voice, Yu Bui saw Suhu gazing at him with a sardonic smile. What are you doing here? He blurted out. Suhu raised an eyebrow. Where else would I be? I thought you were hiding in the greenery. Suhu's expression darkened. All right. Let us stick to the drama, shall we? Wu Yang chimed in with sarcasm. Even if the award ceremony is for Cheng Ruxin, what does it matter to you? Are you playing the role of the second male lead here? Suhu shook his head. I merely wish to inform you, Yu Bui, that Cheng Ruxin and Luo Feishuan inhabit a world of their own. What does not belong to you cannot be retained. It is better to prepare early than to end up in tears later. Yu Bui blinked. You are jealous of me. Nonsense. I'm merely offering a friendly warning. Yu Bui raised his head, observing the jealousy points 99 floating above Suhu's head, momentarily at a loss for words. In this grand pursuit of harvesting envy points, Suhu had indeed become one of his staunch allies. At that moment, the sound system emitted a jarring electric buzz, drawing everyone's attention to the temporary stage. The silver-haired principal stood behind the podium, clearing his throat and delivering a brief opening address. Now, let us warmly welcome Mr. Wang Qi from the Night Watch of Yuqing. He led the applause. The crowd below fell into a momentary silence before erupting into a cacophony of discussions. The Night Watch? Shouldn't that be the enforcement team? The Night Watch has come to our school. Aren't they only responsible for slaying demons? Many eyes turned towards Cheng Ruxin. His classmates beside him could hardly contain their curiosity. Cheng, why is the Night Watch here? Cheng Xiao, did you capture a shape-shifting demon? That can't be true. Cheng Ruxin's lips twitched. Shape-shifting demons? With my current strength, if I encountered one, I'd die 100 times in a minute. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that the criminal he had subdued that day had appeared weak and feeble. Wang Chi searched the crowd for Yubui, his gaze scanning the sea of school uniforms as if playing a game of Find the Difference. There's one in a suit with a bow tie, hair looking like a dog licked it, quite eye-catching, but alas, not Yubui. That kid looks like a fool standing there. Hello, students. I am Wang Chi from the 3rd Division of the Night Watch of Yuching. Today, I come to express our gratitude to your classmate Yubui, who assisted us last night in slaying a dual-pattern demon beast that infiltrated Yuching. Before he could finish his words, the crowd erupted in chaos. Yubui? It's actually Yubui? Wait, a dual-pattern demon beast? That corresponds to the level of a chi-refining martial artist, right? Yubui actually helped the Night Watch slay a dual-pattern demon beast? Am I going crazy? Or is the world mad? Meanwhile, the students of Class 3, Grade 1 were beside themselves with excitement. Yubui, is it really you? Old you. Is what he said true? Did you kill a dual-pattern demon beast? Suhu's eyes widened, his face pale, lips trembling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chung Ruxin looked equally distraught. His mouth agape, breathing heavily as he suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd to locate Yubui. How could it be? How could he possibly slay a dual-pattern demon beast? No, it cannot be him. As Chung Ruxin's ears were filled with the ethereal strains of background music, she hesitated to open her eyes, hoping that this was merely a figment of her imagination. When Yubui navigated through the crowd and ascended the makeshift stage to accept the banner and certificate from Wang Chi, the students of Yuching No. 1 high school came to the startling realization that this was neither a mirage nor auditory hallucination. Luo Feishuan, who had been hiding in the teaching building, had no intention of participating in the award ceremony, fearing the embarrassment of being seen by Chung Ruxin as she spun around. However, upon hearing Yubui's name, she jolted awake from her stupor and hurriedly made her way to the corridor, looking down from above at that familiar figure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yubui, just how many surprises do you have in store for me? I wish I could strip you bare to examine you in detail, she mused to herself, a smile curving at the corners of her lips. Chapter 14. Yubui's Absurd Request. In light of Yubui's valiant actions, which averted a potentially graver incident, the Night Watchers would bestow a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Nonetheless, I must remind all students to swiftly evade any beastly creatures and promptly inform the Night Watchers. While recognition is warranted, Wang Chi genuinely feared that someone might imitate such reckless behavior. Standing on the stage, Yubui beamed with delight as he observed the rising levels of jealousy among his peers, his grin nearly splitting his face. This was a moment of soaring triumph. Although he had shamelessly maneuvered to attain this award ceremony, witnessing the dizzying spiral of high values made every effort feel worthwhile. Hey, you, it's just 50,000 yuan. Is it really necessary to smile so broadly? Wang Chi whispered. Snapped back to reality, Yubui suppressed his grin and proceeded with the ceremony. Suddenly, Wang Chi noticed something. His gaze fixated on Yubui's neck. They appear to be chi-opening pills. Based on his understanding, Yubui was an orphan, having lost both parents, and his family bore no riches. Consequently, he had sought to secure as much of the prize as possible. The award ceremony's duration was matched only by the relentless clamor of the crowd, which remained in a state of chaos. Furthermore, discussions about this event permeated all groups at Yuching No. 1 High School, a phenomenon that would linger for quite some time. Once the ceremony concluded, Wang Chi did not rush off but engaged in polite conversation with the principal before seeking out Yubui, who was surrounded by an eager throng of classmates. The news of Yubui aiding the Night Watchers in slaying the dual-patterned beast was nothing short of explosive. Everyone was eager to delve into the intricate details. Shall we find a place to chat? Wang Chi approached, prompting the surrounding students to momentarily disperse. Yubui exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Feeling a weight lift, he then turned to Wu Yang, saying, "You should head back now. I'll take Brother Chi for a stroll around campus." It was evident that Wang Chi had more to discuss with him. All right. Wu Yang nodded with a smile, waving at Wang Chi in a courteous farewell. Wang Chi suddenly interjected, "You are Wu Yang?" "Ah, yes. Do you know me?" Wu Yang stammered, bewildered. As if you're worthy." Wu Yang stood dumbfounded, scratching his head as he watched Wang Chi walk away. "Is this person unwell? Did I offend him?" After walking a short distance with Yubui, Wang Chi spoke again. "Stay away from that chubby kid. He is not someone to mess with." Yubui felt a twinge of guilt, fully aware of the underlying dynamics. Silently apologizing to Wu Yang, the scapegoat, Wang Chi surveyed the surroundings, promptly voicing his foremost concern. He pointed at Yubui's neck. "Where did you acquire so many chi-opening pills?" Yubui slapped his forehead, initially startled, but quickly regained composure, grinning widely. "I found them." Wang Chi had considered numerous answers, but was taken aback by the flippancy of Yubui's response. "If you don't wish to disclose, at least provide a better rationale. Am I truly so unworthy of your effort? Well, what if I told you I found them? You might go hunting for them yourself." Yubui replied earnestly. Wang Chi stared at Yubui's innocent expression, which only served to amuse him further. "Fine, if you don't want to share, then it's your choice." Wang Qi adopted a serious demeanor again, adding, "But you should keep these safe. Each Qi opening pill holds considerable value and could attract unwanted attention." Yu Buer immediately put on a compliant face, dutifully removing the string of pills from around his neck and casually pocketing them. "You're truly wasting good resources," Wang Qi remarked, his expression one of exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Buer reached into his pocket, pulled out a single pill, gritted his teeth, and, suppressing his heartache, offered it to Wang Qi. "Here, Brother Qi, if you like it, I'll give you one." He wasn't being magnanimous out of sheer wealth. Rather, he felt genuine gratitude towards Wang Qi for facilitating this award ceremony, which had garnered him immense levels of jealousy. Wang Qi glanced at him, absorbing the entirety of his expression before chuckling and waving his hand dismissively. "No need. What use do I have for this? I've had my share already." In truth, he had considered initially taking it, teasing Yu Buer before returning it. However, given the emotional volatility typical of youths at this age, compounded by Yu Buer's unique familial background and life experiences, he ultimately decided against it. "By the way, you've done me and the Night Watchers a tremendous service. Had it not been for you, the consequences could have been dire." Wang Qi shifted the topic, continuing, "Our captain mentioned that the award and the prize are trivial. Feel free to make any requests, as long as they lie within the Night Watchers' capabilities." Upon hearing this, Yu Buer's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Truly? Indeed. As long as it doesn't involve illegal activities or violate public morals." Yu Buer promptly declared, "I wish to join the demon-slaying army. Can you take me there right now?" Wang Qi nearly choked on his thoughts, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Don't be absurd. How old are you? And given your current strength, you'd only be walking into death. Moreover, the demon-slaying army and the Night Watchers are not part of the same system. I lack the authority to make such arrangements." Disappointment washed over Yu Buer, who reluctantly settled for a secondary request. "Then, please grant me direct admission to the Martial Arts Academy." Although he had already opened 11 spiritual veins, one could never be too cautious when an opportunity arose. It must be seized. "That, too, is not feasible. The Martial Arts Academy operates independently of us," Wang Qi replied with an apologetic smile. "Additionally, their assessments have always been fair and transparent. Even the Lord of the Night Watchers cannot interfere." Yu Buer sighed, "Brother Qi, the capabilities of our Night Watchers are quite limited, aren't they?" "Well, not exactly. Cough. What I mean is, our capabilities seem rather constrained." Wang Qi blushed. Having spoken his mind, Yu Buer's retort left Wang Qi feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Think this over carefully. Don't propose anything too outrageous." Yu Buer pondered for a moment, and suddenly an audacious idea sparked in his mind. "Brother Qi, I wish to borrow something from you." Wang Qi, relieved at the change of topic, was about to agree wholeheartedly when he recalled Yu Buer's penchant for the absurd and cautiously inquired, "What do you wish to borrow?" "The beast I killed earlier." "Has it been burned?" "Not yet." "Is the body still there?" Wang Qi's eyelids twitched, a vague realization dawning upon him, yet he found it hard to believe, asking hesitantly, "What do you intend to do?" Yu Buer grinned, "I would like to borrow a corpse of a demon beast from you. Rest assured, it's just a temporary loan, and I will return it promptly." Wang Qi felt a chill run down his spine. In all his years, he had never encountered such an abstract request. What's wrong? Is that too much to ask? Yu Buer sighed. "If it's not possible, then never mind. I have no further demands. After all, it is my responsibility." "All right, I'll agree to it." Wang Qi, recalling his previous refusals, gritted his teeth and added, "However, I must consult the captain first. Please await my message." Yu Buer narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Chapter 15. Did we not agree that no one would come? After seeing Wang Qi off, Yu Buer returned to the classroom. No sooner had he stepped inside than he was surrounded by a throng of eager classmates. Do tell us how you managed to slay the double-patterned demon beast." One exclaimed. "Indeed, your silence belies your remarkable achievements." Another chimed in. "I have always maintained that you merely did not invest excessive time in martial arts. Otherwise, he would eclipse all others." Fortunately, Yu Buer maintained a steady demeanor. Otherwise, he might have been swept away by the flattery. The female students were pressing forward, almost tumbling into his embrace. Thankfully, the teacher arrived just in time to extricate him from the throng, allowing him to return to his seat unscathed. Had he delayed further, he might have found himself pinched. As he prepared to retrieve his books, he unexpectedly discovered several letters. They were pink envelopes adorned with red hearts. Bewildered, he glanced at Wu Yang, who shielded his face with a book and whispered, "2 of those are from the girls in our class, and the other 2 are from different classes." Wu Yang's jealousy level, 70. Yu Buer smirked, tucking the love letters into his book. "Ah, had I known, I would have gone to slay demon beasts as well." Wu Yang sighed. "Perhaps one day I too shall receive a love letter. One shouldn't say such things. After all, I have received them in the past," Yu Buer replied. Wu Yang's jealousy level, 88. Wu Yang, I actually envy you. These love letters perplex me. Wu Yang's jealousy level, 99. Wu Yang, do you think that if Flower Luo finds out, she might feel jealous? Shut up. You wish. Wu Yang shot back vehemently. Yu Buer chuckled even more heartily. In class, The teacher praised Yu Buer once more before commencing the lesson. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the last period, Wu Yang began packing his belongings and was surprised to find Yu Buer still seated. Old you, aren't you leaving? Although Yu Buer excelled academically, he was usually quick to depart after class. I have matters to attend to. Wu Yang slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. You have an auction to attend. He glanced toward the doorway, noting no one had yet arrived, and felt a twinge of concern. Su passed by, also eyeing the entrance, and chuckled. Yu Buer, don't wait around. Just keep that useless opening meridian pill for yourself. Who would want to be your dog? Right. Hurry home. They already stated they wouldn't come. Ha. Thinking a few opening meridian pills would make the world revolve around you. Tiger. Should we stay and watch the spectacle? Suhu was in agreement. Wu Yang looked at them, puzzled. Don't you find it tiresome to jump around like that every day? What business is it of yours? They retorted. Wu Yang scoffed. Just wait until old you turns you three into demon beasts. Then you'll behave. Suhu fell silent, while his companion was taken aback. You can't do that. It's illegal. Wu Yang rolled his eyes. Just look at how inept and playful you are. Yet, it was evident that Yu Buer had already cultivated a commanding presence. Don't crowd. I arrived first. Damn it. Lu Lao Mao is dragging this out. Otherwise, I'd have been here sooner. Thank goodness. The auction hasn't started yet, right? Hearing the commotion outside, Wu Yang abruptly turned around, only to find the corridor jam-packed with people. Is he really coming? He wondered incredulously. Su Hu and the others also looked confused. Wait, didn't they say they wouldn't come? More and more individuals streamed into the classroom, and the throng in the corridor grew denser, a sea of black. There were even more than had gathered at noon. Get off me. You've squeezed the life out of me. I was here first. Move aside, hey? Li Ran, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Zhao Hong, how dare you criticize me? Didn't we agree not to let you Buer toy with us? You're no different. Besides, I often tell little white lies. What of it? Wu Yang quickly retreated to sit beside Yu Buer. Old you, what is going on? These people were so adamant about not coming. Why the change? That was merely to dissuade others, Yu Buer explained. If others don't come, then the competition won't be fierce. Wu Yang understood, his anger boiling over. Fine. They're all high school students. Why do they have to be so cunning? Zhao Hong, Li Ran, and the others, having finally squeezed into the classroom, looked dismayed at the current state of affairs. Have people gone mad? We clearly agreed not to let Yu Buer exploit us, yet here they are. What about dignity? What about principles? Yu Buer, let us get started quickly. I need to return home to care for my grandmother. Li Ran shouted. Yes. My dad is at home birthing my grandfather. I'm in a hurry too. Zhao Hong chimed in. They were anxious, fearing that with an increasing number of attendees, acquiring the opening meridian pill would become even more challenging. Su Hu's jealousy surged as he roared at them. Are you all insane? It's just an opening meridian pill. Is it really worth this commotion? Knowing how desperate Yu Buer is to make money, why are you encouraging him? Li Ran shot him a glance. Mind your own business. Right, just hurry along. Zhao Hong retorted. If Yu Buer's talent can be leveraged to break through 3 spirit meridians with just 1 opening meridian pill, that's extraordinary. Indeed, taking Yu Buer's opening meridian pill could even enable one to slay a double-patterned demon beast. And more. I've heard that consuming Yu Buer's opening meridian pill can enhance one's charm, and even the school beauty will take notice. Yu Buer, I've heard your opening meridian pill can prolong life. Is that true? I have heard that as well. They say it even has the power to bring the dead back to life. The fervor of their discussions escalated, prompting Yu Buer to intervene. Dear classmates, please find a seat. He couldn't fathom how, within a single afternoon, his opening meridian pill had been transformed into a miraculous elixir of life. Classmates, let me clarify. My opening meridian pill, while perhaps of decent quality, absolutely does not possess any life-restoring properties. This is merely hearsay. Wu Yang quickly pulled Yu Buer aside and whispered. Old you, what are you doing? Why are you explaining? The more absurdly they speak, the more you will earn. Yu Buer shook his head. Marketing strategies are one thing, but false advertising is another. Even though I have already attempted to clarify the situation online, the crowd continues to swell. Many of my classmates have not left, wishing to witness the spectacle. Consequently, few seats were vacated, and newcomers were left standing at the back of the classroom, with the aisles crowded as well. If this continued, they would truly need to sell tickets. Old you, you're about to strike it rich. Wu Yang joked. Yu Buer shook his head, observing that many present were merely spectators, with few possessing the genuine ability to participate in the auction. Wu Yang nodded in agreement. Suddenly his eyes brightened as he patted Yu Buer on the shoulder. Leave this to me, he declared, striding confidently to the podium. He tapped the table to garner attention, and, once silence enveloped the room, cleared his throat. Classmates, in order to participate in this auction, a verification of funds is required. As you can see, the turnout today is considerable, and I understand many are here simply for the spectacle, which may disrupt the auction process. I ask for your cooperation. Upon concluding his remarks, several individuals awkwardly exited the room, while others protested loudly. Why do you have to kick me out? This classroom isn't your private domain. The voice belonged to Su Hu. Chapter 16. Luo Feishuan has come to bid. Su Hu, already discontent with Yubuer, seized the opportunity to stir trouble. Yet suddenly, several piercing gazes fixed upon him. A student seated at the front scoffed, picking up a pen and lightly tapping it. Suhu, I am aware of your animosity towards Yubuer, but today I have serious matters to attend to. It would be wise for you not to overstep your bounds. Had anyone else uttered such words, Suhu would have certainly retaliated, but the speaker was Chun Sinian, a well-known affluent student with considerable talent. Before Suhu could respond, a student to Chun Sinian's left leaned back, adopting a haughty demeanor. Suhu, if I recall correctly, your father still works at my company, yes? Do you want me to make a call and have him receive a promotion to N1? Suhu's face turned ashen, and he bit his lip in silence, retreating with his two lackeys through the back door without a backward glance. In front of so many classmates, his pride lay in tatters. Yubuer, we are not finished. His inflated ego perceived this as a grievous humiliation. At the office door, Suhu knocked on the panel. The homeroom teacher, engrossed in grading papers, looked up and smiled. Ah, Suhu, come in. Aside from the homeroom teacher, only 2 other teachers remained in the office, not yet eager to leave. Teacher, I have a report. Yubuer held an auction in the classroom after school, and many attended, making quite the ruckus. The homeroom teacher set down his pen, regarding him with confusion. But isn't school over now? You could just go home. Suhu was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the teacher's dismissive attitude. But sir, you said the classroom is a place for learning. It can't be chaotic like this. We must address it. The homeroom teacher chuckled lightly. You, of all people, are least qualified to say that. I've never seen you studying diligently in class. Suhu's expression faltered. All right, I understand. You may go back now. A weight settled in Suhu's heart as he realized the teacher had chosen to side with Yubuer. Although dissatisfied, he could only leave in anger. Acutely aware that his standing in the teacher's eyes differed vastly from that of Yubuer. Once Suhu departed, another teacher jested. Suhu and Yubuer seem to have a feud. Does he really need to report such trivial matters? Ah, the squabbles of children, the homeroom teacher responded nonchalantly. In truth, Suhu's complaint was entirely superfluous. The news of the auction had long circulated, and they were certainly aware of it. Teacher Gu, aren't you going to take a look? I heard you've been trying to find a pulse-opening pill for your son lately. A young teacher interjected. The homeroom teacher, Gu Ming, shook his head with a smile. Let us wait and see. It's not appropriate for me to interfere in student affairs. What if I bid and make others uncomfortable? Moreover, I know Yubuer's circumstances well. He should be allowed to earn more without feeling pressured. The young teacher nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. In the classroom, after Wu Yang completed the verification of funds, only a handful of students remained. The verification standard was set at 300,000, a sum not easily available to many families. I say, verification is necessary. It was too noisy before, Chun Sinian remarked, pulling out a lighter and fiddling with it. Exactly, if you lack funds, why cause a ruckus? Yubuer quickly responded, let us get started. Old Joe, didn't you just enter the chi refinement stage? What do you need a pulse-opening pill for? I'm buying it for my girlfriend, is that a problem? You're so nosy, why don't you ask Chun Sinian? Yubuer, sensing the atmosphere was favorable, retrieved a pulse-opening pill from his pocket. The very one he had intended to gift to Wang Chiahem. Yubuer, at least put it in a nicer box. A student in the front row couldn't help but criticize. Yubuer chuckled, cleared his throat, and began, 1 pulse-opening pill, starting bid at 200,000. With minimum increments of 10,000. Let the bidding commence. 210,000. Li Ran immediately called out. 250,000. The classroom fell silent for a moment as all heads turned toward Chun Sinian, who was toying with his metallic lighter. Chun Sinian, that's quite a leap in your bid, Old Joe remarked. Many had come with hopes of snagging a bargain, and no one anticipated such a sudden spike in price. Others, feeling the pressure from Chun Sinian, were reluctant to offend him. Yubuer naturally welcomed the competition's intensity. Regardless of the final price, it would be talked about. And the higher the price, the greater the envy he would garner. The crisp sound of metal pierced the silence as Chun Sinian flipped open the lighter, his thumb striking the wheel, igniting a flickering flame. Yubuer, shall we conclude this? Yubuer felt somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome. While 500,000 was no small sum, it fell short of his expectations. Yet, once the bidding commenced, there was no turning back. The auction was his to conduct. And it was Chun Sinian's skill to deter others from bidding higher. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. Yubuer acknowledged that he had deliberately slowed his speech, yet this was within the bounds of the rules. From his vantage point on the podium, he could see hesitation etched on many faces. 500,000 going thrice. 600,000. Yubuer initially felt a thrill of joy, only to recognize that the voice was achingly familiar. Turning, he beheld Luo Feishuan, clad in an elegant black dress, her heels clicking against the floor as she entered. She wore a cream-colored blazer over her dress, her hairstyle significantly altered, and her makeup subtle yet enhancing, as if she had just returned from an important event. Apologies for being a bit late. I had some matters to attend to this afternoon. She winked at Yubuer before taking a seat in the front row. What brings you here? He asked instinctively. I told you I would come. Luo Feishuan leaned on the desk, resting her chin on her hands. Her bright eyes fixed on Yubuer. Yu Buer's emotions were a tumultuous blend. He desired to auction the pulse-opening pill for a high price. Yet he was reluctant for it to be sold to Luo Feishuan. While their relationship didn't seem overly complicated, her presence disrupted the previous stalemate. Chen Xingyan's gaze remained fixed on Luo Feishuan's back as he tightened his grip on the lighter. What is the meaning of this, you two? Are you trying to set us up? Luo Feishuan glanced back at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Young Master Chen, that is how auctions work. The highest bidder wins. Is there a problem? Oh, as if we don't know about your relationship with Yu Buer. Do you really think I would shamelessly take advantage of him and have him give it to me outright? Chen Xin fell silent. 600,000 for a single bid. 70,000. Chen Xin raised his hand once more. The others exchanged glances, as if at that moment, this auction no longer concerned them. 80,000. Luo Feishuan displayed no hesitation. Chen Xin's lips twitched. Luo Feishuan, is this amusing to you? Ignoring him entirely, Luo Feishuan merely fixed her gaze upon Yu Buer. Chen Xin suddenly felt a surge of anger, as if he had unwittingly become a pawn in their little game. 90,000. He slammed the lighter in his hand onto the table, his eyes reddening. Had it not been for Luo Feishuan, he could have secured this spirit-opening pill for 500,000. Just as Luo Feishuan was about to raise her hand, Yu Buer unexpectedly slammed his palm on the table. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Yu Buer spoke rapidly. Once, twice, thrice. Good. This spirit-opening pill is yours. Congratulations. Chen Xin. Chen Xin. Chapter 17. Is Luo Feishuan flirting with me? Chen Xin felt somewhat dazed. Was it truly this sudden? He wasn't prepared at all. Luo Feishuan was also taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she smiled brightly. Wu Yang, playing the role of the auctioneer, presented the spirit-opening pill before Chen Xin. He reached out to take it, momentarily unsure whether he should feel elated. All right, the auction concludes here. Everyone, return to your homes. Clutching the spirit-opening pill, Chen Xin intended to leave without a backward glance, only to be halted by Luo Feishuan's voice. Stop. Chen Xin frowned, turning back to her. Is there anything else? Say thank you. Luo Feishuan replied, nodding toward Yu Buer. Upon hearing this, Yu Buer felt a jolt of surprise. This was too much. What he didn't expect was that Chen Xin would actually turn his face to look at him, his lips moving to utter two words. Thank you. Having said that, without waiting for Yu Buer's response, he quickened his pace to leave. Yet, the others remained seated. Yu Buer, you have so many spirit-opening pills. Why not auction off another? Indeed, we came all this way. After waiting so long, don't let us leave empty-handed. Yu Buer waved his hand dismissively. No? We agreed on one, and one it shall be. I cannot deceive my patrons. They would gladly welcome being deceived just this once. How about this? If I decide to auction again next time, I will inform you all in advance. Yu Buer pointed at Wu Yang. You may add my assistant as contact information. Wu Yang. Taking advantage of the crowd surrounding Wu Yang, Yu Buer hastily made his exit. Upon reaching the classroom door, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Luo Feishuan. Aren't you leaving? Luo Feishuan stood up, extending her hand toward him with a faint smile. Man, hold my hand. Yu Buer had no choice but to step back, grasping Luo Feishuan's small hand, and they walked out of the classroom together. He occasionally glanced back at the girl behind him, feeling a sense of confusion. Once outside the teaching building, he quickly released her hand. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Feishuan beat him to it. Why didn't you let me continue bidding? First, you don't need the spirit-opening pill. Secondly, at 90,000, who would buy it but a fool? Lastly, if you truly need it, I can sell it to you for 60,000 next time. Oh. Luo Feishuan took 2 steps closer to Yu Buer, her clear eyes fixed intently on him. His gaze flickered, as if under pressure. Look me in the eye, man. Luo Feishuan gently urged. So, are you reluctant to let me spend more money? You wouldn't let me bid up to 100,000. Yet you're willing to sell it to me for 60,000. Do I hold a value of 40,000 in your eyes? Luo Feishuan continued. Her voice was melodious, akin to the gentle rush of a stream cascading over stones, clear and lingering. Yu Buer felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Was it just his imagination? It seemed as though Luo Feishuan was indeed flirting with him. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, distancing himself from her. It's getting late, Luo classmate. I must hurry home. Shall we not have a meal together? No, I'm in a hurry. Yu Buer felt a strong urge to return home swiftly, draw the curtains, activate the system, and check how much jealousy value he had accumulated, then lavishly spend it. Watching Yu Buer hastily depart, Luo Feishuan took out her phone, opened the front camera, and scrutinized her face. Am I really that unappealing? Man, are you playing hard to get? At that moment, a phone notification appeared on her screen, and upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression turned icy. As soon as she answered, a middle-aged man's furious voice erupted from the other end. Luo Feishuan. Who allowed you to leave early? Do you have no sense of decorum? Oh, what does "oh" mean? Luo Feishuan glanced in the direction Yu Buer had taken. Indifferent, it means nothing. It's just that I have something more pressing to attend to. With that, she hung up the call. Yu Buer rushed home at top speed, locking the door behind him and drawing the curtains, as if preparing to engage in something illicit. To calm his nerves, he pretended to slow down, even brewing a cup of tea in the kitchen. Once seated back on the sofa, he took several deep breaths. Though his heart raced with anticipation, he feigned a nonchalant demeanor, as if that might improve his fortune. His heart raced, and his hands trembled, akin to a child eager to unwrap a birthday gift. When the system panel materialized in his view, and he saw current jealousy value, 41,800, Yu Buer's fist swung through the air with vigor. During school, he had held back from looking, all for the immersive experience of this moment. From the morning's spirit vein test to the afternoon's award ceremony, each event had become a means for Yu Buer to feverishly amass jealousy value. Raising his teacup, he took a sip of the bitter tea, but failed to suppress a smile, causing the tea to spill down the sides of his mouth. With his newfound wealth, he promptly infused 10,000 of his jealousy value into the spirit opening fist. After elevating the spirit opening fist to mastery, his strength saw a significant enhancement. The results almost instantaneous. The jealousy value collected by the system could either be infused into martial arts or used for a lottery. But the probability of drawing a spirit opening pill seemed to be 100%. He truly had no need for so many spirit opening pills. Utilizing the spirit opening fist to swiftly open all 12 spirit veins was of utmost priority. After infusing 10,000 jealousy value, his understanding of the spirit opening fist became increasingly clear, yet the martial arts level remained at mastery. After sitting quietly for a moment to gather his thoughts, he gritted his teeth and infused another 10,000 jealousy value. It appeared that only by elevating the spirit opening fist to the next level would he trigger a qualitative change. However, with this additional 10,000 jealousy value, it still remained at mastery. Rubbing his temples, Yu Buer felt a pang of melancholy. He realized that the higher the level, the more jealousy value was required to infuse martial arts. After continuous infusions, he ultimately expended 35,000 jealousy value, and finally, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. Relentless and unstoppable, a golden light flickered across the system panel, and the suffix of spirit opening fist ascended from mastery to peak mastery. A torrent of information flooded his mind, causing Yu Buer's temples to throb violently. He closed his eyes, reclining on the sofa, emptying his mind and allowing his brain to piece together fragmented information. This process lingered for quite some time. He furrowed his brow, his complexion flushed, and his breath quickened, as if he had just rewarded himself. Upon reopening his eyes, his gaze exuded a newfound confidence. Indeed, having ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, his understanding of the open meridian fist had reached an entirely new echelon. It felt as though he had unlocked the gateway to a new world. He was eager to rush to the park, seeking a tranquil corner to practice the open meridian fist. Glancing at the remaining envy points on the system panel, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to draw a prize first. During his initial lottery attempt, he felt a thrill of excitement. But now, he merely observed calmly as a series of open meridian pills materialized upon the table. The giant wheel spun with a delightful creak, a mesmerizing sight indeed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yu Buer, resting his chin on his hand, yawned, his heart devoid of any tumult. If he were to express joy, it would be that his string of luck was not strangling him. 5, 6, wait. The previously drowsy Yu Buer suddenly jolted upright, his breath hastening as he fixated on the wheel at the center of his view. Astonishingly, the pointer on the wheel bypassed the open meridian pills and landed in the weapon zone. Chapter 18, Short Blade, Exterminate Evil. What the heck? A bug? The consecutive open meridian pills had left Yu Buer feeling quite self-conscious. When he drew something else, his immediate reaction was to suspect a malfunction in the system. The system panel before him flickered like a low-quality marquee on a decrepit machine from years past, a kaleidoscope of colors flashing. Yu Buer's heart raced as he beheld a short blade materializing on the panel. Short blade, exterminate evil. Crafting material, sheen. Durability, 100. Length, 20 centimeters. Width, 3 centimeters. Weight, 6 kilograms. Yu Buer extended his hand and grasped the short blade from the coffee table. The blade was sheathed in a layer of leather, its origin unknown. Yet it felt remarkably resilient, certainly not synthetic. It was surprisingly heavy, the short blade weighing a hefty 12 pounds. The blade was straight, with a 1-to-1 ratio between the edge and the handle, making it exceedingly comfortable to wield. The handle featured a diamond pattern to enhance grip, ensuring that it would not easily slip from his grasp in the heat of battle. As he unfastened the lock on the sheath, the blade gleamed with a distinct azure hue under the light, adorned with scales reminiscent of a dragon, while its center bore a shallow groove. Most exhilarating for Yu Buer was the fact that this was indeed a blade forged from sheen. After the emergence of malevolent entities, humanity had endured a prolonged phase of defensive struggle, with living areas continually compressed. After all, conventional weapons at the time were incapable of inflicting harm upon them. Historical records indicated that initially, humans resorted to firearms against the beasts. However, bullets striking the creatures were akin to sinking into a quagmire, being swallowed by their forms. Humanity even attempted the use of nuclear weapons, which not only failed to yield casualties among the creatures, but instead caused some to undergo secondary evolution due to the radioactive materials. Subsequently, the advent of martial artists provided humanity with a glimmer of hope. The post-cataclysm world ushered in new opportunities as humanity, pride opened the door to martial arts, cultivating energy within themselves. As this energy coursed through their limbs and bones, they could inflict damage upon the demons with their fists and feet. Wave after wave of pioneering martial artists forged barriers with their flesh and blood, engaging in a protracted tug-of-war with the fiends. Through countless trials and a stroke of serendipity, humanity discovered that weapons forged from the fusion of rhenium and demonic blood could inflict significantly greater harm upon these entities. This novel element was dubbed Sheen, representing both the essence of sacrifice and the flame of tradition. However, both rhenium and demonic blood were exceedingly rare. Even the demon-slaying army's Xinxia blade only utilized Sheen for its edge. Thanks to the emergence of the Sheen element, the Great Xia finally managed to repel the demonic beings beyond the Great Wall. Though the short blade was somewhat diminutive, even the handle was crafted from Sheen. Yu Buer gripped the short blade tightly, his heart brimming with elation. In truth, the short blade was perfect for him. It could be secured to his arm with a strap for easy transport. He certainly couldn't carry a full-sized sword to school, could he? Although he had yet to join the demon-slaying army, possessing a blade of Sheen felt like half a dream realized. With excitement coursing through him, he promptly set off for the park. He felt like a spirited child eager to test out a newly acquired toy gun. In a corner of the park, Yu Buer wandered about. He peered left and right, quickly identifying a target. Ensuring no one was around, he retrieved the Exterminate Evil short blade from his left sleeve. The azure blade glided effortlessly across a crooked sapling. Without exerting any force, the sapling, thick as a bowl, was cleaved with a 3-centimeter deep gash. He widened his eyes, inspecting the blade closely. It truly was as effortless as slicing through mud. Just then, he spotted a rusted iron box nearby. The corroded tin, under the keen edge of Exterminate Evil, was as fragile as a piece of paper, easily sliced open. Yu Buer leaped with excitement, nearly bursting to find a demon beast to practice on. Once he calmed down, he carefully sheathed Exterminate Evil, temporarily securing it to his calf to avoid hindering his practice. Having elevated the open meridian fist to the pinnacle of mastery, his movements were not only smooth and fluid, but he could also distinctly sense the flow of energy within him, enabling him to control force, energy, and breath with remarkable precision. Furthermore, upon entering this wondrous state, his perceptual abilities seemed to heighten. As his rhythm quickened, the energy within him surged, and his vitality began to boil. An invisible current of energy formed around him, akin to rolling waves, resonating with the energy within. A plethora of fallen leaves swirled into the air, as if imbued with life, dancing around Yu Buer. In the distance, within a pavilion, Ningxiu removed his glasses, blowing dust off the lenses before replacing them, casting a glance at the man in the trench coat seated nearby. This kid's open meridian fist seems to have undergone a new transformation. The trench coat man, with his slender fingers holding a lit black cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke that bore a faint hint of chocolate. Remarkable. In such a short span, he has achieved such significant advancement. Isn't curious how an ordinary open meridian fist can reach such heights? Shinja? Ningxiu remarked, his curiosity piqued. Ningxiu, your penchant for probing into the depths is quite irksome, the trench coat man replied, extinguishing his cigarette on the ground and brushing off the ash from his clothing. Everyone harbors their own secrets. You are no exception. Why delve so deeply? Ningxiu frowned. Aren't you concerned that the secrets he harbors may be linked to malevolence? As the old saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be a demon involved. My curiosity compels me to uncover what Yu Buer is truly concealing. Not at all, Shinja chuckled, gazing in Yu Buer's direction, squinting his eyes. I know what he aims to accomplish. Ningxiu paused, taken aback. Have you met him? 3 years ago, I encountered him. Shinja appeared to be lost in a reverie, only to be jolted back to reality by a gust of wind. It was getting late, and he knew it was time to return home. After uttering those words, he turned on his heel and departed. Ningxiu remained unfazed, casting a smile in the direction of Yu Buhi. It seemed that my Academy of Insight would soon welcome another exceptional student. He will not attend, Shinja retorted as he exited the pavilion. Ningxiu turned to gaze at his retreating silhouette. Why not? The other offered no reply, merely waving his hand dismissively as he walked further away. A dog-esque temperament, Ningxiu muttered under his breath, before shifting his attention back to Yu Buhi, whose expression had abruptly changed. He clearly perceived that Yu Buhi, immersed in the opening pulse technique, was enveloped in a faint white glow that flickered and vanished in an instant. Had he truly opened the spiritual meridians? Previously, he had 11, and now he had broken through. Chapter 19. Opening the 12 Spiritual Meridians. Yu Buhi paused. During his practice of the opening pulse technique, he had deliberately guided the internal energy to relentlessly assault the final barrier. He had anticipated that this endeavor would take considerable time, yet he was unconcerned, for time was ample. With perseverance, one could eventually pierce through stone with water. However, he had not expected to breach the last spiritual meridian so swiftly. Surely, the residual efficacy of the opening pulse elixir contributed to this success. A satisfied smile graced his face. Today was truly a fortuitous day. Closing his eyes, he attuned to the energy within him. Once all 12 spiritual meridians were opened, a transformative change surged through his body. He could sense the abundant spiritual energy in the world, akin to a unique force, rushing toward him from all directions. Yet, curiously, when he attempted to absorb it, he found himself at a loss, unable to incorporate the spiritual energy into his being. This sensation was unsettling. Soon, clarity dawned upon him. The opening pulse technique was designed for the opening pulse realm to assist in unblocking the spiritual meridians. Now that he had successfully opened all 12, he had entered the chi refinement realm, necessitating a new martial art. It seemed he must seek out teachings pertinent to the chi refinement realm, he mused. Although opening 12 spiritual meridians granted him eligibility for the martial arts academy, he understood that formal admission required passing the academy's assessment. He resolved to enhance his strength to increase his chances during the evaluation in the future. Upon returning home, he ordered takeout. As he dined, his thoughts lingered on the martial arts of the chi refinement realm. He was aware of the academy's strict regulations prohibiting any student from disseminating the martial arts of the chi refinement realm. If discovered, expulsion would follow. Should severe consequences arise, criminal liability would also be pursued. This was not due to the academy's desire to withhold knowledge, but rather because the most critical step in chi refinement martial arts involved breathing techniques to absorb the world's spiritual energy. This step was paramount. Even with the academy's original martial arts, any misstep could inflict irreversible damage on one's meridians. In the worst-case scenario, it could utterly destroy the internal spiritual meridians, rendering one incapable of further cultivation. Therefore, it was imperative to learn chi refinement martial arts under professional guidance to prevent accidents. Suddenly, he thought of Luo Feixuan. Students like Luo Feixuan and Cheng Ruxin, who possessed extraordinary talent, had already opened their 12 spiritual meridians and would not squander their time. Given their familial backgrounds, acquiring a chi refinement martial art would not be difficult. Perhaps he could seek her guidance on the matter. Resolute, he composed a message to Luo Feixuan, hoping she would assist him in locating information on chi refinement breathing techniques, assuring her that he was willing to purchase the materials. With the previous 60,000 from Luo Feixuan, the 90,000 contributed by Chen Xinian and his parents' savings, he now boasted nearly 2 million in his bank account. A small fortune, coupled with the opening pulse elixirs, Yubu He, who had grown accustomed to frugality, could finally proclaim, "I am not short on funds." When Luo Feixuan received the message, a look of surprise crossed her face. Could it be that this fellow had truly opened all 12 spiritual meridians? How little time had passed since then? Despite the incredulity, she quickly accepted it and replied, "Should be feasible. Let us discuss in detail tomorrow." During this time, Yubuhi had brought her numerous surprises, and she was beginning to find it less astonishing. Holding her phone, she contemplated for a moment before opening WeChat to send a voice message to her friend. Yeah. Are the romantic short dramas and novels you recommended truly effective? I've studied them, yet it still feels like I lack the charm. The luxurious villa community, known as Howding, located in the affluent Fish City New District, boasts an enviable geographical position, nestled against Xian Mountain, often referred to as a natural oxygen bar. Despite the prime real estate, Howding carved out a 10-acre artificial lake. Furthermore, the community is equipped with a top-tier security system. Even the patrolling guards must possess a cultivation level of at least 7 in the chi refinement realm, not to mention the presence of skilled martial artists on site. In a city where the average property prices are not exorbitant, Villa Number 1 of Howding fetched an astounding 670 million 3 years ago. Inside Villa Number 3, decorated in a Nordic style, Luo Feixuan sat cross-legged on a rocking chair on the balcony, clad in a breezy outfit. The champagne-colored silk nightgown accentuated her delicate, fair skin. Occasionally, she glanced at her phone screen, only to set it aside in disappointment. It seemed she was only sought after when there was a matter at hand. A knock echoed at the door, and she gracefully stepped onto the soft carpet, turning the knob. "Miss, sir has returned and requests your presence downstairs," announced Aunt Zhang. The housekeeper, with a gentle voice. "Understood. I'll change my clothes," Luo Feixuan replied, regaining her usual cool demeanor, unhurried as she selected her attire. By the time she descended the stairs, 20 minutes had elapsed. In the opulently styled, spacious living room, a middle-aged man clad in a shirt and vest sat on the sofa, meticulously perusing a document. He appeared to be just over 40, with his hair impeccably groomed. Hearing the footsteps from the stairs, he removed his black-framed glasses, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back to rub his nose. "Do you have any idea how significant today's banquet is? Who permitted you to leave?" Luo Feixuan, expressionless, took a seat on the sofa beside him, calling for Aunt Zhang to bring her a cup of warm milk. The man's brow furrowed, his piercing gaze fixed on her. "Your behavior is becoming increasingly unruly. Did you not hear me speaking to you? Speak plainly. No need for circumlocution," Luo Feixuan replied, casually blowing on her nails. unperturbed even in the presence of her father. As the head of the Qin group, Chen Xiao naturally exuded an air of authority. Ordinary individuals meeting his gaze could feel an intangible pressure. Yet, Luo Feishuan was evidently unfazed. With a sigh, Chen Xiao remarked, "Your uncle Zhao was unable to locate you at the banquet, yet he expressed considerable gratitude and praise. I heard you assisted him in acquiring a high-quality opening pulse elixir?" Luo Feishuan frowned slightly, responding with a soft Your uncle Zhao mentioned that the elixir helped his youngest son successfully open all 12 spiritual meridians. Remarkable, indeed. Suddenly, Chen Xiao directed a warm smile toward Luo Feishuan. Setting her cup down, Luo Feishuan recognized that such a smile signified ulterior motives on Chen Xiao's part. Previously, your grandpa Tang made a call, hoping you could assist him once more in locating a pulse-opening pill. Chen Xiao stated succinctly that his grandson, as you are aware, lacks exceptional talent and is in urgent need of a pulse-opening pill to unblock his spiritual meridians. Luo Feishuan responded with a casual "oh," suddenly inquiring, "What is it to me?" Chen Xiao immediately furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as if enveloped in frost. Old Tang is of paramount importance to my Qin family, as he holds numerous vital distribution channels. Well, Luo Feishuan nodded. What does that concern me? Chapter 20. Has Qin Sinian returned the goods? Luo Feishuan leaned back on the sofa, unconcerned. You said it's the Qin family. My surname is Luo. Have you forgotten? Chen Xiao took a moment to compose himself. He understood Luo Feishuan's character and the nature of their interaction, so he decided to be straightforward. What are your conditions? Feel free to state them. After all, she is his daughter, and Chen Xiao had contemplated altering their father-daughter dynamic. However, in response to his overtures, Luo Feishuan always maintained the same stance. Offering warmth and concern paled in comparison to a substantial sum of money. A slight smirk emerged on Luo Feishuan's lips. Chen Xiao's willingness to utter such words indicated his desperation. This was an opportunity for her to drive a hard bargain. Give me 10% of the Chun family's shares. Are you out of your mind? Chen Xiao exclaimed angrily. You want 10% of the shares for a single pulse-opening pill? Do you have any idea how much that is? Luo Feishuan, you are attempting to extort. A young man clad in a black coat entered, his face contorted with anger. Clutching a motorcycle helmet in one hand, his hair disheveled. Chen Xiao glanced at the intruder, frowning but remaining silent. As for Luo Feishuan, she didn't even bat an eyelid. Isn't it just a pulse-opening pill? What is so difficult about it? Dad, let me handle this. I will resolve it. The young man turned to Chen Xiao confidently. Chen Xiao scoffed. Do you honestly believe that the pulse-opening pill you can procure is beyond old Tang's reach? The young man fell silent. He thought to himself that it was merely a pulse-opening pill. If he wanted a high-quality one, he could simply spend more money. Surely, what he could purchase, old Tang could not afford. Chen Xiao ignored him, turning back to Luo Feishuan. 10% is excessive. How about this? I will offer you 10 million. Luo Feishuan coldly smirked, but remained silent. Luo Feishuan, that is 10 million. What pulse-opening pill could possibly be worth 10 million? Don't be so greedy. She didn't even spare him a glance. She had never regarded this fool with any seriousness. If there was to be a confrontation, it would be with Chen Xiao. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao extended 3 fingers. 3%, it cannot be more. Luo Feishuan yawned, stood up, and began to ascend the stairs. Stop. Chen Xiao suddenly rose, shouting in anger. Luo Feishuan, with brisk steps, did not pause for a moment, stopping only after ascending a few steps. You can ponder it well. I await your response. With that, she continued her ascent. Chen Xiao sat down, his expression dark, while the young man hurriedly took a seat beside him. Dad, we cannot concede. That is 10% of the shares. What does a little girl need with so much equity? Besides, she already possesses 10% of the Chun family's shares. Shut your mouth. Chen Xiao reprimanded, feeling frustrated. Can't you at least show a bit of determination? The young man, still somewhat unwilling to accept, replied, but you have to give me a chance. Have I not given you a chance? I offered you a small company, and within 3 months, you drove it to bankruptcy. When I entrusted you with managing a chain of restaurants, you even caused food poisoning. How else can I afford you the opportunity? The young man, aware of his shortcomings, lowered his head, unable to speak. After venting, Chen Xiao softened his tone. I will give you 3 days to investigate where she obtained her pulse-opening pill. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to concede the shares to her. The young man suddenly raised his head, fists clenched, eyes sharp. Understood. After a night of brewing, the news that Yubuer's pulse-opening pill had fetched 900,000 had spread thoroughly. Upon waking in the morning, he discovered that his envy meter had soared once again. Entering the school, he could feel numerous envious, jealous, and hateful gazes directed at him. They say one fears fame as a pig fears becoming fat. However, this adage did not apply to Yubuer. He merely wished for the storm to intensify. As he stepped into the classroom and seated himself, Wu Yang made an observation. Whoa, bro, why do I feel like you have even more pulse-opening pills now? His voice was loud enough to draw many curious glances. Indeed, another classmate chimed in. Yubuer, where did you get all these pulse-opening pills? At 900,000 each, 1, 2, 3. How much is that? You could hang a few houses around your neck. Compared to the luxury brands adorning Yu Buer's neck, even Chanel, Gucci, or even Patek Philippe paled in comparison. This was the epitome of luxury. Previously, they had only known that Yu Buer possessed numerous pulse-opening pills. The auction the day before had further heightened their awareness. At 900,000 each, he could string them together like pearls. How terrifying. Listening to the envious remarks from his classmates, a smile crept across Yu Buer's lips. This was the true purpose of his auction. Of course, a hint of guilt lingered within him. The pulse-opening pill that had sold for 900,000 at the auction was primarily due to Luo Feichuan's intervention and, coincidentally, the foolishness of Chen Xinian. However, this did not imply that each pulse-opening pill he possessed was worth 900,000. In my opinion, Chen Xinian is simply a naive fool with too much money. Who knows, once people realize the truth, they might seek to return their purchases. Suddenly, Suhu in the back row spoke up. Exactly. 900,000 for a pulse-opening pill is utterly insane. Yu Buer, you better watch out. This behavior borders on fraud. The classmates' gazes all turned towards Suhu. Wu Yang sneered. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Feeling envious? You didn't lose sleep over this last night, did you? Suhu's expression shifted. Damn, has Wu Yang set up surveillance in my room? At that moment, someone shouted. Chen Xinian has truly arrived. Yu Buer instinctively raised his head toward the classroom door and indeed spotted Chen Xinian's figure. He slapped his thigh, thinking, oh no. Suhu was right. The surrounding classmates began to murmur. Did Suhu really guess right? Yu Buer is in trouble. Chen Xinian has indeed come to return the goods. Upon reflection, it was only natural. Purchasing a pulse-opening pill for 900,000, Chen Xinian might be willing, but his family would surely object. As Chen Xinian listened to the cacophony around him, he furrowed his brow, stepping into the classroom with a clear objective, his gaze unwavering from Yu Buer. Yu Buer had not expected Suhu's words to ring true. Nevertheless, he had resolved to distance himself from any responsibility. Returning goods was manageable. The most daunting prospect was that Chen Xinian had already consumed the pulse-opening pill and was now demanding a full refund. Just as he prepared to seize the initiative, Chen Xinian suddenly smiled at him as he approached. Yu Buer, I have come specifically to thank you. Huh, in truth, that pulse-opening pill was purchased for my younger brother, who is only in the 3rd year of junior high and had only opened 7 spiritual meridians. Chen Xinian's gaze was sincere as he continued. After he consumed the pulse-opening pill last night, he has already opened 10 spiritual meridians this morning. Yu Buer was somewhat taken aback, while those around him erupted in astonishment. 3 spiritual meridians opened in just one night? The opening pulse pill crafted by Yu Buer is truly remarkable. A masterpiece. Undoubtedly a top-tier product. It appears that Chen Xinian's expenditure of 900,000 was worth every penny. Yu Buer let out a sigh of relief and smiled, offering a congratulatory remark. There's no need for further thanks. After all, you expressed your gratitude yesterday. As long as you don't request a refund, it's all good, Chen Xinian replied. A hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. That's different. Today's gratitude is sincere. Yu Buer cleared his throat lightly, indicating that thanks were unnecessary, considering the substantial sum you spent. In any case, I shall remember this favor, and should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Given Chen Xinian's character, uttering such words was indeed a rarity. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Suhu, who was sweating profusely under the scrutiny, his head lowered in submission. I've heard some say that I'm a fool with too much money. Chen Xinian's voice turned icy. Chapter 21. Strolling through campus with a monster's corpse. Suhu kept his head down, avoiding direct eye contact. His eyes fixated on his book as if he had suddenly developed a passion for studying. Chen Xinian huffed disdainfully, raising his voice. I merely wish to state that Yu's opening pulse pill is worth 900,000. After saying this, he nodded at Yu Buer and turned to leave. In the span of a few sentences, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Suhu's forehead. Once Chen Xinian departed, he exhaled a long breath of relief. Wu Yang was about to throw in a few jibes when the class bell rang, signaling the teacher's entrance with a stack of books in hand. Hey, old you. Have you seen Suhu's complexion? He looks like he might faint from fright. Yu Buer chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern, though Chen Xinian's earlier words served as quite the endorsement. During class, he occasionally glanced at his phone, mentally calculating when Wang Qi would arrive. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the classroom. He looked up to see Luo Feichuan standing at the door, her sweet smile reminiscent of plum sauce. Teacher, I'm looking for Yu Buer to borrow a Chinese textbook. The teacher nodded, glancing at Yu Buer, amusement glimmering in her eyes. You may go. Yu Buer promptly stood, retrieved the textbook, and walked out of the classroom amidst the playful jeers of his classmates. Once he had left, the teacher tapped the lectern. All right, let us continue with the lesson. Yu Buer excels in his studies and has the right to indulge. Do you all? Pay attention. The envious expressions of his classmates deepened, their jealousy of Yu Buer intensifying. Now that they had reached the final review stage, Yu Buer felt no apprehension about falling behind in his studies. Strolling in the playground with Luo Feichuan, he felt no psychological pressure. I heard that Chen Xinian sought you out earlier? Yes, he expressed his gratitude. Yu Buer recounted the encounter succinctly. Luo Feishuan half-jokingly remarked, "It seems that my previous investment of 60,000 was indeed a bargain." Yu Buer quickly waved his hands. "Don't say that. You truly helped me a great deal." Suddenly, Luo Feishuan stepped back, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yu Buer felt uncomfortable under her gaze. "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I'm just curious. Have you truly entered the qi refining stage?" Yu Buer shyly nodded. "TSK." Luo Feishuan exclaimed. "Who said your talent was lacking? This gift of yours is truly exceptional." Just as she was about to discuss something serious, Yu Buer's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted to one of excitement as he quickly answered. "You've arrived at the school? You're at the gate, right? I'll be right there." After speaking, he handed the Chinese book to Luo Feishuan. "Let us continue this conversation later. I have something very important to attend to." With that, he dashed towards the school gate. Luo Feishuan watched his departing figure and glanced at the textbook in her hands, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "Am I not important?" As she walked, she flipped through Yu Buer's book, noting the neat, elegant handwriting in the margins. Indeed, his penmanship reflects his character. She smiled softly. However, her expression faltered when several pink envelopes tumbled out from the book. Staring at the red hearts on the envelopes, her smile vanished. Yu Buer hurriedly arrived at the school gate, his excitement propelling him to quicken his pace. A silver van was parked at the entrance, and Wang Qi opened the door. Waving at him, "Yu Buer, over here." Upon reaching them, he noticed Qin Qin descending from the passenger seat, her short, misty blue hair strikingly eye-catching as she wore a cropped jacket paired with loose-fitting jeans. "Brother Qi, Sister Qin." Yu Buer greeted them eagerly, asking impatiently, "Where's the monster-esque corpse? You're quite eager. Do you think I would deceive you?" Wang Qi chuckled, pulling open the rear door of the van. This vehicle resembled one intended for cargo transport, with the back cleared out entirely except for the front seats. Peering inside, Yu Buer caught sight of the monster's corpse, a radiant smile lighting up his face. "Wonderful. Thank you," he exclaimed, climbing into the van to drag the monster's corpse out. As a qi refining martial artist, lifting the 200-plus pound corpse was a trivial task. Wang Qi and Qin Qin stood dumbfounded. "I must ask, Yu Buer, what exactly do you intend to do with the monster's corpse? Just showing off?" Yu Buer grinned widely. Wang Qi and Qin Qin exchanged a glance, their astonishment evident in their eyes. As Yu Buer carried the monster's corpse several steps, he suddenly remembered something, stopping to turn around and address the two. "If you have no pressing matters, you can wait here. I'll be back shortly." Without waiting for a response, he strode purposefully towards the school entrance with the monster's corpse in tow. Wang Qi swallowed hard, muttering to himself, "Did I hear that correctly? He wants the monster's corpse just to show off?" "You heard right." Qin Qin took a deep breath, shrugging her shoulders. "I haven't encountered such a peculiar person in quite some time." The school security guard, having worked for 8 years, had never witnessed such a spectacle. He quickly stepped forward, hand resting on his waist, as if preparing for battle. "Student, what are you doing? I warn you, do not move." Yu Buer blinked innocently, remaining perfectly still. "Good sir, I am a student from class 3, year 3. Am I not allowed to enter?" "You may enter, but you are carrying a monster." "Aren't you?" The security guard exclaimed in frustration. He contemplated whether to call for backup, but then reconsidered. Although Yu Buer was carrying a monster, it was already a corpse, lifeless and devoid of threat. "Good sir, does the school have a rule against bringing a monster's corpse to school?" Yu Buer inquired earnestly. "It seems there isn't one. Then why are you stopping me?" The security guard slapped his forehead, a pained expression crossing his face. "Darn it, this is so confusing. Although there isn't such a rule, something still feels amiss." "Good sir, I'm heading in now," Yu Buer declared, sidestepping the security guard as he continued onward. The guard watched his retreating figure, uncertain whether to continue his pursuit. Suddenly, Yu Buer halted, turning back to him. "Good sir, may I ask out of curiosity, what do you have concealed at your waist? It wouldn't be a gun, would it?" "Oh." The guard straightened up, hand still resting on his waist. "It's just my protruding lumbar disc." Just then, the bell rang, and as Yu Buer approached the teaching building, he immediately became a striking spectacle. A crowd quickly gathered around him, and the onlookers multiplied. When Wu Yang and others spotted him in the corridor, they found it hard to believe their eyes. As I rushed downstairs and plunged into the crowd, my gaze fell upon the corpse of the demon beast that Yu Buer was shouldering, causing my pupils to tremble with shock. The visual impact was simply overwhelming. "Hold you, what is this?" Yu Buer lifted his head, flashing a radiant smile at Wu Yang. "It's a demon beast. The very one I dispatched earlier. I thought I'd show you all. Isn't it magnificent?" Chapter 22. Yu Buer's Deep Affection. Due to the presence of the demon-slaying army and the Night Watchers, it is exceedingly rare to encounter traces of demonic activity within the city. The moment a demon appears, the Night Watchers swiftly arrive at the scene to quash it in its infancy. It's akin to how murder cases are reported daily on television, yet the average person may never truly encounter a murderer in their lifetime. "Is this really a demon beast?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "It's my first time seeing one in reality. It looks quite fearsome. Thank goodness it's dead. Otherwise I would be quite terrified." It resembled what I had seen on television. Initially, My classmates merely gathered to observe. However, as someone led the way, they dared to inch closer. The bolder students even reached out to touch it, only to quickly retract their hands, as if anticipating it might spring back to life and bite them. Upon seeing the throng, Luo Feishuan hurried over. Before she could even glimpse the demon beast, she heard the commotion emanating from the crowd. Quickly, tell me, is it large? Yes, indeed, it's enormous. Yubuer, you're incredible. Luo Feishuan found the situation rather odd. When she finally laid her eyes on Yubuer and the demon beast's corpse, she was left speechless. Luo the schoolflower has arrived. What is the matter with her? Luo the schoolflower must wait in line. It's my turn now, hurry. I want a photo. Yubuer raised his head, beaming at Luo Feishuan, and waved. Luo, would you like a photo? $5 a shot. Just as Luo Feishuan was about to respond, another female classmate squeezed in next to Yubuer. Let me see how the photo turned out. Upon seeing the picture, her expression fell. This one doesn't look good. It captured my double chin. Delete it immediately. $5 for a photo, 50 to delete it. Observing Yubuer parading around the school with the demon beast's corpse, Luo Feishuan refrained from interrupting, merely watching from a distance. Suddenly, an irksome voice broke through the crowd. It's just the slaughter of a demon beast, not solely his accomplishment. Xian, did you see? He is just showing off. Luo Feishuan cast a glance at Cheng Ruxin, who stood behind her, feeling somewhat impatient. Does he really think everyone shares his penchant for being ostentatious? Yubuer's actions surely have their reasons. Cheng Ruxin's face flushed crimson. What I said is the truth. You simply don't understand him. Luo Feishuan chose to ignore her, wearing a gentle smile as she gazed at Yubuer. Cheng Ruxin, watching her profile, couldn't he help but think she looked exceptionally beautiful when she smiled, though he regrettably realized that the light in her eyes was not meant for him. At last, Yubuer approached them, still carrying the demon beast. Spotting the two, he greeted them with a smile, preparing to return the demon beast's corpse to the school gate. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Feishuan cheerfully inquired, what brings you to school with the demon beast's corpse? Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to show off a little, hee. Luo Feishuan's eyes sparkled with delight. You are indeed one of a kind. Cheng Ruxin, bewildered, thought. That is not what you said earlier. He turned away, dialing a number. Hello? Give me a fresh demon beast corpse, and I don't want a specimen. Deliver it quickly. Even if it's a rental, just get me one. At the tranquil pavilion behind the teaching building of Yuqing No. 1 High School, a study corridor adorned with lush greenery sprawled out, creating a serene and profound ambience. Each morning, students would gather here for early study, and by nightfall, young couples would secretly rendezvous in this secluded spot. Inside the pavilion, a gentle breeze caressed the air as Chen Xinian frowned at Luo Feishuan, who was reclining gracefully against the railing. What did you summon me for? Luo Feishuan, engrossed in her phone, didn't lift her head. I heard Xiao Sui has already opened 10 spiritual meridians. Let us get to the point, Chen Xinian replied tersely. Luo Feishuan raised her gaze to meet his. If Chun Jiliao inquires about the opening meridian pill, do not divulge anything to him, especially concerning Yubuer. Chen Xinian scoffed coldly. Have you forgotten that I am also a member of the Chen family? Why should I assist you? Luo Feishuan remained unfazed. You don't like the Chen family, do you? Chen Xinian's expression was indifferent. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find Chun Jiliao's name flashing on the screen. Giving Luo Feishuan a sidelong glance, half smirking. You truly know your brother well. Luo Feishuan frowned, remaining silent. Chun Xinian answered the call, greeted by insincere laughter. Xinian. It's me, your brother Jiliao. I heard that Xiao Sui has opened 3 spiritual meridians in succession thanks to a meridian-opening pill. Get to the point. Chen Xinian replied calmly. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before resuming with a smile. I simply wanted to ask how you acquired that meridian-opening pill. I don't wish to disclose that. He hung up abruptly, shoving the phone back into his pocket. Before departing, he paused, casting a serious glance back at Yubuer's carefree figure, shaking his head with an air of age-old wisdom. Indeed, one can love too deeply. Seeing Luo Feishuan seated in the pavilion, her soft form naturally leaning against the railing, she tilted her head slightly to gaze into the distance. The gentle breeze tousled her dark hair, a strand casually brushing against her cheek. She truly is beautiful, Yubuer murmured to himself. Suddenly, Luo Feishuan turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with clarity. As she smiled, it was as if spring had swept across the land, melting away the lingering frost. You've come. Her enchanting voice seemed to harbor a hint of youthful joy. Yubuer snapped back to reality, his face flushing as he quickly stepped into the pavilion, feeling too awkward to meet Luo Feishuan's gaze. What is the matter? What were you thinking about? Luo Feishuan asked curiously. Yubuer pondered for a moment. I think Chen Xinian might like you. Uffed. Luo Feishuan nearly lost her composure. Why do you say that? He told me to keep my distance from you, or I might attract trouble. Luo Feishuan's eyes flickered with a complex emotion as she grasped the situation. And what do you think? I'm not afraid. Yubuer settled down with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, I relish being the object of envy. Furthermore, It was he who had misconstrued my relationship with you. Is that so? Luo Feishuan's voice was soft, devoid of discernible emotion, leading me to believe you were merely feeling jealous. Yu Buer's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. All right, I was merely jesting, in truth. Chun Sinian is my cousin, Luo Feishuan elucidated. Yu Buer was taken aback. Cousin? I had never heard anyone mention that. I always assumed you were unfamiliar with one another. Moreover, shouldn't cousins share the same surname if one is a Chun and the other a Luo? I take my mother's surname, Luo Feishuan replied. Seemingly lost in thought, her once clear eyes suddenly clouded with an unshakable sorrow. Sensing her emotional shift, Yu Buer promptly redirected the conversation. By the way, Luo, could you assist me in finding martial arts suitable for cultivating qi? Luo Feishuan quickly regained her composure, smiling as she responded. You mean the martial arts for guiding qi into the body? Indeed. That is if you do not intend to enroll in the Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 23. You. How much can you offer? Yu Buer found himself somewhat bewildered by Luo Feishuan's words. What does that have to do with entering the Martial Arts Academy? Luo Feishuan elaborated. The finest qi guiding martial art is the basic qi guiding technique from the Martial Arts Academy. No other technique in the world can compare. The academy has a rule that forbids anyone who has studied other qi guiding martial arts from entering. Yu Buer was astounded. I can't believe I'm only now learning such crucial information. That is likely because your teacher is unaware of your progression into the qi refinement stage. Otherwise, they would have surely informed you. Yu Buer suddenly understood, realizing so. Students like you and Chung Ruxin, who have early on opened the 12 spiritual meridians, have not yet begun qi guiding? Precisely. Unless one does not intend to enter the Martial Arts Academy, they will not study other qi guiding techniques. However, after opening the 12 spiritual meridians, we will commence body tempering, utilizing body tempering martial arts and medicinal baths to purge impurities from within. Yu Buer nodded thoughtfully. Such complexity, no wonder a face-to-face discussion was necessary. Luo Feishuan continued. Body tempering not only strengthens one's physique, but also enhances speed, perception, and strength. If the body tempering martial arts are of high quality, it can cultivate innate qi, allowing it to flow more freely within the spiritual meridians. Yu Buer grew increasingly intrigued. Can you help me find body tempering martial arts? I wish to give it a try. Rest assured, I have a bit of money now. Luo Feishuan smiled. Perfect. In 3 days, the Tsuishing Pavilion will hold an auction. Let us go and take a look. An auction? Will it be expensive? Yu Buer hesitated. Luo Feishuan pointed to the opening pill around his neck. Even if you lack sufficient funds, you can barter. They will not refuse. Yu Buer breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling enlightened. By the way, did you seek me out for anything else? Yes, I would like to buy another opening pill. Before she could finish, Yu Buer had already plucked one from around his neck. Here. Luo Feishuan was momentarily stunned. Then her gaze seemed to soften, as if she wished to melt in his presence. As she accepted the opening pill from Yu Buer, she mused that it was no wonder that decisive and straightforward men were considered the most handsome. Yu Buer stood up. The usual arrangement. The usual arrangement? In class. The prosperity treasure. Yu Buer smiled slightly. I must trouble you once more. Luo Feishuan looked at him with curiosity, unable to comprehend the true purpose behind his arrangements. Yet she suppressed her curiosity, nodding with a smile. Deal. Upon returning to the classroom, they found it was just in time for the end of class. The room was abuzz with chatter. As Yu Buer settled in, Wu Yang jested. Old Yu, you've been skipping class quite frequently lately. What can I say? If I had a school beauty as my girlfriend, I wouldn't attend class either. A boy from behind chimed in cheerfully. That's true, Wu Yang sighed. What's infuriating is that even the homeroom teacher doesn't seem to care about you. Old Yu, teach me your ways. How do you manage it? After all, it's just a review. If your grades were good, the homeroom teacher wouldn't bother you, Wu Yang remarked, his face darkening. Must you stir up jealousy here? Yu Buer felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I've been quite reserved. Wu Yang glanced at him sideways. Just then, Luo Feishuan entered, placing Yu Buer's textbook on his desk. Here is your book. Yu Buer smiled as he stood up, only for his phone to buzz in his pocket. Prosperity treasure received. 1 million yuan. The classroom fell into silence. 1 million? Yu Buer's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only were his classmates astonished, but he too had not anticipated such a sum. All eyes turned towards the pair. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Luo Feishuan waved her phone at Yu Buer, her smile radiant. You've been performing well these past few days. This is your reward. I'm off now. With that, she blew him a kiss, exuding a carefree attitude that disregarded those around her. Yu Buer stood momentarily stunned, and as he regained his composure, he hurried after her, not forgetting to respond. Humph. You think 1 million can buy me? Dream on. Once Yu Buer dashed out, the classmates finally snapped back to reality. 1 million? Last time it was 60,000. And now it's 1 million? Wealthy lady, look at me. I can be your little pet too. Yu Buer's persistence defies the heavens. Oh heavens. How could you be so cruel to me? The classroom erupted in chaos. Even Wu Yang began to pound his chest in frustration. Curse it. This is outrageous. After a couple of exclamations, he suddenly realized Yu Buer had indeed been very reserved previously. Yu Buer caught up with Luo Feishuan, tugging at her sleeve as they turned the corner. Why is it 1 million? Wasn't he at 60,000? Chun Sinian offered 90,000. So is 1 million excessive? Yu Buer shook his head. It's different. There aren't that many fools in the world. Luo Feishuan leaned against the wall, her hands clasped behind her, and slightly raised on her toes to meet Yu Buer's gaze. What is this? Are you worried about me spending money? Yu Buer's face flushed, and he quickly took a step back, feeling the previous distance had been too close. Don't worry. I'm merely a middleman. I can profit from the 1 million too. Luo Feishuan reached out, brushing the dust off Yu Buer's shoulder. But 1 million is still too much. You will have many expenses ahead, from purchasing martial arts to medicinal baths. And, you, be confident, your opening pill is worth a lot. Yu Buer furrowed his brow in contemplation. Luo Feishuan sighed and continued, the assessments at the Martial Arts Academy are crucial. Poor performance could result in disqualification from enrollment. Excelling could earn you a spot in advanced classes, which will determine your future. So, you, please don't feel burdened. I genuinely hope we can be classmates at the Martial Arts Academy, alright? Yu Buer awkwardly smiled and nodded. Alright, if you ever need my assistance in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Luo Feishuan nodded back with a smile. As Yu Buer turned to head back, she appeared to ponder something, hesitating. You. He immediately turned to look at her, his eyes questioning. Luo Feishuan gazed at him, and after 2 seconds, smiled and asked, just out of curiosity, how much would it take to win you over for a month? Yu Buer's face turned crimson as he spun on his heel and ran away. Luo Feishuan laughed heartily. Boys are so easily embarrassed. It's rather endearing. As Luo Feishuan descended the stairs only after Yu Buer had entered the classroom, she stepped outside the school gates to find a sleek black Maybach awaiting her. She opened the door and slid into the back seat. Her gaze fixated on the pulse-opening pill she had just acquired from Yu Buer, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. The driver stole a glance in the rearview mirror and inquired with a smile, Miss, shall we deliver this pulse-opening pill to Mr. Chin? No rush. Let us keep him waiting for a while, Luo Feishuan replied, tucking the pill away, her smile fading. After a brief silence, the driver asked, have you instructed that classmate not to sell the pulse-opening pill to anyone else in the meantime? Luo Feishuan shook her head, lowering the window to let the wind rush in, tousling her hair. No. The driver appeared somewhat taken aback, for according to Luo Feishuan's plan, obtaining the pulse-opening pill from Yu Buer would have also severed Qin Xiao's path. Should either Qin Xiao or Chun Zhiliao locate Yu Buer and seize the pill, she would lose her leverage, and her plans would inevitably falter. Miss, really, if you just say the word, I think that classmate would not refuse. I know. And that is precisely why I prefer not to say anything, Luo Feishuan replied, playing with her hair while gazing out at the scenery zipping by. I don't wish to burden him or draw him into this. Chapter 24. Teacher Yu, let the class begin. As Yu Buer returned to the classroom and settled into his seat, he was immediately embraced by Wu Yang. Old Yu, please, I beg you, start the class. I'll even kneel to listen. Really? Other male classmates chimed in, surrounding him eagerly. Teacher Yu, please teach me. I've been single for far too long. I'm dreaming of nothing but romance. Brother Yu, look at my hands. They're calloused from practice. Will you teach me a couple of moves? One bespectacled classmate squeezed to the front, lamenting, Yu, I truly don't want to put in any more effort. What must I do to enjoy a taste of that warm, soft rice? Emphasized the point of soft rice served by a campus beauty. Yu Buer raised his head, surveying the room and noticing the rising jealousy among his peers, which brought him a sense of delight, prompting him to stoke the flames further. In an instant, his mind raced, and he donned a facade of innocent bewilderment. Isn't it just about having a face? He said, poking his cheek with a finger and grinning mischievously. Wu Yang raised a hand and slapped himself across the face. Boring. I'm leaving for martial arts class. Yu Buer, you're going to end up friendless. I've always looked down on those who rely on soft rice. A man should stand tall, waving off their banter. Yu Buer cheerfully gathered his books, preparing to stow his Chinese textbook away when a few letters slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Bending down to retrieve them, he discovered they were the love letters he had previously received. He had carelessly tucked them into the book, and as luck would have it, this was the very copy he had lent to Luo Feishuan. Curiously, the letters appeared crumpled, as if they had been hastily crumpled into a ball and then smoothed out before being returned to the pages. Was it Luo Feishuan? But why would she do such a thing? In martial arts class, Yu Buer stood tall, his gaze resolute. As the time approached for the practice of the pulse-opening fist, nearly every eye in the room was upon him. The video showcasing Yu Buer's practice of the pulse-opening fist had circulated throughout the campus, with virtually everyone possessing a copy. Many had been privately analyzing it, and now, with the opportunity to witness a live demonstration, they were intent on not missing a moment. Even the martial arts instructor regarded Yu Buer with eager anticipation. At that moment, however, Yu Buer raised a hand. Teacher Bai? Martial arts instructor Bai Qingxiu approached, his expression gentle. What is it, Yu? Are we not starting? Yu Buer feigned innocence, asking, Teacher Bai, may I inquire whether the pulse-opening fist only aids in the pulse-opening realm, or does it also enhance strength in the chi refinement realm? Bai Qingxiu paused, reflecting for a moment before responding earnestly. The primary purpose of the pulse-opening fist is to assist in the initial stages of pulse opening. Once a martial artist enters the chi refinement realm, they will have already opened their 12 spiritual meridians, leading to new avenues of martial advancement. For those in the chi refinement realm, the pulse-opening fist can only serve to stabilize their realm and enhance proficiency. It remains a viable means of defense. However, if one seeks to further elevate their realm and improve their cultivation, the pulse-opening fist is not the optimal choice. After delivering this explanation, Bai Qingxiu suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Does your inquiry imply that you have already entered the chi refinement realm? As he answered, the other students listened attentively, and a sudden epiphany struck them. What? Yu Buer has already reached the chi refinement realm? That can't be. Didn't we just test the spiritual meridians? He opened 11 meridians. Su was almost at the brink of a breakthrough. How could he have done it so quickly? Yu Buer's lips curled into a subtle smile. The question he posed was precisely intended to elicit this reaction. Standing beside him, Wu Yang could only think, damn it. He is showing off again. Thank you, Teacher Bai, for your explanation. I'm just a naive student who has just entered the chi refinement realm. Yu Buer said with a smile. After all, he wasn't the only student in the school to have reached the chi refinement realm. It wasn't an extraordinary feat to hide. Once the news spread, it would inevitably draw a wave of jealousy, and he was unwilling to miss that opportunity. Feigning ignorance was simply not his style. Moreover, pretending to be meek in the chi refinement realm, that would only invite ridicule. Upon receiving confirmation, Bai Qingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he clapped Yu Buer on the shoulder with emphasis. Excellent, excellent, excellent. His 3 exclamations revealed his elation. I knew it. You were destined for greatness. To progress from 8 open meridians to the chi refinement realm in such a short time. Truly, the heavens reward diligence. Having said that, Bai Qingxiu turned to address the other students. Yu Buer is a living example. I know many of you once looked down upon him, even deeming him devoid of martial talent. But in truth, the heavens do not forsake those who strive. When you labor tirelessly for a goal, the entire world will pave the way for you. Listening to Teacher Bai's motivational words, Yu Buer couldn't help but reflect. He had once shared that sentiment and had worked doubly hard for it, yet had seen little success in martial arts. Perhaps the notion that the heavens reward diligence was akin to a carrot dangled before a foolish donkey. No matter how hard one toiled, they could never reach it. Merely driven in circles. During that time, he often questioned himself, wondering if the idea was merely a praise for victors and a consolation for the vanquished. Yet now, having escaped that vicious cycle, he had gained a new perspective. The system's assistance, seemingly an unexpected stroke of fortune. Could it not also be seen as a reward for diligence? Even without the system, he had the insights of the academy as an alternative. Was that not a form of reward for effort? With these thoughts clarified, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Classmates, continue your practice. Yu Buer, please come here for a moment, Teacher Bai called out. Just as Yu Buer had anticipated, upon learning of his entry into the chi refinement realm, Bai Qingxiu shared further guidance. He advised against engaging with other chi-attracting martial arts for now, suggesting they could discuss it further once he entered the martial arts academy. He also recommended that Yu Buer seek out body-refining martial arts and, if financially feasible, consider attempting medicinal baths. Yu Buer took the opportunity to voice his own question. Teacher, I don't quite understand why the requirements of the martial arts academy are so stringent, even bordering on inhumane. Bai Qingxiu chuckled softly. Are you implying that the martial arts academy strictly prohibits students who have previously studied other chi-gathering techniques from enrolling? Yu Buer nodded in agreement. You are not the first to pose this question to me. Bai Qingxiu began to elucidate earnestly. Integrating chi into one's body is inherently a meticulous endeavor. Any slight misstep may lead to unforeseen complications. Should one have studied other chi-gathering arts prior to learning the academy's fundamental chi technique, the differing methodologies could result in dire consequences if one's attention wavers. The amalgamation of 2 disparate chi manipulation methods can easily disrupt the internal flow of energy, leading to outcomes ranging from mere energy reversal to catastrophic spiritual meridian rupture. To illustrate, it is akin to mastering both Mandarin and a dialect simultaneously. There may come a moment when, despite the need to converse in Mandarin, one inadvertently slips into dialect. Yu Buer's eyes widened in understanding as he nodded intently. Bai Qingxiu continued, furthermore, the academy's teachings are fundamentally predicated on the fundamental chi technique. If one cannot grasp this foundational method, remaining there would be devoid of purpose. I comprehend now, Teacher Bai. Bai Qingxiu regarded Yu Buer with a gaze brimming with approval. He firmly clasped the young man's shoulder and said with gravity, indeed, you have not disappointed me. If you were unable to gain admission to the martial arts academy, I might even begin to doubt the adage that diligence is rewarded. Feeling the sincerity in Bai Qingxiu's words, Yu Buer realized that his efforts were not unnoticed by those who cared for him in silence. Should you have any further inquiries, particularly regarding body tempering techniques, do not hesitate to approach me. Teacher Bai declared. Yu Buer indeed had a question. Teacher, are you familiar with the Star Pavilion? Bai Qingxiu's expression darkened, his brows knitting together. It would be wise for you to steer clear of that place. Chapter 25, The Money I Spent. Forcing you to act? The Star Pavilion specializes in selling martial arts, medicinal herbs, and elixirs, encompassing all things related to martial practitioners. However, the items sold at the Star Pavilion demand a discerning eye and sound judgment. If you wish to go, it is imperative to find someone knowledgeable. Yu Buer understood that Teacher Bai was concerned about him being deceived, and thus explained, I heard that they are hosting an auction in a few days. An auction? Bai Qingxiu responded with surprise. The items at the Star Pavilion's auction are meticulously selected, so there is no cause for concern. However, to my knowledge, their auctions are never open to the public. They are a reward for top-tier VIP clients. The number of individuals receiving invitations is exceedingly limited, and the standards are quite high. Yu Buer had not anticipated this, and upon meeting Bai Qingxiu's inquisitive gaze, he sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. I may have indulged a bit too much. Bai Qingxiu's jealousy level, 80. It dawned on Yu Buer that conversing with his teacher during martial arts class, while others toiled away practicing punches, was indeed a delight. When the class bell rang, he found himself still yearning for more. Having engaged in a fruitful discussion for the duration of the lesson, he felt enriched. As soon as the martial arts instructor departed, a throng of students surged toward Yu Buer. You're being unfair. You've already reached the chi-gathering realm, and didn't he even share the news with us? Indeed. You are truly remarkable. Wu Yang exclaimed, draping an arm around Yu Buer's shoulders while vigorously thumping his own chest with the other hand. I regret it. Had I known, I should have refrained from taking that mediocre chi-opening pill and waited for your exceptional elixir. Upon hearing Wu Yang's lament, several classmates exhibited expressions of regret. That is true. I too regret my choice. Sadly, the chi-opening pill can only be consumed once. Although the price of 900,000 for a single pill is exorbitant. That is my issue, not a failing of the chi-opening pill. Yu Buer was acutely aware that his advancement to the chi-gathering realm was not solely attributable to the chi-opening pill. The enhancement provided by the peak mastery chi-opening fist was equally pivotal. Standing at the back, Suhu glared enviously at Yu Buer, who was surrounded by admirers. Watching Yu Buer thrive was more excruciating than the thought of his demise. His two lackeys exchanged puzzled glances. Today, Suhu seemed unusually quiet. One of them, with a glint of mischief in his eye, suddenly shouted, What is the big deal about the chi-gathering realm? My brother who is almost there too. Exactly. Even if he has reached the chi-gathering realm, he still isn't a match for Brother Su. Another quickly chimed in. Suhu stared at them in shock, noticing the collective gaze of their classmates upon him. He hastily waved his hands, vehemently denying their assertions. I did not. Stop spreading nonsense. The two lackeys patted him on the back. Brother Hu, we don't have to show him any mercy. We know you're too lazy to mock him, so I'll take the lead. Suhu shot them a fierce glare before turning on his heel and striding away. The two, seeing him leave, hurried to catch up. The remaining classmates exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. What does this mean? Is Suhu challenging Yu Buer? Surely not. He looks quite swift on his feet. Yu Buer, too, was perplexed and shook his head, opting to dismiss it. During lunchtime in the cafeteria, numerous classmates approached him to extend their congratulations. The news of Yu Buer's attainment of the chi-gathering realm had spread like wildfire. The thought of garnering a wealth of jealousy points brought a broad smile to his face. Moreover, upon learning of Yu Buer's recent breakthrough, almost everyone attributed it to his chi-opening pill. Consequently, they clamored to inquire about the next auction date. Many of them had previously mocked Qin Xian for being foolish with his wealth. Now they realized that he was not merely a fool with money. Rather, he possessed a discerning eye exclusive to the affluent. After Yu Buer graciously responded to everyone, he and Wu Yang exited together when they overheard a discussion. Have you heard? Sheng Ruxin has acquired a demon beast's corpse. It's currently in the playground. Let us go see. Wu Yang expressed curiosity. Old Yu, do you think Sheng Ruxin killed the demon beast? Who knows? However, given Sheng Ruxin's capability, it is not beyond reason, Yu Buer replied with a smile. He never underestimated anyone. Wu Yang scoffed, I doubt it. You just brought back a demon beast's corpse this morning, and he suddenly has one by noon. It seems more like he is trying to copy you. Yu Buer was intrigued as well. Let us go take a look. Upon arriving at the playground, they found a considerable crowd gathered. Sheng Ruxin was similarly carrying a demon beast, yet those who saw it frowned in disappointment. Sheng, yours is not as large as Yu Buer's. Indeed, compared to Senior Yu's, yours is quite diminutive. Sheng Ruxin's expression stiffened, a mix of embarrassment and irritation crossing his face. Clarify your words. What do you mean by large and small? Others had not initially thought so, but Sheng Ruxin's explanation inadvertently drew attention to the matter. One by one, they stifled laughter, casting furtive glances downward, while the female classmates blushed, playfully pushing one another. Sheng Ruxin grew increasingly incensed. Do not judge my demon beast by its size. As the saying goes, concentration is the essence. Spotting Yu Buer and Wu Yang's arrival, Sheng Ruxin set down the demon beast with a sense of pride. Yu Buer, do you see? I have what you possess, and I also have what you lack. Oh, I lack a disease, Yu Buer replied with a smile. Chung Ruxin's expression darkened, and he felt an urge to curse. Wu Yang glanced at the demon beast's corpse, shaking his head as he turned away. There's nothing impressive about something so small. Old Yu, this is far inferior to the one you brought this morning. Chung Ruxin's face flushed slightly. But finding a fresh demon beast carcass within such a brief span of time was indeed an arduous task. Simply locating one was commendable. To expect to be choosy was quite unreasonable. However, he still argued, do you understand? The size of a demon beast does not determine its power. This carcass is also a dual-patterned beast. Keep boasting, Wu Yang rolled his eyes. Just as Chung Ruxin was about to continue his rebuttal, Yu Byuk interjected. Chung, you are correct. The size of a demon beast cannot dictate its strength. Chung Ruxin glanced at him in surprise. Yu Byuk crouched down, examining the demon beast closely. Extending his hand to caress its fur. The Banran, a swift-type demon beast, was cat-sized with slender limbs, 6 toes on its front paws, 7 on its hind paws. Stripes running from its chest to its neck, a diamond pattern on its underbelly, and a long tail. It could reach speeds of up to 170 kilometers per hour, but it had weaknesses in endurance and defense, particularly in the abdomen. And it was terrified of loud noises. Yu Byuk murmured to himself, causing the surrounding students to fall silent. Wu Yang, astounded, exclaimed, Old Yu. How do you know so much? I read it in a book. There's no way that S in the book. Yu Byuk explained. The journal Research on Demon Beasts published by the Daxia Demon Beast Research Institute last November has it, though I don't recall the exact pages. Wu Yang gave him a thumbs up, and the surrounding classmates echoed their admiration. Truly the epitome of a scholar. No wonder he secured a recommendation for the Insight Academy. The gap between individuals is remarkable. Chung Ruxin initially felt pleased, thinking Yu Byuk was quite decent for defending him. However, as he heard the growing chorus of compliments directed at Yu Byuk, he could no longer muster a smile. The demon beast carcass had been purchased with his money, and the crowd had been drawn in by him. Yet now, Yu Byuk was basking in the limelight. Was this fair? Chapter 26, the clever one from the Chen family. Yu truly is knowledgeable. Yu Byuk turned to see Luo Feixuan smiling, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chung Ruxin hastily carried the demon beast over. Xian, look, I have a demon beast carcass too. Luo Feixuan glanced at him. Is this your reason for asking me to return to school? Well, how about it? Am I impressive too? Huh, a bookworm, Luo Feixuan scoffed. Bypassing him to approach Yu Byuk, her smile returning. Chung Ruxin felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Just then, Wu Yang piped up, Fei Yang. You're truly insufferable. Chung Ruxin whirled around to glare at him, teeth gritted. Wu Yang quickly ducked behind Yu Byuk, hiding his achievements. Luo Feixuan regarded Yu Byuk with admiration, about to speak when her phone suddenly vibrated. She stepped aside to answer, the voice of a man on the other end. Miss, I've just received news that Chun Jiliao spent 1.4 million at the Chuixing Pavilion to purchase a pulse-opening pill. Luo Feixuan replied sarcastically. Knowing he asked that foolish brings me comfort. Even Chen Xiao must respectfully address Tang Jifeng as Old Tang. He certainly deserves to reside in the luxurious villa complex. Yet, as he aged, he preferred solitude, unable to tolerate daily visits, so he spent over 20 million to acquire a riverside flat. The spacious 300-plus square meter flat underwent renovations costing an additional 20 million, all for the sake of comfort. In a brightly lit tea room, a young woman in a qipao meticulously brewed tea, the boiling water fully awakening the aroma of the aged Banjiang tea. Tang Jifeng lifted his head, gazing at the seated Chen Jiliao, whose eyes were fixated on the tea-washing qipao girl. The old man's heart shook his head, yet his face remained amiably smiling. Young Chen, what brings you to visit this old fool today? Chen Jiliao snapped back to reality, hurriedly producing a prepared box to place on the tea table. What is this? Grandpa Tang, I heard from my father that you were seeking a pulse-opening pill, so here I am. Tang's eyes brightened as he examined the exquisite wooden box, bursting into hearty laughter. You are quite considerate. I didn't expect your father to act so swiftly. I must thank him properly when he returns. Hearing this, Chen Jiliao's heart leaped with joy. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. To him, acquiring a pulse-opening pill was not a challenge at all. Yet, as Tang Jifeng inspected the pill closely, his expression began to stiffen. With a resounding clap, the box was firmly shut. He glared at Chen Jiliao, barely concealing his anger. Is this the pulse-opening pill you procured for me? Even if Chen Jiliao lacked discernment, he could sense the palpable dissatisfaction in Tang Jifeng's tone. Panic surged within him. Is there an issue with this pulse-opening pill? After all, I spent 1.4 million on it. The owner of Chuixing Pavilion assured him repeatedly that it was a top-quality item. Tang Jifeng's gaze towards Chen Jiliao turned icy. Were it not for the fact that he was Chen Xiao's son, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Young lad, where did you obtain this pill? He tried to soften his tone, hoping to avoid escalating the situation. However, Chen Jiliao, oblivious, stubbornly replied, Grandpa Tang, I paid a hefty sum for this pill. It's of high quality. Enough. Tang Jifeng interrupted him sternly, his expression dark as storm clouds. Take your so-called high-quality pulse-opening pill back. I have no need for it. Chen Jiliao's face turned ashen. Even he, in his ignorance, recognized that he seemed to have offended the man he sought to befriend. This was someone his father had painstakingly attempted to cultivate a relationship with. He hastily stood, flustered. Grandpa Tang, I spent $1 million on this pulse-opening pill. If there's anything wrong, please let me know. So you think I'm unable to afford a pulse-opening pill? Tang Jifeng snapped impatiently. He had already been generous enough. Chen Jiliao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say next. Tang Jifeng rapped the table. Take it back. This is not what I wanted. I think I need to call Chen Xiao and ask if he thinks I'm too old to be deceived. Chen Jiliao paled in fright. No. Please, Grandpa Tang, rest assured, I will do my utmost to find the pulse-opening pill you desire. With that, he clutched the box and hurriedly departed. Tang Jifeng gazed at the tea he had brewed for Chen Jiliao, the golden amber tea liquor clear and lustrous. He lifted the cup, watching the tea ripple slightly as it was poured into a dish, the empty cup placed aside as he chuckled coldly. What an ill-mannered fool Chen Xiao has raised. The last 3 words were emphasized heavily. The graceful qipao-clad woman smiled and inquired, Grandpa Tang, how did you discern that the pulse-opening pill sent by young Chun was not the one you sought? Tang Jifeng, feeling quite pleased, sipped his tea. I've inquired. Xiao Zhao's son and that Chenju boy both obtained their pulse-opening pills from the same source. Moreover, their pills share a common trait. Oh. The qipao girl was intrigued. Tang Jifeng smiled mysteriously. I heard that both of those pulse-opening pills have a small hole. A top-grade pulse-opening pill. And yet it has been punctured. The qipao girl was incredulous. What could be the reason? Is it to prevent counterfeiting? Perhaps, who knows? Tang Jifeng shook his head, asserting that there must be some deeper significance to it all. Surely, it could not simply be for the sake of wearing a string around one's neck. Upon uttering this, he himself found the notion absurd and burst into hearty laughter. Chen Jiliao, however, cradled the box in his hands, returning to the car with a heavy heart. He still could not comprehend where the issue lay. Could it be that he had been deceived by the Tsuishing Pavilion? After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly dialed a number. Please investigate what transpired at school these past few days concerning Qin Xianian and Luo Feishuan. Be thorough. Leave no stone unturned. Upon arriving home, he felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing Chen Xiao in the living room. Chen Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance his way before setting down the documents in his hands and rising. How have you managed with your affairs? Hearing this, Chen Jiliao felt a slight relief. It seemed that Tang Lao had not truly made a call to hold him accountable. If Chen Xiao were to discover that he had previously angered Tang Jifeng, he would surely face dire consequences. Ahem, rest assured, father, this minor matter will be resolved swiftly. It better be. I stepped out for a moment. You'd best be prompt. Yes. After Chen Xiao departed, Chen Jiliao wiped the perspiration from his forehead and collapsed onto the sofa. A short while later, his phone rang, and he was puzzled by the caller ID. But quickly answered. Young Master Chen, I have found information. Yesterday, Chen Xianian purchased a Kaimaiden for 900,000 at school, and Luo Feishuan was involved as well. Chen Jiliao was somewhat incredulous as he glanced at the time on his phone. You found this out so quickly? There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice replied quietly. Actually, you could just ask anyone at the entrance of Yuqing No. 1 High School. Recalling all that had transpired earlier, Chen Jiliao erupted in fury. If it was that easy to find out, why didn't you do it sooner? Useless. The other party thought to themselves, you didn't even let me investigate before. Alright, continue. The individual who sold the Kaimaiden to Qin Xianian is named Yu Buer, and he is also a student at Yuqing No. 1 High School. Moreover, I have uncovered that Yu Buer has been spending quite a bit of time with Miss Luo recently. Chen Jiliao felt a pang of regret. Had he known that investigating this matter would be so straightforward, he would not have bothered with the Tsuishing Pavilion. That 140,000 was now a sunk cost. Very well, please further investigate Yu Buer's background, and do it promptly. After hanging up, he ascended the stairs, changed into a different outfit, donned his motorcycle helmet, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Buer, I'm coming for you. Chapter 27. I do not wish to sell to you. It seems that at every school gate, there exists a fixed cadre of NPCs. They gather in groups of 3 or 5, riding their vividly colored scooters, clad in attire that appears perpetually one size too small, clinging tightly to their forms. Among them was a boy wearing black-framed glasses, who looked rather youthful. Around 15 or 16 years of age, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall. He extended a lighter towards another, wearing a sycophantic smile. Airplane bro. When can I join your ranks? The man referred to as Airplane bro, cigarette dangling from his lips, lit it with the lighter offered. You can join once you trade in that shabby yachty for a Jiohong. Otherwise, you'll tarnish our gang's reputation. Yes. The bespectacled boy looked up, suddenly spotting a familiar face, and quickly turned away, but it was too late. Tao Winya, with a stiffened resolve. The bespectacled boy turned back to face the approaching figure, managing an awkward smile. And no Buer. Yu Buer observed him, then glanced at the other scooter-riding youths, his expression bemused. Daitu Mosquito, do you know this fellow? Airplane bro leapt down from his scooter, gazing up at Yu Buer. Ahem, Airplane bro, he was my former tutor. He is quite adept at his studies. Daitu Mosquito? Yu Buer chuckled. During his tutoring sessions with Tao Winya, He had heard his mother mention that Wenya's name was derived from a line about a crane's call resonating in the wild. One could only imagine her expression upon learning that Wenya had become Daitu Mosquito. Airplane Bro regarded Yubuer with a smirk, stepping forward to pat his stomach like a seal, then flicking his tongue to expel a glob of saliva. Ah, good student. Pay your protection fee, and we'll have your back. Yubuer felt a headache coming on, gazing at the diminutive Airplane Bro, whose spindly limbs likely weighed less than 100 pounds. He was tempted to hoist him up and toss him into a refrigerator. Wouldn't that send him into a frenzy? At that moment, the roar of a motorcycle diverted their attention. A red and white motorbike cut through the crowd, halting right before them. The scooter youth's eyes lit up, and they rushed over, circling the motorcycle to take a closer look. Wow, a Dumachuan 570, and it's a limited edition. Goodness, Airplane Bro. I recall this bike costs over 3 million, doesn't he? The man atop the motorcycle removed his helmet and, adjusting his hair in the rearview mirror, dismounted. He glanced at Airplane Bro with a scoff. You don't have a dime to your name, yet you seem well informed. The other exuberant youths appeared oblivious to the mocking tone. One of them, with red hair, puffed out his chest in pride. Of course, Airplane Bro is an expert. There's no motorcycle he doesn't know. Airplane Bro stepped closer, running his fingers along the bike's glossy paint and twisting the throttle, his face a mask of envy. Suddenly, he pulled out a smartphone, purchased through a 24 installment plan, and displayed the QR code. Hey, want to join our gang? The man laughed, abruptly raised his arm, and brought the helmet crashing down onto Airplane Bro's head. The sudden action made Yubuer's pupils constrict in shock. With a thud, Airplane Bro collapsed to the ground, letting out a pained scream. He raised a hand to his head, feeling the warmth of blood. Blood. The other youths were paralyzed with fear. No one had anticipated that the young man on the motorcycle would strike without warning. I'll kill you. The red-haired boy regained his senses and threw a punch at the motorcyclist. The latter pivoted, delivering a swift kick to his chest, sending him flying several meters away. Yubuer watched in alarm. Initially, this matter was of no concern to him, but upon seeing the motorcyclist's gaze shift toward the stunned Tao Wenya, his expression changed drastically. Stop. As he spoke, he hurried several steps forward, grasping Tao Wenya's arm and pulling him away. To his astonishment, upon finishing his plea, the motorcyclist actually halted, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded him. I noticed they were about to make trouble for you. I thought I'd lend a hand. Aren't you grateful? Yubuer was taken aback. You know me? Of course, Yubuer. Greetings, I am Chinjiliao. Chinjiliao tossed the bloodied helmet aside, wiped his hands on his clothing, and extended a hand toward Yubuer. Noticing the lack of reciprocation, and instead sensing a wary gaze directed at him, he grinned wider. I'm the brother of Luo Feishuan. Yubuer was even more surprised. Given that it was the peak dismissal hour, the school entrance was teeming with students, and the commotion had naturally drawn many curious gazes. Look, their essay fight. That is splendid. Those youths don't seem like good people. The school security guards arrived, hands resting on their hips, commanding in tone, what is going on? No fighting allowed. Chen Jiliao glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is outside the school, and neither I nor they are students of Fish City know. One high school. Does it concern you? This was quite the cerebral challenge. The security guard pondered this, and, finding Chen Jiliao's reasoning sound, turned and walked away. Chen Jiliao's gaze shifted back to Yubuer. Noticing the lack of intent for a handshake from the other party, he too lowered his hand. Here's the thing. I wish to purchase a pulse-opening pill from you. Name your price. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixated on the pulse-opening pill hanging around Yubuer's neck. Initially skeptical, the moment he laid eyes on Yubuer, he became certain. This was indeed the person he had been searching for. Seeing that Yubuer remained silent, Chen Jiliao stepped forward a couple of paces. Of course, even though I am Xuanxuan's brother, I won't take advantage of you. How does 1 million sound? Noticing Yubuer's continued silence, Chen Jiliao gritted his teeth. 1,500,000. What do you say? The onlookers, including Tao Wenya and the others, were utterly astonished. 150,000. And yet it rolled off his tongue as if it were merely 150. Yubuer fixed his gaze on Chen Jiliao and shook his head. Not for sale. Chen Jiliao was momentarily taken aback, his anxiety rising. Why not? If you're dissatisfied with the price, you can say so. Just name your price. Yubuer shook his head once more. There was no other reason. He simply did not wish to sell to him. Chen Jiliao's expression grew somewhat rigid. Meanwhile, the figure sprawled on the ground. Brother Feiji, still clutching his head, felt a sense of vindication. What good is wealth if one still faces setbacks? Consequently, he found himself looking at Yubuer with newfound admiration. Chen Jiliao continued to fixate on Yubuer, a chill lurking in his gaze. Yet, the latter ignored him, hoisting Tao Wenya and turning to leave. Brother Buer, my brother Feiji is still over there. At first, Tao Wenya struggled, but after receiving a couple of kicks, he complied. Chen Jiliao stared at Yubuer's retreating figure, slowly narrowing his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his face. No wonder he gets along so well with Luo Feishuan. They are both utterly shameless. With that, he opened the small bag hanging from his motorcycle, extracted 2 stacks of cash, tossed them onto Brother Feiji, and departed in a cloud of dust. Chapter 28. A Need for Vigilance. After escorting Tao Wenye home, he briefly communicated the events witnessed at the school gate to the latter's parents. Little Yu, thank you so much for today. Tao Wenye's mother expressed her gratitude. Yu Buer waved his hands dismissively. No need for thanks, Aunt Sue. You have helped me quite a lot in the past. She had initially planned to invite him for a meal, but Yu Buer resolutely declined, reminding her before leaving, Aunt Sue, this is a critical period. We cannot afford to be lax. The child must be educated properly. We cannot let him stray onto the wrong path. Aunt Sue's expression hardened as she nodded firmly. At the moment the door closed, Yu Buer caught a glimpse of Tao Wenye's forlorn eyes through the gap. It was only after hearing the wails from within that he departed, feeling quite satisfied. Upon returning home and finishing his shower, he received a call from Luo Feishuan. Did you see Chen Jiliao? Is he really your brother? On the other end of the line, Luo Feishuan sighed. Why didn't you sell him the pulse-opening pill? Being half-siblings? Yu Buer switched his phone to speaker mode, retrieving eggs and tomatoes from the refrigerator, casually replying, because I don't like him. Besides, you wouldn't want me to sell it to him, would you? Luo Feishuan was somewhat taken aback. Why do you say that? She had indeed considered reaching out to Yu Buer, but ultimately abandoned the thought, knowing that if Yu Buer rejected, trouble would inevitably follow. She was all too familiar with the kind of person Chen Jiliao was. She had prepared herself. Should Chen Jiliao acquire the pulse-opening pill from Yu Buer, she would seek out Tang Jifeng. Losing the opportunity to gain shares in the Chen group could be a setback, but she was ready to pursue alternative plans. If your relationship with your brother were good, he wouldn't need to come looking for me. Besides, you hadn't mentioned him before, indicating he is trying to bypass you. I believe he thinks that if you knew, you would undoubtedly obstruct him. Therefore, I certainly cannot sell it to him. Listening to Yu Buer's logical analysis, Luo Feishuan's lips curled into a smile. So, you rejected him for my sake? Yu Buer's hands paused momentarily. In truth, Luo Feishuan's assertion held merit. Had he not considered these factors, he indeed had no reason to refuse. Chen Jiliao had offered 150,000, and he felt confident that even asking for 200,000 would have led to acceptance. The refusal was indeed influenced by Luo Feishuan. Yet, the very notion felt peculiar to him. Luo Feishuan, not receiving a response from Yu Buer, continued, after rejecting Chen Jiliao. He won't let this go easily and may take action against you. Yu Buer was puzzled. It's just a pulse-opening pill. Does he really care that much? The situation was rather intricate. Luo Feishuan found herself at a loss for how to explain it, but concluded, in any case, be cautious. Understood. After hanging up, Luo Feishuan mulled over her thoughts, still feeling uneasy, and promptly made another call. Qing Shu, send someone to keep an eye on Chen Jiliao. Additionally, find 2 capable individuals to covertly protect Yu Buer. Do not personally guard him. The person on the other end hesitated. What about you? I'm fine, no need to worry. Understood, Mississippi. After hanging up, Luo Feishuan turned to the mirror, her expression complex as she muttered softly. It seems I have inadvertently brought you trouble. After satisfying his hunger, Yu Buer comfortably reclined back on the sofa. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he got up to securely lock the door. Lately, he had been somewhat ostentatious, and now, having offended Chen Jiliao, he needed to be more vigilant. Settling back onto the sofa, he glanced at his current jealousy points and was somewhat surprised. How did it increase so much? He recalled something and took out his phone for a look. Indeed, numerous groups were buzzing about the incident where someone had offered 150,000 for his pulse-opening pill only to be rejected. Even his class group was fervently discussing it. Yu Buer, 150,000. And you still want to sell? This must be the most expensive pulse-opening pill I've ever seen. Old Yu, remember us when you strike it rich. After watching for a while, he turned off his phone, grinning widely. In that light, Chen Jiliao isn't so bad after all. Subsequently, he spun the lucky wheel and drew 3 more pulse-opening pills. He paused, took out his jus xia, glanced at it, and sighed. It seems that generating another bug is somewhat challenging. Looking at the remaining over 20,000 jealousy points on the system panel, he resolved to save them diligently moving forward. These jealousy points held little significance for lottery draws. They merely yielded more pulse-opening pills. Continuing to funnel them into the pulse-opening fist would stir no substantial waves. It would be better to hold on to them for now until he found a suitable body refinement technique, at which point he could channel everything into it. Luo Feishuan, come out. Chen Jiliao shouted as he stormed into the villa, only to change his expression upon seeing Chen Xiao seated on the sofa. Dad, you're home? Chen Xiao glared at him coldly, snorting, yelling and shouting, lacking any decorum. What do you want? Chen Jiliao, filled with frustration, muttered, Dad. I finally found the person selling the pulse-opening pill, but he refuses to sell it to me. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his expression softening slightly. So swiftly had they found the person? Indeed, but why was he unwilling? He knew Luo Feishuan, and I suspect that insufferable girl is behind this. Chen Jiliao seethed with indignation. I had offered him 1,500,000, yet he remained obstinate, not yielding an inch. Chen Xiao snickered coldly. And so? Do you intend to confront her? Chen Jiliao had indeed contemplated this, but upon witnessing Chen Xiao's piercing gaze, the words caught in his throat. Humph. You're just hoping she discovers our intentions, aren't you? Chen Xiao's face darkened. Where is your brain? Has it been devoured by a dog? Chen Jiuliao's expression shifted, and he quickly retracted his thoughts. He realized he had acted impulsively. This matter should have been conducted in secrecy. Chen Xiao took a sip of water, crossed his legs, and continued. Since we've located the individual, the rest should be straightforward. Employ whatever means necessary to acquire the item. Yes, Dad. As Chen Xiao ascended the stairs, his phone vibrated. He retrieved it, perusing the information sent regarding Yubuer. A disdainful smile gracing his lips. An orphan bereft of parents, just having entered the chi refinement stage, daring to challenge me? Huh. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the phone screen, producing crisp sounds. After a while, he opened his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. Yubuer, I had granted you an opportunity. He then dialed a 15-digit number, glancing towards the staircase before making his way to the door. As he stepped out of the villa, the call connected, and a deep voice emanated from the other end. The password? Chen Jiuliao clenched his phone, glanced around, and lowered his voice. Potato, potato, I am sweet potato. Chapter 29. Who doesn't he adore a cheap girl? In the hospital, Brother Feiji, his head wrapped in a bandage, sat in the ward peeling an apple. Red-haired Hongmao lay in bed, his complexion still pale, clad in a patient-esque gown. Brother Feiji, that scoundrel was too arrogant. With one kick, he actually fractured Fireman's rib. A nearby minion with shrimp tattoos cursed, drawing the ire of others in the ward, yet he remained oblivious. Why don't we call the enforcement team? Brother Feiji took a bite of his apple, causing the outstretched hand of red-haired Hongmao to withdraw, his gaze forlorn. Jianghu affairs are best settled within the Jianghu. Moreover, didn't they cover the medical expenses? If we involve the enforcement team, it would be utterly disgraceful. Brother Feiji glared. Continuing, we, the motorcycle gang, also have our dignity. What would happen to our reputation if this got out? The shrimp-tattooed minion nodded, bewildered. Just then, another minion clad in loafers and a baseball cap rushed in. Brother Feiji, I'm back. His face flushed, he gasped for breath. Grabbing a water cup from the bedside table and gulping it down, Brother Feiji urged him, speak quickly. Did you find out about that person? The baseball cap grinned, patting his ribs. I've got it covered. That person is Chun Jiuliao, the young master of the Chun group from Yuqing, residing in the luxury estate. Brother Feiji snorted, biting into his apple with vigor. Chun Jiuliao, is it? He has crippled my brother. I shall ensure he pays for his arrogance. The shrimp-tattooed minion cautiously remarked, Brother Feiji. But he is the young master of the Chun group. And what of the Chun group? Nobility and commoners alike can perish. Brother Feiji declared fiercely. Back in school, I wasn't great at academics, but I distinctly remember this phrase. It resonated with me, and I've kept it as my motto. The wealthy are not endowed with more lives than we. I must make him understand what it means to provoke a furious young man, spilling blood in abundance. The fervor of Brother Feiji's words ignited a fire in the hearts of his comrades. The motorcycle gang shall embark on a crusade, leaving no blade of grass unscathed. Gang leader, summon the young Master Chun to his doom. The elderly gentleman in the adjacent hospital bed pounded his mattress, seemingly inspired, his mouth moving incoherently. A nearby woman hurriedly leaned in, and after a moment of listening, discerned 3 words. By Bo Ran. In Class 3 of senior year. The announcement from the homeroom teacher regarding a stress relief trip to Hongya Mountain the following week set the entire class abuzz. This event, organized annually by Yuqing First High School, aimed to alleviate the pressures of impending examinations for the senior students, allowing them to unwind amidst the serene surroundings of Hongya Mountain. Old you, let us buy some supplies this weekend. Snacks and drinks. And what do you think about me getting a drone? Yubuer, sorting through the recently collected assignments for submission to the office, replied, Weekend? I have no time. What do you have planned for the weekend? I have an appointment with the school flower, Luo. The other party hadn't mentioned the time for the Tsuishing Pavilion auction, so he naturally intended to keep his entire day free. At this moment, all his thoughts were consumed by the auction. Wu Yang raised his hand and lightly slapped himself. I shouldn't have asked. That being said, he quickly added, if you need anything, just let me know, and I will purchase it for you. Sure. Yu Buer organized his assignments and walked towards the office. Upon reaching the door, he paused, hearing voices within. Teacher Gu, have you heard about yesterday's events? Yu Buer's Kai Mai Dan has already reached 1,500,000. And even so, it hasn't been sold yet. Upon hearing his name, Yu Buer stopped. Curiosity piqued. He then heard the homeroom teacher's rueful chuckle. I had been contemplating borrowing some funds in the next few days to gather 90,000. But who would have thought that 1,500,000 wouldn't suffice? Teacher Gu, I think you should at least have a word with Yu Buer. Given that you've taught him for 3 years, perhaps negotiate something. Before he could finish, the homeroom teacher interrupted. That won't do. Precisely because of this, I cannot take advantage of the child. The Kai Mai Dan is pretty much equivalent. It ultimately depends on the child's own talent. I plan to wait until the weekend to check out the Tsuishing Pavilion. You are indeed obstinate. Outside the door, Yu Buer understood the situation, his emotions swirling in complexity. He had forgotten that teacher Gu had a son in his first year of high school. 3 years prior, A significant family upheaval had left him in a daze throughout the summer. Countless dark nights, feeling abandoned by the world, he contemplated ending it all. At 15, he lacked the resilience, merely struck down by life's harsh blows, unable to rise again. Once he entered high school, homeroom teacher Gu Ming learned of his circumstances and offered care, both intentionally and unintentionally. He would often take Yu Buer home, and his wife would prepare meals in advance, occasionally gifting him clothing. During that time, he found it challenging to concentrate on studying. His grades plummeted, yet it was teacher Gu who held small classes at home, gradually helping him recover. With this warmth and concern, Yu Buer finally regained hope and learned to live independently. In truth, had teacher Gu merely asked, he would have unhesitatingly gifted him a Kai-mai-dan. However, he understood that, given teacher Gu's character, he would never request such a favor, fearing it might be seen as taking advantage. After a long contemplation, he sighed, realizing that persuading teacher Gu to accept the Kai-mai-dan was indeed a formidable challenge. After some time, he delivered the organized assignments to the office, greeted the homeroom teacher, and left without uttering a single unnecessary word. He felt that he needed to deliberate further. During class, an unexpected thought crossed Yu Buer's mind. Teacher Gu was planning to visit the Tsuishing Pavilion over the weekend. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to send a message to Luo Feishuan. After briefly outlining the situation, he received a prompt reply. This is a simple matter. I have a plan. Yu Buer's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly inquired further. Throughout the duration of the class, he engaged in discussions with Luo Feishuan via his phone, and a well-structured plan gradually took shape in his mind. The teacher at the podium noticed his distraction but decided against intervening, opting instead to turn a blind eye. As evening fell and school was dismissed, Yu Buer exited the campus alongside Wu Yang. They searched the surroundings but found no sign of their spirited companions. It appeared that Tao Wenye had been suitably reprimanded. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. Senior Yu. Turning around, Yu Buer raised an eyebrow upon recognizing Song Ziyu, a sophomore. Oh, she's come looking for you again. Today, Song Ziyu donned a pale yellow qipao that accentuated her curves, her slender arms glowing softly in the setting sun. She approached them at a brisk pace, breathing lightly, with a stray lock of hair cascading from her neatly styled updo. Wu Yang gently nudged Yu Buer, saying ahem. I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy your chat. He departed after casting a knowing glance. A rosy hue crept onto Song Ziyu's fair cheeks, her glistening eyes evading his gaze, as if shy to meet his stare. Senior Yu, I baked these cookies myself. I hope you like them, she exclaimed, thrusting a tin box into Yu Buer's arms before turning on her heel and dashing away. Yu Buer gazed at her retreating figure, then looked down at the small tin, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Do you find her appealing? Of course. Who could resist a qipao-clad beauty? He replied casually. However, upon turning around, he met Luo Feishuan's narrowed eyes, which instantly made him feel awkward. No, I meant to say that this ensemble exudes a refreshing charm. Luo Feishuan listened to his explanation, her squinted eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression. Amen. Chapter 30, Trouble. It's a scam. Yu Buer could not fathom why he felt a wave of anxiety when meeting Luo Feishuan's gaze, akin to a guilty conscience after being caught in a misdeed. Luo Feishuan glanced in the direction where Song Ziyu had departed, her tone devoid of emotion. To be fair, if she weren't wearing a qipao, her figure might not be so apparent. Indeed, that's quite true. Luo Feishuan's expression turned frosty. Enough, come with me. With that, she pivoted and walked away, her frustration unspoken. Yu Buer pondered why Luo Feishuan had not been at school that day, only to appear afterward. It seemed she had come specifically to find him. Crossing the street with her, they entered a sleek black Bentley. Oh, you've changed cars? He remarked, glancing ahead in surprise. And the driver too? Luo Feishuan cast him a sidelong glance, letting out a light huff before stealing another glance at Yu Buer. He touched the seat, exclaiming, this is quite comfortable. Luo, your lifestyle is a dream I aspire to. Luo Feishuan responded with a non-committal sound. She wondered if her subtle emotions were not being expressed clearly enough. By the way, where are we headed? Yu Buer finally inquired about the matter at hand. Now you think to ask? I'm planning to sell you to a wealthy woman. You might want to prepare yourself, Luo Feishuan said with mock irritation. Yu Buer looked at her in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such words could escape the lips of the esteemed Luo. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly diverted her gaze. You'll find out soon enough. Just relax for a bit. Yu Buer nodded, turning his attention to the scenery outside the window. After nearly an hour, the Bentley turned into a dimly lit alley. As darkness enveloped the sky, the alleyway was sparsely illuminated by a few yellow street lamps, surrounded by low buildings releasing an unpleasant odor from nearby sewers. Being a native of Fish City, Yu Buer recognized this as the Old District. Following Luo Feishuan, they ventured into another narrow lane, flanked by vintage bungalows. The ground beneath them uneven, evoking images of how it would look in the rain. After walking for about 20 meters, Luo Feishuan halted and declared, "We've arrived." Yu Buer turned to see a weathered wooden door, its surface marred by the passage of time, with a sign inscribed with medical hall in bold brush strokes. He looked around, puzzled as to why anyone would establish a medical practice in such a location. Before he could voice his thoughts, Luo Feishuan ascended the steps and lightly knocked on the door. Moments later, footsteps echoed from within, followed by the sound of a tight bolt being forcefully pulled back. The wooden door swung open to reveal a girl with an oval face, likely around 16 or 17, standing about 165 meters tall, dressed in a gray diagonal collared shirt and cloth shoes. Upon seeing them, her eyes brightened, and she quickly crossed the threshold, grabbing Luo Feishuan's hand. Sister Xiaoxian, what brings you here? Is Grandpa Guan resting? Not yet. Come in. The two appeared to share a close bond, and the girl glanced at Yu Buer with curiosity. Sister Xiaoxian, who is this? Your boyfriend? Luo Feishuan shot Yu Buer a sidelong glance before snorting softly. Just a classmate. Oh. As they passed through the front yard, Yu Buer took in the surroundings. A water tank was positioned in the center, and a flower bed filled with various plants was built against the wall. Upon entering a modest bungalow, the first thing that caught their attention was a medicine cabinet pressed against the wall. Additionally, many medicinal furnaces and jars were scattered about, while a long table in the center looked somewhat antiquated. The peeling walls were adorned with several certificates, all bearing the name Guan Jinshui, alongside a few banners reading, Healer of the World, Unrivaled National Physician. Thanks to Elder Guan for saving my life, in miraculous hands, Dr. Guan. Yu Buer felt his lips twitch. Sister Xiaoxian. Wait a moment. I will go fetch Grandpa, the girl said before exiting through the back door. Yu Buer then asked, Luo, what are we doing here? Here. You either seek treatment or obtain medicine. But I'm not ill, Yu Buer thought, just a bit frequent in urination over the past few days. Luo Feishuan replied with a hint of exasperation, it's for body-tempering medicine. Understanding dawned upon Yu Buer. Are you sure we can buy it here? He trusted Luo Feishuan. Yet this place felt somewhat off. Lowering her voice, she whispered, Elder Guan is a friend of my grandfather. Not only is his medical skill exceptional, but he is also an outstanding alchemist. Just be mindful of your words. Do not offend him. He is often elusive, but happens to be back in Fish City these days. As soon as she finished speaking, an elderly man draped in a robe ambled in, the girl following closely behind. Grandpa Guan. Luo Feishuan rushed forward. The elder appeared to be in his 70s, with silver hair, an upright posture, and a lively spirit. Notably, his eyes were exceptionally clear, devoid of any cloudiness. He turned his gaze towards Luo Feishuan, a smile gracing his lips as he gently nodded, before shifting his attention to Yu Buer. Upon hearing from Jin Shu that she had brought a boy, he had been skeptical. Yet it was undeniable that the little girl had indeed blossomed. Luo Feishuan, slightly flushed, explained, he is my classmate, and I would like Grandfather Guan to procure some body-tempering medicine to complete a medicinal bath. Yu Buer hastily stepped forward, his tone respectful. Hello, Grandfather Guan. The elder regarded Yu Buer with a slight nod, and then took his seat behind the long table. Come over and sit down. Yu Buer promptly approached and seated himself opposite the elder, extending his hand. Complying readily, Yu Buer placed his right arm upon the mat laid out on the table. The elder's hand gripped his wrist firmly, though it felt less like a pulse check and more akin to bone manipulation. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. But Yu Buer felt a subtle warmth in his arm. Just as he sought to savor the sensation, the elder released his grip, rising to retrieve mulberry paper and opening the medicine cabinet to gather herbs. Yu Buer glanced at the scales beside him and whispered, isn't it necessary to weigh them? My grandfather always takes a handful when gathering herbs. Those scales are mine, the girl with the egg-shaped face interjected promptly. Yu Buer could only nod, thinking to himself that however it was done, he hoped not to be left worse for wear. After a flurry of activity, the elder tossed 2 medicine packets onto the table, 1 packet at a time, with an interval of 10 days. Payment please. Yu Buer quickly pulled out his phone, aiming it at the QR code affixed to the lower left corner of the table. 1 million will suffice, the elder added. Just as Yu Buer was about to input the numbers, he suddenly raised his head, eyes wide in astonishment. 1 million. Is that a lot? The elder's patience began to wane. Yu Buer sighed. Old sir, perhaps you could turn on the lights. It's rather dim in here. The elder cleared his throat. Then look up. Is my face darker than the surroundings? Chapter 31. Be cautious. Someone is home. Noticing the pained expression on Yu Buer's face, the elder offered a slight smile. If you lack funds, you may exchange the opening pulse pill hanging around your neck. Oh, Yu Buer was somewhat taken aback. Although the pill was indeed around his neck, it was tucked inside his clothing and thus unseen. Moreover, within the apothecary, the strong scent of herbs naturally masked the fragrance of the opening pulse pill. What do you think, lad? Is this deal favorable? I only require 1. Elder Guan continued. The egg-faced girl was filled with curiosity. She could not fathom why someone would wear an opening pulse pill around their neck. Furthermore, such an item was something her grandfather could concoct in abundance. So why would he be interested? Perhaps not. My opening pulse pill is quite valuable now. Yu Buer coughed lightly and proceeded to scan the code with his phone. Elder Guan questioned, didn't you just say it was too dark in here? Yet you still wish to make a purchase? I trust classmate Luo, Yu Buer said, lifting the medicine packet with a grin. Thank you, Grandfather Guan. The elder glanced at Luo Feishuan, who appeared slightly bashful and similarly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather Guan, for your trouble. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Yet his gaze towards Yu Buer held a hint of curiosity. What is it, Grandfather Guan? Luo Feishuan inquired, intrigued. The elder returned to reality, shaking his head. It's nothing. It's late. You two should head back. This old man ought to retire for the night. All right, rest early. And I shall visit again in a few days. Sister Xiaoxian, I will escort you both. Guan Jinshu accompanied Luo Feishuan and Yu Buer out of the courtyard. Upon returning, he found his grandfather still standing in place, seemingly lost in thought, prompting him to ask, Grandfather, what are you pondering? The elder resumed his seat. Regarding the long table before him, that boy's spiritual pulse is somewhat unusual. Oh, Guan Jinshu's eyes widened. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I saw he and Sister Xiaoxian were quite close. If there's an issue, we ought to inform them. The elder cast her a glance, smiling wryly. It's not something I can resolve, and besides, even if it's a bad thing, it may not necessarily be so. The girl seemed poised to retort. But the elder suddenly frowned. Guan Jinshu, have you forgotten what I always say? Guan Jinshu lowered her head. Pay for treatment. No mixing of consequences. And you must not speak carelessly, do you hear me? I don't wish to be entangled. After speaking, the elder stood and departed. As Yu Buer gazed at the medicine packet in his hand, a sense of confusion washed over him. Is this truly worth 1 million? Indeed. In fact, I had originally intended to take you to the Tsuishing Pavilion. However, upon discovering Grandfather Guan's whereabouts this afternoon, I hurriedly brought you here, Luo Feishuan explained. Yu Buer suddenly understood. No wonder Luo Feishuan had not attended school during the day, only to rush in the afternoon. Ultimately, it was all for his sake. Luo Feishuan continued, countless individuals from Daxiao wished to enlist Grandfather Guan as assistants. This time, we were simply fortunate. Yu Buer nodded fervently. Then, Luo Feishuan suddenly recalled something. Smiling as she remarked, I never expected even Grandfather Guan would be interested in your opening pulse pill. If this news were to leak, your pill might fetch an astronomical price. From this statement, it was evident that Elder Guan's words held considerable weight among the wealthy like Luo Feishuan. Initially, she intended to accompany Yu Buer back, but as she opened the car door, she unexpectedly received a phone call. After hanging up, her expression changed, and she cast an apologetic glance at Yu Buer. I'm sorry, but I cannot see you home. I have some matters to attend to. It's all right. The subway station is just at the alley's end. It's rather congested here. It would be faster for me to take the subway, Yu Buer replied with a smile. Yes, I will send you the method for the medicinal bath on your phone later, Luo Feishuan said as she entered the car, casting one last glance at him. Do remember to check in when you get home. Yu Buer nodded with a smile. 40 minutes later, Luo Feishuan returned to Villa number 3 at Haoding. Upon entering, changing her shoes, she approached Chen Xiao, who was seated on the sofa, with an impassive expression. Sitting down, she summoned Aunt Zhang to request a cup of coffee. Have you made your decision? She inquired. Chen Xiao glanced at her, setting down the book in his hand to take a sip from his teacup. 10% is too much. Luo Feishuan's expression shifted. That is not what you said over the phone. Business is about negotiation, Chen Xiao replied calmly. I believe you should have anticipated that I could not possibly grant you 10% of the shares. Luo Feishuan did not deny it. When she proposed 10%, it was merely to leave room for bargaining. Very well, I can offer you a maximum of 3%, Chen Xiao stated slowly. Luo Feishuan remained silent. Her gaze fixed intently upon him. 3% is already quite substantial, Chen Xiao sighed, speaking earnestly. Moreover, you are still in school. It is not wise to hold too many shares. A strange sensation surged within Luo Feishuan. She scrutinized Chen Xiao, as if attempting to extract some information from his expression. She recalled how he had urged her over the phone to return promptly to discuss the shares, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. After much contemplation, she spoke again. 8% is my bottom line. Chen Xiao shook his head. You wish to exchange one opening pulse pill for 8% of the shares? Xiaoxian, that is not worth it for me. Luo Feishuan's patience waned. If you have not made up your mind, why summon me back? I simply felt that it had been a while since we had a proper conversation, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Luo Feishuan lightly tapped the glass cup in her hand, glancing at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, please add some ice. Of course, Mississippi Yu Buer stood before his home, lifting his gaze to the card affixed to the door, which remained undisturbed. A sigh of relief escaped him as he turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Although his behavior might seem excessively cautious, these were extraordinary times, and a measure of prudence was entirely warranted. He carefully placed the medicine package on the table and proceeded to inspect the refrigerator. Alas, he realized he had neglected to purchase groceries, which meant he would have to order takeout once more. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the iron box resting on the table. Cookies were within. He wondered about their taste. As he casually picked it up, his phone in his pocket began to ring. Initially, he thought it was Luo Feishuan calling to confirm his safe arrival home, but he was taken aback to see Tao Wenye's name on the caller ID. Big-headed mosquito. What is up? Yu Buer jested. However, the urgency in Tao Wenye's voice was palpable. Buer, be careful. There might be someone in your house. Yu Buer froze. A chill coursing through him, and goosebumps erupted on his arms. Thanks, but please warn me sooner next time. Through the metallic reflection of the cookie box, he caught sight of a shadowy figure behind him. It appeared they exchanged glances, and the person suddenly lunged forward. Yubuer swiftly pivoted, his phone flung away, and he raised the iron box defensively, only for a dagger to pierce through it. Chapter 32, A Perfect Counterattack. Gazing at the man who had inexplicably appeared in his home, Yubuer felt an icy dread creeping down his spine. The dagger gleamed ominously under the light, effortlessly penetrating the cookie box. He had never intended for the thin metal to serve as a shield. In that fleeting moment, the box altered the trajectory of the dagger in the assailant's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Yubuer retreated swiftly, pressing his arm down. The dagger, having pierced the iron box, grazed perilously close to his waist. Noticing the man's body lean forward, Yubuer surged ahead, first colliding with him and then discarding the iron box, delivering a punch aimed at his face. Yet the opponent reacted with remarkable speed, turning his head to evade the strike. A cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his hand, letting the dagger arc through the air. Fortunately, Yubuer instinctively leaned back, or the blade would have pierced his throat. Taking advantage of the moment when his adversary had missed, he quickly withdrew, seeking to create distance. The initial surprise attack had caught him completely off guard. Though he narrowly evaded disaster, his response had been frantic. During this brief respite, he scrutinized the man wielding the dagger. A completely unfamiliar face, Yubuer was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, slightly shorter than Yubuer, he wore a form-fitting black outfit, his physique robust and muscular. The man regarded him with a mixture of surprise and intent. According to the information at hand, Yubuer was merely a high school senior with mediocre martial arts talent, having only barely broken into the chi refinement stage due to a stroke of luck with a vital opening pill, with the opponent's 9th level of chi refinement. Dispatching Yubuer should have been as effortless as squashing an ant. Moreover, he possessed the advantage of initiative. Yet the current situation seemed to deviate from his expectations. Who are you? We have no grievances. Yubuer initially hoped to stall for time through dialogue. However, the man showed no inclination to grant him that opportunity. Lunging forward with the dagger once more, it appeared he understood the adage that villains perish from excessive talk. Help! There's a murderer. As he dodged, Yubuer continued to shout. Regardless of whether anyone would hear him, at the very least, he could instill some psychological pressure on his assailant. Sure enough, upon hearing Yubuer's cries, the man's expression shifted dramatically. His movements quickened, and his gaze sharpened. Yubuer, evading time and again, gradually found his rhythm. His initial confusion transformed into determination. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity. As the man raised his hand, Yubuer swiftly closed the distance, crashing his shoulder forcefully against the man's chest. The assailant, skilled in combat, deftly reversed his wrist, driving the dagger downward. Consequently, as he was pushed back, the dagger slashed a line across Yubuer's shoulder. A chill enveloped Yubuer's shoulder, followed by a searing pain. He grimaced, resolutely avoiding glancing back. The space was already cramped, and the man retreated to the wall. With a powerful kick against the wall, he propelled himself forward, maintaining relentless momentum. Had Yubuer dared to glance at his shoulder, he would have lost any chance to evade. Faced with someone intent on killing him, Yubuer dared not afford any semblance of carelessness. At Villa number 3 of Houting, Luo Feishuan noticed Qin Xiao still grappling with something, and suddenly sensed that something was amiss. She swiftly rose and moved toward the door. Qin Xiao furrowed his brow. Stop. Luo Feishuan ignored him, already dialing a number. Uncle Qing, check on Yubuer, he might be in danger. All this talk about shares is merely a pretext to summon me back. The true intention is to distance me from Yubuer, creating an opportunity for an attack. Uncle Qing, seated in his car, glanced through the windshield at Yubuer's home and felt a twinge of surprise. After all, he had been following Yubuer and had not spotted any suspicious individuals. Yes, miss, I will go upstairs to check right now. Exiting the car, he quickened his pace. A sudden thought striking him. What if someone had taken advantage of his absence to infiltrate the house? A chill swept over him as he broke into a cold sweat. Just as he reached the lower floor, he suddenly heard Yubuer's voice. Help! There's a murderer. Uncle Qing's expression shifted dramatically, cursing under his breath as he hastened his steps. He bounded up the stairs, confronting the tightly shut security door, and called out. Hearing movement from within, he summoned all his strength and kicked the door with a forceful blow. The man felt increasingly alarmed. Yubuer's demonstrated strength exceeded his expectations. What should have been the most basic vital opening fist, something any random person could perform, was executed with remarkable fluidity by Yubuer. His angles cunning and his movements almost inscrutable. What astonished him further was the manner in which Yubuer channeled his energy in the vital opening fist. Entirely different from his own understanding. After taking a punch to the chest from Yubuer, he felt as if his ribs might shatter. Fortunately, his experience in combat was extensive, and a series of relentless attacks successfully cornered Yubuer against the wall. The dagger carved an arc through the air, slicing through Yubuer's raised arm, then landing a solid kick squarely against his chest. The blow left Yubuer gasping. as if the air had been knocked from his lungs, and he crashed heavily against the wall, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the entire building. In an instant, the man closed in, the dagger aimed directly at Yubuer's face. Acting on instinct, Yubuer raised his hand to block the assailant's arm. Yet, the man's strength far surpassed his own, despite his face turning crimson and veins bulging on his forehead. He could only watch as the dagger drew ever closer to his eye. His garments were completely soaked with blood and sweat, and his arms trembled slightly. The man's gaze was cold and resolute, as if victory was assured. However, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a chilling glint in Yubuer's eyes, accompanied by a slight upward curve of his lips, causing a shiver of foreboding to run through him. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With a sudden drop of one arm, Yubuer's dagger, poised for action, slipped down his sleeve into his palm. When Uncle Ching kicked open the door, he was met with the sight of Yubuer plunging the short blade into the man's neck. Blood erupted like an arrow, splattering against the wall, reminiscent of red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. The man's body staggered backward as he clutched his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, seeping through his fingers. Terror of death filled his eyes, his chest heaving as he struggled to draw more air into his lungs. Yubuer tightened his grip on the dagger and charged forward once more, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to deliver the finishing blow. He would grant his opponent not a shred of opportunity. So engrossed in the battle was he that he hardly registered the identity of the person who had burst through the door. Yet, just as Yubuer reached him, before he could land the final strike, the man's body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Strangely, at the brink of death, the man's hand reached inside his clothes and grasped a piece of jade tightly. Chapter 33. Why not use a gun? You deserve to die? Uncle Ching could hardly believe his eyes. The fierce struggle had concluded so swiftly, and with such an outcome. Gazing at the corpse sprawled on the floor, he quickly approached. You are you. As he began to speak, he abruptly recoiled, nearly having his throat sliced by the short blade in Yubuer's hand. Meeting Yubuer's bloodshot eyes, he swallowed hard, raising his hands in a placating gesture. I'm not your enemy. He understood the state the young man was in. After all, he was merely a high school student who had just faced death and turned the tables on his assailant. It was only natural to succumb to uncontrollable emotions and enter a frenzied state. With his soothing words, the crimson hue in Yubuer's gaze began to dissipate, restoring a semblance of clarity. You're Luo's driver? Uncle Ching let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the boy had a good memory. It's me. Don't be alarmed. Everything is fine now. You're safe with me. Just then, Uncle Ching's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he felt a shiver run down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Mississippium, how is Yubuer? There was an assassin, but he is dead now. On the other end, Luo Feishuan's heart tightened, realizing she had indeed guessed correctly. And Yubuer? How is he? Uncle Ching glanced at Yubuer, who seemed to have suddenly deflated, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air, his eyes dull and devoid of color. He is fine. Just a bit injured. It's not serious, Uncle Ching replied softly. Luo Feishuan on the line let out a slight breath of relief. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. I will be there shortly. Just as Uncle Ching was about to respond, the call ended. He felt a bit embarrassed. Is it hard? I feel as though I didn't help at all, and instead, I just kicked down Yubuer's door. Quite shameful indeed. After a brief pause, he approached Yubuer again. It's all right now. The young lady will be here soon. Yubuer turned his head, glanced at him, and nodded. He stood up and walked into the bathroom to wash the blood off his hands, splashing cold water on his face. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, he felt considerably more alert. Upon seeing Uncle Ching, he understood. Earlier, he had been curious about why Luo Feishuan suddenly changed cars and drivers. Now it dawned on him that the previous driver had been assigned to protect him. He poured a glass of water and handed it to Uncle Ching, then walked over to the corpse. He knelt down, pried open the man's fingers, and picked up the piece of jade, examining it under the light. Its size and thickness were akin to a metal lighter. The surface was stained with blood, feeling sticky in his hand, one side intricately carved with a bird. Lifelike in its detail, with two small characters inscribed in the upper right corner, embroidered eye. He flipped the jade over, revealing a side etched with peculiar runes, arranged in chaotic yet inexplicably ordered patterns. As Uncle Ching approached with a teacup, he immediately changed countenance upon seeing the jade in Yubuer's hand. Is this from the Shadow Feather Pavilion? Yubuer turned to look at him. Uncle Ching extended his hand, taking the jade from Yubuer, and moved to the table. Pressing his thumb against the design on the jade's surface and pushing upward, a crisp sound emanated, followed by a cyan light circle projected downward. A silver handgun, a magazine, and 2 boxes of ammunition suddenly appeared within the glowing circle. Yubuer's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly stepped forward, grasping the heavy gun from the table. This guy actually had a gun? He extracted the magazine, finding it filled with bullets, flicked the safety, then returned it to its original position, glancing back at the corpse, shaking his head in disbelief. Not using the gun, he died. Who else would? Uncle Ching chuckled. Perhaps he didn't want to make too much noise and create unnecessary trouble. The Shadow Feather Pavilion is, after all, a special organization that has always been cautious. Furthermore, cough. This man likely underestimated his opponent. His words were delicately phrased, and Yu Buer didn't mind, chuckling lightly. It just seems that he didn't need a gun to finish me off. Though his tone was light, there was an undercurrent of lingering dread. Had he opened the door to a bullet aimed at his face, would he have been able to evade it? It felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. When Yu Buer picked up another magazine, he noticed the bullets were different. Firstly, they were a unique shade of azure, heavy in weight, with tiny runes etched on the tips. These are Xing bullets, he exclaimed. Uncle Qing glanced over and nodded. Indeed, he wasn't surprised. After all, he had seen them before. Xing bullets, by definition, are crafted from Xing material, capable of inflicting significant damage upon demons and monsters. However, due to the rarity of Xing elements and the fact that Xing bullets cannot be reused, their numbers are limited and they are quite expensive. It was entirely reasonable for an assassin from the Shadow Feather Pavilion to keep some on hand. Seeing the sparkle of excitement in Yu Buer's eyes, Uncle Qing chuckled softly and explained the usage of the jade dam. Following his guidance, Yu Buer placed the gun and bullets back into the jade, projecting them into the glowing circle on the table, then pressed the upper layer of the jade back down with his thumb. The light circle, along with the firearms on the table, vanished. This is practically a storage space. Yu Buer marveled. This jade piece was also a symbol of membership in the Shadow Feather Pavilion, meticulously crafted by array masters and weaponsmiths, and held considerable value. Uncle Qing continued to elucidate, clarifying that calling it a storage space was somewhat exaggerated. After all, the jade could only hold a limited amount of items, and they had to be of metallic composition. Yu Buer suddenly comprehended why the boxes for the bullets were all metallic. Moreover, the table, which had also been illuminated by the light circle, remained unscathed. He then took out the dagger, following Uncle Qing's instructions to store it within the jade as well. Qing Shu was somewhat taken aback. You still possess a blade? He inquired. Yu Buer nodded affirmatively. Just as Qing Shu had mentioned, the malevolent could be vanquished, and the scabbard was left upon the table. You must safeguard this weapon. It serves as an additional means of self-defense, Qing Shu advised. Is it truly mine to keep? Yu Buer asked, astonished. Of course, it is your spoils of war. Would you have me profit from your victory? Qing Shu jested. Yu Buer chuckled lightly, feeling exhilarated at having held the gun earlier. He could hardly believe that there existed a boy who did not find such things appealing. However, Qing Shu soon adopted a grave demeanor. Nonetheless, you must conceal that jade token well. Do not allow it to be seen. Externally, I shall claim that the assassin fell by my hand. Yu Buer was somewhat startled, but quickly grasped the implication. You are concerned that the organization you mentioned, the Shadow Wing Pavilion, may seek retribution against me? Qing Shu nodded solemnly. Within the Shadow Wing Pavilion, there are many skilled individuals. They are not to be trifled with. Before Yu Buer could respond, Luo Feishuan arrived. The young lady is here. You, please attend to your injuries first. I shall handle the remaining matters. So you need not worry. With that, Qing Shu made his way to the balcony and dialed the enforcement team's number. Chapter 34. Spending the night with the schoolflower. Luo seated in the car, Yu Buer fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, Luo Feishuan gazed at him reassuringly. Do not fret. That man was merely an assassin, and his death is inconsequential. The enforcement team will not trouble Qing Shu. Yu Buer turned to her and shook his head. I understand that, but I am concerned that the organization might genuinely retaliate against him. Luo Feishuan's eyes brimmed with remorse as she looked at Yu Buer. She bit her lip before speaking. I am sorry. Yu Buer was taken aback. Luo Feishuan lowered her gaze, fixating on her intertwined fingers. This entire situation is due to my involvement. Were it not for me, you would not have encountered an assassin. Yu Buer began to comprehend. You mean to say that the person who hired the assassin is your brother? It was not everyone who could establish contact with the Shadow Wing Pavilion, and given their exorbitant fees, he could think of no one but Shun Jiliao. Yu Buer was incredulous. Previously, Luo Feishuan had warned him that Shun Jiliao would seek to cause him trouble. Yet, he had never anticipated that the other party would go so far as to hire an assassin. This was a matter of life and death. Has your relationship with your brother deteriorated to such an extent? Yu Buer ventured cautiously. Before this, he had considered himself an ordinary individual, far removed from the world of assassins. Yes, Luo Feishuan nodded. Yu Buer sighed. Initially, he had believed that the conflict between Luo Feishuan and Shun Jiliao was merely a matter of family rivalry. Now, it was evident that it was a contest for succession. The world of the affluent was indeed terrifying. Upon arriving at a private hospital, they first attended to his wounds, followed by a thorough examination inside and out. After enduring the ordeal, it was already past midnight. Yu Buer settled back into the car, feeling somewhat fatigued. If you are tired, you may rest for a while, Luo Feishuan suggested. Yu Buer nodded, closed his eyes, and succumbed to drowsiness. This exhaustion stemmed primarily from mental strain. After all, he had just survived a life-and-death encounter and had taken a life. Even knowing that the individual was a professional assassin, he still bore immense psychological pressure. Upon finally opening his eyes, he realized he had unknowingly leaned against Luo Feishuan. He quickly straightened up and wiped the corners of his mouth. No wonder his dreams had been so fragrant. Awake now? Luo Feishuan's gentle smile evoked a profound sense of healing within Yu Buer. I didn't drool, did I? He murmured. Luo Feishuan seemed to have uncovered a secret. So, you drool in your sleep? Yes, I once had a fever as a child. The doctor said it could happen even after recovery. Yu Buer deflected awkwardly. He then glanced out the car window, noticing that they had stopped in an underground parking garage. Feeling a bit perplexed. What is this place? Let us exit the car first, Luo Feishuan said, opening the door and stepping out. Yu Buer hurriedly followed suit. Subsequently, Luo Feishuan exchanged a few words with the driver before leading the way to the elevator. Inside the elevator, Luo Feishuan explained. You cannot stay at your home for the next few days. The enforcement team is still there. This is my residence. It is a single unit per floor, and the security of the community is quite high. Additionally, I have arranged for your valuables to be delivered here. Yu Buer's pupils widened in astonishment. So, you are allowing me to stay in your home? It is not my home. Rather, it is one of the properties registered in my name. Yu Buer exclaimed. That sounds rather exclusive. The elevator was spacious and bright, filled with a fragrant aroma. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he and Luo Feishuan stepped out together. Observing the ample space from the entrance to the elevator, Yu Buer remarked, such a large area. It would be a shame not to install a cabinet. That is a splendid idea. I shall consider it, Luo Feishuan softly replied. Since it was a single unit per floor, it would not disturb anyone else. Pushing open the heavy entrance door, Luo Feishuan entered first. Turn on all the lights, she commanded, as the lights illuminated the entire room. Yu Buer was left in awe of the spacious living room. When a house is sufficiently large, it appears clean and orderly. The entire residence boasted a minimalist yet elegant decor, with the furniture's style and color harmonizing with the overall ambience. However, the boxes placed in the center of the living room seemed a bit out of place. Luo Feishuan set a pair of slippers before him and, sitting beside him, changed into a pair of light pink slippers. They were new. I bought these while changing shoes, she said. Oh, Yu Buer thought little of it. Putting on the slippers and surveying the room, Luo Feishuan sat on the sofa, cradling a plush toy. These boxes contain your belongings. Oh, and I brought the body refinement medicine as well. There is a bathtub in the bathroom if you wish to soak. Suddenly, Yu Buer recalled something and hurriedly opened the boxes to rummage through them. His expression was tense, but when he retrieved a picture frame from one of the boxes, he instantly relaxed and gently wiped it clean. Thank you, Luo. Luo Feishuan shook her head. Were it not for me, you would not have encountered these troubles. She felt a genuine sense of guilt towards Yu Buer. Do not say that. You have assisted me immensely. Moreover, my refusal to sell the opening pulse pill to your brother was my own choice, Yu Buer stated earnestly. Luo Feishuan gazed into his sincere eyes, her emotions fluctuating. After a long pause, she softly replied, All right, I understand. Yu Buer continued to sift through the boxes, feeling a pang of frustration. Oh no. It seems I did not bring any clothes. Luo Feishuan, just realizing this, quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. Please send over several sets of men's clothing. Yu Buer's size is, yes, from the inside out. Yu Buer was taken aback. But it's the middle of the night. How can anyone buy clothes now? We can directly contact the mall manager. They will find a way, she assured him. Yu Buer marveled at her financial prowess. As they sat together, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. You may go take a bath first, Luo Feishuan suggested softly. Besides, the body refinement medicine will aid in your recovery. What about the clothes? The garments have arrived, but they must be washed and dried first. Furthermore, the medicinal bath requires a minimum of 3 hours, explained Luo Feishuan. Upon hearing this, Yu Buhan, without hesitation, rose and made his way toward the bathroom. However, he soon paused, turning to glance at Luo Feishuan seated on the sofa. Where are you staying tonight? He inquired. Of course, it's here, since it's so late, she replied casually. What? Yu Buhan's eyes widened in surprise. There are 4 rooms here, Luo Feishuan remarked, initially unfazed, but noticing Yu Buhan's reaction, she suddenly felt a flutter of nervousness, clutching her toy more tightly. Do you mind? No, it's fine. I'm perfectly all right. Ahem, I'm off to take a bath. With that, he picked up the body cleansing medicine and headed toward the bathroom. The thought of sharing a room with Luo Feishuan made his heart race. When he turned the bathroom doorknob, he was momentarily taken aback. It's larger than my master bedroom. Is this reasonable? Chapter 35, The Process of Body Cleansing. As Yu Buhan stepped into the bathroom, a faint blush crept onto Luo Feishuan's cheeks. Before long, the sound of running water could be heard emanating from the bathroom. Her face grew warm, and she quickly grabbed the remote to turn on the television. Just then, a startled exclamation from Yu Buhan echoed from the bathroom. She sprang up and hurried towards the bathroom. What's wrong? Are you all right? It's nothing. Just the water is not set right, Yu Buhan replied awkwardly, having been startled by the cold water. Luo Feishuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right. I'll come in and teach you. However, when she turned the doorknob, she discovered that the bathroom door was unexpectedly locked from the inside. Once Yu Buhan opened the door, Luo Feishuan regarded him with a peculiar expression. Are you wary of me? Yu Buhan chuckled awkwardly. I just locked it without thinking. In truth, he was pondering that boys must also protect themselves when alone. Under Luo Feishuan's guidance, Yu Buhan finally mastered the usage of all the facilities in the bathroom. By the way, there are clean bathrobes in the cabinet, Luo Feishuan mentioned. Alright. After Luo Feishuan left, Yu Buhan poured the medicinal packet into the bathtub. As the hot water cascaded, a rich herbal fragrance wafted through the air. Under the influence of the body-cleansing medicine, the water in the tub took on a delicate crimson hue. Yu Buhan shed his clothes and gradually submerged himself in the water, initially feeling nothing extraordinary. He had heard Luo Feishuan mention that the medicinal bath should last at least 3 hours. Moreover, his phone had been damaged during his encounter with the assassins at home. As he contemplated the upcoming 3 hours, trapped in the bathtub without any form of entertainment, unease began to creep in. What if I accidentally drift off to sleep and drown? Such scenarios are often depicted in movies and novels, aren't they? However, merely 10 minutes later, Yu Buhan realized he had been overly anxious. As the water transitioned from pale red to a deeper crimson, he began to feel a slight, stinging sensation. I can't sleep, it's utterly impossible. Initially, he thought it was just a figment of his imagination from soaking too long, but the sting intensified. When the water turned a vivid red, Yu Buhan felt a burning pain envelop his body, akin to being submerged in chilly water. In the bathroom, steam swirled. And just then, a voice echoed from outside. How's it going? Are you alright? I'm fine. Yu Buhan croaked, forcing the words out. Luo Feishuan chuckled. There's no escaping the cleansing process. Only 40 minutes have passed, and it will only become more intolerable. Upon hearing this, Yu Buhan's heart sank. What? Only 40 minutes have passed? In that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of time dragging on like an eternity. Yu Buhan, if it becomes unbearable, you can call out. Don't worry, I won't mock you, Luo Feishuan continued from outside. Yu Buhan pressed his lips tightly together, maintaining his composure. I'm fine really. I feel quite comfortable. TSK, your body is all softened up, yet your tongue remains stubborn, Luo Feishuan teased. In truth, she was merely trying to divert Yu Buhan's attention. Having undergone the cleansing process herself, she understood just how arduous it could be. I truly am fine, Luo classmate. You should go enjoy yourself, Yu Buhan thought. Lacking the inclination for conversation, he also worried that he might inadvertently let out a whimper. Just the thought of it felt rather inappropriate. After hearing Luo Feishuan's footsteps fade away, he finally allowed himself a moment of relief. After a considerable time, the water in the bathtub had turned a deep crimson. Now, he felt as if he were submerged in a viscous pool of blood. The stinging sensation seemed to seep through his pores and into his very core. He gritted his teeth, mentally reassuring himself. It doesn't hurt at all. Why do we define such sensations as suffering? He recalled a paper he had once read, claiming that constant self-affirmation could transform pain into pleasure. Although it sounded somewhat implausible, even perverse, there was a scientific basis to it. For instance, through persistent positive reinforcement. Cold water could even burn a person's skin. Once he settled into the experience, he lay back in the tub, murmuring, this feels so good, truly blissful. It's almost euphoric. After a brief moment of self-deception, he realized it had little effect, and he fell silent again. Yet it wasn't long before he heard Luo Feishuan's voice once more. Have you fainted? Why did you stop? Yu Buhan was startled, nearly springing up from the bathtub. When did you come in? He stammered. Probably when you were about to reach your peak of bliss. Yu Buhan hesitated, contemplating whether to drown himself in the bathtub. How could one endure such humiliation? Ahem, your clothes have arrived. I'm washing them and drying them now. It will take some time, so please continue. As Luo Feishuan spoke, she was clearly stifling a laugh. Though separated by a door, he could almost envision the corners of her mouth twitching in amusement. At that moment, the water in the bathtub had turned pitch black. Strangely enough, despite the passage of time, the water remained warm. Moreover, he felt an increasing heat radiating from within, as if a furnace were ablaze inside him. The wounds on his body now itched intensely, and he struggled to resist the urge to scratch. Waves of heat surged through him, akin to a wild beast rampaging through his meridians and channels. Soon, it felt as if the heat was merging with his blood and marrow, causing every bone to itch fiercely. He couldn't help but reach out to scratch. But it felt futile, as if he were merely scratching the surface of a boot. When he noticed blood marks from his scratching, he snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and suppressing the urge to scratch. Then, he noticed black beads of blood forming on his skin. He reached out to wipe them away. The beads, seeping from within, were somewhat viscous and emitted an indescribable odor. The water in the bathtub had turned a deep black, resembling a pool of ink. Finally, the pain began to subside, and he heard that ethereal voice once more. Yu Bu-yi was not hungry. The time had come. He stepped out of the bathtub, promptly draining the water that exuded an odd odor, and took another shower. Suddenly, he noticed something and glanced at his shoulder. His eyes widened in disbelief. The wound on his shoulder, which had previously soaked in water, had gone unnoticed amidst the pain that enveloped his body. Now, he realized that the once bloody wound had vanished, revealing fresh, tender skin that contrasted sharply with the surrounding complexion. Skeptical, he examined his other injuries and took a deep breath. This million was truly worth it. Chapter 36. The reputation of Luo Xiaohua. is more important. After the body refinement, Yubui not only experienced rapid recovery from his injuries, but also felt considerably lighter, as if he had shed heavy armor. He assessed his rejuvenated physique in the mirror, noting that even the contours of his muscles appeared more defined. After drying himself off and donning a new bathrobe, he stepped into the living room wearing slippers. His steps were sprightly, his spirit invigorated, and he radiated a newfound brilliance. While it might be an exaggeration to say he had undergone a transformation, he could genuinely feel the myriad changes within his body post-refinement. Even the flow of energy within him had become remarkably smoother. This enhancement was far from trivial. Luo Feishuan sat cross-legged on the sofa. Upon seeing Yubui emerge in his bathrobe, a smile graced her lips as she stood up. Indeed, after the medicinal bath, his complexion had improved significantly. She then walked over to the balcony to retrieve the clothes from the dryer. As she handed them to Yubui, she suddenly noticed that his bathrobe hung loosely, the collar open enough to reveal his muscular physique. It also struck her that, despite wearing a bathrobe, it seemed as if he was devoid of clothing underneath. "Are you alright, Luo classmate?" Yubui inquired curiously. It was strange that he, having just emerged from the bath, noticed how flushed Luo Feishuan's face had become. I'm fine." Luo Feishuan hurriedly averted her gaze, urging, "You should hurry and change your clothes." "Oh right." As he walked into the bedroom, Luo Feishuan finally exhaled, moving to the sink to splash cold water on her face to alleviate the heat rising in her cheeks. When Yubui reappeared, Luo Feishuan gazed at him, momentarily stunned, before praising, "Not bad, you look much more handsome now." Yubui scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "It seems your taste in clothing isn't very good. With just a little effort, your appearance can be significantly enhanced." "Not really. It mainly depends on the foundation," Yubui modestly replied. Luo Feishuan chuckled at his response. After a brief exchange, they noticed the sky outside the tall, bright windows had begun to lighten with dawn. "It's already bright," Yubui remarked with a hint of wonder. "Indeed," Luo Feishuan replied. "Are you taking a day off today?" Yubui shook his head. After the medicinal bath, he felt invigorated and completely at ease. "Luo classmate, why don't you take a nap?" Luo Feishuan shook her head. "No need. I'll just take a shower and change my clothes." Feeling a bit awkward, Yubui said, "I'll tidy up the bathroom first." "No need. I have a bathroom in my room as well," Luo Feishuan smiled, assuring him. While Luo Feishuan showered, Yubui still went ahead to clean up the bathroom he had used. After all, he was temporarily residing in Luo Feishuan's home and felt it was only right to be considerate and not create trouble for others. Once he finished cleaning, Yubui stepped out and unexpectedly encountered Luo Feishuan, who had just finished her shower. Her hair was wrapped in a drying cap, and she was dressed in simple loungewear, carrying a refreshing scent of gardenias. Under Yubui's gaze, Luo Feishuan's fair cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Just as she was about to speak, the doorbell rang. "Quick, go answer the door. I'll dry my hair," she instructed. "Okay." Yubui opened the door to find Luo Feishuan's driver standing outside, delivering breakfast and a new phone. "Your young lady just finished her shower and is drying her hair. Should I wait for her?" Yubui inquired while accepting the items. No, I'll wait downstairs." The driver quickly waved his hand, casting a meaningful glance at Yubui before departing, exclaiming, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." Yubui closed the door, bewildered, pondering the implication of the driver's words. When Luo Feishuan emerged after drying her hair, they sat together at the dining table, ready for breakfast. "By the way, I know your phone got damaged, so here's one for you to use," Luo Feishuan said. "That works. I'll transfer the money to you." Luo Feishuan did not refuse. Just like when they went to buy the body refinement medicine from Old Guan the night before, she did not insist on covering the costs. On one hand, Yubui was not particularly short on funds at the moment. On the other hand, through their interactions over the past few days, she had come to understand him better. She sensed that Yubui felt indebted to her, always thinking of ways to do something for her. Refusing to engage in a transaction with Chun Zhiliang was his way of reciprocating that debt. After finishing their meal, Yubui rummaged through his belongings, found his old phone, switched the SIM card, checked the time, and prepared to head to school. Luo Feishuan did not plan to go to school herself. Instead, she arranged for the driver to take him. As they parted ways, she smiled. "I'll pick you up after school." "Huh, hurry to school." Luo Feishuan waved at him from the doorway, resembling a wife sending her husband off to work. Yubui was left in a state of confusion. Upon arriving at school, as he stepped out of the car, he heard someone calling his name. "Old you." Turning around, he saw Wu Yang and a few other classmates approaching, glancing at the departing Bentley, and then back at Yubui. "Old you, whose car is that?" "The Luo school flower had her driver drop me off," Yubui explained. Wu Yang's eyes widened, and before he could speak, another classmate exclaimed, "What is going on?" "Early in the morning, the Luo school flower's driver dropped you off at school?" "Yeah, what is this?" "Old you. You didn't spend the night at the Luo school flower's house, did you?" The classmates reacted as if they had uncovered a monumental secret, their curiosity igniting like wildfire. Yubui hastily waved his hands. "No, it was just a coincidence on the way. She let her driver give me a ride." Though he understood that if others learned he was staying with Luo Feishuan, he would undoubtedly garner a wealth of envy. He also realized that such rumors could severely tarnish Luo Feixuan's reputation. Therefore, he preferred to forego that envy. Upon hearing Yu Buyi's explanation, the classmates appeared enlightened and did not press further, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Once inside the classroom, Yu Buyi took out his phone to send Luo Feixuan a message, informing her that he had arrived at school. Wu Yang caught a glimpse and remarked in surprise, "Old you got a new phone? What happened to the old one?" "I discarded the old one." Wu Yang suddenly noticed something and grabbed Yu Buyi's shirt, pulling it down to reveal shallow red marks, clearly from being scratched. "Old you, where did you stay last night?" he asked, his voice low and tense. "Is he reporting to me?" Luo Feixuan mused as she read the message from Yu Buyi, a slight smile gracing her lips. She stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the distant scenery. Then she took out her phone and dialed a number. "Release the items we prepared, shall we, my lady? If we proceed with this, the stock prices of the Chun Corporation will undoubtedly waver." The voice on the other end of the phone belonged to a woman. "No matter. Chen Jiliao has been rather idle these past few days. It is time to assign him some tasks," remarked Luo Feixuan coldly. "Very well." Chapter 37. Picking up the little one from school. Shock. The son of the chairman of the Chun Corporation is embroiled in a hit-and-run scandal. A man, intoxicated and driving late at night, causes one fatality and one injury. My father is Chen Xiao. Why does the young master of the Chun family behave so arrogantly? A simple glance at the local news in Yuqing reveals an avalanche of such reports. Due to Chen Jiliao's unique status, the buzz continues to intensify, swiftly proliferating across the internet. Even though the Chun Corporation promptly initiated public relations efforts, they could not keep pace with the rapid evolution of the news. Eventually, the PR department realized that there were unseen forces at play, exacerbating the situation. They sought to quell the fervor, yet their attempts proved futile. The more they struggled, the more the stock prices plummeted. In previous times, Chen Xiao would have undoubtedly lambasted the entire PR department for such incompetence. However, now he found himself rendered speechless, as the troublemaker was none other than his own son. Moreover, the incessant inquiries from the shareholders had already left him in a state of utter disarray. Upon seeing these news articles, Yu Buer felt a tinge of perplexity. Just last night, Chen Jiliao had sought an assassin to eliminate him. Now, news of his alleged hit-and-run was flooding the media. What a remarkable coincidence. His first thought was of Luo Feixuan. In the martial arts class, Wu Yang was drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, he accepted a bottle of water from Yu Buer, downing half of it in one go. In recent days, Wu Yang had exerted himself to the fullest, determined to make a final push as the entrance to the martial arts academy approached. He was eager to seize the opportunity. In the class, there were indeed several students sharing Wu Yang's predicament. Suhu was among them. Interestingly, while these individuals toiled, they also continuously supplied Yu Buer with a steady stream of jealousy. Previously, Yu Buer had been their source of consolation. So what if he hadn't opened all 12 spiritual veins? Wasn't he still far superior to Yu Buer, who had only 8? That fellow diligently practiced his vein punching every day, yet remained inconsequential. Some individuals, even if they did not vocalize it, harbored Yu Buer as a source of ridicule in their hearts. There were also those who, while Yu Buer was striving, would offer him words of encouragement that sounded like motivation, yet in their hearts, they knew their true thoughts. Now, however, Yu Buer had emerged as a dark horse, consistently shattering the preconceived notions of others, swiftly advancing into the realm of qi refinement. As they continued to sweat and strive, the mere thought of Yu Buer ignited a fierce blaze of jealousy within them. Everything had been going smoothly. Couldn't they allow him to remain at the bottom? Why must he ascend to a position of admiration? "Hey, Lao Yu, how far have you and Luo the Flower reached?" Wu Yang inquired curiously, seated beside Yu Buer. Yu Buer glanced at him, feeling somewhat helpless. It's best not to pry into matters of society. Regardless, I believe Luo the Flower is quite smitten with you, Wu Yang asserted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yu Buer felt a strange sensation in his heart, glancing at Wu Yang. "What makes you think so? Don't you see? Luo the Flower has always been exceptional, with countless suitors. Yet, have you ever heard of her scandals?" Wu Yang continued. "She has always been like a flower atop a high peak, but in your presence, she seems entirely different, something I never dared to imagine. Is it possible that your understanding of Luo the Flower is too shallow?" Wu Yang regarded him intently, shaking his head in resignation. "It's futile to explain this to a dense guy like you. By the way, I've always had a question. Can you tell me secretly?" Wu Yang suddenly shifted the topic. Everyone knows that Luo the Flower possesses a unique spiritual vein. What kind is it?" Wu Yang inquired. Yu Buer was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "How would I know? Come on, you and Luo the Flower are in that kind of relationship. How could you possibly be unaware?" Yu Buer's expression turned somewhat awkward. Indeed, as Luo the Flower's boyfriend, he seemed to lack any justification for not knowing this. Yet, the nature of their relationship was something only he understood. "Are you not the slightest bit curious?" Wu Yang pressed on. Yu Buer shook his head. "That's her affair. Why should I be curious?" During this period, he had indeed interacted with Luo Feixuan frequently, but they maintained a respectable distance, best described as one of mutual respect. Just as Luo Feishuan refrained from probing into his secrets, he had no intention of inquiring about her spiritual vein or family circumstances. Seeing Yu Buer lost in thought, Wu Yang refrained from pressing further. Regardless of whether Yu Buer truly did not know or found it inconvenient to disclose, he had no reason to continue the inquiry. After martial arts class, as Yu Buer and Wu Yang prepared to return to their classroom, a familiar voice rang out behind them. Upon turning, Yu Buer was greeted by the beaming smile of Song Ziyu, prompting Wu Yang to pat his shoulder. Lao Yu, we may be brothers, but if you are truly playing both sides, I would look down upon you. Play is one thing, but do not toy with feelings. Before Yu Buer could explain, Wu Yang shot him a meaningful glance and walked away. Dressed in her school uniform, Song Ziyu approached Yu Buer, appearing somewhat nervous, clutching a book to her chest. Her gaze flitted about as she softly asked, Senior, how did you find my cookies? Actually, it was my first time making them, and I'm not very experienced. If they aren't to your liking, please let me know, and I will improve. Cookies? Yu Buer was momentarily stunned, then smacked his forehead in realization. Looking at Song Ziyu with gratitude, those cookies were simply splendid. Without them, he might have perished. He was not jesting. Yesterday, when ambushed by an assassin, it was Song Ziyu's cookies that provided him with a moment's reprieve, allowing him the chance to retaliate. Otherwise, he would have likely been finished off instantly. Even if he had survived, he would have been severely injured, rendering him incapable of resistance. There would have been no opportunity for a counterattack. Nor would he have lasted until Uncle Qing arrived. Song Ziyu was somewhat taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet Yu Buer's eyes, her heart swelling with emotion. She had truly not anticipated that Yu Buer would hold her cookies in such high regard. In fact, in the senior's eyes, could he not survive without her cookies? Heavens! How utterly straightforward. Song Ziyu's heart raced, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. If you like them, I can make them for you again. With that, she turned and dashed away. Yu Buer watched her retreating figure, scratching his head. Is there really a need for that? I can't be so unfortunate as to encounter assassins every day, can I? By the afternoon, the overcast sky finally began to weep. Yu Buer stared at the rain-smeared window, lost in thought. In the cafe, my lady, those items were painstakingly gathered by us. At this crucial juncture, releasing them will soon allow the father and son duo to devise a counter-strategy. Seated before Luo Feishuan was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a tailored women's suit that exuded professionalism. Initially, one could have awaited an opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow, but alas, that chance had regrettably slipped away. Luo Feishuan stirred her coffee, her expression serene. She merely intended to issue a warning, and as a consequence, the father and son duo would likely lose interest in pursuing any other endeavors. What do you mean? The woman inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the glass, Luo Feishuan turned her wrist to glance at her watch, and suddenly stood up. Sister Chiao, I must take my leave. Oh, where are you off to? Luo Feishuan turned back with a smile. To fetch the little one from school. It's raining, and I fear he hasn't brought an umbrella. Chapter 38. She arrived with an umbrella, her brows and eyes like ink. Initially, it was presumed that the rain would cease by the time school let out. Instead, it only intensified. Standing beneath the teaching building, Yu Buer felt a twinge of indecision. Wu Yang stood beside him, contemplating whether to dash out when the rain subsided slightly. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed into the rain, agile and sprightly. Arms wide open as if embracing the storm, spinning in place twice. The rain quickly drenched his hair, his clothes clinging to him. And he wiped his face with a hand, bursting into laughter. Let the storm rage even fiercer. I feel the resonance of the elements within me. Let this downpour cascade upon us. Wu Yang stared, slack-jawed. Old you, is that Qing Ruxin? Yes, it's no one else, Yu Buer sighed. Wu Yang remarked with a hint of admiration. Honestly, at times, I truly envy his state of mind. It carries a certain reckless beauty, unconcerned with the plight of others. As students emerged from the teaching building, even those holding umbrellas hurried along. Wu Yang removed his school uniform jacket, placing it atop his head as if preparing to face a battalion of adversaries, his gaze fierce and resolute. Brother Yu, I'm off. With a heart ready for battle. Come what may. Yu Buer cast him a sidelong glance. You and Qing Ruxin must share plenty of common interests now. Wu Yang grimaced. That's different. He's purely a middle schooler at heart, while I'm merely a bit of a drama queen. Just as Yu Buer pondered the distinctions between them, Wu Yang had already dashed into the downpour. Yu Buer also removed his jacket, covering his head, and sprinted out. He ran so swiftly that he failed to hear the shout that followed him. Yu Xuezhang. Song Ziyu rushed over, holding an umbrella, only to see Yu Buer already plunged into the deluge. The girl beside her chuckled. This Yu Xuezhang is indeed quite impulsive. And you spent half a day lending him an umbrella. Qianqian, may I borrow your umbrella? Song Ziyu took the umbrella from the girl's hand, opened it, and darted out, clutching the borrowed umbrella for Yu Buer in her other hand, sprinting along. The girl named Qianqian watched as Song Ziyu vanished into the rain, shaking her head lightly. As Yu Buer ran, he suddenly noticed the people around him slowing down. Sensing something, he lifted his gaze to look ahead. Through the hazy curtain of rain, he beheld a throng of students in uniforms, rushing with umbrellas, flowing like a swift current toward a common destination. Amidst the surging crowd, a young woman in a soft, pale blue silk cheongsam, holding an oiled paper umbrella, approached against the tide. Her steps were light, and the cheongsam was adorned with embroidered peach blossoms in delicate shades of pink and white. Her hair was elegantly styled, a jade hairpin etched with water patterns adding a touch of grace typical of southern Jiangnan women. The girl was tall, though not voluptuous. The cheongsam accentuated her graceful waistline, resembling a flower bud swaying gently in the rain. The wind tousled her hair, harmonizing with the tassels of her sleeves, while her brows and eyes, like ink, concealed a hint of coolness. Passers-by found themselves instinctively stepping aside, as if fearing their intrusion might mar a beautiful painting. Many halted, gazing in a daze at the umbrella-bearing maiden, the misty rain lending her an ethereal aura that highlighted her refreshing elegance. As Yubuer watched her draw near, droplets cascaded from the umbrella, trickling down its edge. A pair of fair, delicate hands grasped the umbrella handle, while the other seized Yubuer's arm, drawing him beneath the shelter of the umbrella. "I promised I would come for you," she said. In close proximity, Yubuer beheld her flawless visage, her exquisite features resembling a perfect work of art. He had always known Luo Feishuan was beautiful, yet at that moment, she appeared more like a celestial being from a painting. Feeling a rush of nerves, his breath quickened. "Let us go home." Luo Feishuan gently linked her arm with his, walking towards the school gate amidst the gazes of onlookers. The smile that adorned her face infused vibrant colors into what was once a monochromatic ink wash. Yubuer could feel the softness of her figure, the silkiness of the cheongsam fabric against his arm. Suddenly, Luo Feishuan turned her face, their eyes meeting, prompting Yubuer to hastily avert his gaze, his ears warming. "Why are you wearing a cheongsam today?" He attempted to change the subject. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream. "Because yesterday, you said it looked nice. Do you like it?" "I do, but I mean, you look stunning," Yubuer stammered slightly. Luo Feishuan's lips curled into a smile. "So, the style you like, I have it all. This way, you won't need to look at others." At this, Yubuer felt not just his ears, but his entire face flush. He cleared his throat, unsure of what to say, fixating his gaze ahead. However, if he dared to glance sideways, he would have noticed a rosy hue gracing the girl's cheeks as well. Suddenly, Luo Feishuan seemed to sense something. Turning her head slightly to glance at a graceful figure, she smiled gently at the person, then turned back. "Yubuer. Between me and Song Ziyu, who looks better in a cheongsam?" Upon uttering this question, she felt a twinge of regret, but also harbored a flicker of anticipation. Sneaking a glance at the boy beside her, Yubuer pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. "You look great, and she does too. But I can't compare you two, and I certainly can't critique either of you." Luo Feishuan paused, a complex emotion flickering within her, neither disappointment nor joy, but an understanding that it was altogether fitting for Yubuer to express such sentiments. Song Ziyu, umbrella in hand, returned to the teaching building, subsequently returning the umbrella to her friend. "What's wrong? Didn't you catch up?" the girl named Qianqian inquired. Her eyes filled with concern as she discerned that Song Ziyu's expression seemed off. "No, it just felt like he didn't need it." "Oh." Song Ziyu turned her face toward the rain. "Qianqian. Yes, I'm here. Are you all right?" Song Ziyu parted her lips slightly. "I'm fine. But today I just realized that Senior Luo is truly stunning, almost unfairly so." Qianqian seemed to grasp something, gently patting her rain-drenched shoulder. "Ziyu, you're also wonderful. You're beautiful, well-proportioned, and have a great personality. Many people at school like you." Song Ziyu remained silent, even failing to catch her friend's words. Her mind was occupied with the image of Luo Feishuan glancing back at her, calm and elegant, seemingly quite friendly. It felt as if she was observing a child engaged in whimsical antics. She was reluctant to admit it. A gaze from Luo Feishuan, devoid of any hostility, completely shattered her defenses. Inside the car, Yu Bohan touched her damp shoulder and clothing, her eyes filled with melancholy. "Luo, is it possible that the umbrella you brought is simply too small to shield two people?" I did think of that from the start." "Then why didn't you consider getting a larger one?" "I did, but I was more keen on creating an aesthetic." What a sincere expression. Chapter 39, Friends of Luo Feishuan. Upon returning to Luo Feishuan's residence, Yu Bohan was taken aback the moment she pushed the door open. In the spacious living room stood two towering metal racks, each 2 meters long, adorned with a dozen outfits. Beside the racks were several stacked shoe boxes. "What are these?" "Oh, I had someone buy these clothes and shoes for you." Luo Feishuan was changing her shoes nearby. "Your taste in fashion is truly dismal. I specifically chose these for you." As Yu Bohan opened her mouth to say something, Luo Feishuan interrupted. "I know what you're about to say. Please don't refuse. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to return home. It's not like this costs much. I must express my apologies somehow." Yu Bohan glanced at the outfits. "The clothes you bought must have been quite expensive." Luo Feishuan blinked her large, glistening eyes at her. "The body-enhancing elixir and the new phone were all purchased with your money. Can't I show my appreciation? Besides, while the clothes may adorn you, as long as you reside here, I shall see them daily, which naturally brings me joy. Is that so unreasonable? Yu Bohan had never realized that Luo Feishuan possessed such brilliant logic. Alright, take a look for now. I need to take a shower. Luo Feishuan ran her fingers through her hair, which felt somewhat damp. After taking a few steps, she paused again. Yu Bohan. When Yu Bohan turned to her, she spread her arms and twirled around. Quick, take a good look. I'll be changing soon. Huh. Yu Bohan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing. I think I'll skip watching you change. As Luo Feishuan stepped into the bathroom, the sound of running water soon echoed. Yu Bohan, however, was not distracted. She focused intently on the garments Luo Feishuan had prepared for her. Indeed, she was a meticulous individual, having removed all the tags from each piece of clothing. Yet, such an act felt somewhat like a clumsy attempt to conceal one's intentions. Suddenly, she felt an undeniable sensation of being pampered. Yu Bohan thought that if she were to dwell on this matter with Luo Feishuan, not only would it undermine the kindness shown to her, but it would also seem excessively sentimental. After all, friendship is a reciprocal affair. Moreover, Luo Feishuan had already assisted her greatly, considering the jealousy points she had amassed. Luo Feishuan must have contributed at least half of the credit. To nitpick at these trivialities would be rather heartless. She resolved to take her chances with the system later. Perhaps she would draw something valuable that could be of use to Luo Feishuan, thus enabling her to reciprocate the kindness. When Luo Feishuan emerged from the shower, she was clad in a delicate light blue silk nightgown, modest yet revealing her collarbone when she raised her arms. Holding a towel, she dried her hair, droplets cascading like lustrous pearls down her cheeks, leaving faint trails on her porcelain skin, eventually disappearing into the silk neckline. Yu Bohan felt as if she were falling ill. Otherwise, why would her body feel so warm? Aren't you going to take a shower? Luo Feishuan inquired, curious as she fetched a hairdryer. I'll go right now. Yu Bohan hastily selected a few garments and dashed into the bathroom, desperately needing a cold shower. Observing Yu Bohan's slightly flustered retreat, Luo Feishuan, while drying her hair, stole glances at her reflection in the mirror, a smile gracing her lips. Perhaps I should bring a camisole nightgown, she mused, quickly slapping her cheeks. What am I thinking? Men, it seemed, were remarkably swift in their ablutions. Just as Luo Feishuan finished drying her hair, Yu Bohan emerged from the bathroom. Would you like me to help you dry your hair? Luo Feishuan asked, waving the hairdryer at Yu Bohan. Yu Bohan hesitated, glancing between Luo Feishuan and herself, her mind echoing her earlier words. Suddenly, he turned around and re-entered the bathroom. I think I might not be clean enough. When Yu Bohan emerged from the bathroom once more, Luo Feishuan had just hung up the phone. Change your clothes. We're going out to eat. Going out to eat? Yes. A friend just called to invite me. Ahem. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to tag along? Luo Feishuan turned to look at him, her smile radiant. Not at all. I think introducing you to my friends would be quite impressive. Yu Bohan awkwardly smiled and did not decline. Returning to her room to change into the clothes Luo Feishuan had bought for her, she donned a light gray zip-up shirt adorned with a metallic clasp, paired with straight-leg trousers. The ensemble, though simple, exuded an air of understated elegance, with no logos in sight, yet the exquisite stitching and cut spoke volumes of its value. Luo Feishuan herself dressed casually, wearing a camisole beneath a creamy knit sweater, coupled with khaki capri pants, embodying a fresh and slightly languid youthful charm. When she spotted Yu Bohan, she nodded slightly, visibly pleased. Yu Bohan's physique was indeed commendable, though not the much-discussed double-door type. He was still quite fit, appearing lean in clothes and well-defined without them. Coupled with his clean-cut demeanor, he was certainly the talk of the town. Luo Feishuan pulled him over to a full-length mirror, clicking her tongue twice and giving Yu Bohan a pat on the shoulder. Look, it's all thanks to my keen eye. This is how clothes should be worn. When we go out now, who wouldn't he exclaim that we're a perfect match? A perfect match? Yu Bohan was momentarily taken aback. Luo Feishuan, realizing her faux pas, had no time to feel embarrassed before Yu Bohan added, Isn't that just two perfect matches? As they descended and entered the car, after roughly 30 minutes, they arrived at a restaurant. One could infer from the overall decor that the average cost per person would not be low. The waiter, clad in a white shirt and black vest, greeted them politely and promptly escorted them to a private room on the second floor. Upon pushing the door open, a woman seated directly across the entrance quickly stood and waved. Xianxian, you finally made it. Yu Bohan glanced around, for individuals were already seated within the room. 2 men and 2 women. Luo Feishuan beamed with joy, just as she was about to approach, when her peripheral vision caught something, causing her steps to halt and her smile to vanish. Tong, why is he here? As she spoke, she shot a glance at one of the men, her eyes flashing with a momentary disdain. The man immediately rose, a faint smile gracing his lips, but upon seeing Yu Bohan beside Luo Feishuan, his expression darkened. Xianxian, who is this? Your father, Luo Feishuan replied calmly. The man, visibly displeased, restrained his temper and scrutinized Yu Bohan closely, offering a light chuckle. Xianxian, stop sulking. Please sit down. It's been a while since we last met. Just as Luo Feishuan was about to turn and leave, Tong hurriedly caught her arm. Xianxian. I called Xia, and she just so happens to be with her boyfriend. Isn't it a coincidence that her boyfriend's best friend is none other than Jai Xiao? It has been quite a while since we last met. Would you indulge me by having a meal together? Observing the pleading in Tong Tong's eyes, Luo Feishuan furrowed her brow but eventually nodded. However, when she was about to take Yubu to sit down, her expression shifted once more. What could this mean? In the private room, there were 6 individuals in total, yet only 5 chairs. The lone vacant seat happened to be right next to young Master Zhai. Luo Feishuan wore a frosty expression, as if she could turn and leave at any moment. Tong Tong hurriedly apologized. Xian, you didn't mention bringing a friend. It's my oversight. She quickly called for a waiter. Hurry, bring an extra chair and a set of cutlery. Luo Feishuan regarded her in silence. Tong Tong, striving to placate Luo Feishuan's mood, said, Xian, please take a seat. The waiter will bring the chair shortly. Young Master Zhai pulled out the chair beside him and smiled. Luo Feishuan looked at him with disdain, clearly disinterested in engaging. Just then, the waiter entered, and Yubu reached out to accept the chair, placing it beside Tong Tong. Xian, sit here, it's perfect for you and your friend to have a nice chat. With that, he seated himself to the right of young Master Zhai. Zhai's expression darkened as he cast a hostile glance at Yubu. Luo Feishuan chuckled lightly and took her seat. Noticing the awkward atmosphere in the room, Tong Tong placed the menu on the table and turned to Yubu. Hey there, why don't you order some dishes you enjoy? She then lightly nudged Luo Feishuan with her shoulder, teasingly asking, Xian, where did you find such a handsome guy? Is he a relative of yours? The other 3 also looked on with curiosity. Not a relative, just a classmate and a good friend, Tong Tong replied, somewhat surprised. Good friend? Luo Feishuan replied nonchalantly. The others exchanged astonished glances. Tong Tong quickly recovered and cheerfully said, then let the handsome guy introduce himself. By the way, hello, I'm Song Tong, Xuan's close friend. As Yubu flipped through the menu, he marveled at the prices beside each dish. 50 for a soda, 150 for a bowl of seafood fried rice. Hearing Tong Tong's words, he set the menu down and smiled. Hello everyone, I'm Yubu. After a brief silence, the man with a buzz cut across the table suddenly spoke up. Is that all? Yubu looked at him, puzzled. The buzz-cut man chuckled softly and waved his hand. I'm Lin Yuan. My family is in the medical equipment business. This is my girlfriend, Baixia. Her family owns 3 private hospitals. Yubu gave a thumbs up. Impressive. You two are quite the match. Lin Yuan smirked slightly. The one next to you is young Master Zhai. Zhai Zhili. You've heard of Shanmao Group, right? I'm sorry, I haven't. Yubu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, although it certainly sounded impressive. Lin Yuan thought Yubu was polite, yet not overly so, finding him somewhat peculiar. Young Master Zhai chuckled, pouring red wine into Yubu's empty glass. So, Yubu, what hobbies do you have? Horse riding, car modifications, skiing, or perhaps wine tasting? For instance, the 2006 Connie Red we are enjoying today. I personally appreciate its rich layers that showcase the characteristics of Burgundy Pinot Noir. Yubu listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Yubu, why don't you give it a taste? Young Master Zhai suggested with a smile. Luo Feishuan's expression darkened as she gently tapped the table. Zhai Zhili, you've only been accepted back into the Zhai family for a few years. You seem to know quite a lot. It appears they treat you well for being a bastard child, huh? Young Master Zhai's eyes instantly turned cold, and the others' expressions shifted as well. The identity of a bastard child was undoubtedly a sensitive subject for him, one that others dared not mention. Luo Feishuan bringing it up at the dining table was utterly disrespectful. Yubu understood. Luo Feishuan's words clearly conveyed her stance, sending a message that he need not cater to these people. She was unconcerned about offending them. Thus, he lifted his wine glass for a sip, then shook his head and set it down. Just then, the waiter entered, and he promptly raised his hand. Excuse me, could you bring me a bottle of Diao? The waiter's expression stiffened. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have Diao. Would you prefer a soda? Yubu recalled the price he saw on the menu and curiously asked, what size is the soda that costs 51? What makes it special? It's just the kind that costs $2.50 outside for a can, the waiter replied politely. Yubu was taken aback. So straightforward. Luo Feishuan added 2 dishes to the order, while Yubu opted for a salty duck. He was intrigued to see what kind of meat was used in the 888 dish. Yubu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat quietly. Luo Feishuan and Song Tong indeed appeared to share a good rapport, chatting and laughing merrily. Lin Yuan and Baixia seemed to be a sweet couple, feeding each other. Young Master Zhai maintained a sullen demeanor, occasionally glancing at Yubu with barely concealed disdain. Yubu, do take your time eating. If it's not enough, you can always take some home later. Oh, young Master Zhai, you're quite considerate. Yubu replied with a smile, continuing undeterred. Just then, Tong Tong stood up. Xian, accompany me to the restroom. Luo Feishuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, glancing at Yubu, who offered her a reassuring look. Once the two left the private room, Lin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Baixia. She, understanding his cue, rested her chin on her hand and smiled at Yubu, inquiring, Yubu, may I ask what your family does? Perhaps we might have future collaboration opportunities. Yubu looked up at her. My parents have passed, but my mother was a doctor. If she were still here, there might indeed have been a chance for collaboration. At that moment, the salty duck was served, and Yubu's eyes lit up as he prepared his bowl and spoon, eagerly waiting for the dish to be placed in front of him. Young Master Zhai couldn't help but chuckle, patting Yubu on the shoulder. So, your parents are no longer with you. To be honest, I envy you, without parents. You can do whatever you want, free as a bird. How wonderful. Yubu's eyes remained fixed on the duck as he spoke calmly. Is that so? If young Master Zhai is envious, I might as well wish your parents would pass away sooner, fulfilling your dream, wouldn't he? Lin Yuan and Baishia's expressions changed drastically, while young Master Zhai slammed his hand on the table, suddenly rising in fury. What the hell did you just say? You see, you said you were envious, and now you're angry that I wish you well, Yubu replied, focusing on the duck that had just been placed before him. Scooping a bowlful, young Master Zhai glared intensely at the calm Yubu, his chest heaving violently, before suddenly bursting into laughter, returning to his seat. Yubu, I merely wanted to inform you that our circles are different. Do not try to force your way in. To me, you are merely a pretty boy that Luo Feishuan casually brought along to alleviate her boredom, a pet to pass the time. Yubu remained silent, sipping his soup and clicking his tongue. Zhai Zhili, who received no response, darkly remarked, it appears there is absolutely no decorum here. Haven't your parents ever advised you against making noise while drinking soup? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Your parents are deceased, so naturally, there is no one to instruct you. Just as he was speaking, Yubu, who was sipping soup, suddenly lifted his left hand and seized Zhai Zhili's hair. Then, with a sudden force, he slammed Zhai Zhili's head brutally against the tableware, the sharp edges of the porcelain piercing his skin. A cry of agony escaped his lips, startling Baishia and Lin Yuan, who hurriedly rose to their feet. What are you doing? Yubu held Zhai Zhili's head firmly, while with his other hand, he finished the soup in the bowl, belching contentedly with a satisfied grin. 888, quite delightful. Chapter 41, The Other Side of Luo Feishuan. Zhai Zhili had never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous Yubu could resort to violence so swiftly. The excruciating pain on his face paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt within. He let out a roar, I will kill you. As he spoke, he braced himself against the table, preparing to rise, but suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Lin Yuan, who had quickly reacted, charged over to assist. As Zhai Zhili's close friend, he could not stand idly by. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he halted abruptly, his breath quickening and pupils dilating. Fixated on the fork that Yubu held menacingly against Zhai Zhili's throat. With the slightest pressure, it could puncture his flesh. Are you insane? What do you intend to do? Zhai Zhili's eyes widened in terror, yet he dared not move. In truth, he was a 6th-tier martial artist in the chi refining realm. Had he not been caught off guard, Yubu would not have succeeded in his ambush. But at this moment, he truly did not dare to budge. Although his expression remained fierce, a flicker of fear betrayed him. This seemingly innocent individual was playing by no established rules. He had no idea what Yubu might do next. Yubu, do you dare to commit murder? You are still a student. Listen, put down the fork. We are still friends. Lin Yuan attempted to soothe Yubu's emotions. Baishia, pale with fright, moved her lips but found herself at a loss for words. Yubu reached out, gently patting Zhai Zhili's face. Young Master Zhai, let us make a wager. Wager whether I dare to end your life. What do you say? Zhai Zhili's complexion turned ashen. Yubu retracted his smile, raising his voice suddenly. Look me in the eyes, you brat. Zhai Zhili shuddered, the porcelain on the table clattering as his body trembled. I was merely being rude earlier. Let us speak properly. Zhai Zhili's tone softened immediately. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. Hearing the commotion, Tong Tong and Luo Feishuan rushed in, their faces filled with shock at the scene before them. Seeing this, Yubu tossed the fork aside and clapped his hands. You should have wagered. You would have certainly won. Zhai Zhili quickly sprang to his feet, preparing to charge forward. But Luo Feishuan shouted, Stop! Zhai Zhili, what do you intend to do? Zhai Zhili halted, his face flushed with rage. Xiaoxian, did you not see? It was this brat who struck first. Luo Feishuan scoffed, taking a few quick steps to position herself between the two. Zhai Zhili glared menacingly and declared, Xiaoxian, this brat just threatened to kill me. Oh, have you expressed your gratitude yet? Luo Feishuan replied, her expression impassive. Zhai Zhili. Luo Feishuan then turned to Yubu, reaching out to grasp his arm with concern. Are you alright? Yubu smiled and shook his head. To be honest, Luo Feishuan was quite taken aback when she first entered. This was the first time she had witnessed Yubu in such a state. Known for his good temperament and gentle nature, he rarely displayed anger, a consensus among many at school. Yet, when a typically gentle person suddenly becomes fierce, it is indeed quite daunting. Lin Yuan, unable to contain himself, interjected, Miss Luo, we must adhere to reason. It was your friend who initiated the attack. Look at the cut on young Master Zhai's face. And he appeared ready to kill. Even if he is your friend, you cannot show bias. He rambled on. But Luo Feishuan, feeling irritated, abruptly interrupted him. Be quiet. Lin Yuan's expression changed, his lips moved, but he remained silent. Luo Feishuan turned to face Zhai Zhili. casting a glance at Lin Yuan. He is my friend, and I know what he is. Furthermore, do you all possess any sense? What is the point of discussing this with me? I am here to support my friend, not to arbitrate disputes. Zhai Zhili sneered. Xiaoxian, are we not your friends? Friends? You think you deserve that title? I did not hold you accountable for past grievances. That was your father who sought me out, Luo Feishuan scoffed. Yu Buer gazed at the girl standing protectively in front of him, a smile gracing his features. He gently grasped her delicate wrist, his expression calm. Luo Feishuan glanced back at him and softly inquired, have you eaten enough? MHM. Then let us depart. All right. Luo Feishuan took Yu Buer by the hand, preparing to leave. But Zhai Zhili was not willing to let them go and immediately raised his arm. Without a word, Luo Feishuan lifted her hand and seized a nearby ceramic bowl, hurling it towards his head. Instinctively, Zhai Zhili tilted his head, the bowl narrowly grazing his ear before crashing against the wall, shattering into pieces. He broke into a cold sweat, relieved to have escaped the blow. A surge of fury ignited within him, and he glared at Luo Feishuan, but upon meeting her gaze, it felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, rendering him speechless. That stare was akin to a sword unsheathed, reflecting the cold light of the moon. Zhai Zhili, have I been too lenient with you? Zhai Zhili stammered, unable to utter a word. Do you believe I would sell your mother, the mistress, to a nightclub today? With that, she took Yu Buer's hand and strode out of the private room. Zhai Zhili remained frozen in place, paralyzed as if he were a statue. Yu Buer watched the retreating figure of Luo Feishuan, his expression one of bewilderment. Reflecting on her striking words to Zhai Zhili moments ago, truly deafening in their impact. Once they exited the restaurant, Luo Feishuan glanced back at Yu Buer with an awkward smile, lightly brushing her hair aside. I apologize. I initially thought it would be just a meal, not anticipating such an odious person. Yu Buer quietly asked. Your earlier threats were rather intense, weren't they? It sounded utterly absurd. Luo Feishuan chuckled. Who said I was making threats? Sighing, she began to explain. In simple terms, during a previous banquet where Luo Feishuan represented the Qin family, she happened to encounter Zhai Zhili's mother. Being a mistress herself, the woman spoke without restraint, exuding a certain air of decadence. Luo Feishuan, aware of her situation, merely exchanged glances, yet the woman appeared insulted, with an audacity that was unfounded. She approached Luo Feishuan and accused her of seeking wealthy suitors at high-end gatherings at such a young age. Luo Feishuan, not one to tolerate such insolence, promptly waved her hand and had the woman forcibly removed. The vehicle had already come to a halt at the entrance of the club when a call from Zhai Zhili's father interrupted, leading to a lengthy negotiation that only concluded after certain conditions were promised. As Yu Bui listened, he was rendered speechless until Luo Feishuan snapped her fingers before him. So, have you suddenly realized that I possess many facets unknown to you? Yu Bui nodded in a daze. Luo Feishuan took a step closer, their proximity shrinking to less than 20 centimeters. She delicately rose onto her tiptoes, her face drawing near, illuminated by the streetlight that bathed her visage in a soft glow reminiscent of pale gold. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her voice sweetening as she spoke. Yu Bui, let me offer you an opportunity to gradually get to know me. How does that sound? Chapter 42. Teacher Gu arrives at Suixing Pavilion. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Luo Feishuan discreetly glanced at Yu Bui seated beside her, pondering whether her earlier words at the restaurant entrance had been overly blunt. Just as she hesitated, contemplating how to ease the tension, Yu Bui broke the silence. Luo, how old is that Tongtong sister of yours? Luo Feishuan's expression darkened, turning her head to gaze out the window in displeasure. What is she your type? She had been trying to decipher Yu Bui's thoughts, only to discover he had not considered her at all, but was instead preoccupied with another woman. Her grip tightened on her dress, wishing she could kick this ungrateful man out of the car. Yu Bui hastily clarified, no, I merely found it curious. She is your good friend, yet she appears to be several years your senior. Plus, she keeps referring to you as little brother, which I find somewhat unsettling. He had been quite tactful in his delivery. In truth, he believed that Song Tong was at least a decade older than Luo Feishuan. Ironically, Luo Feishuan had previously mentioned having grown up alongside Song Tong. Hearing Yu Bui's words, Luo Feishuan couldn't help but chuckle. What nonsense. Tong Tong is only 2 months older than me. After stating this, she furrowed her brow, as if sensing something amiss. But Tong Tong never liked to wear makeup. Today, she seems to be wearing a bit more than usual. This was also a gentle remark. In reality, Song Tong's makeup was thick enough to resemble a layer of plaster, yet even this could not entirely conceal the fine lines around her eyes. However, such a comment was too impolite for Yu Bui to voice. Tong Tong has been abroad for the past few years. She only recently returned, Luo Feishuan continued. Now that I think about it, there is indeed something peculiar. Earlier, she called me to the restroom, but it was actually to borrow money. And she requested 5 million right off the bat. Yu Bui widened his eyes in disbelief. That much? Yes. But Tong Tong's family is quite well off, logically speaking. She shouldn't be in need of money. When I asked her what she needed it for, she hesitated and couldn't provide a clear answer. Luo Feishuan elaborated. Yu Bui listened quietly as Luo Feixuan's brow knitted together in thought. Abroad, short on money, looking older. These words strung together could easily lead to unfavorable assumptions. She sighed softly. It seems I must find time to have a serious chat with her. I hope my fears are unfounded. Yu Bui merely nodded in agreement, refraining from further commentary. As they neared home, he could no longer contain himself and finally asked the question that had been on his mind for quite some time. It seems you haven't asked me why I clashed with Zhaijili. Luo Feixuan blinked. Haven't I asked that before? Oh, never mind. It's not important anyway. Yu Bui thought to himself, is that really the case? Observing the expression on her face, Luo Feixuan chuckled. It really isn't important, regardless of the reason. It must be Zhaijili's fault. If he angered you, he must be quite deserving of it. Before Yu Bui could respond, she suddenly leaned in closer. And by the way, Yu Bui, you were really quite handsome back then. Luo Feixuan, in turn, was indeed displaying a remarkable sense of style at that moment. The following day, even though it was the weekend, Yu Bui's internal clock roused him at 7 o'clock. He descended to find a tranquil spot to practice some boxing before stepping out of the community to purchase breakfast. Upon his return, Luo Feixuan had just risen. Observing the sleepy girl, he called out, hurry up and wash up, then let's eat. Okay. Luo Feixuan flashed him a smile and turned to enter the bathroom. As they sat at the dining table together for breakfast, Yu Bui suddenly inquired, don't you think your family will mind that you haven't been home? Luo Feixuan, sipping the 8 treasure porridge he had brought back, chuckled. They are too busy to care about me right now. Yu Bui had initially wanted to ask about Qin Jiliao, but reconsidered. After all, that was a personal matter for Luo Feixuan, and as an outsider, it was indeed inappropriate for him to pry. While he was lost in thought, Luo Feixuan's phone rang. She answered, listened for a moment, then responded with an Keep them there. I will arrive shortly. After hanging up, she set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth with a napkin. No more eating, we must hurry. Yu Bui was taken aback. Where to? Suishing Pavilion. I need to change into a different outfit first. With that, she headed towards her bedroom. Yu Bui, not requiring a change of clothes, quickened his pace to finish his meal, burped, and began to tidy the table. Luo Feixuan changed her clothes with remarkable speed, almost in a flurry. As she put on her shoes, he inquired, is the auction at Suishing Pavilion scheduled for the morning? Luo Feixuan shot him a glance. Who said it's an auction? Your teacher has already arrived with his wife and children. She had previously sent teacher Gu's name and photograph to Suishing Pavilion and had repeatedly instructed them to notify her immediately upon his arrival. Yu Bui smacked his forehead. I nearly forgot about that. As they sat in the car, they swiftly made their way to Suishing Pavilion. Given the short distance, they arrived in approximately 20 minutes. Just as the car stopped at the entrance, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit approached, promptly opening the door for them. Had it not been for Luo Feixuan calling him Manager Wang, Yu Bui might have mistaken him for a doorman. Welcome, Miss Luo. Please, come inside. The middle-aged man greeted Luo Feixuan with an overly ingratiating smile. Luo Feixuan nodded lightly, inquiring, where are they? They haven't left, have they? They haven't left. Rest assured. Miss Luo, given your personal instructions, I would not dare to be negligent. Luo Feixuan nodded in satisfaction and led Yu Bui inside. From the outside, Suishing Pavilion resembled an old, small shopping mall with 3 floors, a place one might pass by without a second thought to venture inside. Yet upon entering the doors, an entirely different world unfolded. The interior was adorned in a minimalist modern style, with intelligent screens visible everywhere, bright crystal chandeliers overhead, and various calligraphies and paintings gracing the walls. This stood in stark contrast to the outdated exterior. Moreover, in the spacious hall, one could find staff members clad in exquisite blue and white porcelain kipeos, each tall and graceful, resembling the elegant hostesses at an awards ceremony. They maintained warm smiles, patiently providing one-on-one explanations to the guests. This was Yu Bui's first visit to such a place. After all, the items at Suishing Pavilion were far beyond his financial reach, and thus he had little familiarity with it. After taking a few steps, Luo Feixuan turned to the middle-aged man beside her, Manager Wang. I need you to assist me with something. Miss Luo, please allow me to assure you that the Star Pavilion will be at your service. Manager Wang responded promptly. In the presence of the esteemed top VIP clientele of the Star Pavilion, it was imperative for him, as the manager, to not only deliver unparalleled service, but also to maintain an impeccable demeanor at all times. After all, a single complaint from the customer could lead to his immediate dismissal, leaving him with no opportunity for recourse. Luo Feixuan glanced at Yu Bui, who promptly produced the long-prepared opening Meridian pill and handed it over. I implore you to devise every possible means to sell this opening Meridian pill to the gentleman named Gu Ming. Chapter 43, Disparate Treatment. On the first floor of the Star Pavilion, the spacious area was segmented into several sections. At that moment, Gu Ming stood in the central area with his wife and child, surrounded by neatly arranged bookshelves. Each shelf was meticulously categorized, and a young woman clad in a blue and white porcelain qipao was earnestly explaining the offerings to them, her voice melodious, charming, yet not overly alluring. Gu Ming pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a twinge of impatience. He was a man of precise actions, having come with the sole intent of acquiring the opening meridian pill. Yet, the staff member responsible for their reception was meandering in conversation. However, noticing his wife and child were quite engaged, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Checking the time on his phone, he cleared his throat and gently tugged at his wife's arm. The gentle-natured woman, upon receiving her husband's cue, recalled the purpose of their visit and, seizing the pause in the guide's discourse, made a polite request. Might we proceed directly to view the opening meridian pill? The guide's expression faltered momentarily. All staff at the Star Pavilion underwent rigorous training, and as a representative, her foremost duty was to meet the genuine needs of the customers and facilitate arrangements promptly. However, her directive was to find ways to retain this family of three. Just as she hesitated on how to respond, a voice crackled through her earpiece. Moments later, her demeanor visibly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted. Of course, please follow me. Gu Ming sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that the guide's steps had become notably lighter. She escorted the family to another section, where they were seated and refreshments were served. Please wait a moment. Our manager will attend to you shortly. The guide stated with a smile. Gu Ming regarded the tea that had been presented, feeling somewhat out of place. He enjoyed tea, albeit of the more economical variety. Yet this did not imply he lacked discernment regarding quality. The tea provided by the Star Pavilion was certainly worth several thousand per pound. His wife whispered, "Old Gu, why are they having the manager attend to us? Do they perceive us as important clients?" Gu Ming too found this puzzling. Upon arriving at the Star Pavilion, they had clearly expressed their intention to purchase a single opening meridian pill priced around 300,000. While 300,000 sounded significant, in the context of the Star Pavilion, it barely created a ripple. When service exceeds a customer's spending capacity, discomfort ensues. It was akin to entering a high-end establishment intending to order a simple dish, only to be seated on a genuine leather sofa, have one's shoes polished by a dedicated attendant, and offered a glass of fine wine for rinsing one's mouth before the meal. Before long, a middle-aged man in a suit approached with a box, beaming. "My esteemed guests, thank you for waiting. Here is the opening meridian pill prepared for you, priced at 280,000. Manager Wang too was perplexed. According to the information provided by Luo Feishuan, Gu Ming was merely an ordinary teacher. However, his professional integrity prevented him from prying into matters that did not concern him. Ultimately, it was a trivial task, and his goal was simply to complete it effectively. Ahem. Manager, we are merely purchasing an opening meridian pill. There is no need for you to attend to us personally, Gu Ming remarked. Manager Wang retained his smile. You jest. Once you enter the Star Pavilion, you become our most esteemed guests. The customer is king. As it happens, I find myself with a bit of free time, and it is my duty to fulfill my responsibilities. Pausing briefly, he added, of course, should you have any feedback or suggestions, do not hesitate to communicate them with me. Ensuring complete customer satisfaction is our service tenet. Gu Ming's wife's expression shifted, her heart swelling with admiration. It was no wonder the Star Pavilion treated every guest with such courtesy. As Manager Wang opened the box and donned white gloves to retrieve the opening meridian pill, he declared, this pill is undoubtedly one of the finest offerings from the Star Pavilion. Its appearance is exceptional. Gu Ming gazed at the pill in the manager's hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Just as he was about to scrutinize it, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Oh, is that you, old Gu? What a surprise to see you here. Turning around, Gu Ming spotted a portly man in a shirt, his wrist adorned with a gold watch, and another hand sporting a piece of amber. The black shirt was strained by his protruding belly, and the button seemed on the verge of popping off. As he spoke, he nonchalantly adjusted his conspicuously branded belt. Beside him stood a youthful version of himself, resembling a potato, unmistakably a father-son duo, both sporting similar squinty eyes. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gu Ming cleared his throat and offered an awkward smile. Ah, old Xiao, you're here as well. Old Xiao chuckled. This place, I frequent it often. It's quite a rarity to see you all here. He then took a couple of steps forward, noticing the box in the manager's hands. Ah, I see you are selecting an opening meridian pill for your son? Indeed, Gu Ming replied, forcing a smile. Generally amicable, he would never reveal his discomfort, even in the presence of those he did not favor. What a coincidence. I too am here to purchase an opening meridian pill for my son. Old Xiao turned to his son. By the way, Xiao Zhou, aren't you classmates with Gumyukin? Xiao Zhou glanced at Gu Ming's son with a cheeky grin. Class monitor, you should have mentioned you were coming for the opening meridian pill. We could have coordinated our visit. Gu Myukin, resembling his father in temperament, harbored a distaste for the boastful Xiao Zhou. If the young man merely enjoyed showing off, it would be one thing. However, he often belittled others, forming cliques to bully classmates at school. Ahem, by the way, how much is this opening meridian pill? Old Xiao inquired, looking at Manager Wang. 280,000. Manager Wang replied evenly, then turned to the guide behind him. Quickly, send someone to attend to this gentleman. As a keen observer, Manager Wang immediately recognized the tension between Old Xiao and Gu Ming's family. To avoid any complications, he aimed to have the father and son duo escorted away. However, Old Xiao, oblivious to the discomfort, exclaimed dramatically, "What? 280,000? Can you even eat this opening meridian pill? Old Gu, we are classmates. Let us be real here. Aren't we all earning money for our children? How can we be so frugal with something as crucial as an opening meridian pill?" Beside him, Xiao Zhou chimed in cheerfully, "Dad, don't say that. Our class monitor's family probably can't afford it. Just managing to scrape together 280,000 is quite an achievement." Despite the banter, old Xiao lamented, "I wouldn't dare let you consume a 280,000 opening meridian pill." He shook his head, sighing, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Gu Ming's wife. He and Gu Ming were college classmates, and he had pursued Gu Ming's wife in the past, only to be spurned in favor of the very bookish individual he held in contempt. Now is the opportune moment to showcase one's capabilities, and naturally, one would be reluctant to let it slip away. Thus, with a decisive wave of the hand, the directive was given. "We must purchase the Kai Mai Dan. Anything below 500,000 should not be presented." Manager Wang surveyed the room, gesturing towards himself. "Are you addressing me? Who else would I be speaking to? Aren't you all on commission as well? Can a commission of 500,000 be compared to one of 280,000? This is an opportunity for you." Slowly rising, Manager Wang donned a professional smile. He pointed at Xiao Zhou, directing his gaze towards old Xiao. "Just look at your son. Does he deserve to consume the Kai Mai Dan?" Chapter 44. It is best to wash the Kai Mai Dan first. Upon the conclusion of Manager Wang's remarks, the attendees were rendered speechless. Particularly, Gu Ming felt a sense of satisfaction despite recalling Manager Wang's earlier proclamations about service excellence and the customer being king. This was a significant breach of character. Old Xiao's face flushed crimson, panting heavily, his anger distorting his features. "What did you say? I will file a complaint against you. Do you have any idea how much I spend annually at your Chasing Pavilion?" Manager Wang merely scoffed. The fact that the individual did not even recognize him indicated he could hardly be considered a valuable client. Despite his obsequious demeanor before Luo Feishuan, the identity of a manager at Chasing Pavilion held substantial weight in Yuqing. He had initially aimed to execute the plan smoothly and promptly report back to Luo Feishuan. With the task nearly completed, the emergence of a clown was intolerable. If he did not vent his frustrations, he would be unable to sleep that night. "Manager, quickly summon your manager. I wish to file a complaint." Old Xiao trembled with rage. "I am the manager." Manager Wang adjusted his tie, adding, "And why are you shouting so loudly?" Upon hearing this, old Xiao's expression shifted abruptly. He widened his eyes, glancing between Manager Wang and Gu Ming. "You are the manager?" Manager Wang, uninterested in further discourse, noted the approach of security personnel. "Please escort these two out and place them on the blacklist, prohibiting them from entering Chasing Pavilion again." Upon hearing this, old Xiao's face turned ashen. "How dare you? You are merely a manager." Several burly security guards had already surrounded them, ready to drag the father and son out at a moment's notice. Manager Wang, casting one last glance at the family, swiftly restored his amicable demeanor, akin to a Sichuan opera performer changing masks. "I apologize, esteemed guests, for any distress caused. Are you satisfied with this resolution? Isn't this a bit inappropriate, manager?" Gu Ming slowly regained his composure, clearing his throat. "After all, they are also customers." No, sir. You are now my clients." And that individual exudes an unpleasant odor that severely taints the atmosphere within Chasing Pavilion. Manager Wang's expression turned serious. Gu Ming felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was their first visit, and they had merely intended to spend 300,000 on a single Kai Mai Dan. It was akin to entering a luxury car dealership to purchase a Mercedes A180, only for the salesperson to drive away a customer intending to buy an E300 for their sake. Was that right? Gu Ming's wife whispered to him softly. And after a moment of contemplation, Gu Ming nodded in agreement. He turned to Manager Wang, cleared his throat, and stated, "Very well, manager, we can increase our budget. Please present us with the Kai Mai Dan priced at 500,000. On one hand, they had taken old Xiao's words to heart, realizing the merit in his argument, and believed that they could stretch their finances to accommodate the higher price. On the other hand, they felt somewhat indebted, thinking it only fair to raise their budget since the manager had dismissed old Xiao for their benefit. However, upon hearing this, Manager Wang quickly waved his hands. "Mr. Gu, I believe there is absolutely no need for that. The Kai Mai Dan is not necessarily better just because it is more expensive. It must suit the individual." Manager Wang stated with utmost seriousness. He then turned to Gu Myukin. "Mr. Gu, you must trust us. We are professionals. Considering your son's current age and martial arts talent, this particular Kai Mai Dan is undoubtedly the most suitable for you." "Wait, you can discern my son's martial arts talent with a mere glance?" Gu Ming was somewhat taken aback. Naturally, Manager Wang fabricated his tale without a hint of hesitation. Otherwise, how could I possibly hold the position of manager at Chasing Pavilion? Gu Ming found himself momentarily speechless, yet he could not help but feel the logic in the manager's words. Perhaps it was due to the aura of mystery that Chasing Pavilion held in his mind. Onlookers nearby expressed their astonishment, remarking to one another, "Now, that is what you call professionalism." Nodding in agreement, they echoed their sentiments. Sensing Gu Ming's lingering hesitation, Manager Wang decided to unveil his trump card, lowering his voice. He addressed Gu Ming. Mr. Gu, if you are still uncertain, we can draft an agreement. Should you find yourself unsatisfied with the Kai Mai Dan after purchase, a full refund is guaranteed. Gu Ming was left in stunned silence. You mean to say that even after consuming the pill, a refund is still possible? Indeed. Now you can rest assured, can't you? Manager Wang smiled reassuringly. Instinctively nodding, Gu Ming's approval elicited great joy from Manager Wang, who promptly instructed preparations for the agreement. The process moved swiftly, and fearing Gu Ming's potential second thoughts, Manager Wang allowed a sigh of relief only after they had signed the contract in a designated lounge. He stood, courteously escorting the trio along with the Kai Mai Dan out of Choising Pavilion, a broad smile gracing his face. Upon returning to the VIP room, he rubbed his hands together, beaming with pride as he glanced at Luo Feishuan and Yu Buer. Miss Luo, how was my performance? Luo Feishuan, seated comfortably with a cup of tea, chuckled lightly. Not bad, though perhaps a tad exaggerated. Manager Wang sighed in exasperation. It was merely a jest, after all. A disruptive element had suddenly appeared. Thank you for your hard work this time, Luo Feishuan stated, draining her cup and turning back. I will write a commendation letter to Director Zhang. Manager Wang was elated. A commendation letter from a client of Luo Feishuan's caliber could spare him years of unnecessary effort. What do you think, Yu? Are you satisfied with the outcome? Luo Feishuan inquired, winking at Yu Buer. Yu Buer responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. Now, let's focus all our attention on tonight's auction. Luo Feishuan gently patted his shoulder, smiling. In the car, Gu Ming's wife continued to marvel at the situation. Isn't it remarkable how Choising Pavilion has grown so large? Their after-sales service is exceptional. Indeed, Dad. The fact that we can receive a refund if we are unsatisfied with the pill is unprecedented. Gu Ming shook his head, still feeling a bit bewildered. Upon returning home, Gu Ming pondered the earlier events when suddenly his son exclaimed, Dad, there seems to be something wrong with this Kai Mai Dan. Upon hearing this, both Gu Ming and his wife turned pale. They hurried over to investigate. Gu Myukin held up the Kai Mai Dan, exclaiming, Dad, look. There's a hole in the middle of this Kai Mai Dan. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's pupils constricted, and he swiftly took the Kai Mai Dan into his hands. Scrutinizing it closely, his lips quivered slightly as a moment of clarity illuminated his mind, dispelling all doubt. This Kai Mai Dan. Observing Gu Ming's expression, his wife expressed concern. Old Gu, do you think there could genuinely be a problem with the Kai Mai Dan? Thankfully, we can request a refund. Choising Pavilion wouldn't refuse. Would they? Gu Ming regained his composure, shaking his head, yet his eyes reflected an intricate complexity. Indeed, the Kai Maiden was splendid, truly exceptional. He promptly handed the elixir to Gu Myukin and stepped aside, intending to make a phone call for verification. Yet, just as his finger hovered over the dial, it hesitated. Contemplating the meticulous efforts the other party had invested in orchestrating everything, the truth seemed less significant. Observing Gu Myukin bringing the elixir to his lips, he suddenly recalled the boy's daily meditative posture and hastily interjected, Wait, perhaps we should rinse the Kai Maiden first? Chapter 45, Adults Speak, Children Should Not Interject. The auction was set for the evening, and in the afternoon, Luo Feishuan returned to mansion number 3. Upon entering, she sensed the oppressive atmosphere in the living room. A faint smile gracing her lips. Chen Zhiliao, who had been brooding, abruptly rose, his eyes reddened as he bellowed. What are you laughing at? How can you still find humor in this? Luo Feishuan, what do you truly intend to do? Luo Feishuan's gaze remained unperturbed as she regarded the disheveled Chen Zhiliao, whose eyes were bloodshot. Seeing you so distressed brings me joy, she replied, her demeanor tranquil. Chen Zhiliao resembled a furious beast, poised to pounce at any moment. Yet she remained unfazed, leisurely taking a seat. She glanced at Chen Xiao, then shifted her gaze downward to the contract resting on the coffee table. It appears Chairman Chen has made his considerations. Holding a cup of water, Chen Xiao maintained his calm demeanor, clearing his throat. Chen Zhiliao, sit down. Chen Zhiliao, still brimming with indignation, raised his voice. Dad, I contend that this is all her doing. I told you to sit down. Chen Xiao slammed the cup onto the table, silencing Chen Zhiliao instantaneously, leaving him as mute as a fish. He harbored a deep-seated fear of his father. Chen Xiao sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in irritation. 8% of the shares. You can review the contract, and if there are no issues, sign it. Luo Feishuan perused the contract briefly, a cold smirk escaping her lips. I recall requesting 10%. Chen Zhiliao fumed. Luo Feishuan. 8% is already generous. Don't overreach. Silence. Chen Xiao rebuked. Perplexed by how he could have spawned such a fool, it was evident that Luo Feishuan held the upper hand. Provoking her at this juncture would yield no benefits for them. When he turned to Luo Feishuan, his demeanor returned to its former calm. You understand that 10% is impractical. 8% is the maximum I can offer. Seated on the sofa, Luo Feishuan lifted her hand to admire her nails in the light. And then there's your brother's predicament, which has severely impacted the company's stock prices. Surely, that is not something you wish to witness? Chen Xiao continued. Luo Feishuan let out a derisive snort. mocking. Isn't it just that Chairman Chun has a remarkable son? Enough, Chen Jiliao exclaimed, his teeth nearly grinding together. Luo Feishuan, don't think I'm unaware that you are behind all this. For Chen Jiliao, running someone over with a car was trivial. Moreover, everything had originally been concealed well. If not for Luo Feishuan, how could this scandal have resurfaced? Luo Feishuan frowned. Her impatience evident. Adults are speaking. Children should not interject. Chen Jiliao. If it were before, I might have accepted 8%. But now I am thoroughly dissatisfied. Luo Feishuan fixed her gaze on Chen Xiao, her eyes sharp as daggers. Chen Xiao nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. I heard that a friend of yours has sustained some injuries? Luo Feishuan remained silent, her gaze growing colder. Xianxian, I am your father. If you have concerns, you may share them with me, Chen Xiao said with a smile, like that friend of yours, who seems to have a name noted at Yingling Pavilion. Luo Feishuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jiliao, her eyes glinting like blades. Although the previous mission at Yingling Pavilion had failed, it did not signify the end. If one attempt falters, a second will follow, unless she could eradicate Yingling Pavilion entirely. Otherwise, Yu Buer would remain perpetually in peril. Chen Xiao continued, how about this? I will inquire on your behalf to discover who is targeting your friend. Then, regardless of the cost, I will persuade them to withdraw the order. What do you think? Luo Feishuan pondered for a moment before picking up the documents on the table. I will have my lawyer review them thoroughly. Once signed, I shall return them. Very well. Will you be home for dinner tonight? Luo Feishuan laughed coldly, lifting her leg as she strode out. Once she left, Chen Jiliao, filled with urgency, spoke up. Dad, are you truly giving her 8% of the shares? Otherwise, what would you propose? Is it not your ineptitude? Chen Xiao replied darkly. Do you know how much effort it took for me to get you out? Chen Jiliao ruffled his disheveled hair, understanding that despite Chen Xiao finding a scapegoat to extricate him temporarily, as long as the heat remained, he could easily find himself back in confinement. Just as he wallowed in his gloom, he suddenly noticed a smile spreading across Chen Xiao's face. Father, how can you still smile after granting her 8% of the shares? Do you not perceive this as good news? Good news. Indeed, she now possesses a weakness. Did you not see it? Chen Jiliao was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened. Are you referring to Yu Buer? Chen Xiao regarded him with a knowing look. Slowly rising, contact Yingling Pavilion to withdraw the order. Keep a low profile for now. That one. Father, could you lend me 20 million? Chen Xiao's expression darkened. Have you run out of money? I only placed an order with Yingling Pavilion for 2 million, but according to their rules, withdrawing an order requires tenfold the amount. His voice dwindled as he spoke. Chen Xiao's face turned ashen. His lips moved slightly before he sighed. Yingling Pavilion truly is unscrupulous. At 7:30 p.m., Manager Wang stood at the entrance with his staff. Upon seeing Luo Feishuan and Yu Buer, he hurried over. Miss Luo, Mr. Yu. In truth, he knew little about Yu Buer, only recognizing his name. Yet, due to Luo Feishuan's demeanor towards him, he would gladly address anyone as sir, even if they were a mere scrap collector. Just as they were about to enter, a surprised voice called from behind. Yu Buer? Yu Buer turned, a grin spreading across his face upon recognizing the newcomer. Cheng Ruxin, what a coincidence. Cheng Ruxin hastened forward, first assessing Yu Buer, then turning her gaze to Luo Feishuan. Frowning, Xian, why did you bring him along? What's wrong with that? Luo Feishuan retorted with a huff. Xian, don't be deceived by him. This fellow is merely a pretty face. He doesn't even qualify to participate in the Tsueixing Pavilion auction. What's the matter? Fuming, Cheng Ruxin turned to Manager Wang, her expression darkening. What is going on at Tsueixing Pavilion? Can anyone attend this auction? Cough. Manager Wang hurriedly interjected, his smile strained. Young Master Cheng, Mr. You as a guest brought by Miss Luo, please do not put me in a difficult position. Luo Feishuan chuckled lightly, patting Yu Buer's arm. Don't mind her. Let us go? All right. Yu Buer observed Cheng Ruxin's rising jealousy, his spirits lifting further. Upon entering Tsueixing Pavilion and taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, the story continues. At the entrance of the auction hall, a group of young individuals engaged in lively conversation. As Yu Buer locked eyes with one of them, the other immediately displayed a look of surprise. A silent sigh escaped his heart. This auction was destined to be anything but smooth. Chapter 46. I do not dislike him, but I find you even more repulsive. Zhai Xiao, look who has arrived. Lin Yuan, holding Bai Xia's hand, cleared his throat and whispered. The others promptly turned their gazes towards the same direction. Zhai Zhilia instinctively touched the bandage on his face, his expression darkening ominously. Zhai Xiao, it's Miss Luo. Aren't you going to greet her? One man chuckled. Zhai Zhilia had long harbored an interest in the eldest daughter of the Luo family, a fact that was no secret within their circle. Indeed, Zhai Xiao, this is a splendid opportunity. The others, except for Lin Yuan, joined in the teasing. Finally, they noticed Zhai Zhilia's increasingly grim demeanor and exchanged knowing glances, as if coming to a realization. By the way, who is the man accompanying Miss Luo? One inquired. Which family does he belong to? I've never seen him before. Could he be a rising star? In the small circle of Yuqing, everyone was familiar with one another. So the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face piqued their curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhai Zhilia sneered. What family does he belong to? He is merely a pretty boy that Luo Feishuan picked up from who knows where. The others exchanged glances, perplexed. At that moment, Luo Feishuan, accompanied by Yubu Yi, approached them. The group quickly fell silent, with a few cheerfully greeting her. Miss Luo, it's lovely to see you again. I didn't expect you to be here today. Yes. I thought you weren't interested in the auctions at Chuixing Pavilion. They were regular attendees of the auctions. Yet encounters with Luo Feishuan were rare. Luo Feishuan glanced at them, offering merely a slight nod as a greeting. She was not acquainted with these individuals, and anyone associated with Zhai Zhilia was hardly worth her time. The ones who had greeted her, now without a response, felt an awkward silence envelop them. Struggling to find something to say. So, is it you who came this time? Isn't the Qin family's young master absent? The young master of the Qin family referred to was, of course, Qin Jilian. He was particularly fond of such gatherings, relishing the attention he garnered. Luo Feishuan paused, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the speaker. The others shifted uneasily, casting warning glances at the inquisitor. Are you quite close with Qin Jilian? Unaware of the other's discomfort, the man continued. We raced cars together and shared a drink before. Oh, when he passes, I'll be sure to invite you to the banquet. With that, Luo Feishuan led Yubu Yi into the auction hall. The man stood there in bewilderment, taken aback. At this moment, someone beside him patted his shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Sushio, you're truly something. Sushio appeared bewildered. Buddy, you're a real showstopper. You're the first in Yuqing to talk about Qin Jilian in front of Miss Luo. As the others patted his shoulder and proceeded into the auction hall, Sushio felt as though he might weep and hurriedly grasped the arm of the last person. Shanggu, what does this all mean? Shanggu sighed. Your family has been in Yuqing for 3 years, hasn't it? Indeed. Don't tell me you're unaware that Miss Luo's relationship with her brother is notoriously poor? Shanggu shook his head. Good luck, my friend. Since the auction at Chuixing Pavilion was not open to the public, only a select few were qualified to attend. The auction hall, capable of accommodating 100 to 200 people, felt rather spacious with only 30 or so individuals present. The auction had not yet commenced, and the attendees gathered in small clusters, resembling a miniature banquet. Luo Feishuan's appearance attracted considerable attention. She was a rare sight at such events. Moreover, she brought along a young boy of her age. Qin family's young lady. A middle-aged man waved at them. Luo Feishuan turned to Yubu Yi. Shall we go over? You go ahead. I don't know them. It would be awkward. Yubu Yi waved dismissively. All right, I'll be back shortly. Luo Feishuan spoke as if instructing a child, reminding him not to stray too far or accept anything from strangers. Yubu Yi. Luo Feishuan gently patted Yubu Yi's shoulder before making her way forward. Uncle Zhao, you're here too. Soon, a crowd surrounded Luo Feishuan, while Yubu Yi observed from a distance, casually picking up a small piece of cake. The young girl in the crowd exuded confidence, effortlessly managing interactions with everyone. At that moment, even the crystal chandelier overhead seemed to dim its brilliance. As an observer, Yubu Yi quietly savored the scene until he again heard Cheng Ruxin's voice. See, you and her truly inhabit different worlds. Yubu Yi glanced at him, smiling. And you, are you truly in the same world as her? Of course. Cheng Ruxin adjusted his attire, exuding confidence. That is obvious. Yet even if you share her world, you're merely an NPC who has just unlocked dialogue privileges. I, on the other hand, am the protagonist who has transcended dimensions to meet her. Yubu Yi grinned. Cheng Ruxin paused, initially feeling anger, but suddenly remembered something and hastily pulled out his phone. Yubu Yi looked surprised. Wait, buddy, it's not that serious, is it? Didn't you just say something that sounded profound? I want to jot it down for future use. Yubu Yi. Just then, Luo Feishuan waved at him, signaling him to approach. Yubu Yi set down the cake, wiped his mouth, and walked towards Luo Feishuan, still bewildered. Cheng Ruxin felt irritation. How rude. We haven't finished our conversation. He was about to follow when a hand landed on his shoulder. Cheng Ruxin. Turning, Cheng Ruxin frowned. Zhai Zhilia. We're not that familiar, are we? Zhai Zhilia smiled. We weren't, but I can tell you don't like that fellow named Yubu Yi. Is it that obvious? Cheng Ruxin was taken aback. Zhai Zhilia smiled slightly, resting his hand on Cheng Ruxin's shoulder, composed. In truth, I detest that guy too. So, what do you say about a little collaboration? Cheng Ruxin stared into his eyes for a moment before suddenly swatting Zhai Zhilia's arm away. No. Zhai Zhilia was taken aback, bewildered. Why not? I may dislike him, but I find you even more repulsive. Besides, you must have heard the saying, a lone tiger walks alone, while sheep flock together. With that, he strode away. Zhai Zhilia stood there, momentarily stunned, watching Cheng Ruxin's proud demeanor, and spat in disgust. What a nuisance. Is this guy insane? Stepping aside, Cheng Ruxin furrowed his brow, glancing at Yubu Yi, then at the sullen Zhai Zhilia, feeling suddenly melancholic. In the eyes of Xian and Yubu Yi, I can't possibly be on the same level as Zhai Zhilia. Can I? That would be utterly revolting. Yubu Yi approached Luo Feishuan, who naturally linked her arm with his in front of the crowd, smiling at the middle-aged man. Uncle Zhao, you should express your gratitude. or at least thank him, considering that the previous opening pulse pill was crafted by him. The words of Luo Feishuan left the surrounding individuals in a state of utter astonishment. Is it him? Yu Buer was oblivious to what had been previously said, yet suddenly, the gazes of those around him converged upon him. Chapter 47. Martial arts actually divided into star levels? Upon the conclusion of Luo Feishuan's statement, many regarded Yu Buer with fervent eyes. Uncle Zhao looked at Yu Buer, realization dawning upon him. So it is this young lad. What shall I call you? I am Yu Buer, greetings Uncle Zhao. Although somewhat perplexed, Yu Buer responded with utmost politeness. After all, if he were to act foolishly, it would tarnish Luo Feishuan's reputation. Indeed, a promising youth. Haha, young Yu, here is my business card. Should you ever need my assistance in Fish City, do not hesitate to reach out. Young Yu, here is my card as well. Do come to my home for dinner with Luo girl whenever you have the chance. Young Yu, do you still have any of those opening vein pills? Be sure to get one for me too. Haha, lost in a haze. Yu Buer found his hands unexpectedly filled with business cards. At that moment, a boy of about 14 or 15 pushed through the crowd and approached Yu Buer. Yu Buer, are you Yu Buer? Yu Buer stared at the unfamiliar boy, feeling a bit bewildered. He was certain he had never encountered the boy before, yet somehow found him vaguely familiar. The appearance of Chen Xinian dispelled his confusion. Classmate Yu, this is my younger brother, Chen Sui. The opening vein pill you sold me was for him, Chen Xinian explained, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder with a smile. Observing the brother's somewhat similar features, Yu Buer suddenly understood. Chen Sui's eyes sparkled as he grasped Yu Buer's hand and shook it vigorously. Brother Yu, thank you for the opening vein pill. After taking it, my waist no longer aches, my legs no longer hurt, and I can ascend 5 flights of stairs in one breath. Yu Buer. Chen Xinian playfully rapped his brother's head. Speak properly. Chen Sui rubbed his nose and grinned. Your opening vein pill is simply extraordinary. It helped me progress from 7 spiritual veins to 10. Upon hearing this, the gazes of those around Yu Buer burned even more intensely. Chen Sui's eyes shone brightly. I am confident that it won't be long before I unlock the 11th spiritual vein. The enthusiasm of the boy made Yu Buer feel somewhat bashful. He had sold the opening vein pill to Chen Xinian for the price of 900,000. Yet now, listening to Chen Sui's string of gratitude, one might think he had given it away for free. Throughout this exchange, Luo Feishuan merely stood to the side, a smile gracing her lips. Just then, melodious music filled the auction hall, prompting others to find their seats. Brother Yu, let's add each other on WeChat to chat later. Chen Sui pulled out his phone. Alright, I will add you too. Haha, count me in. Earlier, some had wished to acquire Yu Buer's contact information, but given the status of those present, they found it difficult to muster the courage. Now, with Chen Sui leading the charge, they felt less pressure. Su Xiushan and others exchanged glances, slightly bewildered. Hadn't young Master Zhai just remarked that the lad was merely a pretty boy? Indeed, he doesn't appear to be one. Furthermore, is that opening vein pill truly as miraculous as they say? The younger crowd was rife with curiosity regarding Yu Buer's identity. Suddenly, with a loud crack, they turned to see Zhai Zhilia crushing his wine glass in his hand, his gaze menacing. Mountain Brother reacted swiftly, clearing his throat. It's just an opening vein pill. There's nothing to fuss about, is there? Who really needs it anyway? Exactly. No matter how impressive the opening vein pill may be, how extraordinary can it truly be? I say, these people are merely acting on the favor of Miss Luo. Otherwise, who would bother with him? Though these individuals spoke thusly, their minds were already scheming on whether to seize an opportunity to get acquainted with Yu Buer. Presently, many were filled with curiosity about him. Seated upon a spacious sofa, a staff member in a qipao brought Yu Buer a cup of tea, gently inquiring if he required anything further. On stage, the impeccably suited manager Wang temporarily assumed the role of host. He commenced with a brief opening statement, followed by the entrance of Zhang Qiaoshen, the general manager of the Xingxing Pavilion in Fish City. The man, clad in traditional attire and adorned with a jade pendant around his neck, ascended the stage, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the audience. He then delivered some formalities, expressing gratitude for the guests' long-standing support of the Xingxing Pavilion. Approximately 10 minutes later, they formally embarked on the auction process. Those eligible to participate in the internal auction of the Xingxing Pavilion were all prominent figures, none willing to squander their precious time on trivial matters. Zhang Qiaoshen was quite astute. A professional auctioneer, clad in white gloves and appearing to be around 30, approached the stage, dressed in a tailored women's suit. His friendly smile and clear, resonant voice exuded warmth. Tonight, we have a total of 10 auction items, comprising 4 sets of martial arts techniques, 3 spiritual artifacts, 2 spirit talismans, and 1 spiritual pill. Yu Buer's eyes gleamed. Spiritual artifacts, spirit talismans, and spiritual pills? The treasures of the Xingxing Pavilion are indeed abundant. The artifacts, talismans, and pills are categorized into 9 grades. Grades 7, 8, and 9 are deemed mortal level. Grades 4, 5, and 6 are classified as spiritual level, while grades 1, 2, and 3 are considered celestial level. In recent years, there have been rumors suggesting that above grade 1, there exists divine grade, yet most of these claims are mere hearsay. After all, Periodically, someone emerges to spread tales, either claiming to have forged a divine artifact or stating that some place has exhibited phenomena due to the concoction of divine pills. Truth and falsehood intermingle, resembling little more than gossip shared over tea. Next, we present the first auction item. A tall hostess ascended the stage from the right staircase, bearing a tray covered by a glass dome, within which lay a jade pendant roughly the size of a palm. This is a storage spiritual artifact, crafted collaboratively by Master and Iha, a 6th grade artifact refiner, and Master Bienziling, a 5th grade formation master. It boasts an internal space of 1 cubic meter. Yubuer gazed in awe at the jade pendant on stage. Such a small pendant, yet it offers a cubic meter of space. Truly astounding. What do you think? Are you interested? Luo Feishuan inquired. Yubuer quietly asked, how much do you think this will cost? Before Luo Feishuan could respond, the auctioneer spoke first. The starting bid is 3 million, with each increment not less than 500,000. Upon hearing this, Yubuer immediately regained his composure. I suddenly find myself lacking curiosity. Luo Feishuan chuckled. The final price for this storage jade pendant shouldn't be too high. I predict it will be under 10 million. If it were a storage bracelet or ring, its value would be considerably higher. The eventual outcome aligned closely with Luo Feishuan's prediction, with the final bid reaching 12 million. The second auction item was a martial art manual titled Mountain Crushing Blade, rated as a 4-star martial art by the Xingxing Pavilion. Furthermore, it remains classified as confidential. With a starting bid of 3 million, Yubuer was somewhat puzzled. 4-star? Martial arts can also be graded? This is the Xingxing Pavilion's own assessment standard, which is typically non-existent. Luo Feishuan clarified. This classification is a reference evaluation based on various factors, including the difficulty and content of the martial art. Yubuer nodded in understanding. Regarding the confidentiality level mentioned by the auctioneer, he harbored no doubts. In the Great Xia, to incentivize formidable martial artists and foster the creation of more martial arts techniques, there exists a stringent copyright protection system. This is also to safeguard the rights of the creators. A martial artist, upon devising a new martial technique, may submit it to the Martial Arts Bureau for approval. The scrutiny by the Bureau is exceedingly rigorous. It first assesses the innovation ratio of the new technique, then ensures it does not cause irreversible harm to practitioners, and finally evaluates its practical efficacy. Only upon passing all these evaluations can it be classified as a new martial art, recorded in the database. And the creator issued a certificate along with a serial number. New martial arts classified as confidential cannot be disseminated by anyone other than the creator, even if purchased at a price. Whether shared on online platforms or privately taught, such actions constitute severe legal violations. Offenders face not only substantial compensation claims from creators, but also the possibility of imprisonment for 5 to 10 years. Chapter 48. I vouch for Yubui. The government of Great Xia naturally hopes that every martial artist within its realm can freely learn all martial techniques. However, they are also driven by deeper considerations. Only by adequately protecting the rights of martial arts creators and striving for their maximum benefit can the emergence of more new martial arts be stimulated. Without strict copyright protection, the number of individuals willing to delve into and cultivate new martial arts would dwindle, leading to a pernicious cycle. Certainly, aside from developing their own, the Martial Arts Bureau of Great Xia invests heavily each year to acquire exceptional martial techniques, which are then taught publicly at martial arts academies. It is precisely because of copyright protection that even though Luo Feishuan possesses body tempering techniques, she cannot directly impart them to Yubui. Ultimately, the mountain crushing blade was sold for 4 million. Yubui felt a twinge of anxiety. Was it truly so costly for an ordinary martial technique? He began to worry whether he had sufficient funds. Although Luo Feishuan had previously mentioned that she could exchange a meridian purging pill for goods, it depended on whether the Cui Xing Pavilion would agree. Sensing Yubi's unease, Luo Feishuan softly reassured him, "Do not worry, I am here for you." Yubui instinctively shook his head. Given that the auction items often reached hundreds of thousands, or even millions, he felt it was far too presumptuous to expect Luo Feishuan to cover his expenses. Next came the third item for auction, a 5th grade spiritual elixir, the Minor Soul Recovery Pill. The starting bid was set at 800,000. In the end, Chung Ruxin acquired it for 2 million. Within the auction hall, several attendees expressed their discontent. After all, it was merely a 5th grade Minor Soul Recovery Pill. The Cui Xing Pavilion's auction was increasingly losing its allure. Indeed, a major soul recovery pill would have been a different story. Curiously, Yubui inquired of Luo Feishuan, "What is the purpose of the minor soul recovery pill? Is there a significant difference from the major soul recovery pill?" His knowledge of elixirs was admittedly limited. In simple terms, if one were gravely injured, consuming a minor soul recovery pill would facilitate rapid healing. Luo Feishuan elaborated. The major soul recovery pill is distinct, as long as one is not deceased and still clings to a thread of life. A single major soul recovery pill can restore one to peak condition instantly and counteract 100 poisons. Listening to this, Yubui felt his mouth water. Such treasures existed in the world. However, the major soul recovery pill was already considered a divine elixir, and he certainly would not encounter one here, Luo Feishuan chuckled. Next was the second magical artifact of the evening, the spirit-gathering alchemical furnace, also crafted by Master Aniha. It was said that using this furnace for alchemy could enhance the success rate by 3%. The starting bid was 3 million, with increments no less than 500,000. Hearing Master Aniha's name once again, Yu Bui mused on how this master seemed to be as ubiquitous as the renowned Arctic brand. Luo Feishuan appeared quite interested in the furnace and promptly raised her bidding paddle. Number 3, Miss Luo, 3,500,000. Yu Bui was somewhat taken aback. Are you planning to refine elixirs? No, Luo Feishuan shook her head, just as a voice from behind called out, for million. Yu Bui turned to see Zhai Jilin, whose gaze was challenging as he deliberately raised his voice. Xiaoxian, since you like it, I shall bid on it for you. What do you think? Luo Feishuan frowned in distaste and replied, 5 million. 5,500,000. 7 million. Cheng Ruxin suddenly shouted. Zhai Jilin paused, glancing at Cheng Ruxin with visible displeasure. Ruxin, aren't you still in school? Does your father provide you with such funds? His tone dripped with sarcasm. You think a bastard like you has more money than I do? Cheng Ruxin retorted. Zhai Jilin's expression darkened, gritting his teeth before raising his paddle once more. 7,500,000. Number 18, Mr. Zhai, 7,500,000. The auction hall was filled with incredulity. Most of the attendees had little interest in the furnace, as they were not alchemists themselves. They simply could not fathom how the price of the furnace had been driven up to 7,500,000. Cheng Ruxin had initially intended to acquire the furnace as a gift for Luo Feishuan, given that it was her first bid of the evening. However, now, faced with his limited funds, he hesitated just as the auctioneer's hammer fell. Congratulations to Mr. Zhai, number 18, for winning the spirit-gathering alchemical furnace. Yu Bui glanced at Luo Feishuan, who, rather than being upset, wore a smile. As he pondered this, Luo Feishuan spoke. Next, he should be out of funds to trouble you. Yu Bui was momentarily stunned, a wave of inexplicable emotions washing over him. Subsequently, Luo Feishuan employed a similar tactic. And this time, Cheng Ruxin spent 6 million to snatch a talisman. Yu Bui could only sigh inwardly. What is it? Have I warned your heart? Luo Feishuan asked with a smile. It's not that. I was just contemplating whether our currencies are different, Yu Bui replied. Luo Feishuan burst into laughter. Finally, when the 8th item for auction arrived, Yu Bui eagerly awaited the body-tempering martial technique he had longed for. Next was the 8th item of this auction, the 100 Demons Dance. This was a new body-tempering martial technique developed by the martial arts master Xiaoqingji, who synthesized insights gained from observing numerous demonic beasts alongside the 5-animal play. Also a 4-star martial art, classified as confidential, with a starting bid of 3 million. Yu Bui's face momentarily stiffened. He had not anticipated that the starting price alone would exceed his budget. Noticing his expression, Luo Feishuan was about to raise her hand when Yu Bui preemptively bid 3,500,000. Number 4, Mr. Yu, 3,500,000 watts. Zhai Jilin appeared somewhat surprised and immediately raised his paddle. Number 18, Zhai Xiao, for million. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Zhai Xiao, do you still have funds? Upon hearing this, Zhai Jilin's countenance grew uncomfortable. Just lend me some for a moment. Are you worried I want to repay you? Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. No worries. Cheng Ruxin glanced at Yu Bui, then at his paddle, ultimately deciding to forego bidding. Just as Yu Bui was about to raise his paddle again, Zhai Jilin interjected, wait. Mr. Zhang, does your auction allow anyone to bid? At the very least, shouldn't you verify if this person has the means? Zhang Xiaosheng was somewhat taken aback, clearing his throat before responding with a smile. Zhai Xiao, you jest. Mr. Yu is a friend of Miss Luo. How could that be? Before he could finish, Zhai Jilin interrupted him. Miss Luo has wealth, but that does not guarantee he does. Why don't you check? Luo Feishuan finally cast a glance at Zhai Jilin, her eyes brimming with cold disdain. Chen Xinian suddenly rose, clearing his throat. Mr. Zhang, Yu Buer is my classmate. I can vouch for him. To vouch at an auction implies that, regardless of the final bid Yu Buer makes, if he fails to produce the funds, the debt will fall upon Chen Xinian's shoulders. Yu Buer appeared taken aback, and before he could speak, Cheng Ruxin, seated behind Chen Xinian, raised her arm slightly. I admit, I find this person quite bothersome, yet what can I do? After all, he is also my classmate. Isn't a guarantee supposed to involve 3 people? Chen Xinian, Xin Yuan, and me he. She concluded with a playful arch of her brow towards Zhai Jilin. In that instant, Zhai Jilin felt as though the entire world was conspiring against him. Yu Buer cleared his throat and spoke. I apologize. He is correct. I indeed have no money. The auction hall fell silent, the stillness palpable as if a pin could be heard dropping, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances, predominantly filled with confusion. Chapter 49. Let's keep this within our circle. Yu Buer's statement left the assembly in the auction hall utterly perplexed, with someone standing to vouch for him. It seemed logical for Yu Buer to secure the item first. Why must one be so painfully honest? Chen Xinian was somewhat surprised, but chose not to comment, while Cheng Ruxin was infuriated. Yu Buer, can you not embarrass our Fish City High School? Upon hearing this, Yu Buer felt an odd sensation. One might think Chung Ruxin was the principal. Luo Feishuan remained composed, having anticipated the progression of events, and everything unfolded as she had foreseen. In contrast, Zhai Zhilia appeared increasingly agitated. He disregarded the surroundings and the gazes of others, shouting and acting as though he had lost his mind. Mr. Zhang, did you hear that? This brat has admitted it himself. He has no money. Throw him out. Zhang Xiaoxing felt a headache coming on. He recognized Zhai Zhilia as the illegitimate son recently reclaimed by the Zhai family. Although it was his first encounter with Yu Buer, he knew he was brought by Luo Feishuan and had the backing of Chun Sinian and Chung Ruxin. He could not fathom why Zhai Zhilia, seemingly devoid of reason, insisted on antagonizing him. However, given the number of witnesses, and as the head of the Tsueixing Pavilion in Fish City, he knew the issue raised must be addressed. Ahem. Mr. Yu, what exactly do you mean by your earlier comment? He inquired tentatively, still harboring grievances, yet feeling emboldened by the guarantee. Yu Buer, riding the wave of the situation, responded with honesty. Why must he be so forthright? As for Zhai Zhilia's demand to expel him, anyone with a modicum of sense would not utter such irrational remarks. Uncle Zhao, who had previously greeted Yu Buer, cleared his throat and shot a disapproving glance at Zhai Zhilia. What does money matter? Isn't it just a few million? I can cover for young Yu. The uproar was unwarranted. He directed this remark toward Luo Feishuan as well. While he held a certain interest in Yu Buer, it was limited to that. Perhaps there would be opportunities to engage further. However, wealth does not equate to folly. It is absurd to expect a wealthy individual to part with millions for a stranger. Yu Buer, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, I may not have money, but I have heard that the Tsueixing Pavilion's auctions also allow for barter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxing's expression brightened. Ah, I see. Then what do you intend to offer in exchange, Mr. Yu? Zhai Zhilia became anxious. Mr. Zhang, don't believe him. What could he possibly have of value? He is just an orphan with no parents and nothing to his name. After this remark, disdainful glares were cast in Zhai Zhilia's direction. Chun Sinian frowned deeply, while Chen Sui, beside him, began to complain. Brother, this is so annoying. Why is it that at this internal auction of the Tsueixing Pavilion, there's always some barking dog? Were this a previous time, Chen Sinian would have reprimanded his younger brother for such talk. Yet now, he merely nodded in agreement. Who knows? Perhaps someone simply forgot to keep their pet on a leash. Zhai Zhilia's hair seemed to bristle with fury, but Lin Yuan grasped his arm firmly. Young Master Zhai, please do not act impulsively. He regretted sitting next to Zhai Zhilia, realizing too late how thoughtless he was. Who could have anticipated that this individual would offend so many? Without considering his own status? Chung Ruxin mockingly shouted, Yu Buer is an orphan, yet that is better than someone who doesn't even know who their parents are? Huh. Truly, the audacity. Zhai Zhilia's hand slammed heavily on the adjacent table, his body trembling with rage. Everyone knew his sensitive triggers, yet it seemed no one hesitated to tread upon them. This was not merely a matter of losing face. It felt akin to having his very skin flayed and trampled upon. Yu Buer, however, remained unfazed by Zhai Zhilia's words. He produced a box he had prepared in advance. Inside are 8 opening Meridian pills. Zhang Xiaoxing was taken aback. The others in the auction hall widened their eyes, some exchanging knowing glances. 8 opening Meridian pills? Could it be the same kind consumed by young Master Zhao and young Master Chen? It must be. If so, these opening Meridian pills are indeed remarkable. Zhai Zhilia was equally astonished that Yu Buer could present so many at once. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and sneered. Just opening Meridian pills? What value do they hold? He then shot a glance at Lin Yuan, who, albeit reluctantly, complied with Zhai Zhilia's cue to chime in. Indeed. What value could opening Meridian pills possibly have? Mr. Zhang, you must think this through. Yet Zhang Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with interest. He had heard about the incidents involving young Master Zhao and Chen Sui. Previously, many had hinted at whether those 2 opening Meridian pills originated from the Tsueixing Pavilion. Although Zhang Xiaoxing was eager to profit, he knew better than to spread rumors. The Tsueixing Pavilion certainly did not lack opening Meridian pills, but their finest quality could not allow individuals with mediocre martial talent to simultaneously unblock 3 or 4 spiritual meridians. What of the high price? It merely secures a position in the premium market. Ultimately, whether they profited or not was secondary for the Tsueixing Pavilion. The paramount concern was that such high-quality opening Meridian pills would elevate the pavilion's prestige, just like old Zhao and Chen Sui, who, despite purchasing the pills, nonetheless developed a favorable impression of Yu Buer. Is this not what the Tsueixing Pavilion desires? At that moment, old Zhao suddenly stood, striding over with urgency. He looked at the box in Yu Buer's hands, suppressing his excitement. Young Yu, are these opening Meridian pills the same as the ones my son consumed previously? Yu Buer glanced at Luo Feishuan beside him, who smiled and nodded. Uncle Zhao, the opening Meridian pills I procured for you earlier were provided by Yu Buer. Very well. Very well. Haha. I will take these opening Meridian pills. Whatever you have, I want it all. Uncle Zhao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. A bewildered middle-aged man inquired. Old Zhao, why do you need so many opening Meridian pills? You wouldn't understand. My youngest son. Well, never mind. It's just that I really like them. Is that a crime? Ultimately, old Zhao was a businessman, quick-witted and astute. If others were to discover that my young son had managed to open all 12 meridians in a single night, thanks to Yu Byuj's meridian-opening pill, they would surely go mad with envy. In business, the key to profit lies in possessing a sufficient information advantage. How could he possibly broadcast such news widely? However, most of those present were astute individuals. Upon contemplation, they quickly grasped the implication. Old Zhao, with so many meridian-opening pills at your disposal, you cannot hoard them all for yourself. Indeed, Xiaoyu, I require two. And I too, haha. Just so happens that my nephew has yet to consume a meridian-opening pill. In my opinion, rather than exchanging goods, we could simply digest these meridian-opening pills internally. A throng of individuals hastily surged towards Yu Byuj, leaving Zhang Xiaoxing in a state of urgency. Surely, they could not truly consume them all amongst themselves. Just then, Manager Wang hurried over, whispered a few words, and his eyes sparkled as he clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news that Elder Guan is currently at my Chuasing Pavilion. How about we invite him to appraise the value of this meridian-opening pill? The previously boisterous crowd instantly fell silent. Elder Guan? You mean the legendary Elder Guan? He is actually in Yuqing? This news had not reached us at all. Yu Byuj instinctively glanced at Luo Feishuan, who smiled and nodded, softly uttering, "What a coincidence indeed." Yu Byuj felt a twinge of suspicion in his heart. Is it truly possible for such serendipity to exist in this world? Chapter 50. This is an immortal level pill. After announcing the news, Zhang Xiaoxing promptly exited the auction hall, eager to personally greet Elder Guan. Inside, others continued to fervently discuss the unexpected arrival. Who would have thought Elder Guan would attend this gathering? It had been said that Elder Guan was elusive, rarely making public appearances in recent years. Today was indeed an occasion worth attending. I have heard that Elder Guan is typically disinterested in such events. As Yu Byuj listened to the discussions, his mind was rife with doubts. Approximately 10 minutes later, he encountered the spirited elder once more, accompanied by Guan Jinshan. The young girl sported two playful pigtails atop her head, clad in a light green round-collared garment, with silver bracelets adorning both wrists and a small cloth pouch hanging around her neck. Upon spotting Luo Feishuan, she quickly waved, "Xian." Then she dashed over, shoving Yu Byuj aside, where the two girls clasped hands and whispered excitedly, "Report to Officer Luo. The mission was flawlessly accomplished. The old man has been successfully escorted here." Observing Guan Jinshuan's lively demeanor, Luo Feishuan gently tapped her hand. Elder Guan's presence quickly became the focal point for everyone. Old Zhao and the others eagerly approached, hoping to exchange a few words to establish familiarity. Elder Guan remained composed, greeting only a few acquaintances. He then turned his attention to Zhang Xiaoxing. "Zhang, let us promptly attend to business." Yes, Zhang Xiaoxing exclaimed, as if suddenly recalling something, and everyone else retreated, clearing a path. Upon receiving Yu Byuj's meridian-opening pill, Elder Guan scrutinized it closely, even bringing it to his nose to inhale, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The gaze of the others converged upon Elder Guan. Based on the information they had previously gathered, they were certain that Yu Byuj's meridian-opening pill was extraordinary. They were all curious about the level of Yu Byuj's pill. Elder Guan rolled the pill between his fingers and chuckled softly. This type of meridian-opening pill is indeed rare. Zhang Xiaoxing eagerly inquired, "Elder Guan, how would you rate this pill?" "It's difficult to assign a precise grade, but it is undoubtedly at the immortal level," Elder Guan declared emphatically. A brief silence enveloped the auction hall, swiftly followed by gasps of astonishment. Immortal level? Elder Guan actually claims this meridian-opening pill has reached the immortal level? At the very least, that would imply it is a third-grade pill, perhaps even a first-grade one. Instantly, everyone became electrified with excitement. Chun Sui in the crowd opened his mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "So, does that mean I have consumed an immortal pill as well?" Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Chun Sinian beside him. "Brother, your luck is truly abysmal." "Huh?" Chun Sinian's expression darkened. "You mean to say you only spent 900,000 to swindle an immortal level pill from Yu Byuj? Can you really sleep soundly tonight?" Initially irked, Chun Sinian felt a twinge of embarrassment at Chun Sui's remark. Previously, some had claimed that spending 900,000 on a single pill was sheer folly. Now, however, it appeared he had indeed struck an incredible bargain with Yu Byuj. Listening to Elder Guan's words, Yu Byuj felt somewhat bashful. "Surely, this isn't your orchestration, is it? An immortal level elder is excessively flattering me." Luo Feishuan pressed her lips together and softly replied, "I admit, I did instruct Jinshan to bring Elder Guan here. However, since Elder Guan has declared your pill to be of immortal level, it must indeed be so." "Do you truly believe someone of Elder Guan's stature would lie in such a setting merely to flatter you?" After contemplating her words, Yu Byuj found her reasoning compelling. Luo Feishuan chuckled gently. "It seems that until now, I have been the one taking advantage of you." Zhang Xiaoxing's face was also alight with enthusiasm. Although Elder Guan's remarks significantly elevated the value of Yu Byuj's meridian-opening pill, did it truly matter? These pills now bore the authentication of Elder Guan himself. This was a mark of prestige. Just then, a voice broke the moment. An elderly man scoffed. An old man declaring this is an immortal level pill does not make it so. How absurd. Would someone capable of crafting an immortal level pill ever bother with something as rudimentary as a meridian-opening pill? All eyes turned to the speaker, Zhai Zhili. Their expressions a mix of shock, as if they had encountered a ghost. In truth, Zhai Zhili's statement held some merit. Those truly skilled enough to concoct immortal level pills were exceedingly rare, and such individuals valued their time, having no reason to focus on basic meridian-opening pills. Yet the one providing the evaluation was Elder Guan. What status did Zhai Zhili possess to dare question Elder Guan? Are you suggesting that I am lying, old man? Elder Guan gazed at Zhai Zhili with a bemused smile. He was not angered, but rather intrigued. Zhai Zhili huffed dismissively. I am merely speaking the truth. Lin Yuan. What do you think? After making his statement, he received no response. Turning to the side, he discovered Lin Yuan had, at some point, relocated with by Xia to another area. Su Xiushan and the others were also keeping their distance. Their gazes towards him were filled with incredulity. As if he were a fool, Zhai Zhili's expression darkened. He recognized that these individuals wished to distance themselves from him. Yet, consumed by anger, he found himself unable to think clearly. Lin Yuan, what is the meaning of this? He demanded. Lin Yuan had initially chosen to ignore him, but after repeatedly calling his name, he could no longer contain himself. I can't take it anymore. Zhai Zhili, is your brain filled with excrement? Zhai Zhili's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? I swear, as a gold miner, I have never encountered someone as pure as you. What position do you hold to question Elder Guan? Afterward, he hastily looked towards the old man. Elder Guan. I am not familiar with this person, truly not familiar. Zhai Zhili's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Through Lin Yuan's reaction, his mind, not much larger than a walnut, seemed to belatedly grasp something significant. His expression flickered with unease for a fleeting moment, but he swiftly regained his composure. I merely wish to voice my inner doubts. One cannot allow Chuixing Pavilion to incur such a substantial loss, can one? Zhang Xiaoxing, initially only intending to observe the commotion, nearly fainted upon hearing this. Chuixing Pavilion holds no shares in your Zhai family. There is no need for your concern. Furthermore, I would never question the words of Elder Guan. Zhang Xiaoxing, who usually greeted others with a smile, was now practically hurling accusations at Zhai. However, Elder Guan graciously waved his hand in dismissal. Enough. In any case, I shall stand by my words. Young friend, if you truly harbor doubts, feel free to consult the enforcement team. Humph, how dare anyone question Elder Guan? The Zhai family is finished. Zhai Yinghua, a figure of some stature, indeed has such a son. Zhai Zhili had already begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation. And just as he contemplated leaving, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, his pupils trembled, and with trembling fingers, he answered, Hello, Dad. On the other end, there was a brief silence, followed by a voice barely containing its fury. No, you are my father. Chapter 51, The Personal Value of Yubuer. After receiving the call, Zhai Zhili hurriedly exited the auction hall. Observing his pale face and unsteady gait, the onlookers understood the situation's seriousness. Cheng Ruxing couldn't help but mockingly comment, Oh, someone's going home to get a spanking. Old Zhao and the others exchanged knowing smiles. A spanking? If it were my own son, he'd be lucky to walk out with both legs intact. Zhang Xiaoxing had intended to ask Elder Guan for an appraisal of Yubuer's opening pulse pill, but the latter repeatedly shook his head. I can only say that this is an authentically valuable celestial-grade elixir. As for appraisals, let us refrain. Those who don't need it will deem it worthless, while those who do will consider it invaluable. Such is the nature of elixirs. Zhang Xiaoxing could only nod in agreement. The old man spoke wisely. I had been presumptuous. Suddenly, Elder Guan turned his gaze toward Yubuer. You little rascal, I'd like to buy one of your pills. That's acceptable, right? Huh. Yubuer was taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. Elder, you jest. If you truly desire one, I'll gladly gift you one. He was no fool. Although Elder Guan had not provided a valuation, his earlier remarks had already inflated the price of his opening pulse pill, even if he were to give one away. What of it? Elder Guan waved his hand with a smile. Enough of this nonsense. I owe you no favors. However, your opening pulse pill is somewhat special. I'd like to procure one for research purposes, say, 150,000. Please don't refuse. Yubuer's eyes widened in astonishment. Elder Guan, however, was not inclined to engage in further banter and turned to Guan Jinshan. Transfer the funds to him. Yes, Grandpa. Guan Jinshan retrieved his phone from his small pouch and approached Yubuer. Yubuer hesitated, glancing at Luo Feishuan beside him. You should accept it, after all. Elder Guan's goodwill is quite precious, Luo Feishuan advised with a smile. Yubuer nodded, cooperating with Guan Jinshan to complete the transaction. TSK. Guan Jinshan did not miss the opportunity to roll his eyes at Yubuer. Yubuer. Elder Guan yawned at an opportune moment, summoning Guan Jinshan to his side. He then remarked about how the elderly easily grew drowsy, leading Guan Jinshan away, while Zhang Xiaoxing personally escorted them out, with others following suit. Upon returning to the auction hall, Yu Buer belatedly realized that Elder Guan's expenditure of 150,000 to acquire one of his opening pulse pills was, in fact, a veiled appraisal. With Zhai Zhili absent, the remaining participants, all astute individuals, were unlikely to compete with Yu Buer in bidding, especially after the earlier events. In the end, Yu Buer utilized 3 opening pulse pills to secure the 100 Demons play. Although Zhai Zhili had departed, he had previously raised the price to 4 million. By that calculation, while Chuixing Pavilion had not explicitly stated it, they had tacitly acknowledged that each of Yu Buer's opening pulse pills was valued at 150,000. General Zhao and others believed that Chuixing Pavilion had indeed profited. However, given that it was an auction hosted by Chuixing Pavilion, Yu Buer had also proposed a trade. They could not intercept the deal and could only console themselves, thinking, 3 pills are merely a trifling matter, no worries. Yu Buer still possesses 5 more. For the subsequent items, Yu Buer refrained from raising his paddle. Luo Feishuan, curious, inquired, don't you still have opening pulse pills? Aren't you interested in anything else? Not exactly, Yu Buer shook his head. Earlier, no one contested me for the 100 Demons play, whether due to Elder Guan's influence or the opening pulse pills, they were showing me respect. If they are granting me such courtesy, I must accept it. If I were to bid on everything, it would appear rather greedy. Luo Feishuan's expression reflected approval. By the way, Yu Buer suddenly exclaimed, if I present these opening pulse pills to Chuixing Pavilion, will it affect your situation? If it does, I'll inform you in advance. Otherwise, I can purchase them from you. I wouldn't want to take advantage of you, Luo Feishuan replied, batting her eyelashes. At that, Yu Buer finally felt relieved. Rest assured, my matters have all been settled, Luo Feishuan continued. When the auction concluded, as Yu Buer began to rise, numerous individuals surrounded him. Initially, he assumed they were all drawn by the opening pulse pills in his possession. However, the reality was quite different. Led by old Zhao, these individuals merely engaged Yu Buer in conversation, re-establishing contact with those who had missed the opportunity earlier. Little Luo, when you have some free time in the coming days, do remember to bring young Yu over to my home as a guest. Old Zhao said earnestly. Certainly, Uncle Zhao, you can count on me. Luo Feishuan replied with a smile. Following this, Manager Wang approached, inviting Yu Buer to the VIP room to complete the handover procedures. As they exited the auction hall, Yu Buer felt somewhat perplexed. They seemed to have suddenly lost interest in his opening pulse pills. The leading manager Wang's lips twitched, revealing a hint of envy. He had painstakingly maintained relationships with influential figures, yet they had all begun to regard Yu Buer as a coveted asset. Did they not desire opening pulse pills? They yearned for them immensely. However, in order not to make Yu Buer feel they were overly ambitious, they were deliberately suppressing their eagerness. Luo Feishuan, naturally aware of this, smiled and remarked, perhaps, in their eyes, you are deemed more valuable than those opening pulse pills. Yu Buer, not oblivious, grasped the implication of her words. The celestial-grade opening pulse pills had shrouded him in a layer of mystique. They likely believed that someone capable of presenting such a plethora of celestial-grade opening pulse pills must possess an extraordinary identity. Yu Buer mused to himself that these individuals were destined for disappointment. During the handover procedures, Cheng Ruxin was also present. Yu Buer had only won the 100 Demons play, while Cheng Ruxin had secured a small soul recovery pill and a talisman. Having received a phone call, Luo Feishuan suddenly turned to Yu Buer. I have a small matter to attend to. I will return shortly. All right, Yu Buer responded, signing the contract and confidentiality agreement. He looked up to see Cheng Ruxin and cleared his throat. Thank you for today, Cheng. Cheng Ruxin furrowed her brow. What are you thanking me for? Previously at the auction house, I extend my gratitude for your willingness to vouch for me and advocate on my behalf. Cheng Ruxin hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, oh no. Let us be clear, I have made it known that I do not harbor any fondness for you, but I harbor an even greater disdain for Zhai Zhili. Furthermore, you are associated with Yuqing No. 1 High School. Your embarrassment reflects upon me as well. Yu Buer, however, was oblivious to Cheng Ruxin's underlying pride. Once everything was settled, Yu Buer's spirits soared as he gazed upon the martial arts tome in his hands. The next step was to thoroughly comprehend the dragon's dance, and, through accumulating jealousy points, continuously enhance his proficiency. He pondered how long Luo Feishuan would be preoccupied and subsequently inquired with Manager Wang. May I wander about? Certainly. Manager Wang replied with a smile. It is my pleasure to assist you. Yu Buer felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was merely meandering, and it felt somewhat awkward to have Manager Wang accompany him. Though he did not voice it, Manager Wang, perceptive to his expressions, cheerfully suggested, alternatively, I could arrange for a sales associate to guide you around. Relieved, Yu Buer nodded eagerly. That would be most appreciated. Manager Wang smiled, exited the VIP room, and summoned a staff member clad in a qipao. Greetings, Mr. Yu. My name is Liang Yi. The female sales associate greeted with a smile. What categories pique your interest? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Buer replied, I would like to explore martial arts. Very well, please follow me. Chapter 52, Becoming the Most Radiant Presence of This Era. Under the guidance of the sales associate, Yu Buer ascended to the second floor. At this hour, the Star Pavilion had already closed its doors, rendering the entire second floor somewhat desolate. Realizing this, Yu Buer felt a twinge of regret. Initially, he sought merely to alleviate his boredom with a brief stroll. Now, it felt almost disrespectful not to make a purchase. Upon observation, Yu Buer noted that while the layout of the second floor mirrored that of the first, the offerings were decidedly fewer. Most notably, the shelves dedicated to martial arts were only a quarter of those on the first floor. The sales associate, Liang Yi, informed him that the items on the second floor were priced higher and consisted of premium selections. What she did not disclose was that the second floor was exclusively accessible to patrons who had spent over 2 million at the Star Pavilion. Regardless, Yu Buer was assured of his purchasing eligibility, as Manager Wang had specifically mentioned it. To highlight it separately would seem overly solicitous. Despite the fewer shelves, the variety of martial arts remained comprehensive. Arriving at a shelf labeled weapons, Yu Buer's gaze scanned the titles until it was drawn to one in particular. He reached out and retrieved a book. The martial arts tomes at the Star Pavilion could not be examined prior to purchase, yet the cover thoughtfully indicated the general focus. The Dragon's Dance. Liang Yi approached Yu Buer with a cup of coffee and smiled. This Dragon's Dance is a 3-star martial art, primarily designed for use with daggers or short blades. While it is true that a longer weapon holds an advantage, in actual combat, these short weapons are not only agile and versatile, but also easier to conceal, allowing for surprising effectiveness. Yu Buer wholeheartedly agreed with her assessment. Earlier, when confronted by the assassin from the Shadow Feather Pavilion, his victory stemmed from catching his opponent off guard. The Dragon's Dance contains a wealth of information, divided into 3 sections: strike, agility, and craftiness. Liang Ye's insights transcended the cover's description, and Yu Buer listened intently. Strike refers to the lethal techniques. Agility pertains to the nimble movements that accompany those techniques. And craftiness embodies the clever integration and application of movements with strikes. As Yu Buer examined several other martial arts related to short weapons, Liang Yi was able to provide detailed explanations for each. Clearly, being a sales associate at the Star Pavilion was no simple task. It required an extensive memorization of vast information. Ultimately, Yu Buer made his decision, waving the Dragon's Dance in his hand. How much is this? As a 3-star martial art, the Dragon's Dance is priced at 120,000, Liang Yi replied with a smile. However, as a cooperative level customer of the Star Pavilion, you are entitled to a 20% discount. Cooperative level customer? Indeed. Manager Wang informed me that your exchange of the immortal level opening pill for goods at the Star Pavilion qualifies you as a cooperative level customer. After a brief pause, she added, shortly, your exclusive membership card will be delivered. A realization dawned upon Yu Buer. All right, I will take this book. Let us proceed to check out. With a savings of over 20,000, he had no reason to decline. Upon returning to the 3rd floor, Manager Wang welcomed him with a cheerful demeanor. Settling back into the chair of the VIP room, Manager Wang slid over an acrylic box containing a blue card, embossed with Yu Buer's name and unique identification number. This is your membership card for the Star Pavilion. Keep it safe, as it entitles you to a 20% discount on future purchases. Yu Buer marveled at the efficiency of the Star Pavilion. Subsequently, Manager Wang presented a contract, eagerly inquiring, Mr. Yu, how do you intend to settle the payment? Rest assured, if you wish to exchange goods, we will cover any price difference. Recently, Yu Buer had indeed profited considerably from the opening pills. However, he had spent 1 million in a single transaction with Old Guan. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, let us proceed with the exchange. Manager Wang was momentarily taken aback, then thrilled, as he had previously refrained from suggesting it too overtly for fear of leaving a poor impression. To his delight, Yu Buer not only grasped the hint, but also accorded him the courtesy. Thank you, Mr. Yu. President Zhang has instructed that if you are willing to sell your opening pills, we can offer 160,000. Yu Buer was somewhat taken aback. 160,000? Manager Wang, sensing his apprehension, quickly added, if that does not meet your satisfaction, we can revert to the previous price of 150,000 that Old Guan paid for your opening pill. The Star Pavilion could not compete with Old Guan. Yet word had spread. If they set prices too high thereafter, customers might express discontent. Yu Buer understood Manager Wang's reasoning. What price do you plan to set for external sales? 160,000, Manager Wang replied with a smile. Yu Buer comprehended. Refraining from naively inquiring about their profit margins, instead reflecting on how impressive it was that the Star Pavilion had achieved such prominence. Very well, I shall sell 2 of them at 160,000. Manager Wang rejoiced and hurried off to prepare the contract. Once all the formalities were completed, Yu Buer smiled at the notification of funds received on his phone. For him, no amount of opening pills would hold substantial value. Initially, he had considered using the opening pills to accumulate jealousy points, but over time, his classmates had grown accustomed to them. After all, he could still participate in future lotteries if he desired more, so holding a few in reserve sufficed. At that moment, Luo Feishuan returned. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. In fact, I purchased a martial arts book, Yu Buer said, waving the Dragon's Dance. Luo Feishuan nodded with a smile. Excellent choice. It suits you well. After exchanging pleasantries with Manager Wang, the two exited the Star Pavilion together. I have arranged for the driver to deliver some items to Uncle Qing. Shall we first explore the night market behind the Star Pavilion? Luo Feishuan inquired. Yu Buer nodded in agreement, and then asked, how is Uncle Qing doing? He will be leaving Yuqing for a while, Luo Feishuan replied. Yu Buer fell silent for a moment before asking, is it related to the previous assassin? Luo Feishuan continued walking. Yes, after all, he killed someone from the Shadow Feather Pavilion. I worry they won't let it go easily. However, there is no need for concern. Uncle Qing is quite safe. She initially intended to inform Yu Buer that the assassins from the Shadow Wing Pavilion would no longer pursue him, as Chun Jiliao had already withdrawn the order. Yet, upon further reflection, she acknowledged that uncertainty is inherent in all matters, and it would be prudent for Yu Buer to remain vigilant. Moreover, she found that living under the same roof as Yu Buer was rather pleasant. Yu Buer suddenly fell into silence. After all, he was the one who had truly dispatched the assassin, while Uncle Qing had merely taken the blame. Luo Feishuan discerned his thoughts and remarked, this was originally my affair. For you, it was merely an unwarranted disaster. Furthermore, once I find the opportunity, I shall negotiate with the Shadow Wing Pavilion to expedite Uncle Qing's return. Very well, if there is any way I can assist, do let me know. Yu Buer promptly replied. Luo Feishuan regarded him with a serious nod. Suddenly, Yu Buer spoke again. Chen Xian and Chen Sui, you summoned them as well, didn't you? Luo Feishuan was taken aback. First Zhao Shu, then Chen Sui and Chen Xian. All appeared to validate the worth of my opening Meridian pill at the auction. And even old Guan came. All thanks to your assistance, right? Luo Feishuan's lips curled into a smile. I knew you were astute. But what is your motive? Is it merely to ensure the opening Meridian pill fetches a good price and gains the recognition of the Chuixing Pavilion? Luo Feishuan abruptly halted and turned to face Yu Buer. Beneath the street lamp, her eyelashes fluttered, mesmerizingly beautiful. Yu Buer. Yes? Because I wish for you to stand in the spotlight, to be seen by more people. When the gaze upon you becomes sufficiently numerous, others will hesitate, and you shall no longer be able to vanish without a trace. A slight tremor coursed through Yu Buer's heart, his gaze flickering. Luo Feishuan stepped closer, her voice crystal clear. Moreover, I hope that one day, Yu Buer, can become the most resplendent presence of this era. Chapter 53, A Presence of Malevolence. At this hour, the night market was bustling with its greatest throng. Before them lay a scene teeming with humanity, as the evening breeze carried a medley of scents. There were the ubiquitous stinky tofu from Old Chong, the piquant aroma of street-side barbecues, and the sizzling sounds of grilled squid on iron plates. The clamor of electric loudspeakers hawking their wares, the clinking of iron spoons against iron pots, and the din of the crowd created a cacophony that, despite its noise, imparted an inexplicable sense of peace. Yu Buer, I desire that. Luo Feishuan exclaimed, pointing at a small blue cart selling pre-packaged tiramisu. The two approached, with Luo Feishuan earnestly selecting a piece of cake the size of a palm. Just as Yu Buer was about to scan the payment code, a phone obstructed his view, swiftly scanning the code ahead of him. 15, right? It's gone. Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Buer's lips twitched as he turned to see Cheng Ruxin. The latter waved his phone with a smug expression before turning to Luo Feishuan, grinning widely. Xian, what a coincidence. Are you here to have fun as well? Luo Feishuan rolled her eyes. How does this person manage to be everywhere? Cheng Ruxin selectively ignored the disdain in Luo Feishuan's gaze and continued. This is fate. Why don't we stroll together? Don't worry, I'll cover the expenses tonight. Luo Feishuan chose to ignore him, clutching her small cake and linking her arm with Yu Buer as they moved forward. Cheng Ruxin, unperturbed, followed closely behind. The peculiar combination appeared somewhat odd. In the night market, alongside the myriad food stalls, there were numerous stands selling trinkets. As Luo Feishuan picked up a cartoon headband to try on, Yu Buer suddenly remembered that she was, after all, a youthful girl. In the end, the pink cat ear headband found its place atop Yu Buer's head, prompting Luo Feishuan to whip out her phone and snap a picture, her face alight with joy. Boss, how much is this? Cheng Ruxin once again produced his phone, and after completing the payment, he quickly caught up with the two. Xian, wait for me. The stall owner craned his neck to observe, clicking his tongue in wonder. Young couples these days even stroll through night markets with their dogs? A nearby man looked puzzled. What dog? Isn't a licking dog still a dog? After walking for a while, Luo Feishuan turned to glance back at Cheng Ruxin. Ruxin, haven't you noticed that most of the people at the night market are young couples? Not at all. Look, there's a family of 3. Cheng Ruxin pointed to the side, boldly asserting his point. Luo Feishuan. Suddenly, Yu Buer, who had unwittingly assumed a paternal role, felt a bit awkward, scratching his head in embarrassment. There's no reasoning with you. Luo Feishuan disregarded Cheng Ruxin and deliberately took Yu Buer's hand. Yu Buer, I want to eat starch sausages. All right, let us buy 2. Cheng Ruxin rubbed his nose and followed along. Let us buy 3. I want some too. Casting a glance at the hand linked with Luo Feishuan, Yu Buer turned to take a look at Cheng Ruxin. The latter feigned indifference, yet the jealousy emanating from him was palpable. Though it was not their first time holding hands, The softness of the girl's hand still made Yu Buer feel a bit nervous. He shook his hand slightly and whispered to Luo Feishuan, "Are you trying to make him jealous?" Luo Feishuan met his gaze, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and intentionally squeezed his palm. "It's not that there are too many people here. I'm worried I might lose you." Suddenly, Luo Feishuan tugged him into a run. "Yu Buer, there's a ring toss game. Help me win one." "Sure." Clearing a path through the crowd, they bought 20 rings. Yu Buer stood behind the railing, aiming for a large stuffed toy in the last row. With a flick of his wrist, the pink plastic ring soared through the air but missed its target by a considerable margin. "No worries, try again." Luo Feishuan cheered him on from the side. On his second attempt, Yu Buer adjusted his strength, but the plastic ring glided over the head of the large toy, missing by about 20 centimeters. "Not bad. Your aim is improving." Yu Buer felt a bit embarrassed. He had never been particularly skilled at ring toss. His third attempt was even less successful than the second. The seventh attempt fared slightly better, the ring brushing against the toy but failing to land. Yet, despite this, Luo Feishuan was beaming with excitement. "Just a bit more. Yu Buer, you're doing amazing. Keep it up." As Yu Buer prepared for his eighth throw, a blue ring landed perfectly on the toy's nose, eliciting a round of applause and cheers from the crowd. The stall owner, though pained at the loss, reluctantly retrieved the 1-meter-high plush toy and handed it to Cheng Ruxin, who was positively elated, immediately presenting the stuffed animal to Luo Feishuan. "Xian, do you like it? It's a gift for you." Luo Feishuan shot him a glance, frowning. "You do realize that such toys often contain excessive formaldehyde, right?" "Huh." As they conversed, Yu Buer also had a stroke of luck. "I got one." Luo Feishuan jumped in excitement, clapping her hands vigorously. The stall owner handed over a 20-centimeter tall doryman, and just as Yu Buer hesitated, Luo Feishuan promptly reached out to take it. "How adorable." "Xian, there's formaldehyde in that big plush toy," Cheng Ruxin quietly reminded. "Are you out of your mind? How much formaldehyde can such a small toy contain?" Luo Feishuan retorted angrily. "Besides, don't you know that doryman is my favorite?" "Huh." The onlookers wore expressions of intrigue, their amusement heightened by the loss of an old employee from the stall. The vendor's mood suddenly brightened considerably. Nearby, a clown distributing flyers for an amusement park removed his red nose and presented it to Cheng Ruxin, saying, "Brother, join me. You are the professional here." Cheng Ruxin shot him a dark glare, noticing Yu Buer and Luo Feishuan departing, and swiftly tossed the ring in his hand before dashing after the two. "Xian, wait for me." Luo Feishuan cradled the newly acquired doryman plush in her arms, her face alight with joy. Suddenly, she halted, and Yu Buer, walking ahead, paused instinctively, thinking she was craving something else. However, he soon noticed that her brow was furrowed, her gaze fixated on a particular direction. Following her line of sight, they beheld a street magician, his face adorned with makeup. He wore a black top hat and a coat to match. Beside him stood a box about a meter tall, and he waved a magic wand with comical gestures, captivating a crowd. He selected a little girl, no older than 4, from the throng, pointing to the box. Encouraged by her parents, the child curled up and hid inside. Once the box was shut, the magician waved his wand, and a puff of smoke erupted from the box, eliciting cheers from the audience. Luo Feishuan moved forward, her expression increasingly grave, leaving Yu Buer puzzled. "What's wrong?" he asked softly, taking a deep breath. Luo Feishuan closed her eyes, and 2 seconds later, she opened them wide in alarm. "There's a demon, Yu Buer. Quickly, notify the Night Watchers," she whispered urgently. Yu Buer's face changed subtly, instinctively scanning the surroundings as he reached into his pocket for his phone, dialing a number. He communicated his location while keeping an eye on the magician. The latter opened the box to reveal it was empty, prompting gasps and applause. Though the child's parents appeared anxious, they hurried forward, but the magician held them back, shutting the box once more and waving his wand again. When the box opened again, the girl who had vanished moments before reappeared. Yet, Yu Buer couldn't shake the feeling that her expression seemed somewhat vacant. Chapter 54, The Shape-Shifting Demon. Yu Buer was baffled as to why Luo Feishuan was so certain there was a demon present. Yet, he understood that her assertions were not made lightly. She must have sensed something amiss. Witnessing the magic act, Yu Buer too found it hard to believe. Such tricks typically rely on either a faulty box with mirrors creating an illusion of emptiness, which was implausible given the box's size, or a hidden passage beneath it. Improbable in a bustling street. This was no mere magic, it was sorcery. The magician's dazzling performance garnered applause and gasps, with the child's parents joining in the excitement. Believing their daughter's earlier days was merely a reaction to fright, the magician, with one hand behind his back and the other tipping his hat in gratitude, quickly pulled his box away. "Hurry, follow him," Luo Feishuan commanded. Yu Buer immediately grasped her implication. "You mean that magician is the demon?" he asked incredulously. Luo Feishuan nodded. Cheng Ruxin, overhearing their conversation, was incredulous. "Xian, are you joking?" Luo Feishuan shot him a stern look. "You don't need to follow. That's not an option. Xian, I believe you. Besides, I must protect you." Despite his words, his expression betrayed his inner turmoil. As Yu Buer pressed forward, he occasionally glanced back at the family. The child stood frozen, her expression still vacant. The parents began to panic, gently shaking their daughter. Yubuer furrowed his brow, looking back at the magician ahead. He redialed the night watchers, preparing to report the situation when sudden screams erupted behind him, followed by chaos. Turning around, he caught sight of a flash of fire. Exactly where the family stood. The blaze was fleeting, and thankfully, the parents had managed to evade harm, but their daughter vanished in the flames, leaving behind only a small pile of ashes. In that moment, the couple's heart-wrenching cries pierced the air. Yubuer struggled to comprehend the scene, while Luo Feishuan urged him to accelerate. No need to look, that little girl is in the box. Yubuer stared at her in shock. Just as he was about to ask how she knew this, the magician in the top hat hastened his pace, perhaps realizing he was being followed or sensing the impending revelation of his true nature. As he maneuvered through the crowd with his box, Yubuer and the others quickened their steps, fearful of losing sight of him amidst the throngs of the night market. Cheng Ruxin, who had previously held doubts, now felt invigorated by the earlier fire. As an enthusiastic youth, he exclaimed, Xian, shall we take down that demon? Luo Feishuan looked at him incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Although unaware of the demon's strength, she reasoned that since it had already transformed, they would clearly be no match for it. What do you plan to use against it? Your head? Cheng Ruxin pondered her words and reluctantly acknowledged her wisdom. In terms of martial cultivation, the opening of meridians ranks at the 9th tier, while the chi refining stage at the 8th. A shape-shifting demon corresponds to the 6th tier of the Xuanqi realm. Not to mention, even a 3-pattern demon beast would be beyond their capabilities. We must not lose track of it. Once the Night Watchers arrive, we can accurately relay their location, and that will suffice as our mission completed, Luo Feishuan stated, sighing as she added, I hope they arrive in time. Yubuer remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the magician ahead, clutching the jade in his pocket tightly. Approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, they had distanced themselves from the bustling night market, and the crowd had thinned considerably. Without the cover of the masses, the trio had to slow their pace. Being too close now might alert the magician. Suddenly, the magician halted, turning to face them. He removed his hat and bowed dramatically, his face stretching into an exaggerated grin. Then, he swiftly slipped into a nearby alley. The three exchanged glances, quickly giving chase. Oh no, he noticed us. Cheng Ruxin exclaimed. Should we continue? Luo Feishuan hesitated. She had previously asserted that their combined strength was no match for a shape-shifting demon. Their best course was to track the magician until the Night Watchers arrived. Yubuer pulled out his phone again, dialing the Night Watchers, scanning the surroundings to report their current position. The demon has a little girl. You must hurry. The operator's voice was calm. Understood. Our team will reach the designated area in no more than 10 minutes. Ensure your safety. Your security is equally important. After hanging up, Yubuer and the others arrived at the alleyway's entrance. As she lifted her gaze, the dimly lit alley exuded an air of profundity, and they happened to catch a fleeting glimpse of the magician's cloak as he turned left. Luo Feishuan paused, a look of hesitation crossing her face. She turned to Yubuer beside her and whispered, He has already noticed us. Continuing to follow would be perilous. Let us cease our pursuit here. Yubuer remained silent, holding a piece of jade in his hand, his thumb pressing against it, casting a luminous circle of light. He picked up the weighty handgun, replaced the ammunition, and then grasped the Zhuxia tightly, striding purposefully deeper into the alley. Yubuer, Luo Feishuan called out. You stay here and guide the Night Watchmen. Yubuer stated calmly. Luo Feishuan quickened her pace, grasping his arm. Yubuer halted, turning his face, and Luo Feishuan noticed the redness in his eyes. Luo Feishuan. I once had a younger sister named Yuxiaoxi, who perished at the jaws of a beast 3 years ago. At that time, she was of a similar age to that girl. Yubuer's voice was hoarse as he gently pushed away Luo Feishuan's hand that clutched him. Therefore this time, I wish to do something more, as a tribute to my past self from 3 years ago. Observing Yubuer's resolute figure, Luo Feishuan's expression turned complex. Cheng Ruxin was about to speak, but she preemptively turned back. You stay here and wait for the Night Watchmen. With that, she immediately pursued after Yubuer. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Yubuer furrowed his brow. You should return. Are you underestimating me? Yubuer turned back to meet Luo Feishuan's determined gaze. Stop looking at me, hurry. The terrain here is intricate. Without me, you might lose track. After a moment of silence, Yubuer said no more and quickened his pace once again. Cheng Ruxin watched the two figures, one ahead of the other, and opened his mouth. What do you mean, not for any reason? Suddenly, he recalled something and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello? Damn it. I just encountered a transformed beast. Where the hell are you guys? Get over here, I need help. A light embedded in the wall, weathered by years of wind and rain, was the only source of illumination at the alley's corner. He bent down, opened a wooden box, and reached inside, pulling out a sleeping girl. The shadow cast upon the ground resembled a reflection on a rippling water surface, continuously distorting and undulating, much like a bloodthirsty beast. With one hand, he pressed the girl against the wall, raising his other hand and extending a finger towards her forehead. The fingernail of his index finger suddenly elongated with a frenzied growth, gradually curving like a razor-sharp sickle, glinting ominously. It seemed capable of effortlessly piercing flesh. Chapter 55. The Fierce Battle in the Dark Alley. The Dark Alley, merely a kilometer away from the bustling night market, felt as though it existed in an entirely different realm. The magician gazed at the sleeping child's delicate face, devoid of any compassion. His eyes glowed crimson, breath quickening, filled with ravenous greed, akin to a famished wolf spotting a substantial piece of meat. His claw-like fingers, sharp as blades, gently caressed the girl's forehead, searching for the optimal angle. Yet, the tender skin of the girl yielded a faint crimson mark. The sweet scent of child's blood drove him into a frenzy. Just as he was about to pierce the girl's skull, a noise suddenly echoed from above. He abruptly lifted his head and beheld a figure descending from the sky. In an instant, the man leaped from the second floor, crashing his knees heavily into the magician's shoulders. Bang! At the moment of impact, Yubuer felt as though his knees had collided with a wall. Fortuitously, this collision managed to push the magician away, validating his meticulous planning for such an angle. The magician's eyes were ablaze with fury, releasing a guttural cry as he lunged toward Yubuer. He raised his razor-like claws, intent on tearing apart this interloper who dared to disturb his feast. Yubuer looked up at him, his gaze unflinching. He swiftly raised his arm, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed at the oncoming magician, and pulled the trigger amidst the latter's astonished gaze. A gunshot rang out, sparks erupting from the muzzle as a bullet was discharged. He acted quickly, hardly taking the time to aim. Lacking substantial shooting experience, the bullet did not strike a critical point, merely grazing the magician's shoulder. Yet, to Yubuer's astonishment, at such a close range, the specialized ammunition failed to penetrate the magician's body. The bullet tore through fabric, embedding itself into the magician's shoulder, the forceful impact pushing him back a few paces. Yubuer found himself at a loss, firing several more shots in rapid succession. Although the magician had just been hit, his reflexes remained sharp. His speed was a blur as he deftly evaded the bullets erupting from the gun. Having forced the magician back, Yubuer seized the opportunity to grab the little girl behind him, exerting force to hurl her in another direction. Waiting expectantly, Luo Feishuan swiftly moved to intercept. "Quick! Take her away!" Yubuer shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feishuan embraced the little girl and turned to flee. Yubuer admired her decisiveness, unwavering in making the right choices at the right moments. The magician's objective remained clear, even in his enraged state. His gaze fixated on the little girl being taken away by Luo Feishuan. Just as he was about to pursue, 2 gunshots rang out, bullets speeding toward him. It was evident that upon seeing the girl being taken, the magician grew anxious, evading the first bullet but failing to dodge the second. The magician staggered, colliding with the adjacent wall, yet suffered minimal injury. Yubuer's expression turned grave, disbelief coursing through him. He had utilized specialized ammunition crafted to combat supernatural entities. The continuous assaults had successfully drawn the magician's ire. He turned his gaze, his crimson eyes locking onto Yubuer, resembling a frenzied beast fixating on its prey. His claws tore through fabric, causing Yubuer's pupils to constrict. As the clothing was rent asunder, it revealed not skin beneath, but rather patches of blackened, crimson scales. The area struck by the specialized bullet bore cracks, and the razor-sharp claws dislodged the bullet embedded within the scales. With a clink, the bullet fell to the cement ground, and the magician's claws reached for his waist, extracting a second bullet. TSK. At that moment, Yubuer comprehended why his opponent donned such a guise. Previously, it had been difficult to ascertain the creature's realm, but now it was abundantly clear. Indeed, he was a transformed beast, likely newly ascended. Still in the transitional phase of transformation, the bullets in his gun had been expended, and the magician seized the opportunity to pounce once more. Yubuer clutched the Juxia, retreating swiftly to evade the impending assault. Even if his adversary remained in the transitional phase, he was still a transformed entity. His strategy was to buy time, rather than confront head-on. Utilizing the movements of the opening pulse fist, he nimbly dodged, the magician's claws narrowly missing his head as they embedded into the wall. Seizing the moment, Yubuer swung the Juxia at the magician's arm, but struck nothing. The magician's speed was astonishing. The sudden impact left Yubuer momentarily dazed, and a sharp pain surged through his chest as his body flew backward like a kite with severed strings. Bang! His body collided forcefully with the opposing wall, a surge of blood and energy roiling within him. Squinting through the pain, he beheld the magician lunging once more, compelling him to endure the excruciating agony as he rolled on the ground. The sharp claws carved deep grooves into the advertising-laden wall, the discordant sound sending shivers down Yubuer's spine. His observations revealed that, despite the creature's transformation, its mode of attack remained reminiscent of a beast, lacking any discernible technique. Devoid of ammunition, he appeared to pose no threat in the eyes of his adversary. Faced with such a formidable entity, merely evading its assaults was an arduous task, let alone seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The notion of fleeing was utterly inconceivable. With a ferocious roar, the magician opened its maw, contorting its features as it emitted a terrifying cry and propelled itself into the air. Yubuer hastily dodged, only to witness the creature obliterating half of the wall upon impact. The magician's form barely faltered before it charged at him once again, its razor-sharp claws descending perilously close to his nose, leaving scarcely a centimeter of space. Seizing this fleeting moment, Yu Bui surged forward, thrusting his weapon, the exorcising blade, into the creature's chest. The blade struck true, yet the resilient scales thwarted any penetration. Summoning his strength, he pressed down with his wrist, managing not only to tear the creature's garments, but also to leave cracks upon the surface of its scales. Though the exorcising blade proved effective, the vast disparity in power rendered its impact minimal. Sensing the chilling intent to kill, his heart raced, and as he raised his gaze, he beheld the magician's claws descending upon him. Despite his desperate retreat, he was still a beat too slow compared to the magician's velocity. Though his head narrowly escaped the assault, his torso remained exposed within the creature's range of attack. As he braced for the claws capable of piercing through walls to strike his chest, his breath caught in his throat. In that split second, he prepared for his body to be cleaved in two, only to be startled by a sudden burst of golden light. The radiance rippled like water, momentarily pushing the creature back. Pressed against the wall, his heart pounded, his back drenched in sweat. In disbelief, he touched his unscathed chest, suddenly recalling something and reaching into his pocket to feel a handful of ashes. This was a talisman previously bestowed upon him by Luo Feishuan. Chapter 56. A 6 million talisman. As the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Luo Feishuan naturally possessed various means of self-defense. Earlier, she had given Yu Bui a protective talisman, claiming it could withstand a single fatal blow. Little did he expect to employ it so swiftly. Had it not been for that talisman, Yu Bui might have already succumbed to the magician's ruthless onslaught. In the constricted alleyway, his room for evasion was severely limited. He yearned to flee, but faced with the creature's agility, any exposure of his back would likely lead to a swift demise. The earlier slip had granted the magician a fleeting moment of hesitation. Upon regaining its composure, it launched another assault, showing no mercy nor granting a moment's respite. As Yu Bui narrowly evaded the first strike, the magician closed in again, its claws swiping toward his face. The proximity was so close that he could smell the foul stench emanating from it. The claws, trailing afterimages, sliced through the air as if they could rend the very fabric of reality. Yu Bui continued to retreat until his back pressed against the wall, a sense of dread creeping over him as he raised the exorcising blade to defend himself. The clash between the exorcising blade and the claws erupted in a shower of sparks, the sound of metal colliding nearly piercing his eardrums. The transformed beast before him not only possessed incredible speed and formidable defenses, but also overpowered him with sheer strength. His hand gripping the exorcising blade went numb from the impact, and his right shoulder felt heavy. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to sidestep, but the claws still managed to slice open a gash across his shoulder. With a sudden burst of force, he pushed against the magician, causing it to take a step back, allowing him to create some distance between them. Glancing at his shoulder, he noted the torn fabric soaked in blood, the wound revealing raw flesh beneath. Had he been a moment slower, he might have lost his entire arm. The searing pain jolted his senses, quickening his breath as blood trickled down his arm into his palm, making his grip on the exorcising blade increasingly sticky. Yet, the scent of blood seemed to further incite the magician's fury. In the darkness, its eyes glowed a sinister crimson, and the makeup on its face began to peel away. Although its visage was not obscured by scales, deep brown patterns reminiscent of scales became visible beneath its skin. The relentless assault left terrifying marks upon the walls. While Yu Bui's evasions were fraught with peril, akin to walking a tightrope where a misstep could lead to utter destruction, his mind raced, desperately seeking a way to turn the tide. Confronted with the specter of death, he had previously faced assassins from the Shadowling Pavilion. Though he had been outmatched then, he had at least found opportunities to resist. Ultimately, he had relied on the exorcising blade to catch them off guard and achieve a counterattack. Yet now, in the face of this monstrous being, the chasm of power left him devoid of hope. An overwhelming sense of despair gnawed at his insides, and as blood filled his mouth, his movements slowed further due to his wounds. He reacted almost instinctively, his body growing colder, and the arm that had previously throbbed with pain began to numb. After dodging another strike from the claws, he found himself unable to evade the subsequent impact. Even as his mind registered the danger, his weary body lagged behind, and in that moment, he felt as though he had collided head-on with a small car. The intense pain radiated through his limbs, and even his internal organs felt as though they had shifted out of place. With no wall behind him, he was propelled 10 meters away, skidding along the ground, his clothes torn and his back ablaze with pain. Dizzy and disoriented, the turmoil within him surged, and as his mouth opened, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Through the crimson mist, he glimpsed the magician charging at him once more. The claws glistened ominously in the light. As he watched the creature leap toward him, immobilized, a singular thought consumed his mind. The lion dog leaps high. He slowed his breathing, staring blankly at the night sky. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The city's night was devoid of stars. He had only just bound the system. His counterattack had yet to succeed. And this damned system, why must it be called heaven jealous of talents? How astute it was. With no stars visible, why were there still shooting stars? Wait, shooting stars. A golden light streaked past him, trailing a luminous tail, striking the airborne magician with precision. With a resounding crash, the air quaked, and the magician let out a howl, the scales on its chest cracking under the impact. Yubui struggled to lift his head, witnessing a golden light hovering in the air. After a brief pause, it charged once more toward the magician, which had been pushed back several meters. In a moment of dazed contemplation, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the silence. Yubui. Instantly, his body was lifted and placed into a soft embrace. Gazing at the face filled with concern, he barely managed to move his lips, uttering but a single word, go. Luo Feishuan tightly grasped Yubui's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She lifted her gaze towards the magician. Initially caught off guard by the radiant golden light, the magician staggered under repeated assaults, shedding large swathes of his scales. His flesh was exposed to the air, his breath becoming more frantic as his fury escalated. When the orb of light surged towards him once more, he struck out with a claw, shattering it and spilling blood. Yet managing to knock the golden light to the ground, where it rolled to rest before Yubui, he cast a glance and discovered that the dimmed orb was, in fact, a prayer bead. The magician took a moment to catch his breath, a cruel smile twisting at the corners of his mouth. His speed had evidently diminished. Yet he continued to advance resolutely towards Yubui and Luo Feishuan. Go. Yubui spoke, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Aren't you supposed to be the rational one? His hands, smeared with blood, were gently clutched by Luo Feishuan. Her chin lightly tapped his forehead as she murmured, has no one ever told you that women can be blindly impulsive? Facing the approaching magician, a bitter pang gripped Yubui's heart. What time is it? Are you still flirting with me? With her other hand, Luo Feishuan clutched a jade bead. Rest assured, I will not let you perish. Just then, a shadow darted out from the side, forcefully colliding with the magician. Huff! The newcomer gasped for breath, raising a hand as they chanted, gathering the chi of heaven, executing the way of heaven, summoning winds and rains, dispelling thunder and lightning. Simultaneously, they launched a talisman forward, it soared into the sky, radiating a brilliant azure light before erupting into a bolt of lightning that struck the magician's chest. A shriek escaped the magician's lips as his body was hurled backward, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. Standing before them, Chung Ruxin gently smoothed out the hem of his clothing, tilting his head slightly to glance at the two, a light chuckle escaping him. Indeed, at critical moments, it is the protagonist who must take the stage. However, when he turned to observe the fallen magician, his expression shifted to one of chagrin. 6 million for that talisman, and all it did was make a noise. Chapter 57, Slaying the Shape-Shifting Demon. The previous lightning bolt had nearly blinded Yubui. It dawned on him that it was the divine lightning talisman Chung Ruxin had purchased for 6 million at the auction. Money truly does have its powers. Chung Ruxin turned around, rubbing his nose with an air of pride. Indeed, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, you'd have been done for. Yubui. Chung Ruxin's smile faltered suddenly. The magician, despite having his chest reduced to a bloody mess, was now shaking as he attempted to rise once more. This can't be real, can it? A 6 million talisman, and it's still in the spiritual realm? It can't even finish off a shape-shifting demon? It was worth noting that this demon had already engaged in a prolonged battle with Yubui and had been gravely wounded by Luo Feishuan's prayer beads. Otherwise, even with the divine lightning talisman, capturing it would have been exceedingly difficult. It had been fully charged. That accursed Chuixing pavilion must issue a full refund. Chung Ruxin's teeth ground together in frustration, yet he showed no sign of fear as he produced a cleaver from seemingly nowhere and charged at the shape-shifting demon. Seeing the demon still weak, he thought, if he didn't T-strike now, would he wait for it to regain its strength? Though the shape-shifting demon was rising, it staggered unsteadily. Faced with Chung Ruxin's assault, it could no longer evade the once nimble strikes. Instead, it merely turned its head, bracing the impact with its shoulder. Meanwhile, it raised another claw to swipe at Chung Ruxin. Chung Ruxin's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated a few steps, raising his weapon defensively. The sharp claws struck against the blade, sending Chung Ruxin flying, his arm numbed from the force. He grimaced in pain, astonished by the demon's formidable strength despite its injuries. Chung Ruxin, strike him down. He is already at his last gasp. Luo Feishuan's voice rang out from behind. Chung Ruxin quickly sprang to his feet, bellowing, I will lead the charge. With that, he strode forward, swinging his cleaver with fervor. My blade is itching for action. Yubui found himself perplexed. Had Chung Ruxin always been this fiery? He worried that he might suddenly turn to ash, which would signify his complete incineration. Fortunately, the earlier prayer beads and talismans had indeed inflicted severe damage on the shape-shifting demon. Yubui even believed that, given the terrifying damage caused by the prayer beads and talismans, any other shape-shifting demon might have indeed been slain in an instant. However, this particular demon possessed an exceptionally high defense due to its scales. Each demon has its strengths and weaknesses. This shape-shifting demon was swift and well-protected, but had a rather singular method of attack. Otherwise, Yubu wouldn't have been able to endure until now. Chung Rushin's cleaver was equally a weapon of might. His strikes appeared chaotic, yet each blow was delivered with immense force, exuding a formidable pressure. It was evident that this young man had undergone rigorous training. Seizing the opportunity while the shape-shifting demon was staggering from its grievous wounds, Chung Rushin unleashed a flurry of strikes, momentarily suppressing it. One of his blows landed squarely on the demon's back. Sparks flew in the darkness, its scales resembling a layer of metal. Yubu felt utterly exhausted, particularly as he lay in Luo Feishuan's embrace, inhaling the fragrance of gardenias emanating from her. It was as though he had sunk into a soft bed of cotton, yearning for a deep slumber. Yet he dared not succumb. Though it seemed Chung Rushin had the upper hand, his aggressive onslaught was tremendously taxing on his stamina. Moreover, despite its ferocity, it had not inflicted any substantial damage on the shape-shifting demon, which was merely biding its time. Suddenly, Luo Feishuan pressed her fingertip against his lips. A pill was placed into his mouth. "What is this?" he asked, momentarily taken aback. "A minor soul restoration pill," Luo Feishuan replied softly. "Isn't it the one Chung Rushin bought? Must it only be for him?" Luo Feishuan found it amusing, then furrowed her brow. "If only we had a major soul restoration pill, that would be even better." Yubu recalled Luo Feishuan mentioning the major soul restoration pill before. He felt that in his current state, consuming one would be a waste. As soon as the pill was ingested, he noticed that the pain from his injuries had lessened. Shortly thereafter, the pill generated a warm current within him, gradually replenishing his strength. However, being merely a minor soul restoration pill, complete recovery would require some time. Suddenly, Chung Rushin turned his head and called out to Luo Feishuan, "Xian, you all must flee. I will hold this fiend off." Having fought for so long, he too sensed the precariousness of the situation. Initially, he had hoped to claim the life of the demon, showcasing his prowess in front of Luo Feishuan. But he realized that, even severely wounded, the shape-shifting demon was not something he could handle. He could see the gaping wound in the demon's chest, with large patches of flesh exposed and its scales charred black. As long as one can deliver a decisive strike to the foe's chest, the battle can be brought to a swift conclusion. However, the shape-shifting demon appears to have gradually adapted to its current condition, evading attacks while wielding its intact claw blades to counter. Fortunately, the Buddhist beads released earlier by Luo Feishuan have incapacitated one of its claws. Otherwise, his predicament would undoubtedly be far more dire. He is perplexed, with Yubu's strength having only recently entered the chi refinement stage. It does not seem likely that they possess any premium items. How has he managed to endure against such a formidable opponent until now? Luo Feishuan is equally anxious. The jade orb in her hand serves not only as a means of self-preservation, but also as a storage space. A fragment of her consciousness is rummaging within. Having previously sought a minor soul-reviving pill, she now aims to find a magical artifact for defense. At last, she makes a discovery. She raises her hand once more, revealing a diminutive sword, adorned with verdant patina. Just as she prepares to bite her finger and infuse the sword with her blood, a figure suddenly darts past her, stirring a gust of wind. Clang! That was the unmistakable sound of a blade being unsheathed. The shape-shifting demon had just aimed to strike at Chung Rushin when it was intercepted by a long sword. In an instant, the blade twisted, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards the demon's chest. The sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed through the air. The demon emitted a haunting wail, while the man wielding the sword remained decisive and unrelenting. His steps were steady as he advanced, wielding the sword with precision, relentlessly hacking at the demon's form. The blade glimmered, capable of slicing through the exposed flesh of the demon, and even shattering its hardened scales. Each strike was sharp and decisive, and within mere breaths. He had delivered 7 or 8 blows, the blade's glow shining brightly, flowing seamlessly. Great gouts of blood and flesh splattered as the demon sensed the looming threat of death, swiftly attempting to turn and flee. The man, still gripping his sword, shook off his leather jacket, showing no inclination to pursue. However, Chung Rushin was alarmed. "Hey, don't let it escape." The man chuckled coldly. "Escape? Can it truly?" Chung Rushin felt a surge of irritation. He detested those who pretended to be more formidable than they were. Just as he was about to press further, he noticed a woman with misty blue hair emerging from the opposite end of the alley. Her presence effectively sealed off the demon's escape route. She raised her arm, brandishing a crossbow, and loosed a bolt that illuminated the darkness with its brilliance. The arrow struck true, the tremendous force lifting the demon off its feet, before it crashed heavily to the ground. The man in the leather jacket sheathed his sword, disregarding the scene, as he lit a cigarette and approached Yubuj, squatting down beside him. "You, how do you always manage to surprise me?" Chapter 58. Brother, sister-in-law. Yubuj was equally taken aback to find that the Night Watchmen sent were none other than Wang Qi and Qin Qin. Wang Qi and Qin Qin were also surprised to encounter Yubuj here. They had been patrolling nearby when they received word and rushed over. Knowing the target might be a shape-shifting demon, they felt a tinge of anxiety and promptly requested reinforcements. Although the two of them possessed the strength to slay the demon, it would certainly require considerable effort, and they could not guarantee absolute safety. The consequences of inadvertently allowing a rampaging demon to infiltrate the night market would be unimaginable. However, upon their arrival, they discovered the demon had already sustained severe injuries. The alley was cordoned off, several law enforcement vehicles parked nearby, their flashing red and blue lights cutting through the darkness. A throng of individuals bustled in and out, and Luo Feishuan glanced at the time, growing increasingly restless. Cheng Ruxin stood nearby, hands on her hips, reprimanding her two bodyguards. What have you been doing? It's taken you this long, and you still can't find me? Your wages for this month are entirely forfeited. The two bodyguards showed no sign of anger, although Cheng Ruxin had instructed them not to accompany her to the night market. Was that truly relevant? If their mistress were to perish at the hands of the demon, it would be far beyond a mere matter of salary. Not to mention, the Cheng family would certainly not spare them. That would effectively mark the end of their careers. Just the thought sent shivers down their spines. Qin Xin briefly inquired about the situation from Yu Buge and Luo Feishuan, making notes before casting a glance at Luo Feishuan and smiling at Yu Buge. You have a good eye. This young lady is quite lovely. After saying this, she strolled off in another direction. Previously, Luo Feishuan had regarded Qin Xin with some wariness. Now, her cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "That sister is rather beautiful." Luo Feishuan snapped back to reality and asked, "How are you feeling? Better?" "Much improved. The minor soul-reviving pill is quite effective," Yu Buge replied earnestly. He could feel the effects of the pill repairing his injuries, though he still experienced some pain. It was a vast improvement compared to before. He could even gradually rise to his feet, though his arm remained slightly stiff. Just then, a vehicle pulled up beside them. Luo Feishuan's second driver hastily exited, concern etched across his face, his eyes filled with remorse. His first glance was, of course, at his young mistress. Once he confirmed Luo Feishuan was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. "It's my fault, Mississippi. I apologize for alarming you." When Uncle Qing was present, he served as both driver and bodyguard for Luo Feishuan. With Uncle Qing absent, the driver assumed both roles. Luo Feishuan regarded him with a light laugh. "Uncle Tong, there's no need to say that. I sent you to escort Uncle Qing. I never anticipated encountering a shape-shifting demon here." The man offered a wry smile and quickly stepped forward, eager to assist Yu Buge into the vehicle. However, Yu Buge turned his head and called out to Wang Qi. The latter extinguished his cigarette and approached. "Brother Qi, I'm heading back now." This was both a greeting and an inquiry as to whether he could take his leave. "Yes, go back and rest well," Wang Qi nodded. "Once again, thank you." His gratitude was sincere. This time, the resolution of the shape-shifting demon was greatly attributed to Luo Feishuan, Yu Buge, and Cheng Ruxin. Just then, Cheng Ruxin suddenly leaned in. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Wang Qi glanced at him, finding him somewhat familiar, and smiled. "Go ahead." "So, this time, we helped in the slaying of the shape-shifting demon, right?" "Of course," Wang Qi replied, his expression turning serious. "In fact, several children had been harmed previously, and we have been investigating relentlessly. You didn't just save that little girl. Had this demon not been dealt with, it could have harmed countless others." Yu Buge pondered. Why did it specifically target children? Was it related to its shape-shifting nature? Wang Qi's explanation aligned closely with Yu Buge's earlier speculation. The demon had only recently transformed and was in a transitional phase, its foundation unstable. It sought to extract the innate wisdom roots from children to expedite its metamorphosis. It acted with great caution, moving swiftly and covering its tracks. It would not only extract the innate wisdom roots, but also destroy the bodies. Thus, this time, we owe you our profound gratitude. Yu Buge felt confused. Why did it specifically prey on children? Naturally, children possess the purest innate wisdom roots. As they age, these roots become muddied, and thus lose their utility for the demon. But what exactly are innate wisdom roots? Cheng Ruxin inquired. Wang Qi turned his face to look at him, extending a hand to gently tap his forehead with a finger. Cheng Ruxin's complexion turned ashen. Both Yu Buer and Luo Feishuan wore solemn expressions. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. You all seem not to lack for wealth. But I shall still apply for the bonuses that are due." Wang Qi jested, casting a glance at Yu Buer. "You should be familiar with this procedure, right?" Cheng Ruxin, suddenly recalling what he intended to say earlier, quickly interjected, "The bonuses are of little consequence. It is the awards ceremony that matters." Last time, Yu Buer merely assisted you in slaying a beast, and yet there was an awards ceremony. This time, however, it was a shape-shifting demon. Surely, holding a ceremony is not excessive. Observing Cheng Ruxin's eager expression, Wang Qi cleared his throat. It should not be an issue. Were the students of Yuqing First High School particularly obsessed with award ceremonies? Unbeknownst to him, during the last ceremony, Yu Buer had shown brilliantly, while the self-important Cheng Ruxin had been left humiliated. Now, he was in desperate need of a comeback. After receiving a positive affirmation from Wang Qi, Cheng Ruxin felt a sense of satisfaction. As Luo Feishuan and Yu Buer boarded the vehicle, he hurried over. "Could you give me a ride?" Luo Feishuan instinctively wanted to refuse, but recalling their earlier experiences, she nodded. "Get in," sit in the front. Chung Ruxin was overjoyed, swiftly opening the car door and sliding into the passenger seat. Inside the car, Chung Ruxin marveled. I never imagined we would defeat a shape-shifting demon one day. It is indeed a shape-shifting demon. I always felt that even if the Night Watchers had not arrived, we would have had the chance to slay that creature. My talisman was not wasted after all. Although 6 million is now gone, we still achieved it. Feishuan, how much do you think the Night Watchers will reward us this time? Luo Feishuan glanced at the visibly exhausted Yu Buer and scolded him. Be quiet. Chung Ruxin had no choice but to close his mouth. Yu Buer chuckled softly and said, Thank you. Chung, if it weren't for you tonight, we might have truly met our end. Chung Ruxin was taken aback, perhaps not expecting Yu Buer to express such gratitude. The earlier self-satisfaction he had felt was suddenly replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Nonsense. This is the achievement of the three of us. Upon reaching their destination, Chung Ruxin alighted from the car, pondering for a moment before tapping on the rear window. Yu Buer lowered the window, meeting Chung Ruxin's earnest gaze. Yu Buer, I truly did not like you before. Yes, I know. However, today, I have to admit, if it had been me facing that terrifying creature, I might not have lasted a minute. Moreover, today has been the most exhilarating experience of my 18 years. So thrilling, truly thrilling. For that, I'll call you brother. Yu Buer felt a touch of embarrassment at his words. Chung Ruxin straightened up, took 2 steps back, waved at them with a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, head back safely. As the car drove away, Luo Feishuan suddenly froze, staring intently at Yu Buer. Yu Buer, what did he just call me? Chapter 59, The Resistance from Chung Ruxin. In an alleyway, Qin crouched down to pick something up and approached Wang Qi. She opened her palm to reveal a deformed bullet. It's a special bullet, she stated. Yes, I saw it earlier, he replied. But whose gun is this? What should we do? Qin inquired. Does it need to be reported? Wang Qi, somewhat irritable, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Taking a drag, he replied, What do you think? By protocol, it should be reported, no matter whose it is. Firearms cannot be privately possessed. However, the situation is unique. If it were not for the three of them, we would not have captured the shape-shifting demon. And that little girl would not be safe. After a lengthy discussion, Qin still had not gotten to the point. Wang Qi sighed. Last time, Yu Buer helped us deal with the beast. As much as I commend him, I must remind him to keep a distance next time. But this time, I cannot bring myself to say that. If he had truly stayed back, another child would have perished here. He took another deep drag, his brow furrowed. Qin, her head bowed, gazed at the paper report in her hand, lost in thought, when suddenly a cigarette but fell from her grip. Are you trying to get yourself killed? She scolded, only to freeze when she noticed Wang Qi still holding his cigarette. Suddenly realizing something, she looked up. From a nearby building, a man in a trench coat leaped down. The gun belongs to Yu Buer, no need to record it. In affluent families, who doesn't have a couple of hidden firearms? Besides, he used it to combat the demons. Wang Qi and Qin exchanged astonished and anxious glances at the tall figure before them. Lord Xiaofu. The trench coat-clad man nodded, raising a hand to sip his iced coffee. Lord Xiaofu, when did you arrive? Wang Qi asked in a hushed tone. Shinja turned to glance at him. Before you, in any case. Wang Qi and Qin were both incredulous. They could not comprehend why Lord Xiaofu had not acted immediately to eliminate the shape-shifting demon, given that he had arrived earlier. Shinja paid no mind to their unspoken thoughts, merely observing the corpse of the demon. His gaze seemed to pierce through time, recalling a youthful and stubborn boy. Kid. This time, you saved her, he murmured softly. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wang Qi and Qin to exchange bewildered looks. Does Lord Xiaofu know Yu Buer? Wang Qi inquired curiously. Hard to say. Qin pondered for a moment. I have not heard that Lord Xiaofu is so easy to approach. The matter of privately possessing firearms is significant, and Lord Shinja's actions undoubtedly favored Yu Buer. Chung family. Chung Ruxin hummed a tune as he entered the villa, still reminiscing about the earlier events. His heart raced with excitement. Indeed, slaying demons is a man's romance. Glancing at the elegant woman seated in the living room, he pretended not to see her and stealthily made his way upstairs. Stop. The woman set down her cup, her brow furrowed. Chung Ruxin turned his face, giving an awkward smile. Mother, you're still awake. The woman snorted coldly. Don't dodge the topic. I heard you encountered a shape-shifting demon. Upon hearing this, Chung Ruxin perked up, quickly seating himself across from her, animatedly recounting how he teamed up with Luo Feishuan and Yu Buer to slay the demon, even gesturing enthusiastically as he spoke. His narrative naturally centered on himself. Although the Night Watchers ultimately ended the battle, had they not severely wounded the demon first, the Night Watchers would have faced considerable difficulty. The woman's expression darkened as she listened, her demeanor becoming increasingly severe. When Chung Ruxin sensed something amiss, his voice softened considerably. Ahem, mother. It was all just a coincidence. Normally, when I see a shape-shifting demon, I would certainly flee as far as possible. The woman fixed her gaze on him, sighed deeply. To survive is a stroke of luck, but I must ask, what about that girl from the Qin family? I saw her drop you off today. Chung Ruxin fell silent. The woman sighed again. How many times must I remind you? The most important thing for you now is to please Luo Feishuan. That young girl possesses considerable talent and bears a heavy heart. If you truly manage to forge a bond with her, no matter how much that illegitimate child may flail about outside, he will pose no threat to you. Cheng Ruxin contemplated for a moment, gazing at the woman before him, and slowly spoke, "Mother, let it be." The woman's expression momentarily froze, her breathing quickened, and her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she could not fathom her own ears. Yet, she understood that although her son often behaved frivolously, the mere utterance of mother signified his seriousness, indicating that he was no longer jesting. "Mother, Luo Feishuan does not like me. She finds my presence bothersome. In truth, I do not harbor any fondness for her either. Who would be enamored with someone who constantly regards them with disdain?" Cheng Ruxin's tone remained calm, his fingers nervously picking at one another, though his heart raced with anxiety. Nevertheless, despite his trepidation, the words trapped within him demanded to be voiced. The woman's brows quivered, teetering on the edge of fury. "Mother, I understand your hatred towards them, but I genuinely wish to avoid this." Silence. The woman abruptly rose, shattering the white porcelain cup against Cheng Ruxin's head. He turned his head away, a wound opening on his scalp. "Fool! Fool! Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Do you intend to bequeath this family legacy to that illegitimate child? Absolutely not. I will not allow it. That wretched woman and her offspring deserve nothing but death. Cheng Ruxin, I am your mother. You must heed my words. You must." The dignified woman glared with fierce eyes, beginning to smash everything within reach, while the two servants nearby retreated, seemingly unfazed. Cheng Ruxin stood silently to the side, remaining utterly mute. He maintained this silence. Under the influence of the minor soul recovery pill, Yu Buer's injuries healed rapidly. After merely a night's rest, he was nearly restored. Now, it was time to attend to serious matters. He retrieved the Dragon's Needle and 100 Monsters Play, purchased the previous day, hesitating momentarily. Which tome should he delve into first? After a cursory glance, he resolved to begin with Dragon's Needle. While body tempering was equally crucial, recalling the shape-shifting demon he faced last night, he felt the need to acquire greater self-defense skills. Importantly, through comparison, he discerned that Dragon's Needle was indeed easier to master. After breakfast, he settled on the balcony, perusing the book in hand, gripping the Dragon's Needle. He occasionally gestured as if entranced within its pages. Luo Feishuan observed him without interruption, seated upon the sofa with a cushion in her arms, quietly watching while occasionally scrolling through her phone. By observing Yu Buer's reading pace, she could ascertain that he was progressing swiftly, even for a scholar. Such an aptitude for learning was remarkable. Moreover, practicing martial arts and reading were entirely different endeavors. Within an hour, Yu Buer completed the book, prompting Luo Feishuan to furrow her brow. This was not a favorable sign. Chapter 60, Monetary Capability, is also crucial. Yu Buer. The practice of martial arts is akin to the slow grinding of tofu. It cannot be rushed. It must be approached gradually. Even the slightest misstep could lead to complications. Yu Buer lifted his head, gazing blankly at Luo Feishuan. When he discerned the concern in her eyes, he broke into a smile. "I understand. And what is this?" Luo Feishuan pointed at the Dragon's Needle in his hand. "Oh, I merely intended to skim through it first before proceeding step by step." Luo Feishuan exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded. "If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Very well." In truth, Yu Buer had misled Luo Feishuan. His true intention was to thoroughly review Dragon's Needle to see if he could deceive the system. As long as the system recognized that he had seen Dragon's Needle under mastering martial arts, he could subsequently use jealousy points to enhance his proficiency. Who would endure the hardship of practicing martial arts in earnest? However, the system did not cooperate, leaving him no choice but to act as a serious person. Next, it was time for earnest study. After a while, Yu Buer set the book down and turned his gaze to Luo Feishuan, who remained on the sofa. "The talisman you gave me has turned to ash." Luo Feishuan momentarily froze, her expression shifting. The use of the talisman indicated that Yu Buer had come perilously close to death. Moreover, that minor soul recovery pill was not inexpensive, was it? How much did these two items amount to? Luo Feishuan scrutinized Yu Buer for a moment before tossing the cushion aside. "Yu Buer, must you insist on counting every detail with me?" Yu Buer reached out to catch the cushion, blinking in confusion. Luo Feishuan adjusted her emotions. "Let us set it aside. That shape-shifting demon was discovered by me. Had it not been for my intervention, you might have perished at its hands." Upon hearing this, Yu Buer recalled something. "By the way, how did you realize that the magician was, in fact, a demon?" "Because of my spiritual pulse." "Spiritual pulse?" Yu Buer exclaimed, astonished. He had previously considered that perhaps Luo Feishuan possessed some sort of forewarning artifact. He never imagined it would be a spiritual pulse. He knew that Luo Feishuan had a special spiritual pulse, but for it to enable her to detect shape-shifting demons among a crowd was indeed remarkable. What kind of spiritual pulse could discern demons at a glance? He had never heard of such a thing. Yu Buer scratched his head. Luo Feishuan smiled coyly. "I want to tell you." Yu Buer chuckled softly and refrained from pressing further. "What kind of talisman did you give me? Its rank must be quite high, I presume?" A fourth-tier spiritual talisman, a protective talisman. The name was rather grounded. Yu Buer began to comprehend. A protective talisman could be triggered passively, as it was designed for unexpected situations. Only talismans like the Divine Thunder Talisman, which carried offensive attributes, required accompanying incantations, correct? Who told you that incantations were necessary? When Chung Ruxin mentioned this yesterday, Yu Buer paused momentarily and, after considering the other's nature, came to a sudden realization. It turned out that fellow was merely seeking to show off. That protective talisman, as well as the Divine Thunder Talisman, and the Minor Soul Recovery Pill, could all of them be purchased at the Chuixing Pavilion? Are you seeking them for self-defense? Yu Buer nodded. If he wanted some protective artifacts or talismans, he would have to try his luck at the internal auction. Most items available for purchase were not worth mentioning. Take the Minor Soul Recovery Pill, for instance. The one you consumed, and the one Chung Ruxin acquired yesterday, were both 5th-tier spiritual pills, but the Chuixing Pavilion sold 7th, 8th, and 9th-tier mundane pills. 5th tier? Is it not said that a 5th-tier Minor Soul Recovery Pill can heal one in a short period? Is that not a lengthy duration? Luo Feishuan rolled her eyes. With the injury you sustained yesterday, even a chi refining practitioner would need to lie in bed for a month. Yu Buer pondered the matter. Realizing the validity of her words, he had overestimated the efficacy of the spiritual grade Minor Soul Recovery Pill. If it were the Minor Soul Recovery Pill sold at Chuixing Pavilion, even after consuming the pill, he would still need to rest for over 10 days. Yu Buer grasped the concept. While the mundane grade Minor Soul Recovery Pill was useful, its utility was rather limited. Moreover, items from Chuixing Pavilion were not inexpensive. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Luo Feishuan, noticing his expression, seemed to recall something. She extended her hand, revealing a wooden box. Here, I have another Minor Soul Recovery Pill, also 5th tier. I'll sell it to you. Huh. You have more? Otherwise, do you think I refrained from bidding yesterday? Luo Feishuan smiled, having previously purchased a few from Old Guan for 1 million. Here, take it. 1 million? Chung Ruxin had spent 2 million yesterday. I acquired it from Elder Guan. He was the one who bid at the auction. Can they be compared? Yu Buer pondered for a moment and found the reasoning sound. After witnessing the efficacy of the Minor Soul Rejuvenation Pill, he naturally desired one for himself. However, just as he reached for his phone, a flicker of hesitation gripped him. Luo Feishuan teased, "What's the matter? Afraid I'll con you?" Yu Buer swiftly shook his head. "That's not it." Luo Feishuan discerned his anxiety. "Don't worry, I'll give you one. I still have 2 left." Elder Guan's pills are indeed excellent, though his alchemical creations depend on his mood. When he next concocts the Minor Soul Rejuvenation Pill, I'll have Jinshu reserve a few for me. Upon hearing Luo Feishuan's words, Yu Buer promptly took out his phone to transfer the funds. Fortunately, he had recently sold 2 opening vein pills, or he would have truly found himself in a tight spot. Initially, Yu Buer considered transferring more to Luo Feishuan, but then realized that she hardly needed his trifling sum. Adding a few 100,000 would appear rather awkward. After securing the Minor Soul Rejuvenation Pill, Yu Buer reflected on his circumstances. Sometimes, financial prowess is also a form of martial talent. Clearly, his means of defense were still too scant. The only effective tool he had yesterday was that gun, and he had already exhausted the ammunition. By the way, Luo, does the Starry Pavilion have any ammunition? I'd like to purchase some. Luo Feishuan shook her head. Such items cannot be sold at the Starry Pavilion. They wouldn't dare. Yu Buer sighed, understanding her reasoning, as he had anticipated this. However, Luo Feishuan quickly changed her tone. If you truly wish to acquire ammunition, you might explore the ghost market. The ghost market? The one on Taoyuan Street. It's not a flea market. It is a genuine ghost market, Luo Feishuan chuckled. Would it make sense to buy items that even the Starry Pavilion dares not sell from a flea market? The location and timing of the ghost market are unpredictable. If you wish to go, I can inquire for you. However, from what I understand, the price of ammunition at the ghost market is exorbitantly high. A single round may cost up to 100,000. 100,000. He clutched his chest, suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort. So, does that mean I spent 700,000 with those few shots last night? The good news is that Luo Feishuan soon discovered that tonight marked the opening of the ghost market. The bad news is that Yu Buer was running low on funds. His means of defense remained too limited, making the ammunition critically important. Had it not been for the ammunition when facing the shape-shifting demon yesterday, he might not have survived even a single exchange. After much deliberation, Yu Buer resolved to expend some jealousy points to draw more opening vein pills. Back in his room, contemplating his current 4,000 jealousy points, he set aside a portion, sufficient for 6 draws. The remainder would be saved for future martial arts training. 6 draws equated to 6 opening vein pills. Although he maintained this intention, human greed is insatiable. After previously obtaining the exorcism charm, he subconsciously hoped for another system glitch this time. Unbeknownst to him, the system seemed to sense his thoughts. After drawing 3 opening vein pills in succession, the 4th draw landed in an unexpected area. A talisman. Chapter 61. Just tell me if it's useful or not. When the familiar marquee effect reappeared, Yu Buer realized clearly that this was not a mere illusion. Happiness arrived quite suddenly. Was it a protective talisman that triggered passively? or something akin to the Thunder Talisman with offensive attributes. Without allowing him too long to contemplate, the system provided the answer. Nirvana Talisman? Yubuer had little knowledge of talismans, but it sounded rather peculiar. A talisman shimmering with golden patterns floated above the system panel, like a banner fluttering in the wind. Beside it, a line of small text elucidated the talisman's effects. Nirvana Talisman, from death, rebirth. Effect, triggers when near death, rapidly restores health, and grants an invincibility status. Duration, 10 minutes. Yubuer's eyes reddened, his breath quickened, and his fists nearly crushed. In his excitement, his lips trembled slightly. A divine skill, excluding certain specific conditions. What difference does it make from gaining an extra life? Moreover, with a built-in 10-minute invincibility buff, he need not fear being overwhelmed even when facing formidable foes. The protective talisman Luo Feishuan previously gifted him was already extraordinary. This Nirvana Talisman surpassed it by leaps and bounds. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of curiosity. According to the talisman's description, what state would he be in once the 10 minutes of invincibility elapsed? Would he revert to a near-death condition? He shook his head. If that were the case, it should be termed a return of light rather than a rebirth from death. Just as he pondered, the talisman before him grew larger, as if it were flying towards his face. A golden light quaked before him, akin to stars swirling in a dance. His eyes felt slightly warm, while his mind experienced a moment of coolness. In a daze, it felt as if a spider web had fallen upon him, and he attempted to grasp it, yet could touch nothing. This sensation vanished swiftly, but the talisman was no longer visible on the system panel. He rubbed his still warm eyes, suddenly recalling something, and hurried to the bathroom. Looking into the mirror, he observed that his black pupils faintly shimmered with golden light, resembling orderly runes. He blinked vigorously, and everything returned to normal. It seems the Nirvana Talisman has already fused with me, much like the protective talisman, triggering passively. With these thoughts in mind, Yubuer felt considerably uplifted. With the Nirvana Talisman, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would indeed have a fallback. The next 2 draws also yielded opening vein pills. Should I try again? Perhaps there are more treasures to uncover. This thought barely surfaced before it was extinguished. He splashed cold water on his face to regain composure. Drawing the Nirvana Talisman was undoubtedly fortunate, yet he had unwittingly developed a gambler's mindset. He felt an incessant urge to continue drawing, convinced that more good fortune awaited. Though such outcomes were uncertain, only through continual improvement of martial arts and solidifying his foundation could he hope for longevity. That is the true capital for survival. With 5 opening vein pills in hand, Yubuer stepped out of his room, ready to pay a visit to the Starry Pavilion. Luo Feishuan decided to accompany him, and they resolved to grab lunch outside. Manager Wang, having received the news, was already waiting at the door, and upon seeing Yubuer and Luo Feishuan, he quickly approached them. He assisted in opening the car door, but this time, his attentive demeanor was directed at Yubuer. Careful, young master, take it slow. You wouldn't want to bump your head. Knowing that Yubuer was there to sell opening vein pills, Manager Wang treated him as if he were a revered ancestor. Yubuer felt somewhat unaccustomed to the attention, lacking the nonchalance that Luo Feishuan exuded. To onlookers, Manager Wang's actions appeared rather unwise. Even with opening vein pills in hand, Yubuer could not hope to compare to Luo Feishuan. The flattery directed at him naturally left her feeling neglected. Yet, Manager Wang was unconcerned. He was uncertain about the relationship between Luo Feishuan and Yubuer, but he understood that by flattering Yubuer, he might inadvertently please Miss Luo as well. Leading them into the VIP room, he efficiently completed the sale of the opening vein pills, though he found himself puzzled. How did young master you possess so many opening vein pills? He dared not ask, nor even entertain the thought. In this world, there are countless individuals harboring secrets. The greater the secret, the more perilous it becomes even to cast a fleeting glance. Upon receiving the newly deposited 8 million, Yubuer felt a profound sense of security. He could now consider himself a millionaire. However, upon reflection, this sum was merely sufficient to purchase 100 bullets, and his elation dwindled. With so many affluent individuals in this world, what difference did it make to have one more? Since he was already there, Yubuer decided not to rush away and inquired if the Starlight Pavilion had any intriguing items, such as soul-returning pills or talismanic artifacts, whether for self-defense or offensive purposes. He was merely seeking something of utility. Manager Wang chuckled, saying, if it were anyone else asking, I would surely weave a tale so extravagant that you, young master would be compelled to spend here and take something home. However, in the presence of Miss Luo, I understand that such mundane items may not capture your interest. Manager Wang's candor was refreshing, and Yubuer found it quite agreeable. But, young master allow me to speak from the heart. Everything in the Starlight Pavilion possesses its value. It all depends on whether you find it useful. What do you mean by that? Yubuer asked. It's rather difficult to explain here. Perhaps I could show you around? Yubuer glanced at Luo Feishuan, who smiled and said, if you wish to go, then I shall accompany you. Manager Wang jested. Miss Luo seems concerned that I might deceive young master with that silver tongue of yours. You could convince the dead to rise. Indeed, one must be cautious. Luo Feishuan was quite forthright. Manager Wang, unfazed, led Luo Feishuan and Yu Buer to the second floor. They arrived at a shelf, where Manager Wang casually picked up a porcelain vial. Young master, this is an 8th grade common pill, known as the obstacle-avoiding pill. Just one. Held in your mouth, will protect you from toxic miasma for half an hour. Is it useful? It is, Yu Buer replied. And this? Manager Wang lifted a talisman. This is a 7th grade talisman, the Swift Movement Talisman. Simply affix it to your person, and you can traverse 40 miles in an hour. Is it useful? It is as well. Suddenly, Yu Buer had a thought. How much for these two? The obstacle-avoiding pill is 200,000, for 3 of them. The Swift Movement Talisman is 180,000 each. Yu Buer wrinkled his nose. Then they are of no use. They are quite worthless. Manager Wang sighed. At first glance, both the obstacle-avoiding pill and the Swift Movement Talisman appear beneficial. Yet, once the price is revealed, their value diminishes. Finding a place with miasma is quite challenging, especially in the city. As for the Swift Movement Talisman, covering 40 miles in an hour is hardly impressive. Wouldn't it be better to rent a shared bicycle? One could purchase a vehicle for 180,000. Yu Buer was indeed a practical individual. Luo Feishuan, noticing the gloomy expression on Manager Wang's face, couldn't help but chuckle. Then she became serious. Manager Wang, is there truly nothing of worth in this vast Starlight Pavilion? I find it hard to believe. Miss Luo, if even you deem an item valuable, it would not remain here. Manager Wang said with a wry smile. Luo Feishuan nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. Suddenly, Manager Wang seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead. However, you must not say. The Starlight Pavilion has indeed received a new item these past few days, a spiritual grade artifact, though I fear it may not meet your standards. Luo Feishuan's expression turned curious. A spiritual grade artifact? Why would there be concern about us finding it unsatisfactory? Shall I fetch it for you to examine? Manager Wang suggested tentatively. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Feishuan nodded. She was eager to discover what was concealed within Manager Wang's enigmatic intentions. His spirits lifted, Manager Wang hurried away. Yu Buer's anticipation was palpable. Luo Feishuan glanced at him, smiling. Do not set your hopes too high. A spiritual grade artifact would indeed be a valuable item at the Starlight Pavilion. It was absent from yesterday's auction. Furthermore, if a genuine treasure arrived, they would first contact us top-tier VIPs. Unless we all found it lacking, it would then be made available for sale here. Understanding dawned upon Yu Buer. No wonder Manager Wang had previously mentioned that if the Starlight Pavilion possessed something truly remarkable, he could not retain it. Naturally, there were exceptions. For instance, if an item was genuinely exceptional and slated for an internal auction. But it was clear that the item in question was not among them. Luo Feishuan continued, and Yu Buer's curiosity was further piqued. Before long, Manager Wang returned, holding a red box. Upon opening it, they beheld a small, resplendent golden lock, accompanied by a red string. Yu Buer chuckled. Manager Wang, are you planning to celebrate my 100th day? Manager Wang shook his head. No, young master Yu, I am not jesting. This small golden lock is indeed a spiritual grade artifact. Oh, what is its purpose? Ahem, this golden lock is known as the Lucky Lock. At a critical moment, simply twist the center, and it shall usher in a stroke of good fortune. Yu Buer frowned. Good fortune? That sounds rather abstract. Listening to Manager Wang's explanation, he scrutinized the lock closely, noticing indeed a golden bead embedded in the center, adorned with intricate patterns. How much for this artifact? A flat price of 180,000. Yu Buer was taken aback. 180,000 certainly seemed substantial. However, having experienced the internal auction, he knew this price did not align with that of a spiritual grade artifact. Luo Feishuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Manager Wang, this golden lock couldn't possibly be a leaping artifact, could it? Manager Wang's expression turned awkward. Miss Luo, I must confess, it is indeed a leaping artifact. A leaping artifact? Does this mean it resembles a saxophone? Yu Buer exclaimed in shock. No, it refers to the leap of a leaping artifact. Luo Feishuan chuckled, exasperated. If you're going to say it's a whistle, that would be more plausible. A saxophone is hardly fitting. Yu Buer found himself puzzled. What does a leaping artifact mean? In simple terms, it refers to a 7th grade artifact master who ordinarily possesses the capability to forge only common-level artifacts but, through some extraordinary means, forcibly ascended to create a 6th grade spiritual grade artifact. Yu Buer comprehended but was left with a new question. Does this still count as a spiritual grade artifact? It does, indeed. How could it not? However, utilizing such a leaping artifact comes at a cost. Yu Buer looked at Manager Wang, awaiting his elaboration. Manager Wang cleared his throat. The truth is, this lucky lock does indeed bring good fortune, but afterwards, one must endure 3 days of misfortune. Yu Buer? Luo Feishuan's expression darkened. So that is why it is inexpensive. You both did not inquire, so I could not withhold the truth. Manager Wang chuckled awkwardly. What do you mean by misfortune? It means continuous misfortune for 3 days. Anything could happen. As for the magnitude of the misfortune, it depends on the scale of the good fortune received. Originally, this was crafted by an artifact master for a 5th grade alchemist, intending to enhance the success rate and quality of the elixirs. This item is indeed effective. The alchemist used it for the first time and successfully refined a 3rd grade immortal pill. 3rd grade? You just mentioned the alchemist was 5th grade? Luo Feishuan's expression was peculiar. Yu Buer hastily inquired, what happened next? Did he really experience 3 days of misfortune? Only 1 day of misfortune, Manager Wang replied awkwardly. The next day, while refining pills, he was killed when the alchemical furnace exploded. Yu Buer. Afterward, somehow, the lucky lock ended up in the hands of an ordinary person. This individual enjoyed playing the lottery, casually twisted the lock, and won 80 million. Yet, just after collecting his prize, he fell into a sewer on his way home. Did he die? Not at all. No one knew. As fate would have it, they encountered a typhoon and drowned. Yu Buer took a deep breath. This is the 3rd one, and there are more. Manager Wang cleared his throat. This 3rd one was well aware of the rules. He only experienced minor fortunes. At most he would endure some small disasters. However, one day, he inadvertently struck a major fortune, and when his home was demolished, he realized something was amiss and decided to hide indoors. But could he really avoid it? No, he could not. A large truck lost control, crashing into his home's wall, causing a tragic death. Now that was truly a stroke of bad luck. Yu Buer listened with rapt attention, as if he were engrossed in a story. That's it, just 3. Manager Wang smiled. Yu Buer looked again at the golden lock. The 3 small bells hanging beneath it distinctly resembled 3 soul rings. Luo Feishuan's expression darkened. Do you even dare to sell such a thing? Manager Wang chuckled awkwardly. It is, after all, a spiritual grade artifact. Moreover, I have conveyed everything clearly. In truth, it doesn't necessarily claim lives. As long as one maintains control, it's merely small disasters. Seeing Luo Feishuan's rising anger, he hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. I shall take it now? Wait. Yu Buer suddenly called out to him. Manager Wang, I want this item. Luo Feishuan's expression changed. Yu Buer grinned. It's a spiritual grade item. After all, perhaps it might come in handy in the future. Manager Wang's gaze towards Yu Buer transformed, filled with unexpected delight. Yu Buer, with a flourish, pulled out his card. Swipe. Holding the crimson box, he exited the Starlight Pavilion, while Manager Wang accompanied them to their vehicle. Young Master Yu, Miss Luo, travel safely. As Yu Buer sat in the car, he felt a wave of sentiment. Manager Wang is truly kind. He gave me a 50% discount on the avoidance pill and the speed charm. That saved me quite a bit. Of course, Luo Feishuan retorted. You are such a rare sucker. Yu Buer merely smiled. Luo Feishuan, somewhat exasperated, exclaimed, these are items that can take lives. Why on earth would you buy it? Well, it's not certain, is it? Didn't Team Manager Wang say, as long as one maintains control, it's just a few days of misfortune? But what if one fails to maintain that control? This is a matter of life and death. I actually think about it this way. 180,000 ISNT too exorbitant. It is, after all, a spiritual grade artifact, and its function is quite unique. What if, someday, I truly find myself in a dire predicament, facing certain death? Could this 180,000 not perhaps create a glimmer of hope? Hearing Yu Buer's reasoning, Luo Feishuan's eyes shifted. You truly think that way? Chapter 63. A chivalrous spirit. After listening to Yu Buer's words, Luo Feishuan pondered carefully and found some merit in his reasoning. When truly cornered, it might be better to take a gamble. Even if one had to be pursued by the luck lock, at least there might be a chance to seize a sliver of hope. From this perspective, spending 180,000 seems worthwhile. In truth, Yu Buer contemplated even more than that. He wished to express that perhaps, at certain junctures, a person would willingly embrace death to accomplish a certain task, if it could elevate one's luck, leading to a stroke of great fortune. Wouldn't that be a tremendous gain? All in all, this luck lock should be reserved for dire circumstances, Luo Feishuan stated earnestly. Yu Buer nodded. As for the avoidance pill and the speed charm, they are merely superfluous. Why would you still want them? Well, ISNT it on sale. Yu Buer replied softly. Not buying feels like a loss. Luo Feishuan. Just then, Yu Buer's gaze caught sight of something through the car window, and he momentarily froze. Uncle Tom. Stop the car. Luo Feishuan, puzzled, asked, what is the matter? Yu Buer opened the car door, stepping out, and before closing it, cheerfully remarked, it's nothing. I just ran into an acquaintance and wanted to say hello. With that, he walked across the street. Luo Feishuan glanced at the direction he was heading towards. A second-hand electric bike shop? Indeed, Yu Buer had spotted a familiar face. Outside the second-hand electric bike shop, 2 rows of used bikes were displayed, both electric and scooters. In the center stood a bike on its rear kickstand, beside which squatted a man with a pointed head, his deep green work uniform smeared with grease. As he reached into a nearby toolbox for a wrench, behind him stood 3 individuals. The one in the middle with a pompadour was incessantly chattering. Brother Dayu, we're all brothers in this line of work. You can't do this. I bought this car from you, and you charged me 9,000. After 2 modifications, I spent another 3 or 4,000, and now you say it's only worth 6,000? ISNT that bullying the honest? The mechanic turned to look at the pompadour, then at the electric bike parked nearby, sighing. To be honest, had you not customized it to your preferences, I could have offered you 8,000. As it stands, this is the price. Sell it if you wish. Additionally, my name is Dayu. If you call me Brother Fish again, I'll deduct 500. Who said we're brothers in this line? What line am I in? The pompadour surveyed the surrounding bikes and muttered, occupying the road is still a line. The mechanic's face darkened. Are you selling or not? If not, get lost. The pompadour gritted his teeth. Fine. 6,000 it is. Issue an invoice. Dayu stood up, glanced at him. Just wait. With that, he entered the store. The pompadour turned to look at his bike with lingering attachment. The man on the left rubbed his neck. Brother Fei, are we really selling this bike? Yes, Brother Fei. Didn't you say this bike is your life? It's the soul of our biker gang? Enough, shut up. The pompadour cursed, reaching out to touch the handlebars. Then suddenly turned away, a look of disdain on his face. I've long lost interest in this junk bike. Sell it if you must. When I have money again, I'll buy one with a roar. The duck-billed cap and the shrimp-line man exchanged glances, both filled with conflict. In the end, the duck-billed cap gritted his teeth. Then I'll sell my bike too. The pompadour suddenly turned to him. Why are you selling your bike? Brother Fei, we still need 1,000 for Grandma Huanen's surgery. My bike should fetch around 4,000, right? The pompadour's expression darkened. No way. You don't need to. I'll find another way. The duck-billed cap grew anxious. Why not? Isn't Huanen also our brother? How can you be the only one to contribute? That's different. I'm the big brother. When a younger brother is in trouble, the big brother should step up. Why should you all pay? It's only 4,000. It's a trivial matter. You don't need to worry. The duck-billed cap and the shrimp-line man fell into silence. Dayu emerged from the store, holding a receipt. Just sign here, and I'll transfer the money. Just as the pompadour was reaching out to grab it, another hand swiftly intercepted it. Huh, it's you? That good student? The pompadour raised his head, surprised and a bit wary. Yubuer glanced at the receipt in his hand and casually tore it in half. What the hell are you doing? The duck-billed cap shouted angrily, about to step forward, only to be stopped by the pompadour. The shrimp-line man looked at Yubuer with suspicion. They had only met once before, at the school gate, when their big brother had attempted to extort protection money from him. It hadn't been a pleasant encounter. Yubuer smiled at the pompadour. Brother Fei, I'm here to pay the protection fee. The pompadour looked utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the duck-billed cap and the shrimp-line man, who were filled with rage, now wore equally odd expressions. Yubuer blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Aren't you accepting it? No. Feiji's mind was in a whirl. It was the first time he encountered someone offering themselves so readily. The young man in the duck-billed cap whispered, be careful. Feijigo, there might be a bomb. Indeed, Feijigo, the shrimp-line man chimed in. Who would be so foolish? Feijigo found their points quite reasonable. However, he was also in dire need of money. He fixed his gaze on Yubuer and inquired, how much are you offering? Yubuer gestured for him to present the payment code. Although the duck-billed cap and shrimp-line man felt something was amiss, they did not intervene. When the notification of 10,000 yuan arrived, the three of them widened their eyes in astonishment. 10,000? Is this still protection money? Are we being set up? Feijigo could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes bulging. Are you trying to accuse us of extortion? How can you be so wicked? Yubuer remained silent, observing them with suspicion, halting his actions. Feijigo, quickly, refund him the money. The shrimp-line man urged. Feijigo hesitated. Sensing his indecision, Yubuer quickly asserted. I am sincere. This is indeed protection money, with no ulterior motives. Beads of cold sweat formed on Feijigo's brow. If he was indeed collecting protection money, it was merely to bully a student, perhaps demanding 3 or 5 yuan. But now, faced with such a substantial sum, he felt cornered and was even tasked with returning 80. Yet, he was reluctant to part with the money. How about we draft a written agreement? Treating it as a contract? Yubuer tentatively suggested. Feiji's eyes lit up, considering it a brilliant idea. Once a contract was signed, even if Yubuer sought out the enforcement team, he would have nothing to fear. Moreover, it was the other party who proposed it, indicating genuine intent. He hurriedly borrowed paper and a pen from Dayu, racking his brain until he finally crafted a contract. Yubuer. Voluntarily pay Feijigo 10,000 yuan as protection money and will not report to the enforcement team. Otherwise, I shall face the wrath of heaven and never renege. Dayu glanced at it, chuckling in disbelief. The numerous typos and the use of pinyin for unrecognizable characters made it seem like a product of prenatal education. To put it mildly, was this really a contract? It was clearly evidence of a crime. Yubuer took a look and also chuckled, saying nothing as he signed his name, merely to put the other party at ease. Then, Feijigo, from now on, you shall protect me. I shall take my leave now. As Yubuer departed, the shrimp-line man remained uneasy. Feijigo? What does he mean by that? Feijigo lit a cigarette, pondering for a moment before chuckling softly. He wants me to help him settle matters. Chapter 64, The Ghost Market of Yuqing. Back in the car, Luo Feishuan could see what Yubuer had done, but was oblivious to their conversation. What did you do? She asked curiously. Nothing much. Just recognized a big brother and casually paid some protection money. Luo Feishuan looked puzzled. This sounded rather abstract. However, It was apparent that the other party enjoyed engaging in actions that baffled others. Upon seeing Luo Feishuan's bewildered expression, Yu Buer elaborated, last time. The assassin from Yingling Pavilion infiltrated my home, and they were the ones who tipped me off. In truth, this was not entirely accurate. The real situation was that Feiji Gu had been beaten by Chun Jiliao and sought revenge, eventually finding Chun Jiliao, but failing to seize an opportunity to act. They had not returned empty-handed. One of the younger members overheard a phone call from Chun Jiliao and learned about the assassin. Feiji Gu notified Tao Wenye, who then reached out to Yu Buer. Thanks to Tao Wenye's warning, Yu Buer was able to heighten his vigilance and respond promptly. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. Of course, this information was something Yu Buer learned later from Tao Wenye. Rather than protection money, it was more akin to gratitude money. At the Hao Ting residence, Chun Jiliao rushed downstairs with his phone in hand. Dad, we've been played by Luo Feishuan. Chen Xiao had just stepped out and was already at the entrance. Dad, look, we just signed a contract with Luo Feishuan yesterday. And today her worthless opening pulse Dan is being sold at the Chui Xing Pavilion. It was evident that Chen Jiliao was both furious and anxious. Chen Xiao halted his movements, staring intently at him until Chen Jiliao's expression grew uncomfortable. What's wrong, Dad? His voice had diminished considerably. Chen Xiao snorted coldly and grabbed his coat. This is her skill. What kind of skill is this? She's clearly playing us. Chen Jiliao was indignant. Chen Xiao opened the door, preparing to leave, then sighed heavily. Use your brain for a moment. If we hadn't signed a contract, would the opening pulse Dan even have appeared at the Chui Xing Pavilion? Without waiting for Chen Jiliao's response, he strode out decisively. The driver had been waiting for quite some time. Once inside the car, Chen Xiao pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating whether he should find a time to conduct a paternity test with Chen Jiliao. Despite sharing the same bloodline, how could there be such a stark difference? In reality, he had been aware of what transpired at the Chui Xing Pavilion auction last night almost immediately. Yet, he had never considered calling Luo Feishuan to question her. There was no need. If he were to inquire, it would mean admitting defeat, and a rather humiliating one at that. Since the shares were already secured, there was no reason to conceal the opening pulse Dan. An assistant in the front seat handed over a brown paper envelope. He first pulled out several photographs. Gazing at the radiant smiles of the young individuals in the photos, he chuckled softly. Want to elevate him? Do you have the ability? After dining with Luo Feishuan, Yu Buer received a phone call from Wang Qi. The caller sounded somewhat embarrassed. There has been a bit of a situation. Your award ceremony will have to be postponed. But don't worry, once we resolve our current matters, we'll contact your school. On the other end, Qin Qin's voice chimed in. Wang Qi, we're leaving. There is some news on West Dong Street. We need to check on those rats in the gutter. They just want to settle down. I'll talk to you later. With that, the call ended abruptly. Yu Buer was taken aback. Rats in the gutter? What was that referring to? Was there trouble in Yuqing? He had no time to ask, nor the right to do so. The postponement of the award ceremony was, in fact, good news for Yu Buer. He had been counting on the ceremony to gather jealousy points, but it had only recently been held. The short interval meant that the jealousy points he could acquire would be minimal. It would be better to let his classmates' enthusiasm cool down first. He relayed the news to Luo Feishuan and requested Cheng Ruxin's contact information. Luo Feishuan was indifferent to the award ceremony, but Cheng Ruxin was a different story. What? Postponed? Why is it being postponed? My stylist is already booked. Thank goodness I haven't sent out the invitations yet. After listening to her complain for a while, he finally hung up the phone. In the afternoon, Yu Buer was still seated on the balcony, flipping through the pages of the Dragon's Thorn. He did not need to master this martial art technique, but merely required a basic understanding. The essence of the Dragon's Thorn was not difficult to grasp. According to his calculations, he estimated that he could reach the entry level within a week. As dusk approached, Luo Feishuan called him. Let us commence our journey. Yu Buer first paused, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly regaining his composure. To the ghost market? Isn't it a tad too early? Early? Typically. Does the ghost market not commence after midnight? Luo Feishuan chuckled. Who told you that? Cough. I heard it on television and in novels, he replied. His words accompanied by swift movements, already at the door. Once seated in the car, Luo Feishuan glanced at the time. We will first have a light meal before setting off. Upon arrival, it would likely be around 8 o'clock, as tonight's ghost market opens at 9. Yu Buer caught the implication. Today's ghost market? The timing and location of the ghost market are never fixed, even with reliable sources. One can only learn about it 3 to 4 hours in advance. Curiously, Yu Buer inquired, who are we avoiding? There are indeed many to evade. Considering the ghost market harbors numerous illicit items, like the ammunition you seek, can even the Night Watchmen not find them? If the Night Watchmen truly wish to locate them, they undoubtedly possess the means. However, they have always turned a blind eye to the ghost market. Rumors circulate that an agreement exists between the Night Watchmen and those operating the ghost market. Yu Buer refrained from probing further. Since Luo Feishuan had mentioned it was merely a rumor, she surely was not privy to the truth. After their meal, on the way to the ghost market, Luo Feishuan shared more about its nuances. For instance, the ghost market is perpetually shrouded in darkness, even if it opens at noon. Entering it feels like stepping into the night. She emphasized the rules of the ghost market. Killing and robbery are strictly prohibited. This is fundamental. As for sellers, inquiries regarding provenance, names, or authenticity are forbidden. What if one spends a fortune on counterfeit goods? The transaction is final. If one is deceived, they must accept their misfortune. Luo Feishuan smiled, asserting that the ghost market is a test of discernment. Furthermore, even if you identify a counterfeit item, you cannot speak of it. This principle is known as unspoken pricing. The journey continued for quite some time without exiting the city. Observing the surrounding architecture, Yu Buge inquired about the location of this ghost market. Shidong Street, Huahu Park. Huh. Yu Buge was suddenly taken aback. Shidong Street. Chapter 65. The Gates to a New World. A gentle evening breeze caressed their faces, the greenery flourishing, and occasionally, small insects brushed against them. Gazing at the elderly strolling nearby, Yu Buge found it hard to believe. Luo classmate, are you certain this is the ghost market? We're not there yet, Luo Feishuan replied with a smile. Yu Buge nodded and continued forward. Uncle Tong followed closely behind, evidently still shaken by the shape-shifting demons. Luo classmate, is Uncle Tong the one responsible for keeping an eye on us? Yu Buge asked. It was no wonder he speculated this, as Luo Feishuan had previously mentioned that many counterfeit items exist in the ghost market. This ghost market is unlike the Tsushing Pavilion. The fakes at Tsushing Pavilion may simply be of inferior quality, failing to meet the price. Yet in the ghost market, counterfeits can be outrageously deceptive. Previously, someone had sold a glass bead as a treasure. It was unclear what methods were employed, but the buyer failed to discern the truth, and, upon returning home to inspect it closely, was left furious, nearly succumbing to rage. There is no recourse. In the ghost market, once the transaction is made, one cannot argue if deceived. One must avoid becoming overly distressed. Uncle Tong chuckled at this remark. Student Yu, you're jesting. I can handle rough work, but I lack such expertise. Luo Feishuan added, the items we intend to purchase do not require scrutiny. You recognized the ammunition upon your first encounter, did you not? One glance and touch, and you can discern authenticity. Counterfeits are easily detectable. Yu Buge contemplated this reasoning and found it sound. In the center of Huahu Park lies a lake, with a small island at its heart. Upon reaching the lakeside with Luo Feishuan, Yu Buge sensed something amiss. The area was evidently bustling with activity. Moreover, he noticed that some individuals wore masks. Not far off, a woman in a dress donned a Sailor Moon mask, while a man beside her wore a Pigsy mask. And another figure trailed behind, sporting an Ultraman mask. Should we also find masks to wear? He inquired. Luo Feishuan glanced over, her expression calm. Those are newcomers. Pay them no mind, and certainly do not greet them. Newcomers? Uncle Tong interjected. Yu Buge slapped his thigh. Then I am also a newcomer. Should I not find a mask to wear? Luo Feishuan could not help but laugh. Uncle Tong joined in, saying, Student Yu, newcomers wearing masks do so out of ignorance of the ghost market's rules. It's merely pretentious. The more Yu Buge listened, the more perplexed he became. Initially, he thought that first-timers in the ghost market were required to wear masks as part of the rules. Yet now, it seemed not to be the case. Those who had never entered the ghost market might imagine they should wear masks to conceal their identities, fearing recognition. Listening to Uncle Tong, Yu Buge could not help but nod in amusement. He shared the same thought. But those who think this way are quite foolish. Yu Buge ceased his laughter. The ghost market has its own customs, shrouded in mystery. There is no need for masks, as those who see someone wearing one will instantly recognize them as a newcomer, likely to be treated harshly. Perhaps upon entry, they would immediately attract attention, becoming easy prey. Yu Buge began to grasp the concept. Just as he was about to inquire about the meaning of shrouded in mystery, Luo Feishuan spoke up. It's time. Yu Buge looked towards the lake, exclaiming in surprise. The previously clear lake surface was suddenly veiled in a thin mist. The mist swirled like waves, growing denser by the moment. Many people gathered at the shore, some standing on tiptoes as if searching for something. Yu Buge noticed that about 30% of the crowd wore masks. When he looked back at the lake, another discovery caught his eye. Through the thick fog, he could see twinkling lights, resembling lanterns floating upon the water's surface. The rippling waves revealed wooden boats parting the mist, arriving at the shore. Yu Buge widened his eyes, utterly astonished. There had been nothing on the lake's surface moments ago. Where had these boats emerged from? Just then, a boat docked right in front of them. The vessel was vacant, save for a long lantern at the bow. Each boat bore a lantern, which was what Yu Buge had previously glimpsed through the mist. Following Luo Feishuan onto the boat, before he could even settle in, it began to move. The wooden boat turned its bow and sailed into the fog. Although other boats were obscured from view, the lantern at the bow remained visible. Standing aboard, Yu Buge observed that the lantern at the bow was inexplicably suspended in midair, lacking any support. After several minutes, the fog thinned slightly around them. Before them appeared an island. Was it the small island at the center of the lake? No, that island was not nearly this large. Yu Buge's perceptions were continually challenged. The small island in Huahu Park's lake was merely a small mound, perhaps the size of a football field. Yet the island before him was beyond his comprehension. From a distance, numerous points of light could be discerned through the mist. When the boat finally docked, Yu Buge stepped off alongside Luo Feishuan. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the surrounding fog dissipated entirely. On the island, there was no sign of mist at all. Just as Yubuge was marveling at this phenomenon and turning to speak, his expression suddenly froze. Luo Feishuan chuckled softly. Have you come to comprehend the meaning of the obscuring clouds? Yubuge swallowed hard and nodded. Earlier, he had pondered over Uncle Tong's cryptic words regarding the obscuring clouds. Did it mean that the entire island was shrouded in fog, rendering everything invisible? Yet that did not seem plausible, considering they were merely visiting the ghost market. If nothing could be seen, what would be the point? Now, seeing the faces of Luo Feishuan and Uncle Tong, he understood. Their faces appeared as though ensconced in a thick fog, their features indistinct, yet with a careful gaze. One could faintly discern their outlines. It dawned on him that when others looked upon him, his own visage must also be obscured. How was this accomplished? Yubuge found himself perplexed. The ghost market had its own rules. It was best not to inquire too deeply. Understanding was sufficient. Luo Feishuan smiled. Yubuge nodded. For him, it felt as though he had merely opened the door to a new world. They found themselves at what resembled a dock, with wooden planks extending along the lakeside. Numerous small boats moored nearby. A few individuals clad in long robes and wearing felt hats cast cursory glances at Yubuge and his companions, showing little interest. Another vessel approached, and 3 figures disembarked, a woman and 2 men. All wore masks. One was a Sailor Moon, another a Pigsy, and the last an Ultraman. They hastened their steps, rushing toward the trio. Not only them, but several others waiting at the shore also surged toward the newcomers. It was not until other masked individuals landed that some of the crowd dispersed. According to Luo Feishuan's earlier remarks, it seemed these were the fresh recruits being targeted. But how quick was that? Just disembarked and already marked for slaughter? Aren't we leaving? Luo Feishuan inquired. Yubuge smiled slightly. No rush, I wish to observe. He was curious about the methods these people would employ to ensnare the newcomers. If they were to use a common item, the newcomers would undoubtedly resist. After all, first-time visitors to the ghost market would likely be on high alert. However, as soon as the felt-hatted man spoke, Yubuge sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Chapter 66, The Lantern Keeper. You 3, first time visiting the ghost market, I presume? Do you possess a trading permit? The man in the long robe and felt hat smiled at the 3 newcomers. Upon hearing this, Yao Dongsheng, masked as Sailor Moon, felt a jolt of anxiety and instinctively looked up, somewhat taken aback. The man's face was blurred, only an indistinct outline was visible, and the harder she tried to focus, the less clarity she achieved. Her companions, too, were equally bewildered. Yao Dongsheng was the first to regain composure, deliberately intensifying her tone. What nonsense are you spouting? We come here frequently. Who says it's our first time? Her tone was stern, yet it clearly belied a hint of trepidation. Although it was indeed their first visit, the person who had informed her about the ghost market had cautioned her to never show fear in this place. She needed to project the demeanor of a seasoned visitor, lest she fall prey to deception. The felt-hatted man chuckled lightly. Ah, I see. Then might I trouble you to present your trading permits? Trading permit? Yao Dongsheng was momentarily taken aback. Little girl, without a trading permit, how do you expect to conduct transactions in the ghost market? The man remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yao Dongsheng broke into a cold sweat. The person who had informed her about the ghost market had never mentioned needing a trading permit. The felt-hatted man seemed to perceive her distress and asked, did you perhaps forget to bring it along? That would require a fee for a replacement. Yao Dongsheng exhaled, instinctively responding, I must have forgotten it. Then let's get a replacement. The man cleared his throat. Very well. The fee for a replacement permit remains the same as before. The same as before? Yao Dongsheng had no idea what the same as before entailed. However, she dared not ask. To do so would reveal her inexperience. Her 2 male companions also appeared anxious. Sister, what should we do? The man in the Ultraman mask whispered. Yao Dongsheng took a deep breath, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The last time she obtained a trading permit had been quite some time ago. How much had she brought this time? She believed her performance to be quite natural. Surely the man could not discern any flaws. The felt-hatted man, however, did not dwell on it, and casually stated, it's still 30,000. For the 3 of you. That makes 90,000. Oh, and we only accept cash. Yes, that's the price. Yao Dongsheng nodded, receiving a bag filled with cash from the Ultraman. The felt-hatted man produced 3 tickets from his pocket, appearing quite official. Little girl, you are indeed not a first-timer. You know the rules of the ghost market. Most people don't realize they need to bring cash. Naturally, Yao Dongsheng proclaimed, pulling out 9 bundles of cash, preparing to exchange them hand to hand. As the felt-hatted man reached out to take the money, she hastily withdrew her hand. Wait, are you trying to deceive me? The felt-hatted man's arm stiffened momentarily. Deceive you? Little girl, what are you saying? Yao Dongsheng retorted with a cold smirk. Enough of this charade. Yes, there are 3 of us, but 1 trading permit suffices. Why would we need to buy more? The felt-hatted man paused for a moment, then sighed, a wry smile crossing his face. Little girl, I can now fully ascertain that you are indeed a seasoned patron. You cannot be deceived. Yao Dongsheng beamed with pride. Of course, here rests the 30,000. Count it. No need. Keep the trading permit. Please, come inside. Once the felt-hatted man departed, the Ultraman exclaimed excitedly, Sister, you are incredible. Indeed. Yao Yao, you are so clever. You saw through his intentions at a glance, making it impossible to discern that it was your first visit. Pigsy chimed in. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you not recognize who I am? She huffed. Yu Buge observed all of this, hearing every word they exchanged with clarity. Listening to the girl's light-hearted, triumphant tone, he found it somewhat absurd. It was indeed a touch of dark humor. To be fooled, yet maintain the demeanor of a victor. Appearing rather pleased with oneself. Do you think they are rather foolish? Luo Feishuan asked with a smile. Yu Buge shook his head. It is because you informed me, allowing me to step outside this scenario. Viewed from an observer's perspective, they may indeed seem foolish. Yet, had I been in their position, I could very well have fallen for it. The felt-hatted man's tactics were exceedingly clever. Clever? Luo Feishuan feigned disbelief. What a simple scam. Yu Buge shook his head. The felt-hatted man immediately identified their identities, which surprised me. After all, such a statement could easily raise the trio's vigilance. How could they proceed with their scheme? Yet, I later realized that his words were meant to incite their desire to portray themselves as regulars. Moreover, it was also a test. Since they did not refute the need for a trading permit, he could proceed further. Luo Feishuan inquired, and that is clever? Not merely that, after testing, he filled the pit, employing a strategy of feigned capture followed by release, stating the price was the same as before, which in truth was designed to relax their guard. Waiting for them to inquire about the price, before subtly shifting the burden back onto them. Next, while awaiting payment, he maintained a facade of camaraderie, leading them to believe they had successfully blended in, all the while setting them up for a fall. Luo Feishuan smiled thus. One must remain vigilant at every turn within the ghost market. Yu Buer had a deep understanding of the situation. In this place, the more cautious one is, the more prone one becomes to mistakes. It seems that, in retrospect, you have indeed gained something from this trip. Luo Feishuan's words left Yu Buer perplexed. The tuition is paid by others, yet the lessons are imparted to you. Does that not count as a gain? Yu Buer chuckled softly, and upon further contemplation, he realized the truth in her statement. As he ventured into a more crowded area, Yu Buer observed that wandering through the ghost market was akin to attending a temple fair. Stalls lined both sides of the path, with vendors calling out their wares. Above each stall hung a lantern, casting a faint glow that illuminated the surroundings just enough for one to discern objects, yet shrouded them in an air of mystery. The balance perfectly struck. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Make way, make way. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Feishuan grasped Yu Buer's arm and pulled him aside. And Uncle Tong wasted no time in doing the same. Next, for lanterns floated in formation, weaving through the crowd. The others hurriedly stepped aside, adopting an expression of alarm. What is that? He inquired. The lantern patrol. When encountered in the ghost market, you must steer clear and not make contact. Luo Feishuan replied solemnly. Yu Buer felt a twinge of surprise. Though there were merely 4 lanterns, their ethereal floating seemed rather eerie, and Luo Feishuan's seriousness was unexpected. Despite his confusion, he had the wisdom to heed her counsel. What if one accidentally collides with them? He ventured to ask. Before Luo Feishuan could respond, a commotion erupted ahead. A burly man, also masked, was growing increasingly irate at the calls to clear a path. Is this road yours? Why should I move? He turned and spotted the floating lanterns, momentarily stunned, before his anger flared anew. He reached out, swatting at the nearest lantern. What a worthless thing. I won't move. What will you do about it? The surrounding crowd recoiled in fear, some gasping audibly. How dare he strike a lantern patrol member? Is he courting death? Madness. Stay away, lest you be drenched in blood. Nearby vendors hastily lifted their cloth bags, retreating to a safe distance. The man with the Garfield mask soon sensed the shift in the atmosphere and watched as the 4 elongated lanterns suddenly emitted a glaring crimson light. The lantern he had struck flared with a blinding red glow and charged at him. Bang! The man had no time to react before his head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Chapter 67. A Talking Dog? Yu Buer stood in stunned silence, having witnessed a person meet their end in such a gruesome manner. The visual shock was overwhelming. Moreover, he had just asked what would happen if one did not yield to the lantern patrol. And now he had witnessed the dire consequences firsthand. It was utterly barbaric. Luo Feishuan, too, felt a wave of discomfort. Attempting to reassure him, if one merely brushes against a lantern patrol member, it is not a grave matter. The worst that could happen is a burned patch of skin or being ejected from the ghost market. But what just occurred? He had attacked the lantern patrol member, which was far more severe. Yu Buer, puzzled, asked, was it really just a slap? Is it that serious? Luo Feishuan shook her head. It depends on how the lantern patrol member interprets the action. Yu Buer began to comprehend. It was akin to a robot, executing a predetermined protocol. He recalled Luo Feishuan mentioning earlier that killing was prohibited in the ghost market. But didn't you say that the ghost market forbids murder? Yu Buer remembered. Luo Feishuan scoffed. Those rules are meant for us. The lantern patrol is inherently part of the ghost market, and, thus, is exempt. Yu Buer frowned and nodded. It appeared that this place was far more perilous than he had initially thought. The four lanterns resumed their gentle glow. The blood and brain matter that had splattered upon their shades vanished without a trace. They continued their procession, emitting a chilling sound. Make way! Make way! Were it not for the man's corpse still lying there, Yubauer might have believed that nothing had transpired. Suddenly, a group of individuals arrived to clear the body from the ground. In approximately 3 minutes, the corpse was removed, and the area was tidied up. The previously displaced vendors returned, resuming their sales pitches. Yubauer sighed. Is no one going to address this? His words were somewhat vague, but Luo Feishuan understood his sentiment. Yubauer, remember, the ghost market has its own rules. The laws of the outside world do not apply here. Yubauer fell silent. After all, he had taken lives before, so his mental fortitude was not easily shaken. Let us proceed, and do not forget the purpose of our visit, Luo Feishuan urged. Yubauer composed himself and continued onward. The path was an incline, not particularly steep and devoid of steps. Walking was not laborious. And only upon raising his head did he notice the ascent. Yubauer's pace was leisurely, his gaze flitting from stall to stall. Stop looking. The items we seek are not here. Yubauer was taken aback. But you can't see my face, can you? Oh. But I can see your head bobbing around, Luo Feishuan chuckled. Yubauer considered her words and then asked, so, where are the items we seek? Above. Luo Feishuan gestured with her chin. Yubauer did not comprehend, yet he had no intention of pressing further. Following Luo Feishuan was sufficient. Despite this, his speed remained unchanged. Luo Feishuan noticed that this was Yubauer's first visit to the ghost market, and everything appeared novel to him. Such feelings were common. She had similarly felt when she first accompanied Uncle Qing. Thus, she refrained from urging him onward. While the ghost market may not boast an abundance of fascinating items, it certainly held its share of intriguing novelties. Take, for instance, the adjacent stall where the proprietor was enthusiastically hawking his wares. Walk by and don't miss out. These are all splendid goods. What do you have? Ah, look closely. We have elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. What kind of elixir? The 9 turns soul returning elixir. And what talisman is this? The Heavenly Thunder Earth Fire Talisman. What about this one? The back and forth exchange was already entertaining. But what made it even more amusing was the supportive voice coming from a speckled dog squatting beside the stall owner. Yubauer was momentarily startled and quickly inquired. Is there actually a demon in the ghost market? It's not a demon, just a dog, Luo Feishuan replied. If anyone else had said that, Yubauer would have been skeptical. After all, this was a talking dog. You say it's not a demon. How does that make sense? Yet, this was Luo Feishuan speaking, someone capable of recognizing transformed demons in a bustling marketplace. Why can this dog speak? He asked curiously. That is hard to say. But I can assure you, it's just an ordinary dog, Luo Feishuan stated. Uncle Tong chuckled. Even with the ghost market's stringent rules, there must be limits. It wouldn't allow demons to roam freely. Yubauer nodded, observing the dog for a moment, but discerned nothing unusual. He shook his head and chose not to dwell on it. However, others were intrigued. Just a few steps later, a familiar voice echoed from behind. My heavens! This dog can actually talk. Could it be a demon? Young lady, you must not speak carelessly. This dog is no demon. It's a treasure, a companion. Yubauer turned to see the Sailor Moon figure again. Zhu Xia and Ultraman Digga resembled 2 steadfast bodyguards, trailing closely behind. Yao Dongxing extended her hand, eager to caress the spotted dog, but the creature deftly evaded her touch by shaking its head. Don't you dare come near me. Yao Dongxing found herself even more enamored. Such a clever one. My dear boss, how much for your dog? The stall owner cleared his throat and replied, I cannot sell you this dog. On what grounds? I possess a trading certificate. A trading certificate? Oh, so, you have a trading certificate, do you? Yubauer could not discern the stall owner's visage, but could easily imagine a face riddled with cunning expressions. The mere mention of the words trading certificate made it evident to all that these 3 masked figures were indeed here to spread warmth in the countryside. The owner sighed, stating, even with your trading certificate, I cannot part with this dog. It is my beloved companion. I will pay more. The ensuing words fell on deaf ears as Yubauer had other pressing matters to attend to. One could be certain that the owner of the spotted dog had indulged himself to the fullest. He truly longed for the phone number of that enchanting sailor scout. Luo Feishuan was momentarily taken aback. Have you taken a fancy to her? No, I merely wish to wait until she ages and then sell her health products. It was merely a jest, for without you, I might not be any better than they are. No, Luo Feishuan shook her head, her tone unwavering. You are far more astute than they. Yubauer grinned broadly. Who does not relish a compliment? Suddenly, Luo Feishuan halted, her arm seized by a hand. Young lady, could you assist me in discerning whether this item is genuine or counterfeit? The expression on Luo Feishuan's face shifted dramatically, although she could not see the speaker's face clearly. The offensive odor emanating from his mouth was unmistakable, akin to a repugnant blend of rotten eggs and decaying flesh, further fermented with the essence of stinky tofu. Judging by the tone, the individual appeared to be an elderly man, yet the grip on her arm was exceedingly tight. She instinctively attempted to free herself, but found it futile. Uncle Tong was the quickest to react, positioning himself between them, regardless of the stranger's age, and forcefully pushed him away, growling, "Do you understand the rules? Are you looking for trouble?" The man's tone was tinged with a hint of grievance. "I am merely old and a bit unsteady. I sought the assistance of a perceptive young lady. Please, young lady, do me a kindness and simply tell me if this item is worth purchasing." As he spoke, he shook a palm-sized copper mirror that indeed appeared to possess a sense of antiquity, kind-hearted and respectful of her elders. Luo Feishuan softened at the elder's plaintive tone and reluctantly responded, "Old fool, just keep your distance." Chapter 68, The Ghost Market, where the supernatural mingles with everything else. After cursing the old man, Luo Feishuan turned to leave. Uncle Tong pointed a finger at the man, a gesture rife with warning, then followed suit. The old man with the mirror stood rooted to the spot, watching the retreating figures, his expression concealed from view. The nearby stall owner reveled in schadenfreude. Does he not realize where he is? What pity. If you wish to buy, it's 50,000. If not, then be gone. The elderly man, stooped in frame, slowly lowered the mirror and turned to depart. However, he did not leave entirely. Instead, he lingered not far away, concealed within the crowd, fixated on the stall. Did that young girl truly walk away? Yu Bui pondered aloud. Was I too harsh just now? Luo Feishuan chuckled. I doubt it. Yu Bui, too, felt a twinge of indignation. The man had been exceedingly rude and lacked decorum. Luo Feishuan chuckled again, suddenly feeling an itch at her neck. She raised her hand to give it a light slap, followed by a gentle rub of her fair neck. Yu Bui continued, "Moreover, in this place, one must remain vigilant. It is not a bad thing. I trust that your rebuke was warranted. You do not think me impolite, do you? That I lack respect for the elderly or the young? I am well aware of who you are," Yu Bui replied earnestly. Luo Feishuan chose not to dwell on the topic further, while Uncle Tong exhibited an approving smile. He increasingly believed that Yu Bui was a fitting match for his young mistress. Following a path that led upward, they arrived at a T-junction. The stalls had vanished, replaced by a row of shops, their signs emblazoned with golden characters against a dark background. Flanking the signs were long lanterns, lending an air of respectability. It was at this moment that Yu Bui grasped the significance of Luo Feishuan's earlier reference to upstairs. Before a row of shops stood verdant willow trees, swaying gently in the breeze. Under Luo Feishuan's guidance, Yu Bui approached a storefront and lifted his gaze to the sign above, Divine Machine Camp. Inside, the light was dim. Yet from the entrance, one could discern an array of weapons adorning the walls. While cold weapons were few, firearms were abundant, many of which Yu Bui had only encountered in video games. Directly opposite the entrance stood a wooden counter, behind which the owner cradled a Gatling gun, producing a rhythmic did-did-did sound. Upon noticing customers, the owner hastily set down his weapon and emerged from behind the counter. "What can I assist you with today?" "Just received a Gatling gun that spews blue flames. Are you interested?" As Yu Bui stepped into the store, he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a surge of excitement. He mused to himself how wonderful it would be to possess such a wall. Luo Feishuan, addressing the owner directly, stated, "I require incendiary rounds." "Incendiary rounds?" The owner chuckled. "Those do not come cheap. How many do you need?" "That depends on your pricing. 20,000 per round." Yu Bui gasped. Luo Feishuan had previously mentioned a price of around 10,000. This was a doubling. Initially, he intended to spend 200,000 on 20 rounds for self-defense. But now he reconsidered. 10 rounds would suffice. However, Luo Feishuan grasped his arm and turned to leave. The owner, sensing urgency, quickly interjected, "Young lady, I set a high price, yet you offer a low one without even negotiating? How can you ask for a price without at least discussing?" This did not faze Luo Feishuan. Her tone remained calm. "You dare ask 20,000? I might as well seek goods via water routes. If you do not wish to conduct business, why complain?" Hearing this, the owner sagged, realizing she was indeed knowledgeable. 10,000 each, how many would you like?" Luo Feishuan turned her gaze to Yu Bui, confirming the price was indeed fair. 20 rounds. Very well. The owner retreated behind the counter and produced a metallic box. Still somewhat apprehensive, Luo Feishuan picked up an incendiary round, weighed it in her hand, and nodded in approval. "Having purchased 20 rounds, surely you can offer something complimentary?" "Young lady, I assure you, this is a fair price. I am not taking advantage." "That may be so, but it does not prevent me from requesting a little bonus." "Does it?" The owner, sounding youthful, scratched his head in contemplation before slapping the counter. "All right, let me see what I can find." After a brief search, he placed a small box on the table. "This one is quite nice." Luo Feishuan initially intended to request a few extra incendiary rounds, but the owner seemed to have misunderstood her. She inquired, "What is this?" "A magical artifact." "Oh." Not only Luo Feishuan, but even Yu Bui was somewhat incredulous. "You are offering a magical artifact as a bonus for the purchase of 20 incendiary rounds? Are you engaging in charity?" The owner opened the box to reveal 2 beetles, each the size of a fingernail. Luo Feishuan's tone darkened. "What does this mean?" "Do not misunderstand. These are not real insects," the owner said, extending his hand to examine one of the beetles on the counter. "This is called a whisper bug, a male and a female, with one placed in each person's ear. As long as the distance does not exceed 5 kilometers, they can communicate. Yubu was momentarily taken aback and asked, why not just make a phone call? An excellent question. The proprietor snapped his fingers. But what happens when you venture into an area with weak signal? What then? What about using a walkie-talkie? He queried again. Another good question. The proprietor replied, snapping his fingers once more. Now, can you guess why I consider this device a mere trinket? Yubu responded, This gadget is compact and convenient. Although its practical use may be limited, it is indeed a magical artifact, requiring neither signal nor frequency. Moreover, since I'm giving it away for free, why do you keep asking? It would be rude to press further. There truly was no reason to refuse a gift. However, when Yubu attempted to pay, he was taken aback. He pulled out his phone, only to discover there was no signal whatsoever. Ahem. Could I connect to your Wi-Fi? The proprietor's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice darkening. Young man, are you trying to play me for a fool? Yubu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated this scenario. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Feishuan tossed 2 circular tokens onto the counter. The tokens were encircled with jade, with a piece of gold in the center, inscribed with the words 100 million. How about this? The proprietor extended his hand. Inspecting the tokens, Yubu noticed that the reverse side depicted an ancient coin design, with a character on each side, collectively reading Jiu Chu Qian Zhuang. Hey, no problem. You clearly know your stuff. This is convenient for both of us. The proprietor cheerfully accepted the tokens, his tone considerably lighter. At Huahu Park, by the lakeside, Wang Qi lit a cigarette, his expression grave as he gazed at the swirling mist over the lake. Qin, do you think that thing could have hidden itself in the ghost market? No need to worry, even if it is in the ghost market. It wouldn't dare to wreak havoc unless it wishes to meet its demise. That may be true, but while Shidong Street has clues, it doesn't necessarily mean it's right here. There are traces of it in the old city as well. We should keep watch here, Qin replied calmly. Wang Qi sighed. That's all well and good, but these people, neither human nor ghost, are utterly repulsive, causing trouble wherever they go. What do you think they suddenly want in Fish City? That's none of our concern. But since they are here, our task is to bury them forever. Qin declared fiercely. Wang Qi extinguished his cigarette, but his expression resolute as he nodded in agreement. Chapter 69, Under Surveillance. Exiting the Divine Mechanism Camp. Yubu felt a bit sheepish. Luo classmate, I owe you once again. Not at all. I could have informed you in advance, but it wasn't necessary. Luo Feishuan replied with a smile. Just transfer the money to me after you leave. Yubu nodded, curious. What about those tokens? Those are from Jiu Chu Qian Zhuang. Everyone recognizes them. A trip there will allow you to exchange them, and they lack transaction records, which they prefer. Yubu made a note of the name. So what is next? Shall we wander around? No, we're heading back the way we came. He didn't inquire why, but he noticed that Luo Feishuan seemed more anxious, her pace quickening. Upon retracing their steps for a while, Luo Feishuan paused at a stall. She reached out, sifting through the items, finally picking up an object. Boss, how much for this? Yubu was momentarily stunned, staring thoughtfully at the bronze mirror in Luo Feishuan's hand. The proprietor, with a commendable memory, chuckled before stating firmly, 1 million. Yubu was taken aback. Previously, he had overheard the proprietor telling an old man that the mirror was worth 500,000. Why had the price suddenly doubled? Yet, Luo Feishuan didn't hesitate. She tossed a token to the vendor. I'll take it. Her decision was swift and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Now it was the proprietor's turn to be stunned. He slapped his thigh, realizing he had undersold. Given her attitude, even if he had initially quoted 2 million, it would have been reasonable. The exchange was completed, money for goods. This was the rule of the ghost market. Even if he felt regret, he had to accept it. Miss, you can take the item, but could you enlighten me on what it actually is? Yubu chuckled inwardly. The proprietor was quite the character, boldly asking 1 million for something he knew nothing about. I cannot, Luo Feishuan replied curtly. The proprietor smiled wryly, shaking his head in silence as he watched Luo Feishuan and her companions depart. At this moment, Yubu began to piece things together. Luo Feishuan had indeed recognized the bronze mirror as a treasure. How she discerned that remained a mystery. The old man's insistence on having her authenticated, was that merely coincidental? If so, Luo Feishuan would not have reacted so fiercely. Moreover, she had shown interest in the mirror without expressing it at the time. Yubu couldn't fathom why, leaving him to speculate. Yet his understanding of Luo Feishuan was still too limited. Their relationship, while seemingly close, lacked depth. Mutual understanding requires time. After walking a distance, Luo Feishuan suddenly spoke up. Why don't you ever ask me anything? Huh, do you want to share? Yubu was taken aback. Luo Feishuan's expression was strange, but sadly, Yubu was oblivious. She was unsure how to respond to his question. If she didn't ask, and he didn't inquire either, wouldn't that be a lack of curiosity? In her heart, she felt a twinge of unhappiness. According to Yu, when a man shows no curiosity or desire to explore a woman's life, it signifies a complete lack of interest. Yet Yubu wore a broad smile. Luo classmate never pried into his privacy, which indicated how much she valued that aspect. Now, even if his curiosity was overwhelming, he managed to suppress his questions. Surely, Luo classmate felt touched by that. With that thought, his lips involuntarily curled upwards. Luo classmate, where are we headed next? It's getting late. Let us head back. Luo Feishuan replied, her mood subdued. She was aware that Yu Bu Yi could not see her expression, but that was all right. One could always discern mood from tone, right? All right. Yu Bu Yi didn't press further. He sensed that Luo Feishuan had her own matters to attend to. Naturally, this being his first visit to the ghost market. He felt a tinge of regret at leaving so soon. So, while keeping pace, he glanced around, wanting to soak in the lively atmosphere a bit more. Luo Feishuan gradually calmed down. She sighed and suddenly halted. What's wrong? Yu Bu Yi quickly inquired. I suddenly don't want to go home. Let us wander around a bit more. Yu Bu Yi promptly said, no need, Luo classmate. Your important matters take precedence. Taking advantage of Yu Bu Yi's inability to see her expression, she rolled her eyes at him. What important matters? She merely felt a bit emotional. Yet, she could tell Yu Bu Yi was reluctant to leave. I'm not planning to accompany you. I just want to explore a bit, perhaps seek out some rare treasures. Rare treasures? Yu Bu Yi was taken aback, as it sounded like a shop's name. Indeed, it is merely a shop. Luo Feishuan chuckled. Let us proceed. Fortuitously. You can assist me in my search. Yu Bu nodded eagerly. What does Kawoju sell? Everything and anything, though it is only accessible to those with fate. It offers opportunities. Luo Feishuan replied. There have been whispers that someone spotted Kawoju in the ghost market, and I wish to try my luck. Yu Bu appeared somewhat perplexed. Isn't Kawoju located in the ghost market? It is not so simple to declare. Kawoju may manifest in the ghost market, or perhaps in other realms. Just as elusive yet distinctly different, Luo Feishuan elucidated. Yu Bu remained bewildered. Uncle Tong, trailing behind, shook his head with a wry smile. Kawoju is not so easily found. Indeed, rumors have circulated, yet they are merely tales. The young lady seems to be seeking an excuse to wander the ghost market with you. Countless individuals yearn to discover Kawoju. How many are truly fortunate enough to succeed? After 2 hours of searching, Yu Bu's eyes widened in disappointment as he still failed to glimpse the Kawoju that Luo Feishuan had mentioned. The ghost market was nearing its closure. It seems we shall not find it today, Luo Feishuan sighed. Alas, it is simply not our fate. Let us return. Yu Bu sensed that Luo Feishuan must be feeling quite regretful. However, her earnestness in seeking out Kawoju suggested that it must be extraordinary. Upon arriving at the dock and boarding the boat, they traversed the mist once more, returning to Huahu Park. What would happen if the ghost market closed, and we had yet to exit? Yu Bu inquired. Nothing much, we would remain inside. However, the ghost market would be desolate. And to leave, we would have to wait for the next opening, she replied. Yu Bu nodded. That doesn't seem too terrible, is it? Luo Feishuan smiled faintly. The longest interval between openings of the ghost market is a month and a half. So long. Wouldn't one be utterly bored? Yu Bu exclaimed in astonishment. You ought to consider what one would eat and drink in the empty ghost market for a month and a half, Luo Feishuan remarked. Yu Bu shuddered at the thought. Suddenly, Luo Feishuan glanced back, as if searching for something, and quickened her pace. Uncle Tong seemed to sense something and immediately quickened his steps. Uncle Tong. It felt as though they were being followed. Uncle Tong paused, nodded, and heightened his vigilance. The young lady's intuition had never faltered. The fact that he remained unaware suggested their pursuer was no ordinary foe. Chapter 70, Lord Jean. Yu Bu felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing Luo Feishuan's instructions to Uncle Tong. Were they being targeted? By whom? He remained silent. Grasping the jade token tightly, swiftly retrieving the Zhu Xia. After multiple practice sessions, he had gained proficient control over the assassin's jade token, which served as a means of better defending against adversaries. The weight of the Zhu Xia in his hand provided him with a sense of security. Yet, he was still uncertain whether their pursuer harbored malicious intent or who the target might be. Miss, if the situation turns dire, you should take Yu Bu and leave. Uncle Tong said, his tone calm yet resolute. Luo Feishuan remained silent, contemplating when exactly they had drawn the attention of their pursuer. Was it within the ghost market? Or had someone been lurking outside, waiting for an unsuspecting target? Such occurrences were not uncommon. Those emerging from the ghost market often possessed some form of gang. Some individuals specifically waited at the exit, eager to take advantage of the unsuspecting. She felt a sense of foreboding, as though a pair of eyes in the darkness were watching them. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Feishuan devised a plan. She extended her hand and extracted an object from the jade orb, a vividly colored flower. Uncle Tong's heart raced at the sight. He recognized it as one of the young lady's magical artifacts. Yu Bu, Uncle Tong, stay close to me, she commanded, suddenly crushing the flower in her hand. The bloom emitted an extraordinary radiance, a kaleidoscope of colors intertwining, which she then cast into the air. In an instant, a flurry of petals danced about, shimmering in vibrant hues. Yu Bu dared not linger on the spectacle, recalling Luo Feishuan's admonition, and quickened his pace. Petals fell upon their faces, obscuring their vision. And Luo Feishuan hastened her steps, firmly grasping Yu Bu's hand. After navigating through layers of petals, when they finally looked around, Yubuer was taken aback. They were still in Huahu Park, yet they had clearly shifted to a different location. What was that? Yubuer instinctively asked. A magical artifact known as the disorienting bloom, Luo Feishuan explained. The petals can temporarily obscure the sight of our pursuers while transporting us within a 500-meter radius. Yubuer exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Feishuan sighed. Alas, this artifact can only be utilized once. Indeed, it has been crushed. Let us move swiftly. We must leave this wretched place immediately, Luo Feishuan continued, her tone grave. Yubuer felt her urgency and was compelled to act without delay. However, after only a few steps, that unsettling sensation returned, as if they were being watched. Luo Feishuan's expression turned serious. They had just employed the disorienting bloom and changed directions. How could someone still be in pursuit? Had they locked onto their scent? Suddenly, Uncle Tong lunged forward a couple of steps. Miss, be cautious. As he spoke, he removed a metallic button from his clothing and flicked it ahead. In such conditions, a metallic button was nearly imperceptible, yet Yubuer noticed it. The button collided midair with an unknown object, creating a spark, and with a crack, both veered off course. Luo Feishuan's gaze fixed ahead, where a stooped old man approached. His hands clasped behind his back, moving leisurely. It's him. Yubuer recognized the figure. Although his face had been obscured in the ghost market, his demeanor and attire remained unchanged. Uncle Tong's expression grew grave as he positioned himself protectively in front of them, saying, Miss, this man is formidable. I will hold him off. You two should escape. Luo Feishuan shook her head. I fear there is no escaping. She sensed that she had been locked onto by the old man, though she could not discern his methods. Even if she and Yubuer fled, he would circumvent Uncle Tong and continue his pursuit, placing them in an even worse predicament. The stooped old man smiled and spoke. Little girl, I asked you to help me see something. You discerned its significance but did not inform me. Instead, you secretly purchased it. That is quite inconsiderate. Luo Feishuan scoffed coldly. Unafraid. Senior, you jest. Had you truly desired it, you would have purchased it long ago. I merely afforded you time. I returned and found it still available. You do not wish for others to buy it either. What kind of logic is that? The old man remained unfazed, continuing his slow advance until he halted beneath the dim streetlight. The feeble light illuminated his face, revealing a man in his 60s, with thick, glossy black hair and piercing eyes, a striking contrast to his hunched form. Little girl, return that item to me, and I shall allow you to leave. What do you say? Luo Feishuan replied with a smirk. Do you truly mean that, senior? Indeed, when Lord Jean speaks, he is always true to his word. Very well. It is settled then. Standing in front, Uncle Tong turned back and whispered, Miss, I can hold him off. The old man clearly intended to rob them. As the bodyguard of Luo Feishuan, it was only natural for him to step forward. He certainly could not accept that Luo Feishuan had been robbed of her belongings. And as long as she was unharmed, he would consider his duty fulfilled. That would indeed make being a bodyguard far too easy. However, Luo Feishuan furrowed her brow. No? Uncle Tong, we cannot do that. This man is peculiar. Peculiar? It wasn't that Luo Feishuan was reluctant to elaborate. Rather, she genuinely could not articulate her feelings. Nevertheless, she was not naive enough to believe that the opponent would simply take their possessions and let them go. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a box from the jade beads. Uncle Tong understood at once. The box contained a mechanism. Once that old man opened it, he would surely suffer a grave injury. Luo Feishuan's expression remained calm as she prepared to throw the box, but the old man spoke again. Wait. Luo Feishuan's heart sank, wondering if she had revealed any weakness. However, she then heard the old man say, I see that your bead is quite nice. Why don't you place the box inside the bead and toss it over? Luo Feishuan felt a heavy weight in her heart, confirming her suspicions. The opponent was not one to adhere to rules. He had no intention of allowing them to leave after taking the bronze mirror. Senior, is your manner of eating a bit too unseemly? The old man chuckled. If you are unwilling, that is quite all right. I see you are a clever girl. Why not become my disciple? Luo Feishuan retorted coldly. Senior, are you so taken with my eyes? You, my dear girl, have a rather unappealing way of speaking. I am merely offering you a stroke of fortune. Uncle Tong hesitated no longer and charged towards the old man. After taking 2 steps, he flicked his wrist, wielding a long knife. Old dog, seeking death. Luo Feishuan did not call him off. Her gaze darkened, knowing there was no avoiding this confrontation. And they could only fight back. The old man sneered at the murderous Uncle Tong. A mere fledgling warrior dares to be arrogant, foolish, and unaware. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a swarm of golden insects surged forth, flapping their wings towards Uncle Tong. Startled, Uncle Tong halted, unable to discern the nature of this technique. Just then, a glowing orb zipped past him, crashing into the swarm of flying insects. The insects, now illuminated in the halo, buzzed and emitted white smoke before plummeting to the ground. The old man witnessed this scene and, rather than becoming angry, burst into laughter. Very good, very good. You, little girl, possess many fine treasures. As he spoke, he sprang forward towards Luo Feishuan. Uncle Tong intercepted him, raising his knife with a fierce edge. To his astonishment, the old man paid him no heed, allowing the blade to strike his back. With a clang, the knife met the old man's back, producing a metallic sound. The old man did not falter, and instead, Uncle Tong's blade was deflected. What the? Uncle Tong was taken aback, but it was already too late. The old man had a clear target, reaching out to grasp Luo Feishuan, when suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Chapter 71. This old man can wield a blade. Yu Bui's shooting skills were not particularly proficient. After all, he had never handled a gun before this. One could not expect to become a sharpshooter merely by playing a few years of FPS games. Thus, he waited for the assailant to draw near before firing. At such a close distance, how far could he miss? It should have been a certain shot, yet the old man managed to evade it. His agility was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he sidestepped the bullet. Yu Bui continued to pull the trigger, firing bullet after bullet, all while retreating with Luo Feishuan. To their astonishment, even in the face of bullets, the old man did not flinch, instead turning his back to them like an unparalleled master. Yu Bui was elated. But when he saw the bullets strike the old man's back, only producing sparks, his smile faded. Oh no, oh my god, why are the bullets malfunctioning? Although the newly purchased ammunition had not yet been loaded, the bullets he fired were only ordinary ones. Yet this was a human, not a monster. Such defensive prowess was astounding. Was his back made of steel? Luo Feishuan was equally astonished. This old man could discern that Uncle Tong had just entered the 7th rank of the Furnace Fire realm, clearly possessing formidable strength. However, even if the old man were also of the 7th rank, or even a 6th rank profound aperture warrior, he could not possibly withstand bullets with mere flesh. What kind of power was this? As Yu Bui continued to fire, he pulled Luo Feishuan back further. When the gunfire ceased, the old man swiftly turned around and charged at them once more. However, as he approached, Yu Bui raised his hand and fired again. The old man hesitated for a moment before swiftly dodging to the side. Kid playing dirty? He was incensed, but Yu Bui was even angrier. How could one play fairly in such circumstances? He should have seized that Gatling gun spitting blue flames earlier to let the old man experience what a hail of bullets truly felt like. Fortunately, at that moment, Uncle Tong had galloped back into the fray. He raised his hand, swinging his blade towards the old man, shouting, "Miss, hurry and flee." As a Furnace Fire realm warrior, Uncle Tong's strikes were rapid and fierce. The old man cast a glance at him without a trace of fear, again presenting his back. The old man's back was indeed like a slab of metal, impervious to blades and firearms. Uncle Tong's knife struck, producing another metallic clang. Though the blade did tear through the clothing, what came into view was a pure gold expanse. Uncle Tong was left dumbfounded. He had imagined many scenarios, but never expected this. Just then, the old man turned again, swinging a palm towards Uncle Tong. This time, both Yu Bui and Luo Feishuan witnessed it. Indeed, the old man's back was of brilliant gold, with a seam running down the center of his spine. Moreover, as he hunched over, the curvature of his back resembled a golden beetle. Yu Bui blurted out. Reflecting on it now, the swarm of insects the old man had unleashed upon Uncle Tong earlier seemed to be golden beetles as well. At that moment, Yu Bui's mind nearly short-circuited. Compared to Yu Bui, Luo Feishuan was undoubtedly more experienced, yet even she found the scene before her utterly baffling. Uncle Tong was sent flying several meters by the old man's slap, before the old man turned to chase after Yu Bui and Luo Feishuan once more. Despite the pain coursing through him, Uncle Tong grasped his knife and prepared to pursue, only to see the old man's back twist along the seam, transforming into wings. His feet lifted off the ground, and his speed surged, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. What manner of technique was this? Yu Bui pulled Luo Feishuan into a frantic flight. Even Uncle Tong, a 7th-rank Furnace Fire realm warrior, could do nothing against this old man. If Yu Bui and Luo Feishuan were to remain and fight, it would be nothing short of suicide. They could only run as far as their legs would carry them. As for Uncle Tong's safety, they had no reason to worry. The strange old man had a singular focus, Luo Feishuan. As they fled, the old man would simply pursue them. Just as the old man was about to close in, Luo Feishuan suddenly turned, her beads glowing brightly as they flew outward once more. She aimed to catch him off guard. However, it seemed that the old man had anticipated this move. At the moment Luo Feishuan turned, he opened his mouth, and a myriad of beetles surged forth from within, forming a dense cloud. The radiance of the Buddha illuminated the swarm, instantly incinerating a significant portion. However, the insects multiplied incessantly, and their flight became increasingly sluggish. Moreover, as the Buddha's light scorched the swarm, its brilliance began to wane. The old man extended his hand and seized the dimmed Buddha bead, emitting a series of peculiar chuckles. "My dear disciple, I graciously accept your initiation gift." Luo Feishuan felt a pang of regret, not for the loss of the Buddha bead, but for the old man's method of countering it, suggesting that the bead could indeed inflict harm upon him. Otherwise, why would he not simply catch it with his hand, instead of first dispersing the Buddha's light with the swarm? Had she realized this sooner, she might have chosen a different course of action to effectively wound Lord Jean. rather than merely stalling for time. Don't run. Can you truly escape? Lord Jin's voice grew ever closer. He reached out once more towards Luo Feishuan. Yu Buer seized the opportunity, raising his hand to offer the Zhurong spear. This strike was one he had meticulously prepared for. After all, having studied the Yulong piercing all day, though he had not yet mastered it, he had gleaned some insights. With swift and precise action, he aimed for Lord Jin's head. Lord Jin appeared momentarily startled, his movements faltering. Yu Buer advanced 2 steps, directly targeting the space between his brows. The Zhurong spear glimmered coldly under the streetlight. But Lord Jin flapped his wings, creating distance and evading the attack. Folding his wings, he regarded Yu Buer with a grin. Kid, this is none of your concern. If you flee separately from this girl, I promise not to pursue you. Yu Buer was taken aback. Are you planning to let me go? Lord Jin chuckled amiably. Resembling a kindly old man taking a stroll in the park. You serve me no purpose. Letting you go is certainly an option. However, I have no intention of doing so. After declaring this, Yu Buer clutched the Zhurong spear and charged forward once more. Rather than passively enduring blows, he opted to retaliate. Lord Jin's expression turned icy in an instant. Evading Yu Buer's assault, he raised his hand and sent him sprawling with a single slap. Yu Buer, Luo Feishuan gasped. Contemplating what other magical artifacts might prove useful, Yu Buer rose, rubbing his slightly numb chest. You don't want to let me go? Do you possess the capability to contend with me? Lord Jin scoffed. Yu Buer frowned. Whether I can defeat you or not has no bearing on my choice to engage in battle. Lord Jin was momentarily at a loss. It seemed indeed unrelated. But to engage in combat knowing one could not prevail, wasn't that a sign of insanity? Are you seeking death? He queried incredulously. Yu Buer remained silent, his mind racing, recalling the techniques of the Yulong piercing. Meanwhile, Uncle Tong had caught up, aware that the next assault required precision. The armor on Lord Jin's back was formidable. To inflict damage, they needed to strike from the front. As Lord Jin launched an attack on Yu Buer, Uncle Tong intercepted with his blade, swiftly twisting his wrist to slash at Lord Jin's neck. Lord Jin reacted rapidly, turning to parry the blow. Even Uncle Tong had not anticipated the speed of this turn. His arm was jolted, forcing him to step back 2 paces. The ferocity of that strike had left his hand and arm tingling. With a swift motion, Lord Jin seized the opportunity, raising his hand to strike Uncle Tong. Uncle Tong attempted to retreat, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, a hand pushed him aside. Lord Jin's attack missed, and his expression darkened as he glared at the one who had intervened, Yu Buer, with murderous intent. Then I shall first dispose of you. With that, he opened his mouth, and another swarm of beetles erupted forth. Chapter 72, Celestial Warriors Descend. Lord Jin harbored murderous intent towards Yu Buer, but was halted by Uncle Tong. In Yu Buer's eyes, this Lord Jin was far more formidable than the shape-shifting demon encountered the previous day, not to mention the direct confrontation. Even these minuscule insects were enough to cause him considerable distress. Previously, the Buddha bead could effectively harm these pests, but now it lay in Lord Jin's possession. Thus, he could only retreat further. The Zhurong spear in his grasp now seemed almost useless. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck. Reaching to grasp it, he felt an insect. Pulling forcefully, he inadvertently tore away a small piece of flesh. Fortunately, the wound was shallow, though his hand felt damp. Yu Buer, get away. Hearing Luo Feishuan's voice, Yu Buer instinctively dodged aside, only to witness a wave of heat surging forth, incinerating a vast number of the airborne insects. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with the charred remains of the pests. Turning his gaze, he saw Luo Feishuan holding a used talisman. As the wind swept by, the talisman disintegrated into ashes. What talisman is that? A 6th grade spiritual talisman. The flame talisman, Luo Feishuan sighed. What a pity. Just this one. And it can only be used once. Yu Buer pondered for a moment before speaking. Now I understand what your spiritual vein is. You possess a premium spiritual vein. Luo Feishuan chuckled in exasperation. You can still make jokes at a time like this. You truly are of imperial stature. Whether Yu Buer had the demeanor of an emperor was unclear to Uncle Tong, but he recognized that if these two continued their banter, they would surely court disaster. As he turned, he happened to see Uncle Tong being struck down by Lord Jin. Yu Buer rushed forward, attempting to catch him, but was still a hair's breadth away, helplessly watching as Uncle Tong collapsed before him, spitting blood. Before Uncle Tong could rise, Lord Jin charged again. Yu Buer was about to intervene when a flash of golden light zipped past. A familiar crossbow bolt appeared in his line of sight, aimed directly at Lord Jin. The sudden appearance of the bolt caused Lord Jin's expression to shift. He quickly halted and spun around. The bolt struck his armored back, grazing it and vanishing into the darkness. Yu Buer turned to look and indeed saw Qin Qin, one-handedly wielding a crossbow. In that instant, she was the most captivating woman in the world. As he contemplated what to say, another figure leaped from the grass beside Lord Jin, wielding a blade and slashing at him. Lord Jin pivoted, and the assailant adjusted their trajectory, now aiming for his leg. Executing such swift strikes while suddenly altering direction was no simple feat at the very least. Uncle Tong could not achieve it, otherwise. He wouldn't have been struck in the back previously. Lord Jean was evidently startled, quickly dodging. Wang Qi moved with rapid footwork, wielding his dual blades in a relentless assault. Qin Qin approached Yu Buer and Luo Feishuan, placing a crossbow bolt on the mechanism. Even as Lord Jean grappled with Wang Qi, Qin Qin exhibited no hesitation. Once more drawing her blade, the arrow soared, trailing a golden light, piercing the night as it sped forth. Yu Buer watched in horror. From his vantage point, that arrow was clearly aimed at Wang Qi's head. The situation grew dire, as Wang Qi remained oblivious, his back turned to them, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Just as he contemplated issuing a warning, he noticed Wang Qi tilt his head, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past his ear. Meanwhile, the perspective of Lord Jean had been obscured by Wang Qi, and by the time he discerned the arrow, it was far too late. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, the arrow pierced his shoulder. Wincing in pain, he stumbled back, gasping sharply. Yet, Wang Qi would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. As a member of the Night Watch, his combat experience was vast, and he understood the principle of striking when one is at their weakest. Observing Lord Jin's injury, he pressed forward with haste, intent on closing the distance. However, Lord Jin opened his mouth and expelled a swarm of flying insects, prompting Wang Qi to furrow his brow and retreat swiftly, wielding his torch to decimate the horde. Ah, these repugnant little pests seem remarkably prolific. Wang Qi scoffed derisively. Lord Jin smirked coldly, eyeing the torch in Wang Qi's hand. You little wretches of the Night Watch, you cannot hope to capture me. With that, he glanced at his wounded shoulder and began to stir the injury with a finger. Wang Qi's brow furrowed as he witnessed a multitude of insects writhing within the wound. Astonishingly, those insects were rapidly mending Lord Jin's flesh. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forward, his body shooting like an arrow. Lord Jin showed no fear. Opening his mouth once more, Wang Qi instinctively halted, but this time, a myriad of insects poured forth from Lord Jin's mouth. Not only from there but also from his eyes, nose, and ears. A dense swarm of insects surged from Lord Jin's body, swiftly spreading outwards. Yu Bui, Luo Feishuan, and the others watching this grotesque spectacle felt their stomachs churn violently. Even Qin Qin could not suppress her frown. The underhanded tactics of these vermin truly knew no bounds. Yu Bui, upon hearing this, paused momentarily. During a phone call with Wang Qi earlier in the day, Qin Qin had referred to the vermin in the gutters. To his shock, she had been speaking of none other than Lord Jin. Wang Qi was no fool, unwilling to remain idle. He continued to advance. But Lord Jin persistently retreated, offering no opportunity for a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, those tiny insects had completely covered Lord Jin's body. The golden beetles, each no larger than a fingernail, layered upon one another, giving Lord Jin the appearance of donning a shimmering golden armor. Moreover, Yu Bui noticed that as more insects emerged, Lord Jin's hunched back began to straighten, the bulge on his back diminishing. What sort of sorcery was this? Uncle Tong stared, dumbfounded. Qin Qin, with keen eyes, unleashed 3 crossbow bolts in quick succession. This time, Lord Jin did not turn away but faced the arrows head-on. The arrows, glowing with golden light, struck Lord Jin, merely sweeping away dozens of beetles. Yet, almost instantaneously, new beetles covered the exposed areas, the process taking less than 2 seconds. Wang Qi's blade, too, struck Lord Jin, similarly sweeping aside a multitude of golden beetles, yet inflicting little damage upon him. Instead, the adversary seized the opportunity, sweeping his hand and knocking Wang Qi to the ground. Just as he prepared to pursue, an arrow struck, blocking his path. The arrow pierced through several golden beetles upon impact, momentarily halting Lord Jin's advance and granting Wang Qi precious time to rise and counterattack. Humph. I am quite curious to see just how many insects you harbor within that body of yours. Wang Qi remained undeterred, growing more resolute. This defensive strategy of his opponent was indeed rare, yet he was convinced that these beetles were not inexhaustible, even if it took time. He would grind Lord Jin down to nothing. Chapter 73, Mr. Mist. Could Wang Qi and Qin Qin truly wear Lord Jin down bit by bit? It seemed highly improbable. While the golden beetles Lord Jin employed for increased defense were not infinite, neither were Wang Qi's stamina and Qin Qin's arrows. Yet, were they the ones who should feel urgency? It was Lord Jin who should be anxious. He ought to be hiding and evading. And now that the Night Watch had arrived, his immediate priority was to retreat swiftly, though only 2 had come so far. He knew from his understanding of the Night Watch that reinforcements would arrive shortly. For Lord Jin, the most prudent choice was to make a hasty escape. However, upon catching sight of Luo Feishuan, his eyes brimmed with unwillingness. He had already exposed himself. Even if he fled now, he would undoubtedly be pursued and hunted by the Night Watch. With this thought, his gaze hardened. Wang Qi's onslaught was fierce. To have become a member of the Night Watch was a testament to one's strength, without a doubt. At the very least, he was not inferior to Uncle Tong. Furthermore, Wang Qi and Qin Qin exhibited remarkable synergy, one engaging in ranged attacks, while the other handled close combat, effectively restraining Lord Jin to the greatest extent. Uncle Tong, wielding a blade himself, regarded Wang Qi with admiration. That young man is quite skilled, he remarked. Uncle Tong, what do you think of Brother Qi's prowess? Yu Bui inquired. Uncle Tong shook his head. From his stance, he appears to be at the level of a furnace, though I cannot discern how many layers he possesses. Yu Bui was somewhat taken aback. As an observer, he felt that Wang Qi's strength far surpassed that of Uncle Tong. How could such a disparity exist among practitioners of the same rank? But he could not voice this thought, it would sound too harsh. Uncle Tong, sensing Yu Bui's thoughts, spoke up. You, remember, cultivation level does not equate to everything, although they are both at the furnace level. That young man possesses rich combat experience and exceptional swordsmanship, skills that cannot be bridged by mere layers of cultivation. Yu Bui nodded, gaining some insight. Miss, let the Night Watch handle this. We must leave at once. Uncle Tong turned to Luo Feishuan, stating, he longed to stay and observe the battle, but to him, Luo Feishuan's safety would always take precedence. It was his duty. Luo Feishuan nodded in agreement. Wang Qi and Qin Xin worked in perfect harmony. Even if they stayed, they would be of little assistance, merely spectators. Moreover, given Lord Jin's current condition, merely witnessing it would induce a sense of discomfort, even for those without a fear of clusters. Yet, just as she turned to leave, she heard Wang Qi's exclamation. Upon turning back, she saw Wang Qi being kicked several meters away by Lord Jin. The three stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend. Although Lord Jin was covered in a dense swarm of golden beetles, giving the impression of being impervious to blades and arrows. Both Wang Qi and Qin Xin were formidable fighters, and their teamwork had achieved a certain balance. How had things suddenly taken a nosedive? Had they missed an entire episode? Upon closer inspection, they noticed the telltale signs. Lord Jin's body was emitting wisps of smoke. It appeared as if an invisible fire had ignited upon him. The smoke swirling upwards, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning. Another arrow was loosed towards Lord Jin, swiftly followed by a second and a third. Lord Jin swatted the first arrow aside and quickly evaded the subsequent projectiles. His speed was astonishing, evading arrows while charging towards Luo Feishuan. In his wake, he left a trail of black marks, upon closer inspection revealing the charred remains of small beetles. Master Jin had made a resolute decision. He aimed to swiftly abduct Luo Feishuan before the Night Watchmen could arrive. It was unclear what techniques he employed, but both his speed and strength had significantly surged, leaving Wang Qi unable to keep pace. Qin Xin incessantly loosed arrows, attempting to hinder him, but each was deftly dodged. Gritting her teeth, she cast aside her crossbow, retrieving a dagger from behind and lunging towards Master Jin. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Do not look back, keep running." Luo Feishuan and Yu Bui did not turn back. Yet the acrid scent of burning grew ever more pronounced. Uncle Tong, however, halted, turning to face the threat, ready to defend. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Master Jin, yet as a bodyguard, retreat was not an option. By the time Luo Feishuan and Yu Bui glanced back, Master Jin had already reached Uncle Tong. The two were taken aback, mouths agape. As Uncle Tong swung his blade forward, Master Jin swiftly dodged while raising a hand to strike at Uncle Tong's chest. Compared to Master Jin, Uncle Tong's movements appeared sluggish. Jin's hand struck Uncle Tong's chest, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. As Uncle Tong was sent reeling backward, blood gushed forth. And Master Jin ravenously consumed the flesh in his hand, his visage contorted in fury as he pressed on. "My dear disciple, do not flee. Come, let us depart this place." Yu Bui immediately turned, gripping his weapon, Jixia, firmly in front of Luo Feishuan. He had steeled himself for combat. His gaze resolute despite the tension within. He understood the vast disparity in strength between himself and Master Jin. Luo Feishuan too recognized that in terms of speed, they were no match for Master Jin, and she halted, tightening her grasp on the jade orb. "Yu Bui, be wary. It seems there is a trace of demonic energy emanating from Master Jin." She had withheld this information earlier due to her uncertainty. But as Master Jin ignited the beetles within him, it was as if a barrier had been shattered, and the malevolent energy surged forth. Upon hearing this, Yu Bui's heart quaked, his resolve solidified as if a switch had been flipped, dispelling any trace of anxiety. If there was demonic energy, then there must be a demonic entity. With that thought, he charged towards Master Jin, his eyes ablaze with fury, a fierce aura radiating from him. Even if he could not win, he would fight. He would bite off a piece of flesh from the enemy's face, even if it cost him his life. Luo Feishuan felt a surge of dread. She had hoped her revelation would alert Yu Bui, prompting him to be cautious and prepared. But why had he suddenly transformed into someone so different? Gritting her teeth, she resolved to act, only to witness Master Jin's body suddenly freeze, his expression morphing into one of terror. Yu Bui was momentarily taken aback. Had he been overwhelmed by his own aura? That seemed unlikely. He was unworthy of such a feat, but he could not dwell on that, as a singular thought consumed his mind. Tonight, the winds are favorable for slaying demons. Until suddenly, his own speed began to wane, as if some force had restrained him. In that instant, he noticed the surroundings shrouded in mist. The fog swirled, seemingly imbued with life, surging towards Master Jin. In the blink of an eye, a thick fog enveloped Master Jin's form. Struggling fiercely, he felt the beetles detach from his body, beginning to gnaw at the mist. Another dense fog coalesced, forming into a heavy hammer that struck Master Jin's back with tremendous force. Wang Qi plunged into the mist, and Qin Qin's face bore an expression of astonishment. Is this Mr. Mist? Struck by the fog, Master Jin lost swathes of beetles, resembling flakes of skin swirling around him, his gaze fixated on a single direction. From within the mist emerged a figure, mostly obscured, yet a voice brimming with murderous intent resonated through the fog. The gates of my ghost city are not yet fully closed, and you, foul insect, dare to wreak havoc in my domain. Chapter 74. Did you think only one has come, Mr. Mist? Yu Buer felt a sense of bewilderment. The term sounded peculiar, yet in light of the current circumstances, it felt exceptionally apparent. He turned to regard the speaker, only able to discern a hazy silhouette. Was this the master of the ghost city? Master Jin's expression gradually shifted to one of escalating horror as he frantically ignited the beetles within him, the acrid scent permeating the air. A multitude of beetles perished in the flames, yet new ones emerged. However, his form continued to diminish. Although the mist's hammer had struck him, it had not inflicted significant damage, at least not on the surface. Mr. Mist, I am leaving this instant. He bellowed. I harbor no ill intentions. I was merely guarding outside the ghost city. I have not violated any of its rules. The figure within the fog let out a derisive laugh. Are you attempting to reason with me? Master Jin's throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. Mr. Mist raised a hand, and the swirling mist coalesced into several long swords, propelled towards Master Jin by an unseen force. Though crafted from vapor, these weapons inflicted tangible harm upon him. With each successive assault of the mist swords, swathes of Master Jin's beetles perished. Yu Buer witnessed the entire spectacle, feeling as though he were observing the work of a celestial being. Master Jin writhed in agony, desperately igniting the beetles within him. Mr. Mist chuckled coldly. You madman, though your appearance is repugnant, you possess a modicum of skill. It was evident that Master Jin's defense, formed by the beetles, posed a challenge even to Mr. Mist. Master Jin emitted a series of raspy sounds, as wisps of fog infiltrated his body through his nose, eyes, and ears. He realized something was amiss. With the aid of the remaining beetles, he broke free from his constraints and turned to flee. Yet a loud explosion resonated from within him. He opened his mouth, expelling a mass of small beetle corpses. Unlike before, these were a deep crimson hue. Simultaneously, his body swayed unsteadily, yet he forced himself to continue running. But then came a second and a third explosion. The fog entering his body ruptured his insides, ravaging his flesh. This was the power of Mr. Mist. As the beetles were depleted, he had been reduced to little more than skin and bones. Boom. This explosion was louder than the previous ones. Master Jin's body was obliterated, and instead of seeing shattered flesh, a mass of deep crimson beetles emerged, fluttering away. At the moment of the explosion, a bead fell to the ground. Wang Qi gasped in shock, shouting, Mr. Mist, act swiftly to apprehend him. Yet Mr. Mist remained shrouded in the fog, unmoving, merely observing the distant swarm of blood-red insects as they drifted further away. Wang Qi struggled to pursue, but his speed was insufficient. Qin Qin unleashed a flurry of arrows, leaving a portion of crimson beetles behind, while the remaining ones soared ever higher and farther. Wang Qi was incensed. Mr. Wu, those creatures are not entirely vanquished. Oh, Mr. Wu responded nonchalantly. Have the Night Watchmen dispersed my wages yet? Wang Qi found himself at a loss for words. This is your concern, not mine, Mr. Wu scoffed, turning away and vanishing into the thick fog. As the mist gradually dissipated, only the remnants of beetle carcasses remained on the ground, bearing witness to the skirmish that had just unfolded. Luo Feishuan pressed a pill into Uncle Tong's mouth, and his complexion improved slightly. Miss, you shouldn't have gone to such lengths, Uncle Tong said, his face pallid and bitter. What nonsense. You did this to protect me. Luo Feishuan countered, shaking her head. She then rose and approached the spot where old Jean had exploded, retrieving her prayer beads from the ground. These were the very items that had fallen during old Jin's detonation. Qin Qin supported Wang Qi, offering him a pill as well. Damn it, he truly escaped. Wang Qi's gaze was fixed on the direction the beetles had flown away, his face etched with frustration. Qin Qin remained remarkably composed. Do you expect to command him into submission? Wang Qi opened his mouth, realizing Qin Qin was correct, and chose to remain silent. In a matter of minutes, 6 or 7 individuals hurriedly approached, a mix of men and women, all exuding a demeanor reminiscent of Wang Qi and Qin Qin despite their differing attire. A middle-aged man led the group, his square face radiating righteousness, clad in a deep green zip-up jacket. Upon seeing the diminutive golden beetles on the ground, his expression shifted. While the others began assessing the situation, he strode over to Wang Qi and Qin Qin. Chief, Wang Qi exclaimed hurriedly. It's old Jean, but he got away. I can see that. How are you? The middle-aged man inquired. Wang Qi shook his head. I'm fine, I've taken my medicine. The man glanced at Yu Buer and the others. Wang Qi quickly added, Chief, This is the Yubuer I mentioned earlier. How did they end up here? The question caught Wang Qi off guard, as he too was unaware of Yubuer's presence. Lao Yan, gather your team and track the scent. Pursue if possible. Return if not. The middle-aged man commanded. Understood. He then brought Qin forward to Yubuer and the others. Classmate Luo, this is our captain, Shizhen. Hello, Captain Shi, they greeted. Yubuer, I've heard much about you, Shizhen said with a smile. Yubuer felt a flush of embarrassment. Are you all here for the ghost market? Shizhen asked. Yubuer hesitated, but Luo Feishuan nodded and elaborated on their encounter with old Jin, detailing how he had followed them, culminating in their confrontation. There was no hint of concealment. Qin diligently took notes. Her curiosity piqued regarding the bronze mirror. From Luo Feishuan's words, it appeared that old Jin had sought them out specifically for that mirror. Shizhen, being forthright, directly asked, Classmate Luo, may I have a glance at that bronze mirror? Of course, Luo Feishuan responded readily, retrieving the mirror from her jade beads and handing it to him. Shizhen examined it carefully, requested Qin to take a photograph, and then returned it. Excellent eyesight, Classmate Luo. This is indeed a remarkable object. Though its purpose remains a mystery, I am equally uncertain, intending to study it further upon my return, Luo Feishuan replied. Shizhen's attention shifted back to Yubuer. Classmate Yu, how about you join us as a night watchman? What? Yubuer was taken aback. Did Shizhen truly consider him that exceptional? What I mean is, you join the night watchman and wouldn't need to do anything. We'll keep an eye on you since supernatural beings are bound to pursue you. We might as well wait for the proverbial rabbit to come to us. Yubuer recognized the jest in Shizhen's words and sighed. It's just bad luck. I cannot remain perpetually unfortunate. Luo Feishuan suddenly interjected. Captain Shi, is old Jin truly a supernatural being? Shizhen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Yes, but not entirely. He is half human, half demon, and his situation is rather complex. Before Luo Feishuan could press further, he turned to Qin. Find someone to drive them back. Ensure their safety. Understood. Once the others departed, Wang Qi approached Shizhen again. Chief, that Mr. Wu earlier could have captured old Jin. He wouldn't he do that? Shizhen replied. As the master of the ghost market, he must maintain his business, and antagonizing those lunatics would offer him no benefit. Besides, he prefers not to involve himself with the night watchman's affairs. I was quite surprised he intervened this time. Wang Qi sighed. If only Lord Xiaofu could have arrived sooner. Shizhen frowned. Do not speak carelessly. Lord Xiaofu is not idle. Oh, do you think only old Jin came from Yuqing? Shizhen murmured. Chapter 75, Borrowing Fire. Yuqing. The old city. Low buildings and a labyrinth of alleys. Several night watchmen, armed with weapons, raced through the dim, narrow passages. A talisman floated in the air, flickering as it burned slowly. At an intersection, 6 figures converged, 5 men and 1 woman. A burly man wielding a hatchet gazed at the talisman, furrowing his brow. He turned to a young man with a warrior's topknot beside him and asked, Xiaoxia, is your tracking talisman effective? Xiaolingxiu's expression was grave. Captain Miao, theoretically. My tracking talisman has locked onto that fellow's aura and should not lose him. What about now? I fear he has either fled too far or possesses the ability to conceal his aura, Xiaolingxiu replied with a wry smile. I knew you were unreliable. A man around 30 scoffed. This is troublesome. We shouldn't have relied on you, the newcomer. A bald youth lamented. Xiaolingxiu's expression darkened. He had only recently joined the Yuqing Night Watchman and had yet to gain the trust of his peers. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to demonstrate his abilities and make a significant contribution, yet here he was in this predicament. Enough. Silence. The man with the hatchet bellowed. This isn't Xiaoxia's fault. Why whine? As the team leader, Miao Chongxin had to regain control of the situation. Pair up and continue searching. We must locate him. Xiaoxia, stay with me. Yes. Xiaolingxiu shot a grateful glance at Captain Miao. The 6 continued their search in different directions, while the talisman continued to burn slowly, gradually turning to ash. Approximately 5 minutes later, a wall advertising a urology clinic shifted slightly, as if a large slab of earth were about to fall away. A human silhouette crawled down from the wall, its back still emblazoned with the words infertility treatment. Until that moment, he had blended seamlessly with the wall. As the colors of his body faded, he regained his original form. His eyes were remarkably large, with bulging pupils that seemed on the verge of falling from their sockets. Gazing at the ashes of the talisman, he emitted a hissing laughter. After all these years, the Night Watchmen have made little progress. With his innate abilities, he had successfully deceived the Night Watchman and evaded capture, leaving him feeling quite pleased. As he brushed off the dust from his attire, preparing to depart, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Brother, could I trouble you for a light? The man with large eyes trembled slightly. As a master of concealment, his alertness was exceptionally high. Yet, the individual behind him managed to approach without his notice. There were no footsteps, no fluctuations in breath, nor any scent to betray his presence. He rigidly turned his neck, revealing a sharply defined face. The man was tall, clad in a trench coat, with unshaven stubble adorning his chin, a slender black cigarette perched between his lips. Suppressing the fear that gripped his heart, he struck swiftly, raising a clawed hand to swipe at the trenchcoat wearer's chest. The opponent effortlessly sidestepped, prompting him to open his mouth and extend a long, scarlet tongue, aiming to pierce the man's torso. The trenchcoat man frowned, flicking a butterfly knife in his hand, which pierced the tongue, pulling back and slicing it in two. Though not particularly formidable, he possessed a talent for repulsiveness. Muttering under his breath, he delivered a kick to the man's chest. The large-eyed man crashed against a concrete pillar, letting out a scream. Deep brown blood surged from his mouth as he struggled to rise, desperate to escape rather than engage further. The trenchcoat man toyed with his butterfly knife, following at a leisurely pace. As the other fled a considerable distance, he hurled the knife, snapping his fingers. The knife soared through the air, its handle splitting like a pair of wings, igniting into a fiery blaze akin to a flaming bird, plunging into the large-eyed man's body. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames, waves of heat radiating outward. Through the firelight, the trenchcoat man observed the man's contorted, ghastly face with an expression of calm. He approached, offering his cigarette for ignition. "Thank you for the flame." He stepped back, exhaling a plume of smoke, his gaze unperturbed. Behind him, faint footsteps echoed. Ningxiu, clad in a white lab coat and carrying a paper bag, presented it to the trenchcoat man. Accepting it, he retrieved a coffee from within and took a sip. "Thank you, but please remember to skip the sugar next time." Ningxiu sighed, watching the dwindling flames. "You ought to inquire further." "Inquire about what?" "The half-immortal is well aware that you oversee Fish City, yet they still dare to send someone. Are you not curious about their intentions?" Ningxiu inquired. Shinju extinguished his cigarette. "But that is your task. My duty is to eliminate them." Ningxiu's countenance darkened. "At least leave one alive." Shinju extracted a transparent bead from his pocket, tossing it into the air. A wisp of ghostly green flame was drawn into the bead. It returned to Shinju's hand as he offered it to Ningxiu. "Search through his soul. I believe you possess that capability." Ningxiu's tone turned somber. "Must you complicate matters for me? Why not simply interrogate him directly? Is what he says necessarily the truth, compared to information relayed by others?" "I place greater faith in what I uncover myself," Shinju replied calmly. Ningxiu pocketed the bead, sighing. "By the way, how long will it take?" 3 days. "Too long." Shinju expressed discontent. "If you're so capable, why not do it yourself?" Ningxiu retorted impatiently. "This is a task of unraveling. Do you think it's simple?" Shinju sipped his coffee, suddenly recalling something. "I received word that Yu Bu has also encountered a half-immortal." Ningxiu sighed, feeling a bit unlucky. The innate evil saint body. "First, let's return Uncle Tong home. Luo Feishuan and Yu Bu have just returned to their residence." "I wish to take a shower first," Luo Feishuan declared as she closed the door. "Coincidentally, so do I," Yu Bu, feeling utterly exhausted. "Long for a hot bath to unwind. Shall we go together?" Luo Feishuan inquired. Yu Bu hesitated. Luo Feishuan chuckled softly, heading toward her room. In the bathroom, the air was thick with steam. Yu Bu reclined in the bathtub, a towel on his forehead and a can of ice-cold cola beside him. Reflecting on the events he had just endured, is Lord Jean human or a demon? What methods does Mr. Wu employ? He closed his eyes, replaying the details of his encounter with Lord Jean in his mind. He should not have used the dragoness sting. It would have been better to apply the more practiced open meridian fist, allowing for smoother movements. Yet, Lord Jin's defenses were formidable, and the disparity in strength was too great. The damage inflicted by the open meridian fist was severely limited. Perhaps initiating an attack with the dragoness sting, combined with the footwork and force of the open meridian fist, would prove more suitable. Yu Bu continued to mutter to himself. When he emerged from the bathroom, he found Luo Feishuan, now in loungewear, seated on the living room carpet, gazing at a bronze mirror on the coffee table. He dried his hair and approached her. "Have you discerned the purpose of the bronze mirror?" Chapter 76, Journey to Hongya Mountain. Luo Feishuan's hair was still damp, with droplets glistening on her shoulders. She toyed with the bronze mirror in her hands, gently shaking her head. "Not yet discerned, but I can confirm that this mirror is a magical artifact. No less than spirit grade. That is quite a find." Yu Bu exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Lord Jean coveted it so. Simply knowing it's a magical artifact is insufficient. One must also understand how to utilize it. Luo Feishuan replied with a hint of exasperation. In this matter, Yu Bu could offer no assistance. He merely blinked, offering her encouragement. "You can do it. I believe in you." Rising, he poured her a glass of water. "That Mr. Wu, is he the owner of the ghost market?" he inquired, settling onto the sofa. Luo Feishuan joined him, taking a sip of water. "He certainly speaks as if he is." "You're not sure?" Luo Feishuan shook her head. "My knowledge of the ghost market is rather limited. I've only been there a few times." Yu Bu nodded, contemplating the enigmatic methods employed by Mr. Wu, sighing in wonder. His power is formidable. Able to turn thick fog into a weapon. How is that achieved? Is it martial arts or a magical artifact? Uncertain, Luo Feishuan smiled. "But I doubt it's a magical artifact. If I were to venture a guess, I would say it relates to spiritual veins, possibly combined with special martial arts." Yu Bu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Special martial arts? Martial arts that align with unique spiritual veins, ones that others cannot learn? He pondered thoughtfully. For instance, elemental spiritual veins. If someone masters the fire element, they can learn fire-related martial arts, but others cannot. So, is Mr. Wu associated with mist spiritual veins? I've never heard of mist spiritual veins. To be honest, I'm baffled. Perhaps it relates to a magical formation? The existence of the ghost market must be tied to some magical formation. Luo Feishuan paused to sip water, moistening her throat. I'm merely speculating. It's not substantial since I had no prior knowledge of Mr. Wu's existence. Yu Bui nodded, realizing this topic could lead nowhere. Compared to Mr. Wu, I find Lord Jean even more puzzling, Luo Feishuan remarked. What exactly is he? He appears human, yet possesses demonic traits. Captain sure claims he is half human, half demon. I think he resembles a hybrid of both. Yu Bui stroked his chin, intrigued. Could it be that his parents were a union of human and demon? Luo Feishuan's expression turned somewhat complicated. Yu Bui felt a tinge of embarrassment, scratching his head. Is my perspective too unconventional? Not merely unconventional, it's downright peculiar. Luo Feishuan smiled, pondering the improbable union between humans and demons, questioning whether reproductive isolation existed. Engaging in prolonged discourse with her yielded no definitive conclusions, for the information at their disposal was woefully inadequate. Upon returning to his chamber, Yu Bui retrieved the dragon's needle and resumed his studies. This recent conflict had imparted a profound awareness of his own frailty. Against even moderately formidable foes, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to retaliate, fostering a gnawing sense of insecurity. Moreover, the events of the night unveiled a world far more intricate than he had previously perceived. Strength was akin to a staircase, and only through relentless self-improvement could one ascend to greater heights and broaden their horizons. In the dead of night, a dense swarm of deep crimson insects traversed towering edifices, villages, and farmlands, ultimately discovering a suitable resting place, a verdant mountain adorned with lush foliage. The crimson swarm reveled in this sanctuary, as the mountain's trees boasted similarly crimson leaves, creating a tapestry of fiery hues against the sky. With the wind's caress, it resembled a rolling wave of flames. This location lay approximately 30 miles from Yuqing, and once the swarm infiltrated the forest, they seamlessly melded with their surroundings. At the mountainside, he stumbled upon a cramped cave, its entrance veiled in verdant growth, ideal for concealment. The crimson swarm surged into the cave, prompting its inhabitant to sense an impending threat and emit a piercing shriek. Two foxes, their tawny fur elongated and their physiques approximately 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary fox, bared their sharp fangs and instinctively charged toward the swarm. Not to engage in battle, but to escape the cave in haste. The swarm obstructed their exit, leaving the foxes with no choice but to plunge into the seething mass. As they burst forth, they were reduced to mere bones, their innards and flesh obliterated. The deep crimson insects converged deep within the cave, gradually piecing together the form of Mr. Jean, though he remained incomplete. Lowering his gaze, he could discern his ribcage, his thoracic cavity hollow, with shattered organs irreparable. His arms and thighs barely retained their shape. Raising his hand, he could feel the bones of his fingers brushing against his trachea. The swarm writhed in unison, striving to mend this leaky vessel of flesh. He harbored no animosity toward Mr. Fogg, the one who had reduced him to this state. If Mr. Fogg truly wished to extinguish his life, escape would have been a futile endeavor. Instead, he had bestowed upon him a slender thread of hope, leaving his survival contingent upon his own capabilities. Such were his thoughts. Faced with a formidable adversary and unable to seek vengeance, one often concocts myriad justifications. Moreover, his reasoning was undeniably sound. I crave flesh and blood, he murmured, his breath faint. As Uncle Tong required time to recuperate, the following day, Yu Bui and Luo Feishuan hailed a cab to school. Numerous buses lined the entrance, and upon entering the classroom, a cacophony of chatter enveloped them. Classmates animatedly debated the day's excursion to Hongya Mountain. On Yu Bui's desk rested 2 small backpacks. Wu Yang, sporting a baseball cap, waved at him. The snacks and drinks in this bag are from me. He indicated one of the packs. And the other? The other is prepared by Song Ziyu for you. If you'd arrived 10 minutes earlier, you might have seen her, Wu Yang teased, raising his eyebrows. Yu Bui was taken aback. What did she prepare this for? Wu Yang remained silent, merely radiating jealousy. Yu Bui found himself perplexed. Song Ziyu was indeed a paragon of beauty, possessing an enviable figure, striking features, commendable academic prowess, and exceptional martial arts talent. What could she possibly desire? Wu Yang, do you think Song Ziyu might genuinely have feelings for me? He chuckled. Am I truly that remarkable? Stop talking. If you continue, I might regret not spitting in your AD calcium. Yu Bui glanced at the thoughtful items Song Ziyu had prepared for him. Sunscreen, insect repellent spray, adhesive bandages, iodine swabs, a compass, a portable charger, and a jacket. In stark contrast, Wu Yang's offering was merely filled with snacks and drinks. The disparity was glaring. Just as he contemplated this, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Students, let's head downstairs and gather at the school gate. We are departing for Hongya Mountain. After a moment's thought, Yubui decided to carry both bags. After all, someone had gone to the trouble of preparing them. Why not return the favor instead of leaving them behind? Luo Feishuan, it seemed, had not prepared anything. She spent so little time at school that she was entirely unaware of the trip to Hongya Mountain. In truth, she had no need to prepare anything for herself. Her desk overflowed with an assortment of backpacks, spilling onto her chair and beneath her desk. The naive youths feigned indifference while secretly observing Luo Feishuan's movements, akin to gamblers awaiting the outcome of a lottery draw. Ultimately, however, she took nothing from anyone, merely exiting the classroom to make a phone call. Prepare some climbing gear for me. Oh, and 2 sets. Glancing at the time, she realized they were about to depart and added, deliver them directly to Hongya Mountain. Wait for me there, and be quick about it. Understood. To her, it was a trivial matter resolved with a single call. Upon returning to class, her deskmate, Xiao Shui, who was somewhat familiar with her, inquired curiously, Xian, are you going to Hongya Mountain today as well? Yes. I always thought you weren't interested in such activities. Luo Feishuan smiled, but said nothing. She had little interest in such outings. However, reflecting on the recent events, spending time with Yu Bui on Hongya Mountain seemed appealing. As they approached the school entrance, they spotted Cheng Ruxin standing before the bus, a backpack on his back and another cradled in his arms. Straining to peer ahead, as if searching for something, Xiao Shui chuckled, look at Cheng Ruxin. He's quite persistent. Xian, that bag in his arms is undoubtedly for you. In the past, Luo Feishuan might have thought the same, but circumstances had shifted. Cheng Ruxin had previously referred to her as sister-in-law. Surely, he wouldn't change his demeanor so swiftly, would he? As they drew near, Xiao Shui playfully asked, Cheng, bringing something for Xian again? Cheng Ruxin glanced at them, then stepped back, clutching the bag tightly, his expression serious. Sister-in-law, please maintain your decorum, this is not for you. Luo Feishuan. Xiao Shui was taken aback, glancing between Cheng Ruxin and Luo Feishuan. Sister-in-law? Several classmates nearby turned to observe, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. As seniors, both Cheng Ruxin and Luo Feishuan were prominent figures in the school. Everyone was aware that Cheng Ruxin had been ardently courting Luo Feishuan. Indeed, one could say he was relentless. Before Luo Feishuan's arrival, it was tacitly understood by others that the extra bag Cheng had prepared was intended for the school's flower. It appears that unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Has Cheng Ruxin truly lost heart? Or rather, has she found someone else to whom she belongs? The crowd, no longer in a hurry to depart, is filled with curiosity regarding the recipient of Cheng Ruxin's gift. Is there truly a girl in Yuqing? One high school who can rival Luo Feishuan? Perhaps Song Ziyu qualifies, but she is not in her senior year. At that moment, Cheng Ruxin's gaze shifted towards Luo Feishuan and Xiao Shui, catching sight of someone waiting. He quickly waved and called out loudly, Hey, big brother. Yu Buer instinctively turned to look, and upon meeting Cheng Ruxin's eyes, he confirmed that the greeting was directed at him. Cheng Ruxin cheerfully approached, extending the bag in his hand. I prepared an extra for you, big brother. Ah, but I already have one, Yu Buer replied as he reached out to accept it. We can never have too much. Cheng Ruxin grinned. Although Yu Buer understood the reasons behind Cheng Ruxin's sudden change in demeanor, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, were left baffled by the scene unfolding before them. What was happening? Was Cheng Ruxin waiting for him? How peculiar. Wasn't it previously said that Cheng Ruxin and Yu Buer did not get along? I had thought it was some other girl, but it turned out to be him? Xiao Shui's eyes widened. Xian, am I seeing things? Has Cheng Ruxin taken some strange medicine? Luo Feishuan couldn't help but smile at the sight. Isn't this quite normal? After all, he is exceptionally talented. After exchanging a few words with Cheng Ruxin, Yu Buer hurried over to Luo Feishuan. I forgot to mention earlier, here, take this bag. It contains quite a few essentials. Luo Feishuan was somewhat surprised and smiled sweetly at Yu Buer as she accepted it. All right, I was genuinely worried. Thankfully, you prepared this. Yu Buer grinned, but suddenly felt a chill. He looked up and met several envious and resentful gazes directed at him, noticing the palpable jealousy emanating from the group. Yu Buer quietly inquired, Luo classmate, aren't those people from your class? It seems so. Their looks towards me seem rather unfriendly. Xiao Shui stifled a laugh. Those individuals had prepared gifts for Luo Feishuan, yet none were chosen, leaving them disheartened. Whereas, for Yu Buer, Luo Feishuan not only accepted the gift, but also expressed relief that he had brought it. It was no wonder they felt discontent. All right, it's getting late. Let us hurry and line up. Luo Feishuan patted Yu Buer's shoulder. See you at Hongya Mountain. After roll call, Yu Buer boarded the bus. Once he found a seat and was about to wave at Wu Yang, Cheng Ruxin approached first. Hey, big brother. Is it all right if I sit here? Without waiting for Yu Buer's response, he plopped down. Why aren't you on your class's bus? Yu Buer asked, somewhat puzzled. I wanted to chat with you. Cheng Ruxin beamed. Yu Buer guessed he had something on his mind. Sure enough, as soon as the bus started moving, Cheng Ruxin quietly asked, Big brother. What did the Night Watchmen say? Which one do you mean? About the awards ceremony. Cheng Ruxin slapped his thigh. You can't just disregard it because you've already gone through it. To him, nothing was more vital than the awards ceremony. Yu Buer, however, was not so urgent. Yet, He could empathize with Chung Ruxin's feelings. The Night Watchmen must be quite busy lately. They might have to wait a bit longer. Chung Ruxin whispered. Could you nudge them when you have the chance? All right, Yu Buer agreed. Wang Qi and the others were presently swamped. It would be quite absurd to push them about the awards ceremony at this juncture. But in front of Chung Ruxin, he felt compelled to acquiesce, after all. Whether he nudged them or not remained unknown to Chung Ruxin. By promptly agreeing, he felt somewhat better inside. After all, what men desire is merely an acknowledgement. Is it not? On another bus, Luo Feishuan unzipped her backpack, rummaging through its contents. Adhesive bandages? Insect repellent? She hadn't expected Yu Buer to be so thoughtful. Xiao Shui, sitting beside her, chuckled. Luo Feishuan nodded lightly, equally surprised. Wow, a compass, a power bank, and is that sunscreen? Yu Buer is quite meticulous. Xiao Shui's astonishment grew with each item she uncovered. As Luo Feishuan meticulously counted the items in the bag, she suddenly zipped it shut, her expression darkening. This was not the kind of preparation one would expect from Yu Buer. That guy was, after all, a quintessential steel straight man. Something felt amiss, and she frowned, letting out a soft huff. Chapter 78. Nan Feishuan, Beijinghe? For the past few days, Yu Buer had been residing at Luo Feishuan's home. Surely, she would know whether he had prepared anything for the stress relief trip, right? Moreover, even the snacks in the bag were predominantly sweet treats favored by girls. After a moment of contemplation, a certain face floated into her mind. Xiao Shui noticed the shifting expressions on Luo Feishuan's face, feeling somewhat perplexed but refraining from further comment. She could sense the low-pressure atmosphere surrounding Luo Feishuan. After a long deliberation, Luo Feishuan dialed a number. No need to prepare anything else. Just get an additional gift for Song Ziyu from Yuqing No. 1 High School. Something like a bag or jewelry will suffice. And just say it's my token of gratitude. After hanging up, a smile graced Luo Feishuan's face, exuding an air of calm confidence. Upon arriving at Hongya Mountain, Yu Buer disembarked and noticed a multitude of buses already parked in the lot. Numerous students in school uniforms were lined up in formation under their teacher's guidance. Aren't those students from No. 2 High School? Are they also here for Hongya Mountain today? Chung Ruxin, who had exited the bus alongside him, was somewhat astonished. Yu Buer spotted the flag of Yuqing No. 2 High School fluttering in the breeze. Does Yuqing No. 2 also have a tradition of stress relief trips? Chung Ruxin scoffed. That has only been the case for the past 2 years. They're just following our lead. Just then, the leader from No. 2 High School approached, accompanied by several teachers. Leading the group was a woman in athletic attire, likely in her 40s, with short hair and black-framed glasses, exuding a commanding presence. She approached Zhang Zhitao, the vice principal of No. 1 High School and the leader of this stress relief trip, with her chin slightly raised. Principal Zhang. It's been a while. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Zhang Zhitao, in his 50s and rich in teaching experience, was well aware that she was there to provoke him. He chuckled somewhat insincerely in response. Principal Shu, what a pleasure. This has always been our tradition at No. 1 High School. It seems No. 2 has quite the knack for choosing auspicious dates. Yu Buer and Chung Ruxin were close enough to overhear. Chung Ruxin remarked. That woman is the vice principal of No. 2 High School, named Xu Yuan. Yu Buer was taken aback. How do you know that? When I finished middle school, she brought 2 teachers to my house, hoping I would attend No. 2 High School. Chung Ruxin spoke with a hint of pride. You know, geniuses tend to be in high demand. Yu Buer suddenly understood. Actually, in recent years, No. 2 High School has contacted me as well, hoping I would transfer. But I turned them down. Chung Ruxin continued. Yu Buer felt it was a shame. Given Chung Ruxin's eccentricity, it would be a pity for him not to attend No. 2 High School. The competition between No. 1 and No. 2 High Schools had been fierce over the years. The act of undermining one another is a frequent occurrence. In years past, the educational standards of First High School were unparalleled in Fish City. However, the disparity between First and Second High Schools was not as pronounced as one might think. Yet, in the past 2 years, the enrollment figures for the Martial Arts Academy and the Insight Institute from Second High School have surpassed those of First High School. Chung Ruxin provided her assessment. Second High School's choice of this particular day was a deliberate display of arrogance. Indeed, the facts corroborated this claim. Xu Yuhan crossed her arms and glanced at the students of First High School, letting out a sigh. Principal Zhang, I truly did not anticipate your arrival. Especially considering that for 2 consecutive years, the achievements of First High have not matched those of Second High. I had assumed you would focus on making a final push in this crucial stage, yet here you are, bringing students along for a leisurely outing? Zhang Zhitao's expression darkened. The smug demeanor of his counterpart irked him. The head of the grade department promptly interjected, in my opinion, with First High having dominated for so many years, it is only fair that our brother school gets a chance to shine. Zhang Zhitao's countenance brightened considerably, casting a satisfied glance at the head of the grade department. Truly, he was a worthy protege, possessing eloquence. Xu Yuhan appeared somewhat displeased, letting out a soft huff, implying, I fear that while it is easy to fall, rising again is quite the challenge. Yuan was not particularly interested in the exchange between the 2 vice principals. His gaze wandered until it suddenly fell upon a familiar silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Chung Ruxin, noticing Yuan-Yi's distraction, widened his eyes and quickly tapped his shoulder. Hey, man, you can't be looking at other girls. Yuan-Yi, startled, retorted, stop talking nonsense. I merely thought that figure seemed familiar. If you keep staring, you might find your girlfriend whisked away. Cheng Ruxin gestured towards Luo Feishuan. It was only then that Yuan-Yi realized a student clad in second high's uniform was standing directly in front of Luo Feishuan, surrounded by onlookers. What are you still doing? Hurry and assert your claim. Cheng Ruxin exclaimed in exasperation. Beside them, Wu Yang wore a serious expression. This is bad, it's Xiao Qinghe. While Yuan-Yi was still puzzled about who Xiao Qinghe was, Cheng Ruxin had already gasped in shock. Is that really Xiao Qinghe? He does possess a certain charm. Unfamiliar with Xiao Qinghe, Yuan-Yi glanced at the individual and then back at Cheng Ruxin, unable to suppress his existential query. He possesses charm? Where? What? Could it be that he lacks even a fraction of that charm? I must have overestimated him, Yuan-Yi remarked. Cheng Ruxin's mental state remained steadfast as he took strides towards Luo Feishuan. A group of girls from First High had already begun to swoon. So this is Xiao Qinghe? He is undeniably handsome. It's said that he, like Luo Feishuan, possesses a unique spiritual vein, qualifying him for direct admission into the martial arts academy. South Feishuan. North Qinghe. There's a certain logic to it. First High is situated in the south of Fish City, while Second High has relocated to a new neighborhood in the north. The juxtaposition is fitting, yet the name North Qinghe does sound peculiar, akin to a geographical designation. Xiao Qinghe stood confidently before Luo Feishuan, his tone amiable and his face adorned with a smile. Hello, classmate Luo, I am Xiao Qinghe from Second High. I have heard your name before, but this is our first meeting. Luo Feishuan shot him a sidelong glance, her tone indifferent. Who said we were classmates? Xiao Qinghe responded with unwavering confidence. Not yet. But I believe it won't be long before we cross paths at the martial arts academy. Luo Feishuan, uninterested, suddenly brightened, striding towards Yuan-Yi. Xiao Qinghe's displeasure was palpable. He felt that Luo Feishuan was being rather rude, especially in front of so many peers, which made him feel somewhat humiliated. Initially, he had thought Luo Feishuan might be the only girl worthy of him. Now, however, she appeared somewhat petty. Nonetheless, the Chen family backing Luo Feishuan could potentially be a future asset. Perhaps it would be wise to extend her another chance? But when he turned around and witnessed Luo Feishuan effortlessly linking her arm with Yuan-Yi's, his pupils constricted in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of several Second High students around him. What is happening? Who is that man? The sky has fallen. The corners of First High students' mouths lifted in amusement. They had become accustomed to such scenes, finding the expressions of their Second High counterparts utterly comical. Yuan-Yi was initially taken aback. Then he sensed a surge of jealousy emanating from the crowd. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the students of Second High were still in untapped territory waiting for him to cultivate. Chapter 79. The Mad Brother, Peach Blossom Madness. As a prominent figure at First High, Luo Feishuan was equally renowned at Second High. Simply by having Luo Feishuan on his arm, Yuan-Yi could effortlessly harvest waves of jealousy from Second High students. He felt a surge of elation. At First High, his interactions with Luo Feishuan initially garnered massive jealousy points. However, as his classmates' thresholds were continually raised, while he still received jealousy points, it had become a declining trend. But now, a new market had emerged. Sensing the envious gazes directed at him, Yuan-Yi couldn't suppress the grin forming on his lips. I love Fish City Second High. I adore this leisurely outing, he mused internally. Just then, a furious voice erupted from behind them. What are you doing? Upon turning, they beheld Xiao Qinghe striding towards them, his face flushed with anger, almost contorted. Yuan-Yi and Luo Feishuan exchanged puzzled glances. Looking for you? Surely not. I don't know him. They simultaneously turned to face Xiao Qinghe, regarding him with expressions that conveyed concern for the mentally challenged. Xiao Qinghe fixed his gaze on Luo Feishuan, questioning her with a tone laden with accusation. Luo Feishuan, do you realize what you're doing? Luo Feishuan felt as though her lines had been stolen. In front of all these people, you dare to cling to another man? As a girl, do you not feel any shame? Surrounding classmates wore expressions of confusion. Someone whispered, what is the relationship between Xiao Qinghe and Luo Feishuan? They never mentioned knowing each other before, did they? Wait, I heard Xiao Qinghe introducing himself to Luo Feishuan earlier. They were not acquainted. What? I'm utterly perplexed. Luo Feishuan, too, was baffled. Although she had heard Xiao Qinghe's name before, that was the extent of her knowledge. This was their first encounter. Yet Xiao Qinghe's current demeanor resembled that of a pitiful man catching his wife in an act of infidelity, his emotions swirling in a tempest of despair and rage. The issue was that they were entirely unrelated. In such a situation, Xiao Qinghe's reaction seemed, are you out of your mind? Luo Feishuan voiced her thoughts candidly. Xiao Qinghe remained silent, instead glaring fiercely at Yuan-Yi. Who do you think you are? Standing next to Luo Feishuan? I command you to keep your distance. Xiao Qinghe was undeniably agitated. He had long been aware of Luo Feishuan's name and had some understanding of the Chun family's background. He found the phrase Nan Feishuan, Bei Qinghe particularly appealing, as it suggested that he and Luo Feishuan were a match made in heaven. However, based on his knowledge, Luo Feishuan possessed a cold demeanor and seldom interacted with males of her age, let alone entertain the notion of a close companion. Thus, he was not in a hurry to introduce himself. In his imagination, once they entered the martial arts academy together, they would be classmates. All it required was a bit of time, and she would inevitably be drawn to him, leading them to naturally come together. At that point, he would leverage the financial power of the Chun family to acquire more resources and ascend rapidly. Yet now, witnessing the intimate gestures between Yu Buer and Luo Feishuan, he felt his meticulously crafted plans unraveling, accompanied by a surge of anger akin to betrayal. Listening to Xiao Qinghe's self-righteous accusations, Yu Buer found himself chuckling in disbelief. If you're mentally unwell, seek treatment instead of acting deranged here. Luo Feishuan had already harbored discontent towards Xiao Qinghe. Hearing him insult Yu Buer further ignited the flames of her ire. First of all, I don't know you. Secondly, you disgust me. And lastly, get lost. With that, she decisively took Yu Buer's hand, leaving Xiao Qinghe behind as she strode away. Such a person was revolting to even glance at. Wu Yang and Cheng Ruxin approached, keenly observing the situation. Should a physical altercation ensue, they would be the first to rush in. Cheng Ruxin suddenly felt a pang of fear as he regarded the somewhat unhinged Xiao Qinghe. Wu Yang, I hope I wasn't ever like that. His face displayed unease. The thought that he might have appeared as Xiao Qinghe did in the eyes of others sent shivers down his spine. Wu Yang patted his shoulder, reassuringly stating, No, Cheng. You're genuinely a good person, just a bit too passionate at times. But fret not, you are nothing like Xiao Qinghe. He then turned his gaze back to Xiao Qinghe and sighed. Moreover, I haven't witnessed such raw energy in a long while. Cheng Ruxin finally felt relieved. However, at that moment, Xiao Qinghe charged forward once more. Get away from me. He reached out, attempting to grab Yu Buer, his expression twisted and eyes ablaze with fury. Yu Buer, who had been suppressing his anger, remained vigilant despite having his back to Xiao Qinghe. He had no intention of clashing with a student from the second school in front of a teacher, but with the other party taking the initiative, he no longer hesitated. He deftly dodged Xiao Qinghe's assault, then seized his wrist. Grounding himself, he used his waist to power his shoulder and arm as he pulled Xiao Qinghe towards him. His other hand forming a fist, energy surging through his meridians before he unleashed a strike. With a resounding thud, the punch landed squarely on Xiao Qinghe's chest, eliciting a muffled groan as he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, ultimately losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Before Xiao Qinghe could rise, Yu Buer swiftly advanced, placing his foot on the fallen youth's shoulder. Xiao Qinghe, still crouched and unprepared for defense, was once again sent sprawling. Cheng Ruxin erupted in laughter. Huh, good. You've turned that brat into a flailing frog. Just as he was about to assist, Wu Yang held him back. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Cheng Ruxin expressed his displeasure. He had longed to take action and had been stifled until now. Seeing Yu Buer engaged, there was no reason to simply remain a spectator. Wu Yang said nothing, merely gesturing. Cheng Ruxin looked up to see Zhang Zhitao, Xu Yuhan, and others rushing over. What is happening? Everyone stop! Xu Yuhan shouted. Yu Buer's gaze remained fixed on the now rising Xiao Qinghe, his eyes sharp. Xiao Qinghe's glare was fierce, his face flushed, clearly intent on turning Yu Buer to ashes. Throughout his time at the second school, he had always been exalted, fostering a haughty demeanor, often looking down on others. But now, in front of so many witnesses, he had been reduced to a flailing frog by Yu Buer. It was far more humiliating than death. Ignoring Xu Yuhan's furious voice, he launched an assault on Yu Buer. Only by completely subduing him could he salvage his lost dignity. Yu Buer evaded again, utilizing the pinnacle opening fist to find an opening and struck once more at Xiao Qinghe's shoulder. Seeing his opponent retreat, he sprang forward, eager to capitalize on his momentum, only to be halted by a hand pressing on his shoulder. The force of that hand sent him staggering backward several steps, and thankfully, Luo Feishuan was there to catch him, preventing a potential fall. The man who had intervened appeared to be in his mid-30s, dressed in a gray cardigan, positioned himself between Yu Buer and Xiao Qinghe. He glanced at Yu Buer, a mix of surprise and discontent in his eyes. How dare you touch my student? Martial arts instructor Bai Qingxiu charged forward, furious, and swung a punch at the man who had pushed Yu Buer. The man swiftly dodged, furrowing his brow, ready to retaliate, only to hear Xu Yuhan's reprimand. Enough, everyone, cease your actions. Bai Qingxiu's fury was palpable. Zhang Zhitao's expression darkened, turning to Xu Yuhan as he spoke. What is the meaning of this? Xu Yuhan's demeanor faltered. Bai is only trying to mediate. Is this how you mediate? Zhang Zhitao retorted darkly. Attacking our students while shielding yours? That's your version of mediation? Xu Yuhan momentarily found herself at a loss for words. She wanted to defend her actions, but the events had unfolded before everyone's eyes. She could not simply fabricate a falsehood. Understanding Bai's actions was not difficult for Xu Yuhan. As the martial arts instructor of the second school, Xiao Qinghe was indeed his charge. Although Xiao Qinghe's behavior was peculiar, he was undeniably a promising talent, blessed with a rare special vein. The second school had high hopes for him to shine brightly in the future, and Bai regarded him as his prized pupil. When Xiao Qinghe eventually achieved greatness, Bai would bask in reflected glory as his mentor. Principal Zhang, Bai was merely anxious. He meant no ill will, Xu Yuhan insisted, bracing herself. Zhang Zhitao scoffed, while Gu Ming could no longer contain his irritation. Regardless, your school's teacher assaulted my student. And you expect us to overlook it with a mere excuse of anxiety? Zhang Zhitao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Principal Xu, do you truly think we are easy prey? While student altercations were indeed wrong, one must draw the line somewhere. As the vice principal of the first school, Zhang Zhitao felt compelled to stand up for his students and seek justice. Exactly. Cheng Ruxin chimed in, raising his voice. Principal Zhang. I witnessed it. Xiao Qinghe was the one who struck first. Yes, we all saw it. Xiao Qinghe instigated the conflict. Yu Buer was merely defending himself. Shouted the students from the first school, their faces brimming with indignation. Zhang Zhitao's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Principal Xu, did you hear that? Xu Yuhan's countenance was marred by displeasure as she cast her gaze upon the students of Class 2. Yet, the students remained unresponsive, seemingly unwilling to advocate for Xiao Qinghe. Firstly, Xiao Qinghe was not particularly well-liked within the school. While they acknowledged his commendable martial arts talent, his haughty demeanor, often looking down upon others, rendered him unlikable. Moreover, it was indeed Xiao Qinghe who instigated the altercation, displaying an outrageous lack of decorum. Xu Yuhan turned her face towards Xiao Qinghe, softening her gaze. May I hear your explanation, classmate Xiao? It has been said that you were the aggressor, which would imply that Class 2 is in the wrong. She hoped to unravel the circumstances surrounding the incident, seeking a means to diffuse the tension. However, Xiao Qinghe merely snorted dismissively. I have nothing to explain. Xu Yuhan closed her eyes briefly. Was there truly nothing to elucidate, or was he simply too ashamed to admit it? Cheng Ruxin scoffed. So, there's nothing to explain? Or are you simply lacking the courage to admit your faults? Wu Yang chimed in. Principal Zhang, this Xiao Qinghe is nothing but a lunatic. He attacked Yu Buo without provocation, simply because he was seen conversing with classmate Luo. In fact, classmate Luo doesn't even know him. Laughter erupted from the students of Class 1, mocking him. Xiao Qinghe's eyes reddened, fists clenched as he bellowed. Everyone, be silent. Oh dear, getting flustered are we? Cheng Ruxin laughed. Now you realize the embarrassment of your actions? Xu Yuhan felt overwhelmed, sighing as she turned to Xiao Qinghe. You must clarify the situation, classmate Xiao. Xiao Qinghe, with palpable annoyance, replied, yes, I struck first. So what? I found him displeasing. What of it? Xu Yuhan's expression soured, her face turning a shade of iron. At that moment, a female student from Class 2 interjected, Principal Xu. Xiao Qinghe is afflicted with a delusion of grandeur. He once claimed that I harbored a secret crush on him. Xu Yuhan regarded the girl, perplexed. Classmate Yao? What do you mean by that? Yao Dongqing stepped forward, meeting Xiao Qinghe's fierce glare with one of her own. Xiao is deluded, believing every girl in the world fancies him. Luo Feishuan doesn't even know him, yet he exhibits possessiveness. Doesn't that indicate a problem? If you ask me, he needs a good reprimanding. Yu Buo also focused intently on the girl named Yao Dongqing. Luo Feishuan nudged him. What are you staring at? Ahem, Luo. Don't you find her somewhat familiar? Luo Feishuan paused. Have you seen her before? No, it's my first encounter. Yu Buo shook his head, but she does seem somewhat recognizable. Luo Feishuan also scrutinized Yao Dongqing. She was a student from Class 2, yet was willing to stand up against Xiao Qinghe, indicating a strong aversion towards him. Xu Yuhan sighed, turning to Teacher Wang. Mr. Wang, it would be prudent to offer an apology to this young man. Though reluctant, Wang can acknowledge that his previous behavior was inappropriate. It was unwise to let the situation fester. Thus, he approached Yu Buo, maintaining a stoic expression. Young man, I was hasty earlier, my apologies. Please do not take it to heart. Yu Buo regarded him, nodding slightly, then suddenly inquired, Mr. Wang, is Xiao Qinghe your student? Indeed. Then perhaps your teaching methods require some enhancement. It is my first time encountering a special spiritual pulse so poorly developed, Yu Buo remarked with a smile. Wang Can's expression darkened, his eyes growing cold. Xiao Qinghe, fuming with rage, retorted, I was unprepared before. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Yu Buo dismissed him entirely. Turning to Luo Feishuan, shall we take a stroll over there? Certainly. Luo Feishuan replied with a sweet smile. Zhang Zhitao cleared his throat, wiping the sweat from his brow. What stroll? We should gather first, and then head up the mountain. The rumors of Yu Buo and Luo Feishuan had already circulated throughout the school, although merely gossip among classmates. The teachers were certainly aware of the situation. As they approached their final year, both Yu Buo and Luo Feishuan were regarded as exemplary students. With Luo Feishuan already guaranteed admission to the Martial Arts Academy and Yu Buo holding a spot at the Inside Academy, the school seemed unconcerned about their academic performance. However, they ought to exhibit some restraint in front of so many witnesses. Xu Yuhan wryly remarked, Principal Zhang, your Class 1 certainly embodies a unique school spirit. Zhang Zhitao shot her a glance, narrowing his eyes. Principal Xu, perhaps you should focus on matters within your own institution. After speaking, he turned to leave. Casting a final glance at Xiao Qinghe, a mocking smile on his lips. A promising student? Uffed. Xu Yuhan's irritation mounted. She turned sharply to glare at Xiao Qinghe, who, despite his arrogance, had been utterly humiliated by the students of Class 1. Xiao Qinghe, oblivious to her disdain, continued to glare venomously at Yubuo's retreating figure. Yubuo paid him no mind, walking ahead while relishing the flurry of jealousy notifications from his system interface, a grin spreading from ear to ear. A well-deserved thrashing of Xiao Qinghe had proven exceedingly rewarding. Chapter 81. The Drawbacks of a Special Spiritual Pulse. The earlier confrontation spread rapidly among the students, even those who had not witnessed it firsthand. What? Xiao Qinghe was beaten by a student from Class 1? Did you hear? Xiao Qinghe was turned into a laughingstock. He provoked them, only to be swiftly subdued. Did you know? Our Xiao Qinghe was overpowered by a mere finger from Yubuo. Students from both Class 1 and Class 2 eagerly engaged in discussions, adding a touch of amusement to the excursion to Hongya Mountain. Xiao Qinghe felt the urge to block his ears. The gazes directed at him felt like knives carving into his flesh. The name Yubuo had become synonymous with notoriety. They not only recognized Yubuo as Luo Feixuan's boyfriend, but also understood that his martial arts prowess far eclipsed Xiao Qinghe's. Students from Class 1 walked with an air of confidence, greeting Yubuo with enthusiastic thumbs up and praises. Yubuo, well done. Bravo. You didn't bring shame to Class 1. That Xiao Qinghe is nothing. I've always found him insufferable. Even Bai Qingxiu slapped Yubuo on the shoulder, exclaiming, well done. This kind of person deserves a lesson. Yubuo felt a tinge of bashfulness. Bai Qingxiu, growing increasingly animated, declared, Yubuo, I've always thought you were an outstanding kid, but perhaps a bit too serious, lacking youthful exuberance. However, today you truly shone. Gu Ming smiled at Yubuo, equally pleased, though internally he disagreed with Bai Qingxiu's sentiment. A youth should possess vitality. And as a martial artist, courage was paramount. Yet, having lost his parents and faced such upheaval, Yubuo's nature had naturally become more reserved. Yubuo's spirit had always been present. Whether in academics or martial arts, he had never faltered. In this world, he had only himself to rely upon. Upon ascending Hongya Mountain, traversing along the mountain path, one is enveloped by a breathtaking vista of crimson foliage on both sides. The wind sweeps through like waves, carrying with it a refreshing scent of verdant flora. A recent rainfall has alleviated some of the sweltering heat, rendering Yuqing somewhat cooler, an opportune moment for mountain climbing. Yubuo, lost in contemplation, reflects on the recent altercation at the foot of the mountain. That Xiaoqing, he is rather peculiar. Is it not strange that he has descended into such madness? Laughs Luo Feixuan. Yubuo shakes his head. That is not my point. When my fist connected with him earlier, I sensed his physique was remarkably solid. Like a wall? He queries. No, not quite as hard as a wall, but undeniably strange. Not strange at all, retorts Luo Feixuan. He possesses a gold elemental spiritual pulse, which enhances both his physical defense and strength. A light of understanding dawns upon Yubuo. Ah, I see. But then again, ordinary martial artists also enhance their strength and physical defense. What sets them apart? The distinction is significant. The gold elemental spiritual pulse bestows an innate toughness. Regardless of defense or strength, he will surpass martial artists of the same realm. Take Xiaoqing He, for instance. Though he has only just entered the Qi refinement realm, his physical defense and strength may already approach that of a 9th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Yubuo stands in awe. Luo Feixuan continues. Once he enters the martial arts academy and practices the basic Qi drawing technique, his defense and strength will rival that of practitioners in the fire refinement realm. Yubuo remains silent. And Luo Feixuan smiles. Are you envious? A bit, Yubuo admits with a wry smile. After hearing Luo Feixuan's insights, it would be disingenuous to claim he feels no envy. Those with special spiritual pulses indeed possess an inherent advantage, starting from a different starting line. You need not be envious. Even with his special spiritual pulse, he was still bested by you before, Luo Feixuan remarks with a grin. Yubuo shakes his head. That's not quite accurate. He was blinded by rage and underestimated me, which afforded me the opportunity. Moreover, my proficiency in the pulse-opening fist is quite high, at this stage. I can handle him without issue, but what of the future? Yet that is your inherent talent, is it not? Luo Feixuan interjects. Everyone learns the pulse-opening fist, so why do you excel at it? Yubuo pauses, gently tapping his forehead as realization strikes him. Indeed, while special spiritual pulses confer advantages, he too possesses the support of a system. In this competition, who fears whom? Observing Yubuo's expression, Luo Feixuan perceives his epiphany and exhales softly. In truth, special spiritual pulses may not be as advantageous as you think. Really? Yubuo finds Luo Feixuan's assertion hard to believe. Special spiritual pulses have innate advantages. How can they have drawbacks? I understand what you're thinking, but the reality is as such. The cultivation system of the Great Xia has been painstakingly developed over generations, and martial arts are no different. After a brief pause, Luo Feixuan continues. Warriors with special spiritual pulses are exceedingly rare, and consequently, the corresponding martial arts are few, necessitating continual exploration. Conversely, ordinary spiritual pulses, commonly referred to as martial artist spiritual pulses, are abundant, with a plethora of exceptional practitioners and a vast body of martial arts, creating a clear and coherent system. This is the crux of their distinction. While Yu Buer initially doubted Luo Feixuan's assertions, he now finds them compelling. The gold elemental spiritual pulse is indeed quite rare. He coughs lightly. Though it is a special spiritual pulse, it is not exceedingly uncommon. In fact, elemental spiritual pulses are relatively prevalent among special pulses. Luo Feixuan glances at Yu Buer. You may not have heard much about the gold elemental spiritual pulse, but surely you have heard of the forging spiritual pulse? Yu Buer is taken aback. Are you implying that the gold elemental spiritual pulse is synonymous with the forging spiritual pulse? Precisely, she confirms. It is merely a matter of nomenclature. The unique properties of the gold elemental spiritual pulse render its bearers exceptionally suited to becoming weaponsmiths. Hence the unified term forging spiritual pulse. Not only that, but the alchemist spiritual pulse used to be known as the wood elemental spiritual pulse. And the current array spiritual pulse was once referred to as the earth elemental spiritual pulse. A light of comprehension flickers in Yu Buer's eyes. Now it makes sense. This information had not been imparted in school, as the majority of martial artists possess ordinary spiritual pulses, rendering such knowledge unnecessary and potentially disheartening for classmates. Most students exhibit commendable physical fitness, engaging in jovial banter and feasting without feeling fatigued. Upon reaching a scenic overlook halfway up the mountain, Zhang Zhitai instructs the teachers to allow the students to rest momentarily. The grade director from the second school hastens to approach Shu Yuhan. Principal Shu, the students from the first school are resting. Should we not take a break as well? Shu Yuhan casts a glance and scoffs softly. The students from the first school are evidently less resilient. We shall not rest until we reach the summit. The grade director can only nod in agreement, sighing internally. Shu Yuhan truly seems intent on competing with the first school staff. While the students appear fine now, it remains to be seen whether they can endure the ascent. Xiaoqing he strides confidently ahead, his gaze searching for Yu Buer. A boy in a fisherman's hat approaches him from behind, panting, Brother Xiao, I've gathered some intel. That man is named Yu Buer. A friend of mine from the first school mentioned that Yu Buer's martial talent was initially mediocre, having only opened 8 spiritual veins, but later acquired a pulse-opening pill that allowed him to reach 11 spiritual veins. 11 spiritual veins? You mean to say he has only opened 11 spiritual veins? Xiaoqing he's eyes widen, his expression akin to someone who has tasted something unpleasant. The boy in the fisherman's hat, equally astonished, reflects on how Yu Buer had bested Xiaoqing he at the foot of the mountain. Brother Xiao, I too find this odd, but during last week's spiritual vein assessment, Yu Buer was indeed rated as having opened 11 spiritual veins. It's not a secret. Xiaoqing he ponders for a moment before sneering. It appears I overestimated him. He truly is worthless. Had I not underestimated him so much? Such a person is unworthy of Luo Feixuan's attention. It's laughable. Compared to me, he is but a mere grain of rice in a sea of pearls. The boy in the fisherman's hat attempts to continue speaking, but is abruptly cut off. Enough. He does not merit my further consideration. Xiaoqing he accelerates his pace, moving ahead. The boy in the fisherman's hat stands momentarily speechless, his expression difficult to interpret. In truth, he has gathered much more information about Yu Buer, such as the fact that Yu Buer's pulse-opening fist has left several martial arts instructors in awe. Moreover, the first school even held a commendation ceremony for Yu Buer after he assisted the Night Watchmen in slaying a beast. This information is rather significant. Is it not worth knowing? Yao Dongcheng, with her hands clasped behind her back, walks ahead. The man trailing behind her carries 2 bags. Little Orange, why did you speak up for the students of the first school earlier? He inquires. I wasn't speaking for them. I was standing up for justice. Besides, don't you find Xiaoqing he rather bothersome? While she states this, she fears that such actions may displease the students of the second school, perhaps even inciting their grievances against her. There is truth in her words. Although many in the second school harbor disdain for Xiaoqing he, they are still all part of the same institution. As a student of the second high school, Yao Dongcheng stood up to speak on behalf of those from the first high school. At this age, adolescents often possess a unique sense of collective honor, and it is not uncommon for them to perceive Yao Dongcheng as a traitor. Much like the students within the school, most harbor a disdain for those who readily report others. Not even Shu Yuhan is exempt from this sentiment, harboring her own reservations. Yao Dongcheng felt a twinge of displeasure. Zhou Sun, why have you always been this way throughout your life? Why must one constantly look ahead and behind? Can't one live a little more freely? Right is right, and wrong is wrong. I merely speak what I observe. How others perceive me is of no concern. Zhou Sun smiled and nodded. All right, then, I shall heed your words. Only then did Yao Dongcheng's expression brighten somewhat. As they walked, Yao Dongcheng gazed up at the mountain, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh, it's foggy. Indeed it was. How wonderful. This adds to the ambience. Yao Dongcheng appeared quite pleased. Zhou Sun, when we reach the summit, make sure to take plenty of photos. Of course. As they continued, Yao Dongcheng made another observation. Wait, have I seen too many leaves? Why does this fog seem to have a faint red hue? Zhou Sun slowly furrowed his brow. You are not mistaken. The mountain mist indeed carries a hint of crimson. The surrounding classmates engaged in lively discussions, intrigued by the phenomenon. This fog is so beautiful. It feels ethereal. Haha, it's simply poetic. I feel inspired to compose a poem. The mist atop the mountain was rapidly spreading, soon enveloping the slopes. Yubuer gazed at the reddish fog, somewhat astonished. The emergence of red fog typically indicates air pollution or specific lighting conditions under sunlight. Yet neither of these conditions seemed to apply at this moment. A thin veil of mist did not disrupt their progress. After a brief respite, the students tidied up the litter they had left behind and resumed their ascent. As they walked, Yubuer noticed that Luo Feishuan wore a grave expression. "What is the matter?" he inquired softly. Luo Feishuan lifted her gaze, scanning the mountain path ahead. "I have an unsettling feeling." Yubuer paused, surprised. Although he could not comprehend the source of her apprehension, he recognized that her intuition was often uncanny. Zhang Zhitao, leading the group, also found the situation peculiar. The weather had been quite pleasant over the past couple of days, and with noon approaching, it seemed odd for such dense fog to arise. The grade director and Bai Qingxiu shared a similar sense of confusion. Initially, the thin layer of fog had not raised any alarms, but as they ascended, the mist thickened, reducing visibility and instilling a sense of unease. After all, they were responsible for guiding all the third-year students, and should any misfortune occur, they would undoubtedly be held accountable. "Zhang Principal, shall we descend?" the grade director tentatively suggested. Zhang Zhitao had indeed contemplated this. In truth, he had considered leading the students back down as soon as he noticed the fog thickening. However, he was acutely aware of the students' anticipation for this stress relief outing. Canceling it due to fog would likely incite rebellion among them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhitao halted. "No, we cannot proceed any further." The fog had not only thickened but had transformed from a pale red to a sinister crimson, while the students from the second high school remained ahead. For the sake of safety, Zhang Zhitao resolved to act decisively. "Notify everyone. All students must descend," he commanded. "Understood." Bai Qingxiu quickly turned to relay the message. As he pivoted, visibility diminished to mere outlines 3 meters away, prompting him to inhale sharply. This fog, it is rather eerie. The students of the first high school, upon hearing they were to descend, erupted in outrage, vocally expressing their discontent. But just then, the mountain trembled violently. The sudden quake caused a drastic change in everyone's demeanor, accompanied by screams. "An earthquake! It's an earthquake!" Many students stumbled, their faces etched with terror. Fortunately, the tremor was brief, lasting only about 5 seconds before tranquility returned. Zhang Zhitao felt overwhelmed. His face flushed as he bellowed for all teachers to check on their students. "Quickly, as we descend, account for everyone." The students gradually stood, their fear still palpable. They had no objections to the decision to descend. However, when they turned to begin their descent, they discovered that the mountain path behind them had vanished. The steps seemed to have been severed, and through the dense fog, only a narrow trail was faintly visible. "What is happening? Where's the path?" Zhang Zhitao rushed over, his mind racing. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "We must follow the narrow path down. Everyone remain calm, and do not run. Remember your classmates around you. Do not get separated." Bai Qingxiu and 2 martial arts instructors led the way while other teachers worked to soothe the students' anxieties. There was no time to take attendance now. Luo Feishuan's unease intensified. "Your instincts are as accurate as ever," Yubuer sighed. "Let us hope we can make it down safely," Luo Feishuan replied with a sigh. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. As they followed the narrow path, they suddenly heard anguished cries ahead. Bai Qingxiu's face paled as he quickened his pace, only to encounter several terrified students bursting forth from the fog. "There are monsters in the mist. People are dead. Woo-woo. People are dead. I want to go home." Bai Qingxiu turned ashen, not only due to the students' alarming words, but also because they were clad in the uniforms of the second high school. "Aren't we supposed to be descending?" His eyelids twitched as he lost control of his expression. Chapter 83, In the Mist. The students of the second high school were unquestionably ahead of those from the first high school. Yet, as they followed the narrow path down, they encountered students from the second high school. How could this be reasonable? Upon reflection, Bai Qingxiu felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed a grave situation was unfolding. The terrified students were shouting loudly, their voices piercing through the fog. Bai Qingxiu suddenly realized the implications. But it was too late to cover his mouth. Some students from the first high school, hearing the commotion, turned pale as they regarded the crimson mist. "Monsters? What? People are dead." Panic spread like wildfire through the misty mountains. The teachers from the first high school swiftly worked to calm their students. The greatest fear was for the students to succumb to panic and lose control. Yubuer also felt a shiver run down his spine. Yesterday, the captain of the Night Watch, Shi Zhen, jested that he might as well join the Night Watch, doing nothing but luring monsters. The others merely awaited the arrival of their prey. Yubui remarked that he was simply unfortunate, asserting that one cannot be perpetually unlucky. After all, how often do children weep, or gamblers lose incessantly? Guess what? Today, they encountered another. At this moment, Cheng Ruxin and Wu Yang also drew closer. Wu Yang appeared somewhat anxious. Did you hear that? It seems there are monsters." Cheng Ruxin, unfazed, was instead filled with excitement. "Hey brother, We can team up to slay monsters again. Wu Yang paused in surprise. Again? Cheng Ruxin's lips curled into a slight smile. You're not aware, are you? Actually, never mind. You'll find out soon enough. He initially wished to boast, but thought better of it. Eagerly anticipating the astonished expressions of his classmates when his name was called at the commendation ceremony. Just the thought sent a thrill through him. Luo Feishuan genuinely envied Cheng Ruxin's mental fortitude. It seemed they were still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The pressing concern was to devise a plan for their escape from Hongya Mountain. Cheng Ruxin, puzzled, questioned, aren't we already descending? Yu Bui sighed, however. The path down has changed. We were indeed descending, yet now we have encountered students from number 2 high school. Doesn't this strike you as odd? Cheng Ruxin felt a wave of confusion. Wu Yang suddenly shivered. Indeed, earlier, we rested at the viewing platform while the students from number 2 continued ascending. They should be ahead of us, so how could we meet them while descending? As Wu Yang spoke, a chill crept down Cheng Ruxin's spine. So, do you mean to say that while we appear to be descending, we are actually ascending? That defies logic. Yu Bui glanced at Luo Feishuan, then turned to Wu Yang and Cheng Ruxin. In any case, from now on, we must refrain from wandering about. Staying together will be safer. And in the event of encountering a monster, we will have a fighting chance. In such situations, maintaining composure is paramount. Just then, a series of shrieks echoed from a distance. Dead bodies. Oh my god, there are corpses. Here lie corpses. Yu Bui and Luo Feishuan exchanged glances and hurried toward the source of the commotion, followed closely by Wu Yang and Cheng Ruxin. Old you. Shouldn't we avoid running around? Wu Yang remarked. While his statement held merit, the source of the noise lay directly ahead, surrounded by teachers and classmates. They had not strayed from the group. Yu Bui understood that within this crimson mist lurked something sinister, yet they remained oblivious to the danger. The students from No. 2 had yelled several times, but the information conveyed was scant. At this moment, the key to survival and safe descent lay in acquiring more useful information while ensuring their safety. The four moved swiftly, soon encountering several pale-faced students from No. 1 high school, 2 of whom leaned against a tree, retching uncontrollably, as if deeply traumatized. Upon Yu Bui halting, they confronted 2 gruesome corpses. The shredded uniforms barely hinted that these were students from number 2. Both were boys, contorted in grotesque postures. Their bodies appeared to have been gnawed by some ferocious beast. Their faces mangled beyond recognition. Most horrifyingly, both corpses had been eviscerated. Even Yu Bui felt his stomach churn violently. He fought against the urge to vomit as he took a few steps closer. Wu Yang attempted to restrain him, nausea rising in his throat, his limbs growing cold. Luo Feishuan followed Yu Bui, striving to remain calm, though the overwhelming stench of blood nearly compelled her to retch. Yu Bui crouched down to scrutinize the scene. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. You, get away from there. It was Bai Qingxiu. Yu Bui stood and turned to see Bai Qingxiu, Zhang Zidio, and the grade director approaching briskly. Mr. Bai, these 2 are wearing number 2 uniforms. Not only are they eviscerated, but their innards seem to have been completely removed. Bai Qingxiu paused, moving closer with a complex expression directed at his student. He had never realized how resilient this student was. In the face of such horror, he remained calm enough to observe the bodies. Even he would feel his scalp prickle at the sight of those 2 disfigured corpses. Zhang Zidio turned pale. He had been contemplating whether to have the students from number 1 gather together, to avoid scattering, and to wait for rescue and safety. But now, the bodies of No. 2 students lay before them. One could only imagine that the monster lurking in the mist was not far off, poised to strike at any moment. Keep moving. We must find a way down. Many students pulled out their phones to call for help, but the signal was non-existent. Even the emergency services were unreachable. The thick red mist seemed to completely block communication signals. Before long, more students discovered the corpses of the number 2 students, and several girls screamed in terror. Constantly encountering bloody corpses, the students from number 1 began to realize that the monster hidden in the red mist was extraordinarily vicious. And once it fixed its gaze on a target, it would enact a gruesome spectacle, tearing out hearts and intestines. Up until now, Yu Bui had yet to glimpse the monster itself. Cheng Ruxin, however, had named it based on the corpses they had seen, the Mist Digger. Fear permeated the atmosphere, consuming the hearts of all present. For the time being, the students huddled together for warmth, seeking solace in numbers. After all, greater numbers meant greater strength. Yet both Zhang Zidio and Yu Bui understood that this fragile stability was akin to a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. Suddenly, Luo Feishuan tugged at Yu Bui's sleeve. Yu Bui, do you not find this mist oddly familiar? Chapter 84, Beetle. Encountering the beetle again. Meeting Luo Feishuan's gaze, Yu Bui quickly grasped her meaning. Last night, they had ventured to the ghost market and experienced the enveloping fog. Although the mist on Hongya Mountain was red and distinct from that of the ghost market, Yu Bui still sensed a tinge of familiarity. He whispered, do you think this mist is related to the ghost market? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. That Mr. Fog is not a monster and has no reason to target us. Luo Feishuan shook her head, merely recalling this notion. Zhang Zidio pulled out a handkerchief, wiping the sweat from his brow incessantly. He clutched Bai Qingxiu's arm tightly and turned to the other two martial arts instructors, speaking in a pleading tone, Mr. Bai, Mr. Yin, and Mr. Tian. Your martial prowess is greater. Please ensure the students' safety. Rest assured, Principal Zhang. As teachers, protecting our students is our responsibility, Bai Qingxiu responded immediately. The other two martial arts instructors shared the same sentiment. Yet, they all understood the magnitude of the challenge ahead. Among them, they sought to protect the 500 individuals. After much contemplation, Bai Qingxiu could no longer suppress his concerns. Zhang Zhitao's expression was somewhat complex. Did he not understand this principle? Yet, at present, he could not conceive of a better solution. Bai Qingxiu pondered briefly and remarked, Principal Zhang, currently, there is no signal on our phones, and we cannot reach the outside world, and the path down the mountain appears peculiar. With so many students, a passive defense might leave us vulnerable. What do you suggest, Teacher Bai? Bai Qingxiu's eyes sparkled with determination. I propose we take the initiative. Take the initiative? Zhang Zhitao's eyelids flickered. He was taken aback by Bai Qingxiu's words. In his professional demeanor, Zhang Zhitao had always favored stability, adhering to the maxim that he would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Another martial arts teacher, Yin Huawen, concurred with Bai Qingxiu's perspective. If we can locate and eliminate the creature, the students will naturally be safe. Zhang Zhitao surveyed the surroundings, the thick fog obscuring his view of the students. He removed his glasses to wipe them, steeling himself with resolution. All right, we shall proceed according to your plan. However, he paused, adding, should anything arise, I shall shoulder the responsibility. The three martial arts teachers were astonished. For Zhang Zhitao, with his steadfast demeanor, to utter such words signified that he genuinely cared about the students' safety. Yet, at that moment, what they feared most came to pass. The very thing they had been anxious about finally occurred. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a chorus of frantic shouts and cries. There is a creature. Indeed, there is a creature. Ah, help. Run, run. Zhang Zhitao and the others turned pale in an instant. Without hesitation, Bai Qingxiu immediately led the other two martial arts teachers toward the source of the commotion. Zhang Zhitao followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Yu Bui and his companions also heard the ruckus. Upon hearing the screams, Yu Bui realized that the taut string of tension had finally snapped. Even though the students understood that their safety lay in unity, when plunged into extreme fear, they could easily lose their composure and make irrational decisions. As Yu Bui, Luo Feishuan, and the others rushed toward the sound, they glimpsed their fellow students scattering in panic through the fog. All the teachers shouted at the top of their lungs, urging the students to remain calm and avoid running about. However, amidst the chaos, their voices had little effect. As the wind blew, the thick fog remained undispersed. But Yu Bui was the first to catch a whiff of the acrid scent of blood. Several students ran toward him, their uniforms stained with crimson. When they drew closer, Yu Bui even heard the sound of something being chewed. A shadow darted past him with remarkable speed. It's Teacher Bai, Wu Yan exclaimed. Following suit, Yin Huawen and Tian Yifei charged ahead. The scene before the teachers was enough to shatter their composure. Two students from Class 1 lay on the ground. One had suffered a grievous wound to the neck, blood saturating the grass, while his body convulsed. The other student had been eviscerated, breathless, with his entrails exposed. A monstrous creature was presently feasting upon him, resembling a beetle magnified hundreds of times. Its elongated mouthpart plunged into the boy's chest, sharp wings tearing flesh apart. Its 1-meter-wide body gleaming ominously, which explained why it could easily hide within the fog. Only when one approached closely could the true nature of the creature be discerned. Bai Qingxiu's eyes reddened with fury. He lunged forward, weaponless, delivering a fierce kick that sent the monstrous insect sprawling, though he too was jolted backward. How resilient! Yin Huawen and Tian Yifei quickly surged forward, exuding an air of deadly intent, unarmed yet filled with energy. The creature staggered back from their blows, retaliating with its wings. Tian Yifei barely evaded a strike that would have shredded him, thanks to a timely pull from Yin Huawen. Otherwise, he might have met a dire fate. Bai Qingxiu emerged once more from the mist, weaving between the two, and with a powerful leap, delivered another kick that sent the creature flying several meters away. At that moment, Yu Bui and the others arrived. Seeing the three martial arts teachers engaged with the creature, he felt a modicum of relief. If they could locate the beast hiding in the fog, the situation would become manageable. At the very least, they would not be entirely on the defensive. From Yu Bui's understanding, Teacher Bai's cultivation was at the 9th level of qi refinement. As for teachers Tian and Yin, he was less certain, but they likely stood at a similar level. Together, the three should be more than capable of dealing with a single creature. However, just as Yu Bui prepared to assist, he caught sight of the creature's form and felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Luo Feishuan, trailing behind with her prayer beads, also saw it. A beetle? Her eyes widened in disbelief. The creature before them, though vastly larger, bore an unmistakable resemblance. Exchanging a glance, the two exclaimed in unison, Old Master Jean. As they turned back, the colossal insect, sensing its impending defeat, turned to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the three martial arts teachers pursued it. fearful that if the creature gained distance, the low visibility in the fog would grant it a natural camouflage, making it difficult to track down again. Once they eliminated this monstrous beetle, the crisis would be thoroughly resolved. Behind Yubui, Chung Rushin hastily inquired, "Shall we not assist?" Just as Yubui was about to respond, several screams erupted behind them. "Ah, a monster! Help! Run! Quickly!" Chung Rushin's eyes widened. He glanced in the direction the martial arts teachers had taken, then turned back, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Didn't the creature flee?" he whispered. "It seems there is more than one creature lurking within this crimson fog." In the dim, constricted cave, old Master Jin's body was gradually mending itself. He opened his eyes, emitting a muffled chuckle, and raised his hand to extract a wisp of fog from his mouth. Mr. Fogg certainly left behind some fine treasures. So much flesh and blood. Chapter 85, Joining Forces to Slay the Monster. In an instant, the entire Hongya Mountain descended into chaos. Yubui and his companions rushed toward the cries for help, only to be jostled by the stampede of fleeing students. The terror etched on every face rendered any attempt at calming words utterly futile. Yubui observed the turmoil unfold before him, powerless to intervene. Luo Feishuan scanned the surroundings, as if seeking something within the eerie fog. However, this mysterious red mist not only obscured phone signals, but also hindered her perception. Just then, another scream pierced the air. He quickened his pace, charging ahead, with Chung Rushin and Luo Feishuan close on his heels. Wu Yang, feeling a surge of fear, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately gritted his teeth and followed. As they drew nearer, within their line of sight, Yu Buer beheld a male classmate clad in a school uniform, brought down to the ground by a colossal insect. This monstrous creature bore a striking resemblance to the one that Bai Qingxiu and his companions had previously confronted. The boy, now overwhelmed with fear, wept profusely, his body trembling uncontrollably. Initially, he had a chance to escape, but terror rendered his limbs weak, and despite several attempts, he could not rise. As the creature's sharp elytra lifted, poised to strike, it was suddenly kicked aside. The insect rolled on the ground before swiftly regaining its stance, its protruding eyes fixed intently on Yu Buer. Yu Buer had considered drawing his firearm, but with so many people on the mountain, it would likely provoke unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, should a gunshot ring out at this juncture, the chaos would only escalate. After much contemplation, he opted for the Zhuxia, while Yu Buer stood resolutely against the monstrous insect. Wu Yang hastily dragged the fallen boy to safety. However, the insect lunged towards Yu Buer without hesitation. With an intense gaze, he exhibited no fear in his eyes. The insect was a vile beast. Thus, as it charged, he advanced rather than retreating, wielding the Zhuxia to mount his own offensive. Ducking to evade the insect's sweeping elytra, he then struck with the Zhuxia, leaving a mark upon the creature's hardened back, though it inflicted minimal damage. Both Wu Yang and Chung Rushin watched in astonishment. In contrast, Yu Buer and Luo Feishuan remained composed, drawing from their prior encounter with Lord Jin. They understood that the shell of such a beetle was remarkably resilient. Inflicting harm necessitated a frontal approach. "Step aside, brother. I shall assist you," Chung Rushin cried, dashing forward. Wu Yang also took a few steps closer, eager to help, yet found no suitable opportunity. Luo Feishuan remained relatively unperturbed. Both Yu Buer and Chung Rushin were cultivators of the Qi refinement stage, and the insect's speed was not particularly swift. Its attacks relied mainly on its sharp elytra and pointed mandibles. Notably, its formidable defense was its only remarkable attribute. Even without Chung Rushin's aid, Yu Buer, equipped with sufficient experience, was more than capable of handling the situation. Before long, Yu Buer discerned an opportune moment. As the insect turned to attack Chung Rushin, he swiftly closed the distance and, wielding the Zhuxia, inflicted a gash 10 centimeters long upon its abdomen. The creature emitted a mournful wail, its speed diminishing, its body swaying unsteadily. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhitao had arrived with 2 instructors, and upon witnessing Yu Buer and Chung Rushin engaged in battle with the beast, their hearts leapt into their throats. "Dodge! You, Chung, quick, get out of the way!" Zhang Zhitao shouted, preparing to rush forward. However, their movements were slightly delayed. Before they could reach the fray, Yu Buer surged ahead, delivering a flurry of strikes with the Zhuxia, complemented by his dragon dance thrust, leaving several punctures in the retreating insect. When the creature finally fell, its body erupted, transforming into countless diminutive red beetles. Zhang Zhitao and the others halted, their eyes wide in disbelief. Chung Rushin and Wu Yang shared the same incredulity. Yu Buer initially stood frozen in shock, but quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Burn them!" As he spoke, he continued to strike, attempting to eliminate as many of the insects as possible. One of the teachers, trembling, fumbled for a lighter, only to feel it would be of little use. Chung Rushin, too, was at a loss for how to utilize fire, merely swinging his weapon to crush a few more insects. The remaining beetles fluttered away, vanishing into the crimson mist. Gasping for breath, Yu Buer's expression grew somber. Wu Yang finally came to his senses, exclaiming, "Old Yu, you've slain another vile beast." Yu Buer shook his head. "I merely scattered them," the smaller ones remain, and they may yet coalesce again. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Yu Buer and Luo Feixuan exchanged glances. If their earlier suspicions were mere conjecture, they could now ascertain with certainty that everything occurring on Hongya Mountain was intricately linked to Lord Jin. The mist had not vanquished him. Instead, he had fled to Hongya Mountain, creating such a disturbance. Cheng Ruxin, don't you possess any fire talismans or similar items? Yu Buer inquired. Cheng Ruxin shook his head. Why would I prepare such things? Luo Feixuan, too, expressed regret. Had I known, I would have sought someone to procure some last night. Spirit-grade fire talismans are hard to find, but ordinary-grade ones are sold at the Tsueixing Pavilion. Then I shall call and request Tsueixing Pavilion to send us some. Cheng Ruxin's mind was still reeling. Wu Yang patted his shoulder. If phone calls could be made, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Cheng Ruxin, realizing his folly, offered an awkward smile, feeling like a fool just moments before. Seeing Yu Buer and the others unharmed, Zhang Zhitao breathed a sigh of relief, but then noticed one of the teachers still clutching the lighter. Still thinking of lighting one. The teacher, recovering from his shock, hurriedly stowed the lighter back into his pocket. Zhang Zhitao approached Yu Buer, still somewhat shaken. You lot are reckless. Why stay put when a vile beast is present? A boy quickly interjected. Principal Zhang, they saved me. He was the student who had been knocked down by the insect. At this moment, gratitude filled his gaze as he looked at Yu Buer and the others. Had it not been for you, I would have perished at that creature's hands. Cheng Ruxin, feeling slighted, retorted, only you? Oh right, and Cheng Ruxin. Cheng Ruxin beamed with satisfaction, but Wu Yang frowned. Have you forgotten who pulled you away? Right. And what is your surname, fellow student? Wu Yang pressed. Yu Buer sighed and approached Luo Feixuan. It's clear now, this is Lord Jin's doing. Yet, this mist possesses the ability to alter the terrain, leaving me puzzled as to how Lord Jin could wield such power. Luo Feixuan shook her head, equally perplexed. Cheng Ruxin stepped forward. Do we have a way to escape? If not, we'll have to wait for the Night Watchers to arrive. But the issue is, Hongya Mountain is outside the city. Will the Night Watchers in Yuqing even notice? They should come, but we cannot afford to wait idly. We must devise a means of self-rescue and explore every possible way to leave Hongya Mountain, Luo Feixuan said, furrowing her brow. Cheng Ruxin scratched his head. Can't we think of a way to eliminate all the vile beasts on this mountain? At this, Zhang Zhitao gasped, about to speak, but Wu Yang interjected. Cheng, are you really that reckless now? Cheng Ruxin smiled slightly, his lips curling upward. You don't understand. Slaying vile beasts is a man's romance. Zhang Zhitao opened his mouth again, but Yu Buer beat him to it. The large insect is manageable. The real challenge lies with those smaller beetles.